I have awakened my D-level talent Dumpling Editor. It looks like the century-old dumpling shop has a successor. A classmate not far away shouted happily to the teacher. Mine is also D-level, with the talent Egg Editor, and my companion monster is an old hen that lays fragrant eggs. I'll be able to sell nutritious local eggs in the future. Another person waved his hands exaggeratedly. Listening to these helpless laughs, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Those guys who can only awaken ordinary talents can't even imagine the cards I have in my hand. That's right, I'm not here just to awaken my talent. I also have the strongest creator assistance system that comes with the time travel. Unlike others, this system gave me a special task. As long as I complete the awakening ceremony, I will gain an ability called All-Seeing Eye. The system told me that as long as I had the All-Seeing Eye, I would be able to see the hidden information of any light group and directly select the strongest talent. The other students just relied on luck to blindly select the talent light group and had no idea what was in the light group. But I am different. With the omniscient eye, I can see the true level and attributes of each light ball. A-level beast? S-level supreme race? For me, the start is the best player of the game. I took a deep breath, slowly raised my head, and looked at the 10 balls of light floating above my head. I am not nervous about today's awakening because I know that I have the biggest chips in this gamble. Shouting, please come to the stage. Teacher Sun Sheng's voice rang out in the classroom, and all eyes were focused on me. My turn? I took a deep breath, suppressed my inner nervousness, and walked towards the podium. The moment I held the awakening magic stone, my consciousness was pulled into a dark awakening space. In the darkness, 10 white flames danced around me. Is this my awakening talent? Unexpectedly, lines of golden text appeared before my eyes, reflected on a ball of light. Sao Editor Belevel Talent Companion Initial Monster, Duo Bao Sao. I almost rolled my eyes. Are you asking me to open a pig farm? Who wants this blessing? I smiled bitterly, looked away, and continued to check the other balls of light. Finally, my sight stopped on the last 2 balls of talent light emitting purple gold light. A sudden excitement welled up in me. What could these hidden talents be? Taking a deep breath, I continued to scan the next 7 rainbow-colored light balls. Each one was a powerful talent that made people jealous and crazy. Raptor Editor. The Raptor talent includes top predatory birds such as eagles, vultures, and vultures. It can be edited into powerful magical birds such as the golden-winged roc, storm eagle, and sacred griffin. Flying Sword Editor. Top-level weapon spirit talent. Flying Sword Editor. I couldn't help but get excited. This talent would allow me to form a flying sword army. Basilisk Editor. The Basilisk talent also surprised me. This talent may be as good as that of the Raptor, enough to create a terrifying basilisk army. Spider Editor. Spider Editor allows me to have a large number of hunting legions with long lifespan and strong lethality. Horse Editor. The Horse Editor can bring a powerful knight core, but I am not very interested in the auxiliary positioning. Cat Editor. Everyone dreams of having a fierce tiger or a leopard as a pet. These balls of light in front of me dazzled me. SSS, and even SR level editing talents were placed in front of me, and I was almost having difficulty making choices. Which one is not extremely strong? If my classmates knew this, they would probably be so envious. Just as I was hesitating, my eyes fell on the last ball of light. This time, the ball of light was surrounded by a dazzling light of 7 colors, which made me open my eyes wide. Dragon Clan Editor. Companion Initial Monster. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dominant Race. Potential 5th Order Peak. Oh my god, it's actually a supreme level talent. I exclaimed, my head buzzing instantly. Dragon editing means that all vertebrates can be edited into powerful dragons, and can even evolve into lightning dragons, thunder dragons, and natural disaster thunder dragons. What does this mean? It means that I only need to follow this Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex to grow up, and I will be able to reach the pinnacle of the 5th level legendary editor. Moreover, as long as my conditions permit, these dragon editors can continue to advance. Since we can choose, of course we should choose the strongest one. My heart warmed, and I crushed the rainbow-colored dragonborn light ball without hesitation. No one in history has ever awakened an SSS-level dragon editor. I couldn't help but secretly excited. From now on, I will be the only one limited to the world of Earthstar. Holding the dragon editor, I can almost feel fate burning in my hands. With this talent, I can control the infinite evolution of dragons and create my own dragon monsters. At this moment, a dazzling rainbow light suddenly burst out all around, and the roars of countless dragons seemed to ring in the ears. Huge dragon shadows appeared before my eyes. They emerged from the past, present, and future, and seemed to be calling for my arrival. Vast energy surged into my body, and the rainbow beam of light shot up from my body into the sky, illuminating the entire classroom and even covering half of the campus. Almost everyone in Donghai City saw this scene. They stared in amazement at the rainbow light rising into the sky and were deeply shocked. In the classroom, the teachers and students were extremely shocked. Our class teacher, Sun Sheng, stared at me with eyes as wide as bells, muttering, "Rainbow! Is this the awakening of the supreme racial talent of the SSS level?" Before I finished speaking, majestic dragon phantoms appeared above my head: Tyrannosaurus, flying dragons, magic dragons, sea dragons, star dragons, ancient dragons. One after another, giant dragon phantoms soared in the sky, roared, and bowed their heads to salute me. The students around were all stunned. Some couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "This scene is incredible." The little snowy owl was scared. The Ice Queen, little snowy owl, who was so arrogant 3 minutes ago, was now like a little chick, shivering in Xia Shuangyu's arms. All the companion monsters in the classroom also knelt on the ground, submitting to the dragon's might. At the same time, in the streets and alleys of Donghai City, all the monsters of the Beast Tribe, Feather Tribe, and Fairy Tribe also prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing their heads respectfully, as if they were paying homage to the supreme monster ancestor. This scene shocked the citizens on the street, and many of them looked towards the third high school in the old city. Some people said, "Oh my God, it's the student's awakening. What racial talent did he awaken?" On the other side, the students in the classroom were also stunned, looking at this unprecedented awakening scene before them. Suddenly, there were ripples behind me, and a dragon-like monster with black scales and hideous horns emerged. It was a 3-meter-tall and 6-meter-long Tyrannosaurus Rex, covered with black and purple scales, and the dragon horns in front of its nose were flashing with lightning and fire. It lowered its head and growled softly, approaching me docilely, as if trying to please me, its master. "This is my loyal first dragon." I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. I raised my hand and gently stroked its cold and hard dragon horns, feeling the power connection that belonged only to me and it. At this moment, Sun Sheng walked up to me, with a hint of awe in his tone. "Xiao Ting, what talent did you awaken?" His face was full of anticipation, but I calmed down instantly. I couldn't reveal too much, otherwise I would become the object of covetousness from all sides. So I said calmly, "SS-level talent, flying dragon editor." Sun Sheng was stunned for a moment, then he smiled in ecstasy. "Editor Fai Long is actually an SS-level talent. Classmate Xiao Ting, you will become the pride of Jiuzhou." The whole class was stunned, shock written all over their faces, and they gradually became demented. "My talent is comparable to that of the top legion commanders guarding Kyushu, and may even surpass them. Even the Red Moon King, who was known as the 9th strongest, took only 10 years to upgrade the initial monster to the king level and become a 6th level national editor. So, as someone who possesses the only dragon editing talent, will I be able to reach the legendary mythical level in the future, or even surpass the ancient ancestor?" Teacher Sun Sheng suppressed his excitement, took out his mobile phone and quickly made a call. With uncontrollable joy, he gave a brief instruction to the students, then rushed out of the classroom in a hurry, still holding the frightened black-footed hunting cat in his arms. Today is the day for all high schools in Donghai City to awaken. Talents like mine must be reported to the inner city area, and no carelessness is allowed. After he left, the students in the classroom went wild. "Fuck, SS-level talent is in our class? Oh my God." The class teacher was so excited that he almost jumped 3 meters high. Everyone looked at me and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex behind me, with unconcealed amazement and envy on their faces. "Brother Xiao Ting, this Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is so cool," someone exclaimed. "Looking at its size, it feels like it can knock a car away with its tail." Flying Dragon Editor, a unique SS-level talent. Why isn't it mine? In the face of these envious gazes, I smiled slightly, but ignored the eager attention around me and turned my gaze to the huge Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex beside me. My all-seeing eye quietly activated, and a fluorescent blue panel appeared in front of my eyes, clearly showing the detailed information of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Name: Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Attributes: Dragon, Thunder, Fire. Racial level: 5th level. Peak Overlord skills: Charge, Crushing Bite, Explosive Flame Breath, Lightning Fong, 100,000 electric shocks. System prompts: Introduction: a large overlord monster of the theropod species, an ancient behemoth from 66 million years ago, with a strong body and amazing defense. An adult can reach up to 30 meters in height, making it a well-deserved overlord of the earth. Seeing this data, I was very excited. The initial size of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was already amazing, but in front of the 30-meter full body, its current body is just a baby dragon. What shocked me even more was that it actually possessed more than 10 powerful skills, spanning multiple attributes, with amazing combat power. I continued to check its current skills. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, Jr. Level 0 skills, Charge, Crushing Bite, Weakness, Water. The skill level of Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is still relatively low now, but as long as it improves its proficiency, it can evolve into more powerful skills. My anticipation gradually grew, and I looked at the last hidden message. System prompts, View Edit Evolution. Can be fused and edited. Head, body, front paws, hind paws, tail, wings, monster materials. Can edit the 6th Order King race. 9 types. There are as many as 9 evolutionary routes for the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex King. This means that once the editing is successful, I will get a monster overlord like the 6th Order Flying Dragon King and stand at the top of the world. Just as I was secretly planning for the future, I heard a strange conversation outside the classroom door. Apparently, Teacher Sun Shang was talking to Dean Wong of the Monster Editing University in Donghai City. It seemed that my awakening had caused a huge sensation. At the same time, in the conference room of the Donghai City building, a group of principals from the inner city were reporting to several top editing masters on the list of A-level talents detected this year. Just as they were arguing over the A-level genius, Dean Wong suddenly shouted, "What? An SS-level Phylong editor appeared in the Old City 3rd High School?" At that moment, the conference room fell silent, and the 3 editing masters all looked at him. A flying dragon awakener? A master stood up in shock. This is a rare genius that has not appeared in the past 5,000 years. The East Sea cannot keep such talents. A legion commander stood up and slammed the table in a hurry. "I want to meet this flying dragon awakener right away." In the blink of an eye, the conference room was empty and several important figures hurried to the 3rd high school in the old town. I know that what awaits me is not only the attention of 4 editing masters, but also an unlimited future. Sun Shang returned to the classroom and announced with a smile, "Okay, that's all for today. Students who have awakened their talents, please gather at the Inner City Editors Guild in 3 days to prepare for the apprenticeship assessment." The whole class cheered, and the joy of graduation swept over them. Sun Shang deliberately kept Xia Shuangyu and me, and whispered, "There are several editing masters who want to visit you in person. For Big Shots came in person. This is an unprecedented treatment." The classmates looked at us with envy, and Xia Shuangyu glanced at me with a complicated expression. She knew that these people did not come for her, but for me. A few minutes later, we followed Sun Shang out of the classroom and into the staff office to wait. Xia Shuangyu was obviously a little uneasy, and took the initiative to say, "Student Xiaoting, I really envy you for having a dragon. It is an incredible opportunity for the 4 masters to come to meet you in person." I smiled politely. "Don't be envious, your owl editor is also excellent." If I hadn't emerged with the all-seeing eye, she would have been the most dazzling person in the class. At this time, Teacher Sun Shang had a gratified smile on his face. Just as he was about to joke with us, there was a noisy noise suddenly coming from outside the door. The next second, several monsters with festering skin broke in through the window, accompanied by screams and roars, and the entire campus suddenly fell into chaos. I looked out the window and saw that the entire campus was shrouded in a maze emitting an ominous black fog. It was an evil secret technique, black mist. Only an intermediate dark editor could perform it, and it was used to mark the hunting range and prevent prey from escaping. I didn't expect it to appear in our school. Teacher Sun Shang's face suddenly changed. Thinking of the recent news about cults in East China, his heart sank. Could it be the group of Corpse Forest secret cult followers who escaped from the Magic City? When he thought of this, he became nervous. This is not good. They must have seen Xiaoting's awakening light column and regarded the 3rd high school as their target. This means that there is at least one mid-level dark editor lurking here, which is far beyond the ability of us awakened students and junior editors to handle. Fortunately, Class 3-7 was located on the top floor of the school, and the enemy monsters couldn't find us for a while. I glanced toward the window and saw a tall figure in a black robe vaguely emerging from the mist. It was Uncle Lee. However, this Uncle Lee was much taller than the Real security guard. His body was covered with tattoos, his left foot was shackled, he walked with a limp, and he was holding several bloody human skins in his hands. They were the skins of the school principal and dean of studies. This is not Uncle Lee. My eyes were stern. Someone is pretending to be Uncle Lee. The aura this guy exudes is extremely bloody and violent. He is obviously a murderer who has slaughtered countless people. At this moment, a fluorescent blue screen appeared in front of my eyes, and a cold reminder sounded in my ears. Trigger the killing mission. Destroy the zombie prisoner, King Soul, intermediate, task reward, first kill treasure chest. Can open the wings of monsters from ordinary to overlord level. Do you accept? System prompts note. Regardless of whether you accept the mission or not, every time you kill a normal monster, the evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex will increase immediately. Every time you kill an elite monster, the evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex will increase significantly. My heart was pounding. The first time I killed a treasure chest, I might get a 3rd level leader level or even a 4th level commander level monster feather, which is a treasure worth at least 1 billion. Moreover, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex can quickly upgrade as long as it keeps killing monsters. Although the temptation was great, I did not accept the mission immediately. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was just a newly born level 0 monster baby, and its combat power had not yet grown to the level of a single-handedly fighting a level 2 elite monster. A rash attack would be too risky, and I had to observe it carefully first. Looking through the window, my eyes narrowed slightly and my pupils turned golden. After awakening my talent, my 5 senses have been significantly enhanced, and when I'm excited, they can even briefly transform into dragon-like golden eyes. At this moment, Uncle Lee, downstairs, seemed to notice it, and suddenly looked up and looked at me through the window. Oh, these eyes. He smiled grimly. It seems that this is the SS level talent awakener of this high school? We really found a big fish. The man tore off the mask of disguise, revealing his hideous true face. With a hint of madness, he pointed with one hand and summoned several rotten monster corpses. They were my classmates' original monsters: Shun Mu's big-jawed ant, Li Yun's nectar-sucking swallowtail butterfly, Wang Gang's Tibetan western sleeve dog, and Zhang Tiansai's bronze kitchen knife. These classmates who were once alive have turned into undead puppets and are being driven to attack us. Teacher Sun Sheng's eyes turned red, and he growled with gnashing teeth. Xiao Ting, Xia Shuangyu, hurry up. This is Wang Hun, the zombie prisoner of the Sherdulan secret cult. He once massacred a township high school in the Magic City. He has awakened the SS-level zombie talent and advanced to an intermediate necromancer. He has 2 elite monsters and 3 ordinary monsters under his command. After being severely injured by the patrol troops, he actually fled here, disguised as Uncle Lee, and ambushed in the school waiting for our awakening day to arrive. Sun Sheng suppressed his grief and slapped himself to stay calm. He looked at me and Xia Shuangyu with a determined look. Xiao Ting, Xia Shuangyu, let's go to the indoor stadium quickly. There is a hidden barrier there that can resist the attack of the 3rd level leader monster. Although the resources of the Old City 3rd High School are scarce, the old principal has secured a leader-level defensive barrier for the school through more than 10 years of application. This barrier is our only hope of survival. Xia Shuangyu hugged the little snowy owl tightly and whispered with red eyes, Student Xiao Ting, teacher's son, let's go quickly. She suppressed her sadness, knowing that now was not the time for revenge. Only by surviving would she have a chance for revenge. I nodded, stepped on the hind legs of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, jumped up, and sat on its broad back. My vision suddenly became much broader. Go! I gave an order, and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex stretched out its strong hind legs and rushed down the stairs with us at a rapid speed. It was huge, with strong scales. The handrails and wall tiles along the way were all smashed to pieces, but it was not hurt at all. The strong defense of the Asian dragon is indeed well-deserved. Just as we were going down to the 4th floor, 2 undead monsters crawling on all 4s suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor in front of us, emitting a rotten smell and rushing towards us. With tears in his eyes, Sun Sheng stared at the monster that was rushing towards us, feeling grief-stricken and angry. They were actually the transformed giant-jawed ants and Tibetan beasts, which devoured their masters, Shen Mu and Wang Gang, and then transformed into undead monsters. The red ant swung its jaws and rushed towards us viciously. Its jaws were still covered with blood and flesh, emitting a strong smell of blood. Xia Shuangyu's whole body was stiff. She was completely frightened facing her classmate's zombie monster. Even the little snowy owl stood there in a daze, at a loss. It even anxiously poked her ears with its little mouth and screamed, "Owl, owl, owl," as if shouting at her to run away. Just as Xia Shuangyu's pupils shrank and she felt despair, a cold and stern rebuke sounded like thunder. Back off. I controlled the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and gave a solemn command. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Crushing bite. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex responded and moved. Its huge body rushed out like a tank, and purple lightning drew a killing arc in the dragon's pupils. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped its hind legs heavily on the ground, and the wind created by every step almost blew Xia Shuangyu away. Boom! The giant Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed to the front of the corpse-like giant jaw ant in the blink of an eye. Just as the giant jaw ant tried to fight back, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly bit its big jaws and pulled it hard, instantly biting it into pieces, with blood splattering everywhere. When Xia Shuangyu witnessed all this, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She realized belatedly how terrifying the power of this Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was. Even in its infancy, the demeanor of the beast Dragon King had not dissipated. The remains of the corpse-like giant jaw ant slid down the wall and completely turned into a pool of blurred blood. In the dead silence, Xia Shuangyu's eyes were full of fear. She couldn't help but sit down on the ground, her legs too weak to stand up, and looked at me in panic. She knew that from now on, Xiaoting would be her half-brother. The system popped up a prompt. You destroyed the ordinary level undead mandible ant. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution degree increased. Current evolution degree, level 0.5%. Crushing bite, skill proficiency increased. Current proficiency, level 2 entry, 1. Well done. I patted the purple-black scales of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, feeling extremely excited. This guy is indeed a monster that men should control. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex smashed the corpse-like giant jaw ant into pieces with just one blow, and directly blew its head off and threw it 7 or 8 meters away. This scene is completely different from the common sense of a newborn monster. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex accepted my touch and wagged its tail affectionately. The murderous intent in the purple dragon's eyes gradually faded away and turned into a pure dependence. It lowered its big head and nudged into my arms like a coquettish big dog. I gently rubbed its dragon horn and turned my gaze to the immortal Tibetan Mastiff, fighting with the black-footed hunting cat on the other side. Although this undead Tibetan Mastiff was very brave, the black-footed hunting cat obviously had more combat experience. Although it was trembling with fear at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, it still waved its sharp claws and fought with the undead Tibetan Mastiff, cursing and swearing. Sunshang commanded the black-footed hunting cat to press on the Tibetan Mastiff and attack with a series of cat punches. But to me, this kind of fight seems a bit simple. There is no collision of thunder, lightning, and fire, no fluctuations of holy light and ghost claws, and no fierce confrontation between elements. It was just a fight between cats and dogs, completely different from the fight between monsters in my mind. It seemed weak and ordinary. Seeing Sun Sheng holding a stool and preparing to rush over to help, I quickly held him down, patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind legs, and commanded, Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, rush over and bite it to pieces. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a low roar, and a blood-red glow appeared on its body. It activated the charge skill again, and its speed instantly doubled. Like a heavy killing machine, its hind legs stepped on the ground with strength and power, charging in a straight line, overwhelming everything. When the black-footed hunting cat saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex approaching, it lowered its ears and took a few steps back vigilantly. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and bit the undead Tibetan Mastiff, instantly crushing its head. Blood splattered, and the remains fell to the ground. The system popped up a prompt. You destroyed a normal-level undead Tibetan beast. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution increased. Current evolution, level 0-10%. Charge proficiency increased. Current proficiency, level 2 entry, 1. Crushing bite, proficiency increased. Current proficiency, level 2 entry, 2. I looked at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and was about to praise it, but I saw it preparing to swallow the body of the undead Tibetan Mastiff with relish. It spat out corrosive saliva and began to decompose the flesh and blood, then opened its mouth as if it was about to swallow it. Don't eat it. I stopped him decisively. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was stunned for a moment, looked at me hesitantly with the piece of meat in its mouth, and reluctantly spit out the flesh and blood. Mixed in the corroded flesh were human skulls, which were obviously the remains of Shen Mu and Wang Gang. Looking at them, I felt mixed emotions. Although Shen Mu betrayed his country in the future, he was just an ordinary student now, and Wang Gang was an innocent sports class committee member. I didn't want their bodies to be eaten like this. I comforted the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who bowed his head to admit his mistake, and patted its head gently. I don't blame you. Next time you want to eat monster meat, just eat it. When the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex heard this, he roared happily and nodded. Xia Shuangyu came back to her senses, looked at me gratefully, and thanked me incoherently. I nodded to her and said nothing more. Led by Sun Sheng, we quickly moved towards the indoor stadium. Soon, Sun Sheng picked up a pair of sharp canine teeth from the debris on the ground and handed them to me. Xiao Ting, this is the monster material dropped by the undead Tibetan Mastiff, a pair of demon dog fangs with bleeding properties. If you take it to the Editor Guild, you can get a good value-added effect. I took the fangs, and a line of information immediately appeared in front of me. Undead Tibetan Mastiff's demon dog fangs, level 1. The ability. Fangs have bleeding properties. When editing monsters, there is a 15% chance of gaining bleeding and damage infection abilities. Compatibility. Ordinary beast monsters, evaluation. 2 stars good. This monster material can be used to edit monsters and grant them additional combat skills, but it should be used with caution to avoid being possessed by the residual will in the material. After taking a look at the fang in my hand, I nodded to indicate that Sun Sheng understood. The three of us carefully walked through the corridor and arrived at the back door of the stadium. Sun Sheng had a hint of joy on his face and pushed his glasses. As long as we enter the barrier here, we will be safe. However, before he could finish his words, a long blood-red tongue shot out from the darkness like lightning and stabbed at us. Teacher Sun, be careful. I subconsciously pulled Sun Sheng over. With a loud bang, the rotten body of the zombie slammed hard against the wall and slid to the ground like a rag doll, emitting a fishy smell. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex had already rushed in front of the elite licker. Its huge body drew an arc in the air, and it pounced on the enemy with a devastating momentum. The elite licker let out a shrill scream and lashed its huge tongue at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes like a whip, trying to blind it. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly dodged by lowering its head, opened its bloody mouth full of fangs, and bit the licker's neck hard. Crack! There was only the sound of bones breaking, and the licker's neck was crushed in an instant, and his head was almost bitten in half. Roar! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and fiercely shook the licker's head away, and blood splattered all over the ground. The licker's tongue was still twitching, and finally fell limply to the ground. The licker's remaining body twitched weakly for a few times, and finally collapsed, completely losing its life. The system popped up a prompt. You destroyed an elite licker. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution increased. Current evolution, level 0 20%. Charge, skill proficiency increased. Current proficiency, level 3 entry, 1. Crushing bite, skill proficiency increased. Current proficiency, level 3 entry, 2. The power of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was astonishing, and it dealt heavy blows to powerful enemies one after another, causing the remaining zombies to wail in fear and hesitate slightly. Xia Shuangyu watched blankly from the side. She had never imagined that such a cold and fierce battle scene would happen so close to her. Although she was afraid in her heart, the cowardice in her eyes was slowly fading away, replaced by a deep-seated determination. Xiao Ting, your Tyrannosaurus Rex is too strong. Her voice trembled slightly, but with unprecedented admiration. We have a chance to survive. I nodded slightly, my eyes fixed sharply on the remaining ghouls. He took a deep breath, thinking about his next move. Xia Shuangyu, you and Little Snow Owl try to hold back the ghoul on the left, he quickly ordered. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and I will take care of the one on the right. Xia Shuangyu nodded, and the little snowy owl hovering on his shoulder let out a low cry, and his fierce eyes revealed his determination to fight. Just as the two men and the dragon were taking their positions and ready to act, a gust of wind mixed with a strong stench blew in their faces. Don't take it lightly, end the battle quickly, Xiao Ting reminded. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex roared again, and slashed the zombie on the right with its sharp claws. The force was so strong that it was like a huge blade. Before the ghoul could react, its body was torn apart by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws. Rotting blood and internal organs spilled everywhere, and it was instantly shattered into a blurry mass of flesh and blood. On the other side, Xia Shuangyu held the steel pipe tightly, clenched his teeth, and silently told himself that he must hold on. The little snowy owl let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings as it flew around the ghoul, successfully attracting its attention. Xia Shuangyu took advantage of the zombie's distraction and swung the steel pipe with all her strength, hitting the zombie's head hard. Crack! The head cracked and the zombie staggered. After shaking a few times, he fell heavily to the ground and was motionless. The battle finally ended. There was a dead silence all around, with only the smell of blood and broken corpses. Xia Shuangyu was panting, with a surge of excitement in her heart. She looked at me with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Brother, we really did it. Her voice trembled slightly and tears glistened in her eyes. I looked away and gently patted the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. We are safe for now, I said in a deep voice, but we can't relax yet. The zombie editor may be nearby. Next, we must find a safer place to wait for reinforcements. I heard messy footsteps coming from behind, and when I turned around, I saw Xia Shuangyu stumbling towards me. To be honest, she knew she would be a drag, and originally planned to rush up to block the damage for me, but in the end, who could have thought that I would knock the monster away with just one stick? This is an ordinary ghoul. Although it has the lowest combat power among monsters, it is still difficult for ordinary high school students like us to deal with it. Seeing her dazed look, I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Wow, Brother Ting, are you really a human? Her eyes widened, and she looked at me in shock, as if I were a Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. Seeing her expression, I was a little confused myself. It seems that the awakening level talent is really powerful. I swallowed, licked the corners of my cracked lips, and stared coldly at the zombie struggling to get up. I was thinking quickly in my mind. If I use this power somewhere else, will it explode right through its head? Classmate, please pick up your weapon. I said calmly and stood back to back with her. Maybe it was because there was a hint of vicissitudes in my tone, or maybe it really reminded her of her dad who was a social animal working away from home. Xia Shuangyu's eyes lit up instantly, and she picked up the steel pipe on the ground. Don't be afraid, stay calm. She muttered to herself, her eyes sharp. The next moment, she swung the steel pipe and hit the oncoming ghoul hard. Back off. I'm not afraid of you. She actually hit the target. The ghoul's head tilted, and he fell to the ground. She shouted excitedly, Dad, no, Brother Ting. You are so awesome. The girl's hands were shaking as she held the steel pipe, and her eyes were full of little stars of admiration. Come again. I swung the steel pipe and hit the ghoul on the head with a clean blow. After the stick fell, the system popped up a prompt for me. You eliminated the ordinary ghoul. The evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex increased. Blood splattered, and the ghoul stopped moving. On the other side, I saw the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Elite Licker entangled. The Licker seems to want to aim at the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it can't be delayed any longer. I quickly said, Xia Shuangyu, command the little snow owl to freeze the Licker's feet with icy wind. She nodded vigorously and quickly gave orders to the little snowy owl. The little snowy owl actually flapped its wings obediently at the critical moment, blowing out a gust of icy wind that froze the Licker's feet tightly. Seeing the Licker pause, I waved my stick and ordered, Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, charge, crush and bite. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and rushed forward. Its fangs easily crushed the Licker's head, and blood mist gushed out. System prompts, you have eliminated the Elite Licker. The evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex has increased. The breath of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex became stronger, and its body seemed to have grown taller. It seemed that it was quite satisfied with today's picnic. I blinked, feeling a sense of surprise. I didn't expect that eating the flesh and blood of monsters could actually increase the evolution of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I looked away from the system panel and towards the Licker's body. Did it drop any monster materials or mystical orbs? A faint golden light appeared in my eyes, and the eye of all-seeing was immediately activated. No dropped object can escape its search. After using it for a while now, I have gradually mastered its patterns. This thing is an active skill. Only when I want to turn it on can I see the identification information above the heads of all things in the world. Thinking about it this way, I'm glad I did. If I had a passive, all-seeing eye, my eyes would become a dictionary full of words, and I wouldn't be able to see the world normally. Sure enough, after 3 seconds of scanning, I put away my golden pupil and ended the detection. No materials dropped? It was also expected. My luck has always been bad. Drops are rare, so if there are any, it's a surprise. But if there are none, I won't be disappointed. Fortunately, killing monsters can increase the evolution and skill proficiency of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it's a win-win situation. I turned my head and looked at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was licking the saliva on the corner of its mouth and staring at the corpse of the Licker eagerly, as if it couldn't wait to eat. Hee hee. I chuckled and nodded, eat it. The little Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex received the order, opened its mouth excitedly, and swallowed the Licker in just a few bites. Eating elite monsters, Licker, Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution, current evolution, level 040. It wiped its mouth, its eyes sparkling even more. greedily looking at the two ghouls that were still trying to escape. Its saliva dripped onto the ground, corroding small holes. What? Are you not full? I couldn't help but laugh. This guy's expression was so vivid. Even the flesh and blood of elite monsters is not enough for it to digest. Its appetite is incredible. I patted its horn and signaled, "Go ahead." The Tyrannosaurus Rex blew out a heavy breath, swung its tail, and rushed towards the two ghouls. The stench of decay did not stop it at all, and after a few mouthfuls, it looked very satisfied. When I looked at it with its butts sticking out, I was inexplicably reminded of the little piglets in the countryside digging for food. At this time, the system popped up a prompt: "You have eliminated ordinary level ghouls. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution degree, current evolution degree, level 050. As it continued to devour its food, its degree of evolution was steadily increasing. I gradually figured out the growth pattern of evolution degree. The highest degree of evolution is obtained from fighting, while that from devouring flesh and blood is slightly lower. Ordinary monsters are given 7 points of evolution, and elite monsters are given 15 points. Seeing the floor cleaned up so neatly, I couldn't help but shake my head and laugh. This foodie attribute is quite cute. Next to him, the little snowy owl in Xia Shuangyu's arms looked at the blood all over the ground, sweating all over, with a helpless expression of "I can't eat" written all over his face. Turning my gaze back to my surroundings, I noticed that not far away, Teacher Sun was struggling to deal with a monster, and the situation was critical. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex enjoyed the last bite of its meal happily. Just when I thought it had eaten its fill, this guy suddenly retched, opened his mouth, and spit out a treasure map made of human skin. I was stunned for a moment. The picture was coated with a layer of strange protective liquid, which seemed to be impervious to water and fire. It could even remain intact after being chewed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. I took a few steps forward, pinched the human skin scroll, and concentrated my mind to enter my own monster space. The monster space is the portable storage space that editors dream of. It can store contracted monsters, monster materials, mystical orbs, and even some rare props. The size of the space is linked to the editor's talent level. Fortunately, I have a talent of level 1. What appears before my eyes is a vast black space, full of dust and carrying a certain ancient sense of desolation. Following the method I remembered, I grabbed the human skin scroll and put it into the monster space. System prompts: "You have stored the Corpse Forest Secret Cult Treasure Map, level 4, into the monster space. You have stored the Undead Tibetan Spaniel's Demon Dog Fong, level 1, into the monster space." A cold prompt tone from the system came to my ears, confirming that the items were successfully stored. I breathed a sigh of relief. Because the human skin treasure map was coated with a special venom, it was transformed into a monster-like item and could be successfully stored in the space. After dealing with all this, I noticed that Teacher Sun was walking towards me hurriedly, holding his broken left arm and holding the exhausted black-footed hunting cat. "Student Xiaoting, are you hurt?" he asked with concern. "It's okay." I waved my hand calmly. Actually, my face was a little pale after killing someone, but I didn't feel too upset. After all, the person I killed was a dark editor with blood on his hands. It is not a pity for such a person to die. If he succeeds today, the unlucky ones will be me and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. While we were talking, the door of the indoor stadium was suddenly pushed open and a group of people rushed out. The leader was Xia Shuangyu, who had run in earlier. "Teacher Sun, classmate Xiaoting, we are here to help you." There was a hint of tears in her voice. She was holding an iron rod and the little snow owl, ready to fight to the death. But when they saw the scene on the field, they were all stunned. A dozen classmates looked at me and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex in shock. The huge dragon shadow stood beside me, blood and flesh all over its feet, and its purple lightning eyes revealed cold murderous intent, as if it had not yet completely recovered from the battle. But this ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, at this moment, shook its head and tail, with an expression as if seeking credit, lowered its head, and approached me intimately. "Good job." I smiled and patted its head. Raising a monster is like teaching a child. You have to praise it for its good performance. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex performed very well in its first battle, hunting down 2 elite monsters and 5 ordinary monsters. It was simply a little bully. The students around me were stunned until Xia Shuangyu hurried over to me. "Brother Xiaoting, Teacher Sun, are you okay?" "Ha ha ha, it's okay. It's okay. The teacher and your brother Ting are safe and sound." Teacher Sun waved his hands and laughed as if he had survived a disaster. He then waved to another stunned teacher who stayed behind and said, "Teacher Zhou, Call all the students out. The intermediate dark editor who attacked the third high school has been dealt with by Xiao Ting. We are completely safe. After these words were spoken, everyone stood there in a daze, and then more than a dozen mouths started chattering. The classmates were discussing, "Oh my God, what happened just now? Xiao Ting, you actually killed a wanted criminal? Xiao Ting is so awesome. Can you add me on WeChat?" I smiled slightly, looking at this group of admiring lackeys. They all stared at me with reverent eyes, as if I was a hero descended from the sky. And next to me, Xia Shuangyu's eyes were particularly fiery, as if she was deeply shocked by all this. Teacher Sun smiled and nodded. "Go back, Xiao Ting. Today's incident is all thanks to you." I smiled and said nothing. To me, saving Teacher Sun was a matter of course, just as he tried his best to protect us. There was a rubbing of something at my feet, and when I looked down, I saw that it was the black-footed hunting cat, rubbing its whiskers against my calf, meowing to thank me for saving its life. I squatted down and rubbed its head. After saying goodbye to Teacher Sun, I walked up to the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and stretched out my hand to summon the magic circle. The guy was yawning and was so sleepy before he had eaten. I put him into the monster space. Just as I was about to leave, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw that it was Xia Shuangyu. She gently lifted her hair, and her face was slightly red. "Brother Xiao Ting, can you leave me your contact information?" I gave her my Weibo account and replied that you're welcome. Today she helped me a lot by directing the little snowy owl. She waved goodbye to me with a bright smile. Back in the old city, I walked into the empty house and blurted out, "I'm back." The room was so quiet that I was the only one left. Next to the TV was a black and white photo frame, which was a photo of my parents. Standing in front of the photo, I said softly, "Mom and Dad, I have awakened the A-level monster editing talent. Don't worry. I will become stronger, protect myself, and destroy all those monsters." A familiar hatred welled up in my heart. On that rainy night 13 years ago, my parents were killed in a monster attack. The determination for revenge was churning in my chest. After calming down a bit, I opened the refrigerator and made some fried rice. After eating, I took out a whole roasted lamb, which was prepared for the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. I put the roasted lamb into the monster's space. When the creature smelled the aroma, it was immediately awakened and started to eat it happily. After eating, I went to the bedroom and took out the first kill treasure chest. I touched the treasure chest, and a pair of lightning wings appeared in front of me with a flash of golden light. Although this pair of fourth-order lightning wings cannot be integrated with the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, I have no intention of giving up. This pair of wings may still be used in the editing of other monsters. If I want to get more monster materials quickly, I have to go to the underground arena in Donghai City. There are life and death battles there, and there are few places to get materials. I have decided to try my luck tomorrow. Putting on the invisibility cloak, I quietly left home, disappeared into the night, and headed towards that dangerous place. I passed by a snack stand and hurriedly ate 2 bowls of wontons and 5 buns, then bought 10 energy chocolate bars and put them in my pocket before getting on the bus. After nearly 2 hours of driving, I finally arrived at the largest monster market in the outer city. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the East Bay Monster Market was still bustling with people. The surrounding shops and stalls were filled with all kinds of monster materials and even editable monster eggs. I walked over to a stall and saw an egg with a Zerg pattern, and I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. System display, monster egg, red dragon centipede, level 2. Racial potential, elite Zerg attributes, fire, hatching probability, 1. Although the word dragon is in its name, it is just a fire-type demon insect after all. I casually asked, "How much is this monster egg?" The boss saw my mysterious outfit and said with a smile, "Brother, this is an elite-level demon insect egg. The price is 2.5 million. 2.5 million? A monster egg with a hatching probability of only 1. Whoever buys it at this price will be a big fool." I shook my head and turned away, continuing to wander around the market, stopping from time to time to look, but not buying anything. I leaned against a wall, closed my eyes and pretended to rest, when I suddenly heard someone talking next to me. "Brother, do you want to buy a monster egg for your daughter?" I opened my eyes and saw the little yellow-haired boy who had been following me. He approached me mysteriously and asked in a low voice, "Have you heard of the Underground Coliseum?" Seeing my reaction, he immediately handed me a cigarette and pointed to an underground bar not far away. "That's a good place. Fight in a monster arena. Regardless of life or death, the winner can get the spoils and even get a share of the prize money from the gambling pool. If you are short of money, you might as well go and have a look." My heart moved. It seemed that the information had finally been hooked. I walked towards the underground bar. The neon lights were flashing a little dazzling, which was not quite the secret place I had imagined. After entering the door, a waiter came up to greet us. "The flu is serious recently. Please choose a themed mask." I picked up a black mask at random and put it on, then followed him in. The music in the dance hall was deafening, and suddenly a few drunks came over and tried to provoke me. There was nothing much to say. I threw a punch, and the opponent flew backwards several meters and fell to the ground unconscious. When the remaining drunks saw this, their faces changed and they quickly waved their hands to indicate that they dared not to provoke me again. I stared at them coldly and used the murderous aura simulated by the invisibility cloak to silence the people around me. I smiled at the waiter and said, "Can we end this boring test now?" The other party was so scared that he was sweating. He apologized in a low voice and led me into the elevator. As the elevator door opened, the underground coliseum came into view, and the cheers all around were deafening. I walked to the bar, where the receptionist asked nonchalantly, "Want to exchange chips or to fight in the life or death ring?" I smiled, with a golden light flashing in my eyes. "How do we fight?" Looking at that mysterious figure from behind, I walked into the competition arena in Area 44. The waiter beside me breathed a sigh of relief, as if he sensed something in me. His cousin Sister Hung glanced at him and asked, "Why are you afraid of him?" "Sister, don't you smell the blood on him?" The waiter was sweating profusely and smiled bitterly. "I have only felt that kind of murderous aura from the big leaders in Donghai City. People like this are either lunatics or prisoners. What are you afraid of?" Sister Hong crossed her legs and said elegantly, "Keep a close eye on your men, treat him with courtesy, and don't provoke him. Otherwise..." She exhaled a puff of peach smoke and continued, "If elite monsters start fighting, all your hard work over the past few years will be ruined." "Sister, is he really a mid-level boss?" The waiter was surprised. In a place like Donghai, a mid-level editor is already a big shot who can walk sideways. He stared at my back and asked incredulously, "What kind of monster is this that can frighten the demon spiders that lead the race?" I came to the registration desk of Arena number 44 and wrote down 5 characters in a flamboyant style as my codename. Then, I stood in the middle of the arena, silently waiting for my opponent to arrive. Not long after, a young man stopped and pointed at me with ill intent and said, "Uncle Kuan, there seems to be an empty field over there. Isn't your crazy blood rhino an omnivorous monster? Do you want to eat some meat?" "Mr. Zhang, we still have to deliver goods to the boss," said the man called Uncle Kuan with a wry smile. Zhang Xiao's eyes darkened and his smile disappeared instantly. "Uncle Kuan, are you scared?" The people around him immediately fell silent. Zhang Xiao is the youngest son of Zheng Laoda, the leader of the Huaihai Wharf Gang. He is nearly 30 years old, but he has not awakened his talent for editing. He only likes to watch his men fight beasts. For this, he has killed many of his men. Uncle Kuan sighed, knowing that he would have to fight a life-and-death battle today, and walked onto the stage. As he stepped onto the stage, the crowd around him instantly went wild. "The third in command of the Huaihai Gang has come to power," someone exclaimed. Uncle Kuan is well known in the underground district. He is the editor of One-Horned Rhino, the right-hand man of Boss Sheng, and is about to break through to the elite level. When such a character appears, the gamblers are so excited that their eyes turn red. The audience was all mocking me, which sounded familiar to me, but I didn't care. I folded my arms and smiled coldly, thinking that you are so naive. Uncle Kuan looked at my expression and suddenly bowed. "Brother, I have an old mother and young children at home, and I don't want to fight to the death. If you lose later, we can stop at a certain point, and there is no need to fight to the death." This made me very irritated. I didn't want to talk to him about morality. He said impatiently, "Do you think you can win?" At this moment, the referee began to read out the battle schedule. Normal level, Third Master versus Normal level, Hungry Dragon Breeder. The 44th ring match officially begins. As the referee finished speaking, a circular summoning array opened in the void. My monster stepped out of the space, and the field rumbled and shook. Uncle Kuan's mad blood rhino came out, 2 meters tall, red all over, covered with hard scales, with a flaming horn on its head and fierce eyes. Seeing it, my eyes lit up and its information immediately emerged. This peak first-order monster was only 1% away from evolving to the elite level. The gamblers around were shouting excitedly, "Go, crazy blood rhino, tear him apart." I looked around and saw that the gambling pool had instantly gathered 40 million in bets. Uncle Kuan was still trying to persuade me, "If you surrender, we don't have to fight to the death." Do you think you've won? I interrupted him, feeling annoyed. My turn. Summon. A huge shadow suddenly appeared above the ring. A huge dragon leg stepped out from the depths of the crack. Uncle Kuan stared at the huge shadow in front of him with his eyes wide open. This is a prehistoric giant beast, 4 meters tall, with scales that are purple instead of black, eyes like lightning, and it exudes a terrifying dragon-like pressure. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from space, looking down at the rhino with curiosity. It opened its bloody mouth, drooling, as if thinking about the delicious taste of this monster. The mad blood rhinoceros felt panic, and hot air came out of its nostrils. It retreated repeatedly, obviously frightened by the giant beast in front of it. Outside the ring, everyone opened their mouths wide, their faces looking as if they had seen a ghost. Dragon. He actually has a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Those gamblers who had bet on my bad luck before were now stunned where they were, their faces pale. They never expected that I actually had a dragon. How could a place like Donghai City possibly have a legendary dragon tamer? Chapter 23. You destroyed the quasi-elite blood rhino. This may be the first and only time in the gamblers' lives that they face a dragon-like monster. This ancient Tyrannosaurus-like dragon monster in front of him exudes a powerful Dragon Clan pressure, and its race level is definitely not lower than the 4th level commander. The racial level of a monster determines the extraordinary skills it can learn, as well as its upper limit of strength. In the monsters of the 4th level race, even if his current strength is at the ordinary level, he can master many extraordinary skills, and can easily challenge and tear apart elite monsters. Amidst the cries of loss of capital, there were a few gamblers who didn't fit in and seemed unusually excited. Good boy. I didn't expect he actually had a sub-dragon. The waiter held the chips in his hand, regretting his decision. I only bet 5 million. He should have just gone all in and taken all the money from those idiots who were bad-mouthing Xiaoting. Sister Hong also looked at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex in shock. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohao, whose face was livid, and crossed her legs in gloating. Zhang Xiaohao is going to fail this time. Zhang Xiaohao is not a good person. Uncle Kuan is just the same kind of person. This hypocrite always says he will stop when he gets to the point, but he is just pretending. Once the editor on the opposite side lets down his guard, the crazy blood rhino will immediately start killing. Moreover, this person has no father or mother, no children or grandchildren. Saying that he has elderly parents and young children to take care of, and that it's enough is just an excuse for the defender to relax. No monster that he challenges can survive. He could obviously crush others with his strength, but he chose to put on a hypocritical act and make fun of others. Sister Hong has been unhappy with him for a long time. The person with the most complicated emotions present was Zhang Xiaohao. He breathed rapidly and looked at the dragon tamer on the stage with jealousy. Damn it, this kid. How could there be a dragon? How could there be a dragon? Who would have thought that Xiaoting, who was not favored by the odds, would pull out a Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex that could beat the whole audience? Zhang Xiaohao grabbed the energy isolation net fiercely and shouted angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Uncle Kuan, kill him for me." Uncle Kuan came back to his senses and used his ultimate skill, Crazy Blood Rhino, Flame Horn Attack. The Mad Blood Rhinoceros suddenly exploded. The huge body rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the same time, raging flames burst out of its horn. The whole beast turned into a fiery red lightning and rushed towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. This attack was extremely fast. Everyone only felt a flash of red lightning before their eyes. This aura is too fierce. It's worthy of being a quasi-elite monster. Some powerful professional editors soon discovered the extraordinary strength of this mad blood rhinoceros. The gambler's hopes suddenly rekindled. Charge! Get out of the way! On the other side of the ring, Xiaoting gave instructions calmly. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes were as bright as lightning, and blood-red light burst out from its body. Its body flashed and disappeared directly on the field. The unicorn rhino's attack missed, and its horn, like a pillar of fire, hit the energy isolation net, burning half of the net to a charred black. It quickly pulled out its huge horns and looked around. So fast. This is what everyone thinks. Standing from a god's perspective, they saw the huge body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex take a step of 3 or 4 meters with an incredibly flexible speed, instantly avoiding the attack and going behind the one-horned rhinoceros. At this time, the one-horned rhinoceros has just pulled out its long horn, and it is the best time to fight back. Smash and bite. The man's hoarse and indifferent voice sounded again. Uncle Kuan reacted immediately and shouted at the same time, hardening. The words fell. A flaming glow covered the entire skin of the mad blood rhinoceros. Moo! It let out a long roar and instantly completed its full body armament. The aura of the entire rhinoceros became extremely heavy, as if it was wearing armor made of ruby. This is transformation grade hardening. It only needs a little more skill proficiency to learn the low-level extraordinary skill, fire armor. Everyone exclaimed. The basic skills mastered by monsters can be continuously honed and evolved through in-depth development and control. The basic strengthening skill, hardening, can evolve into defensive skills of different attributes. Fire armor is the hardening of fire monsters. It is a low-level extraordinary skill of the fire element that can be evolved a second time after reaching level 10 proficiency. Continue to improve your proficiency. It can also evolve into an extremely practical intermediate extraordinary skill, flame armor. I didn't expect that this less than elite level mad blood rhino could actually develop the high-level basic hardening skill to the level of secondary transformation. Many gamblers regained their confidence. However, a huge body rushed up. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex bit the neck of the mad blood rhinoceros with its huge teeth. The crazy blood rhino lived up to everyone's expectations and blocked the attack. But as the bite of the Tyrannosaurus Rex became stronger and stronger, blood beads appeared all over its body, and the armor on its neck was like paper, crackling and breaking, and it could not hold on at all. Suddenly, the mad blood rhinoceros roared wildly under the big mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and its skin suddenly lit up with a layer of surging red light, gushing out boiling heat energy. It's the fire armor. At the critical moment, it actually broke through in the battle and learned the low-level extraordinary skill, fire armor. Everyone exclaimed. The gamblers' worried faces were filled with ecstasy. Crazy blood rhino, don't lose. Get up and kill it. The blood-red flame energy formed a layer of tough armor that covered the entire body of the mad blood rhino. It was emitting raging heat all over its body, continuously releasing boiling heat energy, burning the Tyrannosaurus Rex's big mouth and forcing it to open its huge mouth. However, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex did not retreat. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, it suddenly lifted up the 3-ton mad blood rhino in one gulp. Moo! The mad blood rhinoceros lost its balance, wailing in the air and struggling continuously. The click sound was like thunder. The fire armor on the mad blood rhino quickly collapsed. One by one, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fangs pierced into its neck. The throat was shattered violently under the huge bite force. Blood plasma dripped onto the ground. Bang! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex slammed the prey in its mouth to the ground. A deep hole was smashed into the ring. The mad blood rhinoceros fell in a pool of blood, motionless. Just this fire armor? I'm done for. You can do whatever you want. You destroyed the quasi-elite blood rhino. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution. Current evolution degree, level 080. Intermediate basic skill, charge proficiency, current proficiency, level 4 mastery, 4. High-level basic skill, crushing bite, proficiency, current proficiency, level 4 mastery, 4. The degree of evolution increased by 9%? Xiaoting was thoughtful. The combat capability of this mad blood rhinoceros is probably comparable to that of an elite monster. He turned his head and looked at the referee beside him. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head as he did. Those purple dragon eyes scanned the entire scene. Everyone felt a sense of power, a sense of dominance that said, "Whoever stands in my way will die, and I am the only one who is supreme." Roar! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off a piece of flesh and blood, raised its head and roared, with its aura fully released. At this moment, it seemed as if invisible waves were blooming from its body. The whole place was silent. The desperate criminals in the nearby rings also forgot about the fight. All eyes were focused on stage number 44. Too strong, too strong. After only one round of fighting, the quasi-elite level crazy blood rhino was killed instantly. This Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is undoubtedly the strongest monster in the entire arena. Chapter 24. Your Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has gained some insights and learned the explosive flame breath. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off pieces of the defeated's flesh and chewed them in big mouthfuls. Devouring a quasi-elite monster. Mad blood rhino. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution. Current evolution degree, level 085. The aura it exudes is even more terrifying. Promoted to the late stage 0 ordinary level Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as you kill 1 or 2 more elite monsters in the wild, it can be upgraded. After devouring a fire monster, Your Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex gained some insights and learned the explosive flame breath. Suddenly, a surprising reminder appeared in Xiaoting's ears. Eating a mid-level supernatural skill? Xiaoting quickly looked at the skill panel. Skill: Explosive Flame Breath. Level: Intermediate Extraordinary. Skill Proficiency: Level 1 Entry. Introduction: A dragon-type extraordinary skill that spews out blazing, super hot flames from the mouth. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution: Flame Dragon Breath, high-level supernatural skill. This is an intermediate extraordinary skill that can only be mastered by the monster leader. With powerful skills mastered, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has greater ability to challenge enemies of higher levels. Xiaoting looked at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex kindly as it ate violently and ferociously. Like a kindly old father, watching over his favorite little piglets and providing them with food. Baby, eat to your heart's content. Let's try to eat and upgrade today. Xiaoting glanced at the gamblers in the audience, as if he was looking at a bunch of perfect self-service leaks. He was feeling very happy, while Uncle Kuan on the other side was vomiting blood. Uncle Kuan stared in amazement as the mad blood rhinoceros was eaten into a pile of bones. His face was pale, his mind was severely traumatized, and blood gushed out of his mouth. How is this possible? The original monster that had accompanied him for more than 10 years just lost like that? Uncle Kuan covered his chest and fell to his knees. A head full of black hair turns white in an instant. When the initial monster is killed, the editor will also be severely traumatized. All of Uncle Kuan's energy and spirit seemed to be drained away at the moment the mad blood rhinoceros died. The referee clenched his sluggish jaw, stared deeply at the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, raised the red flag on Xiaoting's side and announced, "The bloody battle is over, and the red team, Hungry Dragon Breeder, won this ring match." Uncle Kuan staggered down the stage, his hair full of white, his body hunched, and he looked more than 10 times older. Third Master, are you okay?" The big men hurried to support him. "Good, very good." After taking a look at Uncle Kuan's condition, Zhang Xiaohao glared at Xiaoting on the stage. "My Huaihai Wharf Gang was bullied by an unknown person today. The Huaihai Wharf Gang has several hundred people under its command, and they often fight with other neighborhoods, so injuries are common. But Uncle Kuan is different from cannon fodder who will die if he wants to. The gang lost a quasi-elite, and both his father and brother would be furious with him and hold him accountable." Zhang Xiaohao winked at the lackey beside him. They carried Uncle Kuan's body and walked towards the elevator. "Boy, just wait for us," Zhang Xiaohao said harshly towards the number 44 ring and turned away. This matter is not over yet. If his father and brother knew that he had hurt Uncle Kuan so badly, they would definitely not let him go. Zhang Xiaohao glanced at Mumu's Uncle Kuan, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Uncle Kuan. Only if you die. Only then can he firmly pin the blame on the dragon tamer." The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex smacked its lips, making cool chewing sounds. A little fluorescence appeared in the white bones of the mad blood rhinoceros. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex picked up the bead, raised its hind legs, and walked towards Xiaoting. Found anything good?" It opened its mouth wide and a little fluorescence fell. Xiaoting reached out and grabbed it. Mad Blood Rhino's Mystic Orb, Level 2. Description: A second-level flame orb that solidifies skills and can be used repeatedly. Skill: Low-level extraordinary fire armor, consumes physical energy, summons the flames of the Mad Blood Rhino, and turns them into armor to protect the body. Evaluation: 2 stars good. What he got was a warm flame orb, inside which he could vaguely see the silhouette of a rhino monster. This bead, if made into a mystical ornament, can become a good defensive equipment. Xiaoting played with the fire armor orb for a while. Although no monster materials were dropped, this bead is also good and can provide him with self-defense. Xiaoting put away the secret orb, sat on the ground, and continued to wait. At this moment, a beautiful woman suddenly walked onto the stage. "If you kill Su Kuan, the Huaihai Wharf Gang will not let you go." It's Sister Hong. A burning cigarette was thrown over. Xiaoting caught it and inserted it into the vent of the respirator. Take a deep breath. The plum blossom-like aroma is mellower than the scent of e-cigarettes. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him suddenly stood up. The purple eyes ignored the woman opposite. Not noticing the murderous intent, the giant beast lowered its head again and gnawed at the fresh meat in the rhino's abdomen. The rhinoceros weighing tons was too huge, and the dragon could not finish eating it for the time being, so it could only be picky and put the most delicious organs into its mouth. Crack, crack. Be careful, the Huaihai Wharf Gang has two elite beastmasters, the first and second in command. Neither of them is a good person. Sister Hong didn't come closer. She looked at Xiaoting deeply and reminded him from a distance. Xiaoting's eyes lit up. Two elite beastmasters? An elite monster, from combat to life. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can gain 15 levels of evolution. If the level 1 Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex wants to upgrade, it only needs 15 evolution levels. Just by creating an elite monster, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex can definitely be upgraded to level 1. Thank you. Xiaoting folded his arms, sat cross-legged on the ground, and nodded slightly to Sister Hong. His confidence comes from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and the mystical cloak on his body. Invisible Lizard Cloak, level 3. It is made from the scales of a leader-level demon lizard, dragon tendons, and a third-level mystical gem. In addition to its super-strong defense, it also has 3 magical hiding abilities. Intermediate level extraordinary, breath concealment, consumes physical energy, conceals one's own footsteps, body temperature, and smell, and cannot be detected by monsters below the leader level. Intermediate level, shadow stealth, consumes physical energy, uses shadows to hide the body, and in the stealth state, cannot be observed by beings below the leader level. Low level extraordinary, simple transformation, consumes physical energy, changes one's appearance and height to a certain extent, has a certain probability of being detected by elites and above. When these 3 extraordinary monster secret techniques work together, even a level 3 leader-level monster cannot find Xiaoting's trace. If you can't win, activate the enchanted cloak and retreat tactically when the wind blows. Humph. Anyway, the one who escaped was the grumpy big brother who was released from prison to buy a birthday present for his daughter. What does it have to do with the iron-willed Xiaoting? Chapter 25. Come on, show me your mouth. After Sister Hong's kind reminder, she said no more and walked off the stage. Xiaoting continued to wait for the harvest. It might be the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose 8-ton body is too oppressive. Obviously no one came to the stage. More than 10 minutes later, the elevator opens. A group of people rushed up aggressively. Dad, big brother, it's him. He's the one who killed Uncle Kuan. Zhang Xiaohao looked indignant and pointed at Xiaoting on the stage. A group of tattooed burly men in black separated, revealing 2 imposing figures. Haha, even a desperado who hides his head and shows his tail dares to kill my people in Block 9. Boss Zhang looked at Xiaoting with a smile. He waved his arm, and the brothers behind him carried out a corpse with its eyes open. It turned out to be Uncle Kuan who had escaped earlier. Uncle Kuan is dead. When the body was carried out, it immediately caused an uproar. The faces of the gamblers around were all filled with horror. Damn it! Uncle Kuan's prestige in the dock gang was even greater than that of the 19 monster captains in charge of sea transportation. Now that such an elder in the gang had died, the members of the Huaihai gang, who valued the moral code of the underworld, would definitely not let it go. Seeing that the situation had become a big deal, a very small number of timid people swallowed their saliva and quietly slipped away in the elevator. But most of the gamblers gathered around and watched the fun. Many people looked at Xiaoting with gloating eyes. If the dock gang could get rid of Xiaoting, they would be able to vent their anger after losing their pants. Amidst the noisy discussions, Xiaoting opened his eyes and looked down from the ring. I didn't kill that person, he said calmly. He won't take the blame. You are a man, but you don't dare to take responsibility for your actions? Zhang Xiaohao roared angrily. Of course he knew that it was not Xiaoting who killed Uncle Kuan. Uncle Kuan was killed by his younger brothers under his orders. He was too scared. If Uncle Kuan wasn't killed, the loyal elder brother and father will kill him. Zhang Xiaohao didn't want to be punished, so he resolutely put the blame on Xiaoting. The gamblers watching on the sidelines remained silent. Xiaoting caused them to lose a large sum of money, and they were gloating over his misfortune, wishing he would be hacked to death by the Huaihai Wharf gang. Boss Zhang looked at Xiaoting on the stage coldly. Akurin has been with me for 13 years and has saved my life twice. I have been a big brother all my life, and I don't want to be bullied by others when I am old and become a coward who doesn't avenge his brothers. Young man, your dragon is very powerful, but I must take his life back from you. Xiaoting didn't say anything. He directly unfolded the Eye of All-Seeing. An attribute panel popped up above the head of each dock gang member. It includes their editing talents, editing monsters, as well as the mystical accessories and enchanted equipment they carry with them. He wanted to see whether the opposing team that came to challenge him was worthy of his surrender. The strongest one on the opposite side is a young man named Zhang Yiming. Name Zhang Yiming. Talent, Level 4 4 Seasons Cicada Edit. Level Intermediate Zerg Editor. Monster Elite 4 Seasons Cicada Pupa. Sleeping. Status Slightly angry. Hidden injury. The 4 Seasons Cicada Pupa has repeatedly failed to transform into a cicada and has hidden injuries on its body. This sickly-looking gang leader is the strongest, but the monster under his command was in a dormant state after failing to transform into a cicada. Although he is an elite editor, he is like a clay Buddha crossing a river and cannot save himself, so he is not afraid of any big waves he creates. Secondly, someone who can fight. It was Boss Zheng who made the harsh remarks. Name Zheng Crocodile. Talent Level 1 Alligator Edit. Level Intermediate Crocodile Editor. Monsters Elite Level Icethorn Crocodile, Healthy. Normal Level Icetail Crocodile, Healthy. Normal Level Poisontail Crocodile, Healthy. Status Angry. The other party misses his dead friend and is very angry about what you did. 1 elite monster and 2 ordinary monsters. Coincidentally, the opponent turned out to be a branch of the Dragon Clan, a crocodile monster under the Sauropoda class. Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. Wonderful. The Yangtze alligator, also known as the crocodile, is commonly known as the earth dragon or pig dragon. It is also an ancient reptile that survived from the ancient beast period. It has the nickname of earth dragon, but what can we say about its fighting power? Well, netizens from the previous life Earth jokingly said, this thing can't even beat the Want Snow Cake. After taking a bite, there's still half of it left. But the elite level Icethorn Crocodile is an extraordinary monster that can seriously learn low-level extraordinary skills. With a mouthful of ice teeth, it can defeat all the land beasts and deep-sea overlords in its previous life. Ordinary monsters might still be limited by the physique of the basic race. But after being edited into an elite race, ordinary monsters will undergo a transformation and become true extraordinary monsters. What a pity. What it is about to encounter is the strongest land overlord in ancient times, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the ancient beast era tens of millions of years ago, land was still the home turf of the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. The elite level Icethorn Crocodile is naturally controlled by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't talk about it. I'm afraid its ancestor. Even if a giant crocodile came in the past, it would have to kneel down tactically under the suppression of the 5th level dragon blood and pay homage to it on the spot and acknowledge it as the big brother. Take a good walk. It's really not difficult. This wave is a huge amount of evolution points delivered to your door. When the atmosphere is heavy, Sister Hong suddenly came over and said, Brother Yiming, this person is my friend. Please give me some face. Sister Hong looked at the pale, sickly-looking young man. Although Boss Zheng is very powerful, the one who really has the final say in the Huaihai gang is this young man who looks dying of illness. He was the top scholar in Donghai City 10 years ago, a student on leave from the 9th Academy of Magic City. He was once a genius famous throughout the East China Sea. Unfortunately, we have to deal with a monster like the 4-season cicada, which takes 10 years to hatch before it can make a big splash. So I wasted 10 years helping out on this small turf at the Donghai Wharf. Zhang Yiming glanced at her, and a smile with 3 parts of fear and 7 parts of paleness appeared on his face. Okay, junior sister, this is your place. I will give you face. After saying, Zhang Yiming and Xiao Ting on the ring made eye contact. The dying young man coughed a few times and said calmly, 10 ordinary monsters. Either you die, or they die. If they are all dead, the grudge will be settled, and I, Huaihai gang, will escort you out the door. Zhang Yiming waved his hand. A young man with a scar on his face walked onto the ring. However, in the next moment, boom, the energy barrier net was violently smashed into pieces by a terrifying force. The gamblers around took a few steps back, with expressions as if they had seen a ghost on their faces. This Tyrannosaurus-like dragon monster actually used its lightning horn to directly smash a big hole in the energy net. You know, the quasi-elite Mad Blood Rhino, using the low-level supernatural skill, Flame Horn Attack, could only burn half of the barrier net that could block elite monsters. Under the astonished and shocked eyes of the gamblers and all the members of the Huaihai Wharf gang, a thunderous Tyrannosaurus Rex leaped down from the ring and landed with a bang. There was a human figure sitting on its back. The figure was completely covered in a robe, with no skin exposed. The respirator under the nose emitted green smoke, like the breath of an evil spirit. No need to come up. The venue is too small. Let's do it here together. A straight nose is revealed on the mask. Through the green smoke, one can see a pair of golden eyes. The golden pupils are dazzling, and they are the vertically slit dragon pupils. Xiao Ting rode on the dragon's back, looking down at the gang members around him, and said coldly, "If it was Boss Dang, a mid-level crocodile editor, who brought a group of people and beat him up with weapons without any regard for his face, he will also find it a little tricky." But the opponent only released 10 ordinary monsters, trying to kill him and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good man, who are you looking down on? Once the Tyrannosaurus Rex cub awakens, it can defeat 2 injured elite monsters and 3 ordinary monsters without any harm. Why would Xiao Ting be afraid of fighting a group of level 1 monsters? The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its hind legs and stomped heavily on the ground, making a deafening announcement. Roar! Come on, come on, show me your mouth. Chapter 26 Red Shrimp and Blue Crab Group, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals Editor. Good, very good. The muscles on Zhang Yiming's face twitched involuntarily. He had been working in High City for 10 years, but this was the first time he encountered such a crazy gambler. Zhang Yiming looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a hint of deep desire in his eyes. He waved his hand fiercely at the group of people behind him. Wu Laosi, bring the Red Shrimp and Blue Crab Group with you. 10 members of the Dot Gang walked out and looked at Xiao Ting on the dragon's back with ill intent. No matter how good you are at fighting, you are just an ordinary dragon monster. With 2 or 3 skills, can you really beat 8 or 9 of them by yourself? 10 monsters summoning magic circles lit up like a star map. Ripples like waves appeared in the void, and the figures of sirens walked out. It's the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Shields of the Dot Gang. Someone recognized the monster in front of them and exclaimed, "The Huaihai Wharf Gang has a fleet of 19 ships. They have recruited a large number of sea editors, the most common of which are the Shrimp Soldier and Crab General editors. Wu Laosi is the captain of the number 18 Red Shrimp and Blue Crab Boat, and the leader of 10 dock editors. He is the 4th in command of the Dot Gang, ranking below Uncle Kuan. He is also a professional siren editor, and his strength should not be underestimated." As everyone exclaimed, 5 ice claw lobsters and 5 shielded crabs, wrapped in icy blue cold air, walked out of the void corridor. Name: Ice Claw Lobster. Attributes: water and ice. Potential race: 2nd level elite sea tribe. Growth level: Stage 1 mid-stage, Stage 1 late stage, 30 evolution degrees. Skills: Ice Hammer, Pinch, Charge. Weakness: Rock, Thunder, Grass. Edit ×1. Details: Red Claw Lobster Snow Monster Blood. Name: Shield Crab. Attribute: Water System. Potential race: 2nd level elite sea tribe. Growth level: Stage 1 mid-stage, Stage 1 late stage, 30 evolution degrees. Skills: Hardening, Shield Bash, Charge. Weakness: Rock, Thunder, Grass. Edit ×1. Details: Purple Claw Blue Crab Snow Monster Blood. In front of Xiao Ting's eyes, monster panels appeared one after another. Wow, 10 Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. If his companion monster was not the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but a Mosasaurus, these minions from the Dragon Palace would probably have to kneel down as soon as they came out. These 10 monsters are all common water-based sea monsters in Donghai City. Ordinary level, elite race, strength is between mid-level 1 to late level 1. Xiao Ting hesitated for a moment. Come to think of it, he had never eaten grilled lobsters and grilled blue crabs that were 1.5 meters long. Let's pack it up later. Sister Hong raised her hand and asked the sweaty referee to step aside. Then she picked up the battle flag herself, looked to both sides, and blew out a strawberry-flavored smoke ring. Anything else you want to say? Wu Laosi shook his head and looked at the terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex opposite. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex looked down at the 10 ordinary monsters on the ground, its mouth wide open and saliva dripping. There are so many seafoods I haven't eaten yet. Xiao Ting, wait a moment. Sister Hong paused slightly and looked at the figure on the dragon's back. Xiao Ting turned over and got to the ground, his figure like a drop of ink, sinking into the shadow of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Intermediate level, Shadow Stealth. The invisible lizard cloak wrapped around Xiao Ting's body, allowing him to blend into the shadows around him. Intermediate level, Breath Concealment. Xiao Ting felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach. He consumed a lot of his energy, activated 2 secret techniques, sneaked into the shadow of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and appeared at the other end far away from the battlefield. You must always be on guard against others. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is very powerful, but he is still flesh and blood. He is not afraid of facing a heavy punch head-on, but he is afraid of a sneak attack from Lao Lu behind. Incredible, at least it's a leader-level 3rd order enchanted equipment. The waiter cousin next to Sister Hong said in surprise. A 3rd-tier enchanted piece of equipment, Its rarity is not even lower than that of a boss-level monster egg. The price of the materials used to create this leader-level equipment is probably close to the gambling pool prize of more than 40 million. Of course, this was the life-saving relic that Xiao Ting's mother left him. It was the final masterpiece that the third-level enchanting craftsman had created after spending all his savings and dowry over several decades. If it weren't for this equipment, Xiao Ting would never have been able to survive under the eyes of a group of exotic monsters and the group of evil editors who tore open the monster rifts and summoned them. To outsiders, Xiao Ting's figure sank into the huge shadow of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like a drop of ink merging into a lightless sea, it disappeared from the world without a trace. No breath. There are no footsteps. Not even breathing. Just like a shadow dragon king, he strolled to a deserted place and watched the killing performance presented by the Blood Covenant Tyrannosaurus Rex. Only hoarse voices were heard from the field. It's time to start. Sister Hong regained her surprised mind, nodded, and raised the flag. Normal level, Hungry Dragon Breeder versus normal level, Red Shrimp and Blue Crab Group. The battle begins. After saying that, Wu Laosi and Xiao Ting shouted at the same time, "Charge!" All the monsters on the field emitted a burst of enhanced red light. The speed instantly doubled. They all gave up their defense and attacked in unison. Roar! The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its feet and kicked 5 armored crabs away with its broad paws. Then, its huge body, like a huge mountain, rushed into the group of ice claw lobsters. Wu Laosi, who commanded the Red Shrimp Group, had an eagle-like gaze and quickly counterattacked, shouting, "Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, block it with ice hammers." 3 ice claw lobsters stand in a row with their arms raised. 6 pairs of large pincers spewed out icy air, which quickly froze and linked together to form a huge ice pincer shield. Attack as defense. They retreated dozens of meters and were not smashed into pieces. They barely maintained their formation and blocked the powerful impact of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Number 4, Number 5. Clip the hind legs of this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ice Claw Lobster Number 1 and Ice Claw Lobster Number 5 waved their ice claws, turned into 2 streams of ice blue light, rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet, stretched out their big claws and twisted it fiercely. However, the 2 shrimp soldiers that clamped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind limbs were soon stunned. "Hiss, this thing. I can't. Twist it." The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex used its iron-like tail to whip the 2 ice-clawed lobsters away, then raised its paw with disdain and stomped hard. "You want to fight a dragon with just some ingredients?" The crisp crackling sound was like a thunderclap. The ice claws of the ice claw lobster were crushed by it with just one kick. Everyone was stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. The claws of the ice claw lobster are capable of splitting steel, but under the sheer brute force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was as fragile as paper. No more weapons to be proud of. The 2 lobsters were quickly trampled into a pool of shrimp slippery. You destroyed a normal-level ice claw lobster. Tyrannosaurus Rex Evolution Degree. You destroyed a normal-level ice claw lobster. Tyrannosaurus Rex Evolution Degree. Current Evolution Degree, Level 095. Xiao Ting, who was not far away, wiped the corner of his mouth silently. "Oh God, let's have a seafood dinner tonight." 2 ice claw lobsters died tragically. The 2 crew members around Wu Laosi lost their initial monsters, vomited blood, and were carried away. 2 dead and 2 injured in a blink of an eye. The fighting power of this Tyrannosaurus Rex is so fucking outrageous. This scene made Wu Laosi, who hadn't met a tough opponent for a long time, break out in a cold sweat. He knew that he would have a tough battle today, and he had to fight without reservation and show his true skills. Chapter 27. Group Mimicry, the top leader race, Ice Armor Crab. At this time, the 5 shield crabs on the field flew several meters away, then got up again, raised their large shields, and attacked the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex in front. Crabs, Group Mimicry. Wu Laosi took a step forward and shouted harshly. Cold air gushed out of the bodies of the 5 armored crabs, using the hardening effect. A layer of frost condensed on their bodies, and their shells instantly hardened to become as bright as sapphires. The next second, 5 shield crabs stacked together and used Shield Strike again. Their auras suddenly connected with each other, and they turned into a huge leader race, the Ice Armor Crab. Attack, defense, and speed all reached their peak and rushed towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's actually a group mimicry technique. Xiao Ting was a little surprised. The gamblers around were also looking at the field in shock. The Huaihai gang actually used their signature skill, the Ice Armor Crab combination skill. The tribe mimicry skill is a combined skill developed by a tribe of monsters called Little Fish. The small dinghies are the weakest water monsters, but when they gather together and use the same skill, they will form a group mimicry and transform into terrifying overlord-level and king-level deep-sea magic fish. An ancient editor watched hundreds of millions of small minnows merge into a deep-sea monster and created the group mimicry technique. But this kind of combined skill requires a lot of time to study before it can be successful. For example, the shield crab wants to mimic the upper-level leader race, Ice Armor Crab. Not only the monsters need to have a tacit understanding, multiple editors who use combined techniques must also have tacit understanding and trust. The 5 shield crabs now had a completely different aura. This group of first-order ordinary sirens burst out with the powerful force of second-order elite monsters. Even the panel on the head has been combined into 5 parts, which has brought about a huge change. Clan Mimicry, Ice Armor Crab. Mimicry Race, Level 3 Leader Sea Tribe. Mimicry Level, Second Order Elite Midterm, 60 Evolution Degree. The Leader Race, the Elite Devil Crab. This monster is the strongest opponent Xiaoting has ever encountered. The Camouflaged, Ice Armor Crab, is 3 meters tall and looks very powerful. It used its body as a shield, and frost continuously spurted out of its body. Surrounded by the cold air, wherever the 8 crab legs stepped on, a line of frost formed, which in a blink of an eye turned into several frost trails. The crackling sound of ice continued. The gamblers at the back were all staring at the scene of the frozen earth in amazement. Oh my god, only leader-level monsters can release elements and even affect the weather in the area. This leader race's mimic Ice Armor Crab has even developed an extraordinary intermediate fusion skill. The awe-inspiring Ice Armor Crab, like white lightning, rushed madly towards the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Face it, Xiaoting did not ask the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex to dodge this assault speed. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex activated Charge and could not be avoided. You can only fight head-on. Roar. The purple eyes were burning with a surging fighting spirit. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex bared its fangs, moved its hind legs, and a blood-red fighting spirit emerged from its body. It turned into a scarlet lightning and rushed forward. Boom. The ground beneath everyone's feet rumbled. The moment the 2-tonnage monsters collided, violent wind pressure swept across the entire place. Sister Hong held up the edge of her skirt and looked towards the field. Who's winning? It was the sound of ice cracking. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex shook off the ice on its body, took 2 steps back, and then stabilized its body. He roared angrily at the monster that was forcing him to retreat. Roar. The Ice Armor Crab was hit by its terrifying force and retreated dozens of meters. It only stopped after collapsing an arena. It seems that the physical fitness of the first-level Overlord race is slightly better than that of the second-level Leader race. Seeing that the dragon cub was fine, it just cursed, Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'm deeply ashamed. Tyrannosaurus Rex, eat them all. Xiaoting secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the fake hoarse voice sounded again. It's a courtesy to return the favor. We'll also give you a special skill in return, Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, Explosive Flame Breath. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. A spot of scarlet suddenly appeared on the throat and lower jaw. It stepped on the ground with its hind legs and opened its mouth wide. An extremely huge black flame spurted out from the depths of its throat. A column of fire with a diameter of more than 10 meters engulfed the ice-armored crab not far away. The chill faded from the frozen ground. The heat wave is rolling in like a tsunami. The boiling heat quickly spread in all directions, and in an instant, the entire underground arena was illuminated by terrifying flames. Intermediate level extraordinary skill. It's not a pseudo-mid-level extraordinary person in the form of a group. It's a genuine elemental release that can only be used by a leader-level third-level monster. At this moment, a dazzling flash of fire exploded in front of everyone's eyes. The flying cinders fell to the ground, burning holes in the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they ran away in panic, their heads in their hands. Oh my god, is this the power that an ordinary monster can unleash? It feels like it's not much different from a real third-level boss monster. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The ferocious breath of fire exploded on the field with a rumbling sound. A thick column of fire rushed out and directly engulfed an underground arena that was 30 meters wide. The flames stretched into a sea. Millions of fire snakes emerged from the sea of fire and frantically licked the ice armor crab that wanted to escape. The 5 armored crabs had no time to struggle, and suddenly, it's cooked in an instant. Kill with 1 strike? No one could believe what they saw. The waiter's jaw almost dropped. It's fucking outrageous. The power of this breath of flame is so terrifying. It's in no way inferior to the attack released by the monster leader, and it instantly killed the leader's race, the elite ice armor crab. Sister Hong also looked a little surprised. The leader of the race, the elite original demon spider, was shivering on the back of her hand, disguised in a shrunken form. There is no doubt about it. It can make the red-eyed demon spider that leads the race tremble. This Asian dragon is undoubtedly the dominant race. Sister Hong looked at this outrageous dragon monster and thought of the super-talented light column that soared into the sky not long ago and made all things worship it. An unbelievable and extremely horrified guess emerged in her mind. The orange-red crab shell exudes a strong aroma of roasted crab. The temperature of the fire continued to rise. Looking at the sea of fire still raging not far away, the professional editors present all felt a surge of heat. The underground coliseum was highly sealed, and the room temperature quickly exceeded 40 degrees Celsius and even continued to rise, soon exceeding the limit that ordinary flesh could withstand. The professionals all opened their mouths slightly. The residual heat from the flame can spread to a large underground venue with 50 arenas and affect thousands of underground gamblers. How terrifying is the dragon's breath flame in the center that can burn the leader of the monsters to death with 1 strike? Many desperate criminals who had their eyes on the Tyrannosaurus Rex shuddered violently. Damn it, if the fire fell on them, they would probably be killed on the spot. Not good, retreat quickly. The next moment, the fire alarm above my head rang. Countless water jets fell from the sky, washing away the gamblers who had no time to dodge, soaking them all. The gamblers who had laughed at Xiao Ting and even wanted to see him being hacked to death by the Docgang had water and sweat dripping from their clothes. They looked pale and in a very miserable state as they looked at the armored crab being roasted by the fire. Chapter 28. Breakthrough before the battle. Learn, Lightning Fong, and Overlord-level shock. Countless water jets fell from the sky, soaking the gamblers like drowned rats. They stared blankly at the armored crabs being roasted by the fire, all of them looking in a miserable state. What kind of monster is this? Even the ice-armored cancer didn't win? You destroyed a normal-level armored crab. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution. Current evolution degree, level 10. You destroyed a normal-level armored crab. Tyrannosaurus Rex evolution. Current evolution degree, level 18. In the blink of an eye, 5 shield crabs died. The 5 crew members of the crab group vomited blood and were helped down by the Docgang. Without the output of the armored crab, the battlefield was one-sided. The remaining 3 ice claw lobsters, with their proud large claws, were simply unable to break the dragon's scales. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth wide and charged into the lobster group. In a flash, 2 more seafood died. The only remaining ice claw lobster wanted to break off its arm and escape. A huge dragon paw pressed down like a mountain, crushing it into a shrimp-like shape. The whole team was wiped out. In less than 10 minutes, the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were wiped out. Breakthrough before battle. The size of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex grew by 1 meter. It was over 5 meters tall, with scales all over its body emitting blue and white electric light, and its aura was even more eerie and terrifying, officially becoming an ordinary-level monster in the early stage of the first stage. After the upgrade, the degree of evolution obtained by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously reduced a lot. Xiao Ting noticed this. After reaching level 1, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus killed 4 ordinary-level armored crabs and 3 ordinary-level ice claw lobsters, but only increased their evolution levels by 8 and 6. Current evolution degree, level 14. That is to say, now, for an ordinary level 1 monster, hunting in the wild can only contribute 3 low-level evolution degrees to it. Elite monsters of the level 1, Jungle Dry Rice, each contributes 7 medium evolution degrees. Level 1 leader monster, Jungle Dry Rice, each can contribute 15 large evolutionary degrees. It has become stronger. Ordinary and elite monsters can only provide a small amount of combat evolution. Breakthrough before the battle. Your Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has gained some insights and learned the Lightning Fong. Lightning Fong, a low-level extraordinary skill of the lightning system. It increases the bite force by 1 times and infuses lightning into the fangs, using the mandibles to crush the enemy. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Intermediate Transcendent, Lightning Fong. Originally, Crushing Bite had to reach level 10 proficiency to evolve into Lightning Fong, but the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex actually mastered it during the battle. The next system prompt surprised Xiaoting even more. Breakthrough before the battle. Your Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has gained some insights and learned the Dragon Power Shock. Dragon Power Shock. A spiritual king skill that releases powerful dragon pressure around the user, which can intimidate, shock, and command other targets, and stun monsters that are lower in level and much weaker than the user. It is a symbol of having Overlord qualifications. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution. Intermediate King, Dragon Power Shock. Low-level King skills. Only a Overlord-level monster can possess the King-level deterrence. This is a magical skill that can materialize dragon power and carry out large-scale indiscriminate mental shocks. Xiaoting was secretly happy as he obtained 2 magical skills at once and his combat power surged. The attribute panel of Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has now evolved into this. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, Juvenile Stage. Race, Level 5 Peak Overlord. Level 1, 14 degrees of evolution. Skills, Charge, Intermediate Basic Level Mastery. Explosive Flame Breath, Intermediate Extraordinary Level Entry. Lightning Fong, Low-Level Extraordinary Level Entry. Dragon Might Shock, Low-Level King Level Entry. Just as Xiaoting was laughing secretly, the gamblers around him looked as if they had seen a ghost. Too strong. He actually won? Even if you are a dragon, you are just an ordinary monster, okay? 1 against 10. It's even more outrageous than the plot of Jurassic World. Blood continued to drip from the fangs of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. It looked down upon everyone with cold arrogance, with a pile of ice shrimps and roasted armored crabs under its feet. The whole place was dead silent. The faces of the 10 severely injured sea editors were blue, white, and purple. Zhang Yi didn't expect that his 10 most capable men couldn't even defeat one person. This kid's Thunder Tyrannosaurus is too strong. To be able to have such a powerful monster, this black-clad dragon tamer must be at least a sub-dragon creator with superb talent. Level talent, directly targeting the Overlord-level frontier editor. He has been in the Sea City for decades, but has never seen such top talents. The hall fell silent for a moment, with only the chewing sound of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground as the only sound. 2 monster materials fell from the monster wreckage. Ice Pearl of Ice Armor Crab, Level 3. Description: 5 mimic shield crabs accidentally formed an ice pearl that was the leader of the ice armor crab. Ability: the pearl has frost magic. When editing a monster, there is a 50% chance of gaining ice attributes and ice abilities. Compatibility: common to all boss races. Evaluation: 4 stars rare. Ice Claw Lobsters Big Claw, Level 2. Description: red claw lobsters that fuse the blood of snow monsters and are buried in the snow mountains for 49 days can evolve into the elite race of ice claw lobsters. Their pair of large claws absorb the power of ice and are their most proud weapon. Ability: the tongs have freezing and ice properties. When editing a monster, there is a 25% chance of gaining frost ability. Compatible: ordinary elite sea monsters, ordinary elite beast monsters. Evaluation: 2 stars good. Complete the Monster Material Collection task. 3. Get reward. Hand of Fusion. Mission accomplished. I can now combine the lightning wings of the 8-eyed Thunderbat into Tier 5 monster wings and perform my first monster editing. Xiaoting shuttled between shadows that no one could see. He came to the battlefield and looked at the piles of hairy crabs, as if he had come to a cooked seafood buffet. Really delicious. Xiaoting wiped the corner of his mouth silently. Stretch out your hands. Spots of light flickered, and circular ripples appeared in the void. 2 circular magic circles appeared underground, swallowing up all the monster corpses and monster materials. You put the Ice Pearl of Ice Armor Crab, Level 3, into the monster space. You put the Ice Claw Lobster's Big Claw, Level 2, into the monster space. Then, Xiaoting walked to the side of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and temporarily lifted the concealment secret of the invisible lizard cloak. In everyone's surprised eyes, his figure suddenly appeared. The dragon tamer in black stood beside the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, appearing like a ghost. Those bright golden eyes looked at the Huaihai Wharf gang opposite. Still fighting? Zhang Yi's face looked solemn. The smile on Zhang Yiming's face faded. There was silence. Captain Uncle Wu, who had a full beard, suddenly coughed up some blood. He forced himself to stand up and bowed in the direction of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, saying, "I am not as skilled as you, so I have to admit defeat." These words caused a commotion among the Huaihai Wharf gang. Everyone looked at Xiao Ting with complicated expressions, fear, awe, and horror in their eyes. Chapter 29. Is he the SS level awakener from yesterday? Zhang Xiaohao suddenly shouted, Dad, big brother. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has such high racial potential, but it is only ordinary level. We can definitely gather 19 ships and 300 people to kill him. Monsters of high-level races have a high probability of dropping mystic orbs and monster materials. The dragon's corpse and the materials it dropped are all rare treasures. They can be sold for at least several billion. Don't you want them? Zhang Xiaohao screamed hysterically. His face was blue and pale, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Xiao Ting. This person has been laughing at his joke. He was the one who killed Uncle Kuan. This person knew about his frame-up, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He just killed Uncle Four and his 9 monster subordinates without any hesitation. This is a cruel, cold-blooded monster. Zhang Xiaohao was scared. He was afraid that he would be the next one to be slaughtered like an ant. Xiao Ting raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the Huaihai Wharf Gang. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly stood up with his murderous intent, as if there was an invisible pressure spreading under its feet. The atmosphere became solemn again. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked towards the Huaihai Wharf Gang. Damn, these brainless dock gangs. Are they going to continue to seek death and provoke this dragon master? Sister Hong exhaled a puff of smoke and suddenly said, Uncle Kuan was not killed by him. She watched for a while and found that Xiao Ting seemed to have no intention of explaining for her, so she had to speak up to calm the situation. If the fight breaks out again, her cousin's property in Donghai City will be lost. Who is it? Boss Zheng slowly turned his head and looked at Sister Hong. His eyes were bloodshot, ferocious, and terrifying. They paid such a painful price to avenge Uncle Kuan, but they were fooled. Sister Hong glanced at Xiao Ting and pointed at Zhang Xiaohao, who had a terrified look on his face, with the burning cigarette butt. The people at the dock gang were instantly excited. It's the third young master. It turned out that the third young master killed Uncle Kuan. We've all been used as guns. The Huaihai gang members knew that she was a top student at the 9th college and did not doubt the credibility of her words at all. Zhang Yi took a few deep breaths, then suddenly made a lightning-fast move and grabbed Zhang Xiaohao by the collar. He exerted force with his wrist, breaking Zhang Xiaohao's limbs and throwing him into the field. His methods were so cruel and fast that everyone was stunned. Zhang Xiaohao, whose hands and feet were broken, screamed in pain. Xiao Ting looked at the father and son fighting each other and just raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Yi pressed down on the unfilial son's head and knelt on the ground with a plop. He then lowered his head deeply, his face touching the ground, with a few traces of blood on it, and kowtowed deeply to Xiao Ting. What happened tonight was a misunderstanding. I was a poor parent and had no vision. If you are still upset, I, Zhang Crocodile, will let you vent your anger. The reason why the Huaihai Wharf Gang was so angry was because Uncle Kuan's death was so humiliating. This editor, who lost the protection of the monster, was tortured to death before he died. No one expected that the person who humiliated and killed him was actually a traitor who was crying thief. Misfortune in the family. Zhang Yi's aura faded, as if he had aged by dozens of years. He kowtowed to the ground, waiting to be killed, without moving a muscle. Many gamblers were frightened when they saw this scene. The moment Xiao Ting defeated Uncle Kuan and caused them to lose the prize, they were filled with resentment. When the Huaihai gang came to Xiao Ting and took revenge on him as their enemy, they gloated over his misfortune. When all 10 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were wiped out and Boss Xing knelt down and kowtowed to apologize to Xiao Ting, they were completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how could they afford to offend someone who even Boss Xing had to kneel down to? Many people had pale faces, as if they were being roasted on a fire, and were extremely terrified. But Xiao Ting didn't take them seriously at all. He said calmly, killing someone means paying with one's life. Zhang Xiaohao killed Uncle Kuan, so he is your enemy. Just deal with him according to your gang rules. Killing is not the right path. Boss Xing didn't offend him much. Instead, he killed more than a dozen of his monsters, and they became his trophies. The 3-in-1 monster material and the hand of fusion that he had been longing for were already in his hands. Xiao Ting was in a good mood and didn't plan to delve into it any further. All the gang members at the dock showed joy, stood behind Boss Xing, and bowed deeply to Xiao Ting. Boss Xing kowtowed 9 times. Then he stood up and raised his hand. Ripples appeared in the void. A huge and ferocious ice-thorn crocodile suddenly rushed out like lightning. Zhang Xiaohao struggled in horror. Ice-thorn crocodile. You can't kill me. I am your master's biological son. Dad, Dad. Deal with him according to gang rules. Die. The ice-thorn crocodile bit off the severed head, swallowed the scream, and crawled back into the void crack. Boss Zheng looked at the bloodstains on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. 3 seconds later, he and all the dot gang members lined up in 2 rows, knelt down and bowed. I admit defeat, and I'll see you out. The elevator door opened wide. Shouting said calmly, no need. A circular space crack opened up from the ground, and the thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly sank into it. Shouting activated the invisible lizard cloak again, and his body disappeared into the shadows. Everyone watched the elevator close, as if they were escorting an underground legend that would never leave. Sister Hong walked up to Zhang Yiming and said thoughtfully, Senior Yiming, do you still remember the rainbow-colored pillar of talent light yesterday? Zhang Yiming suddenly opened his eyes wide. You mean, could he be the one who has awakened that level of talent? He uttered this incredible guess with difficulty. The conversation between the two spread. Everyone showed a look of horror. Yesterday afternoon, a beam of rainbow light shot up into the sky from the old city, alarming the entire Donghai city. All the professionals in Donghai city knew about it. A future king with the highest racial talent has been born. The commander-level iron-blooded eagle and golden rhinoceros beetle flew from the inner city to the 3rd high school in a mighty manner, attracting their attention. They all want to know, who is that high school boy who has awakened his talent as an editor? Could it be him? Zhang Yiming looked at the closing elevator door and muttered to himself. The cold steel mirror of the elevator reflected a distraught face. No wonder the other party didn't explain. He is eager for us to challenge him. Zhang Yi figured out everything and let out a long sigh. Want to cultivate a powerful monster. Sufficient food and flesh, reasonable skill training, and appropriate combat training are all indispensable. The young man came to the underground arena to find a whetstone, to gain growth experience and hone his combat skills in the high-intensity life and death battles. And their Huaihai gang, just under the deception of the traitor Lao Lu, broke in. Not only did the young man use them as a 3-in-1 whetstone, he also chopped their team into pieces with one blow. The gamblers around were shocked after hearing their conversation. So, the man wearing the mystic cloak is a high school senior? And he was the level awakener who shocked the entire Donghai city yesterday? He brought a dragon today? A dragon editor of level 1? Outrageous. Dong Huang hasn't produced a top-level dragon editor in thousands of years. The gamblers regretted their decision, so much that their intestines turned green. What a regret. They had missed the chance to curry favor with the future king. Chapter 30 Entering the Monster Space. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. A group of Huaihai gang members were also expressing their feelings. They are just top-level talents. They can become an elite editor or a local captain in their lifetime, which is the pinnacle of their life. Where is Shouting? A level dragon tamer who can reach the king level without falling can become the next titled editor. He is a person from a completely different world from them. The gap is so huge that people can't even feel jealous, only deep envy and admiration. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Yiming and suddenly said solemnly, Xiaoyi, 10 days later, when you take part in the 9th college entrance examination, if you meet that dragon-riding boy, you should apologize to him for my old bones. It was no big deal for an old and frail man like him to offend a top dragon tamer. I'm afraid it will affect my son's future. Zhang Yiming, once the top scholar in East China Sea, has been trapped in the mud for too long because of a 4-season cicada that only appears for 10 years and produces an amazing performance. Unfortunately, he was brought down by his resentful younger brother, offending a future backbone of the country. Level 1 talent, directly aimed at defending the country. Zhang Yiming nodded, coughed a few times, and his face became even paler. He said somewhat lostly, If I meet this monster boy holding a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the 9th Academy's exam this year, I'm afraid I'll have to come back to prepare for the exam for another year. Sister Hong's shoulders were shaking with laughter. She slowly exhaled a cherry-flavored smoke ring and said gloatingly, Fortunately, I have already landed. You candidates of this year are so unlucky. Every year, 5,000 of the strongest monster geniuses from all over the country are recommended to go to the 9th Academy of Magic City to participate in the annual selection examination. This year, at least half of the people will be cruelly eliminated by this young dragon tamer in the actual combat assessment, right? Outside the monster market are long streets with countless underground casinos and material smuggling shops. Xiao Ting went around in circles and made sure that no one was following him before he took off his disguise, put on a mask, and got on bus number 186. Turning around the long streets of the outer city, Various informal shops gradually disappeared. The car left East Bay. After driving for an hour, we entered the inner city. The nearby building space became wider, the view was broad, tall buildings stood in rows, and the surrounding shops became normal. The scene gradually became similar to the bustling city in my memory. An hour and a half later, the car stopped at a red light. Xiaoting looked out the window. Opposite was the glow of neon lights, and an advertisement was playing on a towering giant screen. Eisen brand Monster Leash, hold the respect for others. The delicate-looking woman smiled. If you need it, please choose Eisen Company and we will tailor a monster traction rope for you. Under the billboard, many men, women, young and old, used a special leather rope to lead the cute little pets and monsters that were not of high quality. Occasionally, ordinary monsters would pass by. They all wore bite stoppers and had bodies as big as tigers, leopards, and jackals, which made people afraid. The cars behind started honking their horns, and the bus turned a corner and entered a busy neighborhood. Opposite is a very wide square, and a huge building can be seen from afar. That's the Monster Editors Guild. The gates come and go. Someone came in carrying a cage, and the little pig beast in the electric cage kept roaring and banging against the railings. Someone hurried past carrying a yellow body bag. Xiaoting guessed that it contained a wanted criminal like Wang Hun. Xiaoting noted this location. In 2 days, he will arrive at this place to take his first apprentice-level professional assessment. The car drove forward for a while, and then got stuck again. There was a sudden commotion ahead. A man was kicked and fell in front of the traffic. Xiaoting took out a chocolate energy bar from his pocket and ate it while opening the eye of all-seeing to take a look. This is a fugitive. His combat capability is not strong. He is just an ordinary level editor who is seriously injured. Then, a group of people surrounded them. This is a group of city patrol soldiers. They are not of high rank. They are all trainee level. They were dressed in black armed uniforms and had various animalistic features on their bodies, such as scales growing on their necks or animal ears standing up on their heads. After becoming a companion monster, the monster editor will gradually gain blood feedback from the original monster, and multiple levels of alienated characteristics will appear on the body. After becoming an ordinary level editor, you can share 1/10 of the monster's blood power and control the alienation at will. After a brief fight, the seriously injured wanted criminal was captured and put into the car. The sirens faded away. 30 minutes later, Xiaoting arrived at his destination. At a remote junction between the inner city and the old city, there stand various old residential quarters with the word demolition written on them. Donghai City, like many second and third-tier cities, is divided into outer city area, old city area, and inner city area. The outer city and the old city are home to the largest number of civilians. The inner city is a prosperous city center where every inch of land is valuable. The civilian tube-shaped building where Xiaoting lives will be demolished at the end of the year, and he will receive a considerable amount of compensation. Xiaoting got out of the car and threw the packaging of 10 chocolate energy bars into the garbage sorting bin on the side of the road. What do you mean by sweeping away hunger? Be yourself and give this ad a bad review. He covered his still empty stomach and walked into the fried chicken shop with weak legs. Hello, today is Crazy Thursday. What would you like to eat? Family bucket, family bucket, family bucket. After finding an empty seat near the glass wall and showing off his 3 big buckets, Xiaoting finally stopped having green lights in his eyes and felt weak all over. Activating the mystical accessories requires a lot of physical energy. I activated the invisible lizard cloak continuously today and almost turned him into a human. Xiaoting dumped the plate and quickly left the fast food restaurant. Turning around the sparsely populated old street, you will see rows of civilian tube-shaped buildings standing densely together. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Walking into the alley, Xiaoting looked at the houses a few dozen steps away and stopped. As he glanced around, he saw attribute panels constantly popping up in the blind spots of ordinary people's vision. It is the 7th Task Force of the City Patrol Army. They are still lurking and patrolling outside the building in the name of protecting him. But everyone knows that the young man they want to protect has already run to the underground arena, punching the dock boss and kicking the shipping captain. Xiaoting stepped on the shadows and walked up the stairs silently. Heavy rain roared outside the window. Xiaoting returned to the bedroom and drew the curtains. He is going to try to enter the monster space. It is the safest place for him at the moment, where he can boldly fuse monster materials and try his first monster editing. Close your eyes. Xiaoting sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking, constantly recognizing the monster space within his body. Endless spots of light suddenly emerged from beneath his body and condensed into a circular star map. The boy's body sank into the space corridor as he continued to meditate. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoting's body appeared in another void. This is a dark and boundless world. Xiaoting stepped on the darkness. He looked around with curiosity. This monster space that belonged to him alone. Monster space. Each editor has a companion monster world, which varies in size according to the strength of their talent level. It can store edited monsters and various monster materials, which is equivalent to a portable space. Xiaoting's monster space seemed boundless at first glance. This is enough to make 99% of editors jealous to death. Chapter 31. Baby, do you want to grow wings and become a handsome flying dragon? Huff huff. At the end of the darkness, there was the deafening snoring of a thunderous Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiaoting snapped his fingers. The dark vision was instantly brightened. The dark space of the sea of consciousness was quickly covered by a piece of white. A shift of sight. Xiaoting looked not far away. In front of a pile of cooked grilled hairy crabs. A little Tyrannosaurus Rex was so full that his belly was bloated. His limbs were facing the sky, and his drool was all over the floor. Sleep soundly. Xiaoting was stunned and looked at the other person's bulging belly. You showed off all 5 ice claw lobsters so quickly? Good job. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex showed off 2 tons of food today. Half of a 1-ton blood rhinoceros and 5 nearly 1-ton ice claw lobsters were all killed by it. The evolution degree increased by 5 again. Eating a normal monster will now only provide it with 1 degree of evolution. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex current evolution level, level 119. Not bad, little dragon. Remember to leave some for me? Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief. 5 cooked grilled shield crabs are still there. He can show off in the evening. Hide the grilled crabs. Xiaoting took out all the monster materials he had collected so far. Tusk of the corpse transformed Tibetan beast, level 1. Ice claw lobster's big claw, level 2. Ice pearl of ice armor crab, level 3. Lightning wings of 8-eyed thunderbat, level 4. Meter-long lightning wings, demon dog fangs, frost pearls, and lobster ice claws were lined up in a row. The 4 types of monster materials emit the energy of lightning, frost, and darkness. The higher the elemental energy, the stronger the light emitted. Looking at them, Xiaoting slowly stretched out his hands and silently said in his heart, "Open the hand of fusion." Finished speaking. Suddenly, a material synthesis box appeared in front of him. This material synthesis box looks like the interface for synthesizing things in the game. There are 3 white boxes on the top and a synthesis box with question mark written on it below. Xiaoting held a material tentatively. Commander-level lightning wings instantly disappeared from his hand and appeared in a white synthetic grid. It turns out that the hand of fusion can throw the caught things into the synthesis frame and then synthesize them. Xiaoting understood how to use the hand of fusion. He tried to throw the elite-level lobster ice claws and leader-level ice pearl into the synthesis column as well. A description popped up in front of me. Activate wing synthesis formula. Demon bat thunder wings, level 4. Crab ice pearl, level 3. Lobster ice claws, level 2. Lightning wings, synthesis probability 25. The probability is so low? Suddenly, countless synthetic knowledge appeared in the brain. Xiaoting understood the rules of synthesis. The material synthesis formula is, if he wanted to synthesize 5th-order monster wings with 100%, he would need 4th-order wings, 4th-order materials, and 3rd-order materials. He obviously didn't meet the synthesis conditions, but fortunately, the system popped up a reminder. First synthesis must be advanced. Xiaoting, 100% advancement? System, yes, host. Xiaoting immediately started to calculate carefully. Replace the 3rd-level ice pearl. Replace with the lowest level 1st-order demon dog fangs. Demon bat lightning wings, level 4. Lobster ice claws, level 2. Tibetan beast fangs, level 1. Lightning wings, synthesis probability 100. Synthesis begins. The materials in the 3 white synthetic grids turned into 3 balls of energy light and merged together. A burst of colorful rainbow light burst out before my eyes. Wow, rainbow legend. A composite frame with in it had a radiant border. A pair of gorgeous purple wings appeared inside. A golden light flashed in Xiaoting's eyes, and the name and related information of the pair of monster wings immediately appeared in front of him. Thundercloud Overlord's lightning purple wings, level 5. Description: Thundercloud Overlord, purple wing dragon eagle, a peak monster standing at the 5th level overlord. They have the blood of ancient flying dragons and Archaeopteryx, and live in cumulonimbus clouds on coastal islands and mountain tops. They can control lightning and thunder at will. When they are angry, they can cause catastrophic thunderstorms between clouds just by rubbing their wings together. Ability. By fusing this pair of purple wings of thunder and lightning, there is a 100% chance of obtaining the king-level thunder magic that dominates the thunderstorm. Compatibility. Universal for all races. Evaluation. 5 stars perfect. A pair of monster wings rated as 5-star perfect by the all-seeing eye. Xiaoting thought about it and quickly found the information about the purple-winged dragon eagle in his brain's knowledge reserve. This dragon eagle, a 5th-order peak overlord race, is the top predator among subdragons and birds of prey. It has almost no natural enemies in the wild, and even before its fur has fully grown, it eats an average of more than 1,000 sea beasts and basilisks every year. People in coastal areas once witnessed a medium to large island being flattened to the ground by lightning in an instant, so he was respectfully called the Lord of Thunderclouds on the Storm Sea. A very strong monster, strong enough to become a Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, the first fusion of monster wings. Xiaoting's mind moved, the synthesis column disappeared, and a pair of huge dragon eagle wings floated in front of him. The entire monster space was covered with purple light. The purple-winged dragon eagle has dragon bloodline, and its wings have the characteristics of both Archaeopteryx and flying dragon. The purple demon wings were supported by 4 dragon bones. Each feather was shining and was surrounded by purple lightning, emitting the terrifying pressure of a dominant monster. He spread the wings of the pair of 5th-level demonic birds. The length of the wingspan reached a terrifying 120 meters. Unimaginable. How huge must the body of this dragon eagle be? There is no time to lose. Xiaoting ran in front of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lay with its limbs facing the sky, sleeping soundly, and just like the cartoons I watched when I was a child, a big bubble of sleep was blown up in front of its nose, rising and falling with its breathing. Its expression was very relaxed, with its tongue even sticking out from its mouth and drooling all over the floor. It was obviously having a sweet dream. Hulu hulu. Silly dragon. You are domineering and powerful when fighting, but you are cute and silly when sleeping and eating? Xiaoting looked at the sleeping Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, stretched out his evil hand, and ruthlessly burst its clean sleeping bubble. Wave. The sleeping bubble was burst by Xiaoting, and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex woke up instantly. It opened its purple eyes in confusion and turned over and stood up. MMM? Dad, what's the matter? Is dinner ready? The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex wagged its tail, asked blankly, and then yawned loudly. You little brain, do you only eat and sleep? Xiaoting touched the Tyrannosaurus Rex's lowered head and gave it a slap on the head with a smile. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex blinked cutely. Don't baby monsters sleep when they are full and eat when they are full? Although it can eat a whole bloody rhinoceros in one meal, it is still a juvenile dragon baby. Come on, let's do something big to change our destiny. Xiaoting raised his hand and summoned an air current, allowing the wings of the purple-winged dragon eagle to float in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ouch! The purple eyes of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex lit up instantly. It ran over quickly and circled its wings, looking extremely excited. Wow cool. Tyrannosaurus Rex loves these wings. Cool, right? Xiaoting had a smile on his face and said in a serious tone, Baby, do you want to grow wings and become a majestic thunder dragon? Chapter 32. Hand of Fusion. Begins first monster editing. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded its big head and roared excitedly to the sky. As the king of the beast dragon species, it is very intelligent. Its current larval thinking is comparable to that of a 4 or 5-year-old human cub Anya. It wagged its tail happily and kept nodding its head towards Xiaoting. Dad, I can't wait. As Xiaoting's original monster, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is 1,000,000% loyal to Xiaoting. For such initial monsters, the success rate of the first editing is generally above 70%. But even with a 70% success rate, Xiaoting still felt a little unsure. After all, there are too many cases of failure in editing monsters for the first time. For example, edit Red Claw Lobster to Ice Claw Lobster. First, you need to upgrade the Red Claw Lobster to level 1, and within 1 month, continuously take Ice Attribute spiritual plants to strengthen its physical strength and ensure that it survives the first fusion. Secondly, you need to obtain a highly compatible Yeti blood. At this stage, all ordinary editors without the all-seeing eye have to go through a large number of blood experiments and repeated comparisons until the compatibility between the material and the monster reaches 70. The preliminary preparations are ready. The editor starts monster editing. Use mental power to implant the Yeti blood into the body of the red claw lobster for a full-body blood transfusion. It is easier said than done. The editor must be proficient in the monster's physiological conditions. During the entire blood transfusion process, the Yeti blood must be implanted into the red claw lobster's circulatory system and ensure that it can flow smoothly into the heart. After the editing is successful, the red claw lobster will fall into a hibernation state. The editor must place it in a suitable snow mountain and accompany it for 49 days to transform towards a higher level of life. And blood editing is just a common evolutionary path at the ordinary level. There are also abnormal implantation evolution pathways such as homologous editing and heterologous editing. Later, what will become of lizard bat wings? What will become of the eagle lion's body? What will become of corpse parasites? Every monster editor is a crazy, bold, fearless, and radical evolutionary creator, groping and deducing a unique path of creation. Understand, deduce, create. Perhaps the weak snake bird can also edit and evolve the ancient dragon. Even a fragile skeleton can be edited and evolved into an immortal king. Although the cub didn't take any spiritual plants, after eating so much elite monster flesh and blood, its physique has been greatly strengthened and grown. Xiao Ting shook his head, cleared his wandering thoughts, and looked at the thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. View editor evolution. Fusion editable. Head, body, front paws, hind legs, tail, wings. Editable 6th order king race. 9. Editable evolution route. 1 flying dragon evolution, 2 sea dragon evolution, 3 snake dragon evolution. 4. View 1 dragon evolution. To edit the thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex into a 6th level dragon king, you need to fuse the wings of a 5th level monster. Recommended fusion. Level 5 lightning wings. Compatibility 100. Level 5 dark wings. Compatibility 89. Level 5 demon wings. Compatibility 76. The compatibility rate between the 1st level thunder eagle wings and the 0th level thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex is as high as 100. As for the specific editing method, Xiao Ting looked at the synthesis column. The system suddenly said, "Host, the synthesis column cannot synthesize living objects." System, you can develop the hand of fusion. Your hand is the hand of chaos that fuses everything. My hand is the hand of chaos that integrates everything. Xiao Ting murmured this reminder softly and instinctively raised his hand. In the void, chaotic energy rolled, and 2 dragon-like giant hands appeared, one of which lifted the dragon eagle purple wings in front of Xiao Ting. These 2 hands are Xiao Ting's fusion hands, a pair of chaos dragon god's hands that can edit and integrate everything in the world. Xiao Ting's body was suspended in the air. As soon as he thought about it, the space rolled. A large amount of chaotic air currents emerged, forming a huge body of a dragon god with 10,000 heads. He merged with the chaos dragon god. The blurred face of the 10,000-headed dragon god seemed to turn into that of Xiao Ting, and then began to become unreal, elusive, and unmemorable. The supreme god cannot be looked directly at. Xiao Ting raised the hand of chaos, and a strange feeling surged into his heart. He felt that he had transformed into a dragon god creator, mastering the laws of creation, and everything was under his control. Xiao Ting looked down and saw the 5-meter-tall thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex like an ant, being lifted up by him. "Oh, Dad?" The tiny thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffed the hand of chaos, then raised its head with curiosity and excitement, looking at the 10,000-headed dragon god creator who was hovering in the void. "Little guy, are you ready?" Xiao Ting, the 10,000-headed dragon god, looked at the evil dragon cub in the hand of fusion and said, "Ah, then let's get started." Starting the first edit. Without further ado, Xiao Ting stood in the white space and stretched out his evolutionary hand to control the fate of the dragon clan. Everything seemed to be paused. With a wave of his hand, the 120-meter-long dragon eagle purple wings instantly turned into countless dark purple light spots and merged into the back of the thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Crack! In the void, thunder rumbled, accompanied by constant thunder. The entire body of the thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was covered in dark purple lightning. But this overlord-level lightning magic is too powerful. The thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to be submerged in a sea of thunder, and the intense pain caused its whole body to twitch violently. "Ouch! Dad, help me." In the editing mode, Xiao Ting, who was as huge as the dragon god creator, raised his left hand. The brutal force of thunder turned into a purple thundercloud and was held in his palm. Under his control, The enormous force was slowly injected into the body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar. Love you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a dragon roar of dependence and familiarity, and then began to absorb and control this violent force of thunder. The purple-winged dragon eagle is a complete level 5 monster overlord. Its wings contain powerful lightning force. This power is like an elixir for the rapid growth of the little evil dragon cubs in their infancy, constantly absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. The body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its body slowly grew in size and instantly exploded to 15 meters. A mystical dragon ball gradually condensed inside the body, constantly absorbing the power of the thundercloud grasped by the devil's hand. About an hour later, a mystical dragon ball with lightning attributes finally solidified into a solid entity inside the body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. The mystical dragon ball is filled with purple air, and a mighty thunder dragon soul is wandering inside the ball, which can exert powerful thunder magic. We can now implant the dragon eagle wings into the body of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Ting, in the form of the 10,000 Dragon God Editor, crushed the thundercloud in his left hand. Two balls of energy suddenly rushed into the sky, transformed into a pair of outstretched dragon eagle wings in the void, and then intertwined into beams of light, rushing into the back of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. Skeleton. With a puff, a pair of sharp bone wings pierced through the skin and stretched out from behind the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's spine. Chapter 33. Promoted to Junior Editor. Please select a talent to solidify as your skill. The key to the fusion of the two-winged flying dragon is the connection between the front claws and the bone wings. Xiao Ting looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's short front claws. Following his thoughts, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claws were slowly lifted up by powerful mental force, fused with the bone wings, and gradually grew along with the skeleton. When the dragon wing skeletons on both sides grew to a total length of 30 meters, 4 long bones suddenly grew out of the bone wings. Strong muscles began to grow, supporting the dark purple wing membrane. Flesh and blood take shape. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex grew muscular dragon wings, roared, and braced its hind paws on the ground, lowering its body forward and stretching its neck. The flying dragon skeleton, muscular dragon wings, and flying dragon body are complete. At this point, its appearance was already very close to the legendary two-legged, two-winged flying dragon. We still need feathers. Xiao Ting, in the form of the dragon god creator, looked at the dragon eagle energy hidden in the flying dragon. Just at this moment, a ray of purple cloud suddenly burst out from the blood-red wings of the thunder dragon. Screech! The rosy glow condensed into the shadow of a huge, purple-winged dragon eagle, which raised its head and roared angrily, looking fierce and intimidating, and spread its wings as if ready to fly. This is the remaining monster consciousness on the monster material. It has no wisdom, only the fierceness of resistance. Once it runs away, the first advanced fusion of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex will be a complete failure. 10,000-headed dragon god, Xiao Ting glanced at it lightly. A powerful telekinetic force shot down from a distance. Boom. The remaining will of the dragon eagle was shattered by one blow. It transformed into thunder feathers scattered all over the sky and surged onto the body of the dark purple flying dragon. Yu Cheng. The two-winged flying dragon crouched down, and feathers grew from its broad, muscular wings. The 30-meter-long purple lightning wings spewed out millions of lightning bolts. A powerful dragon pressure appeared out of nowhere. A thunderbolt sounded from the blue sky above the void. Boom. In front of Xiao Ting's eyes, dark clouds rolled and thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. Under the violent thunderclouds, a Thunder King dragon spread its wings and roared, shaking the sky. Roar. First monster edit completed successfully. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex has undergone a drastic change. Xiao Ting looked at the two-winged flying dragon excitedly. Lines of golden text appeared before my eyes. Ethnic Atlas. Name Thunder King Dragon. Attributes: Dragon, Thunder, Fire. Racial level: 6th Order Peak King Dragon Clan. Racial skills: Shadow Claw, Lightning Charge, Thunder and Fire Dragon Breath, Flyby Attack, Dragon Roar Magic, King Level Shock, Ancient Behemoth Transformation. Introduction: a large king monster of the flying dragon species. A two-winged wyvern that evolved from the fusion of a Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex and a dragon eagle purple wing. The blood of the ancestral thunder dragon and the ancestral giant eagle is fused in his body. It seems that as long as the two wings rub against each other, they can form terrifying bombarding thunderclouds at any place. Possessing dragon scales and a strong body, the largest adult can reach 300 meters. His control over thunder has undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. He can call upon thunder and lightning at will and drive thunderclouds, just like a true king of thunder. Damn it! What kind of immortal race panel is this? Thunder Dragon Ball, full attack. Dragon Scale Armor, full defense. Supreme Dragon Blood, full strength. Dual Ancestral Bloodlines, full speed. The top king race qualifications, perfect hexagon. Almost no weaknesses. Furthermore, all racial skills are of high-level extraordinary and high-level king level. A high-level extraordinary skill can easily destroy buildings and mountains. What about a king-level skill? A whole city can do it for you. So strong. All in all, this is a perfect king race dragon. Woohoo takes off. This is the supreme monster king he created with his own hands. Xiaoting was overjoyed. Less than 3 days after awakening, he edited the king race. He is the first and only person in the world. If the news that he edited the Supreme King at the age of 18 were to spread, it would probably cause a global sensation. And creating the Supreme Flying Dragon King is only Xiaoting's first step towards becoming the supreme creator of the Dragon Clan. In this era full of monster creators, he will personally create the long-lost dragon race. After the excitement, Xiaoting took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. I wonder how many kingly skills the Thunder King Dragon has mastered now. He was about to check the properties panel when several prompts popped up in front of him. You have successfully advanced to the king race. Your Thunder King Dragon has gained some insights, and all of its skill levels have increased. Charge, Intermediate Basic, evolves into Lightning Charge, Intermediate Extraordinary. Explosive Flame Breath, Intermediate Level Extraordinary, evolves into Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, Intermediate Level King. Lightning Fong, Low Level Extraordinary, evolves into Thunder Fong, Low Level King. Dragon Power Shock, Low Level King, evolves to King Level Shock, High Level King. The level of all the skills of the Thunder King Dragon has been raised to a higher level. This wave took off directly. Although the little Thunder Dragon is still a juvenile level 1 flying dragon, it already possesses the kingly skills that can defeat elite leaders of higher levels. But that's not all. Another surprise hint appeared, making Xiaoting open his eyes wide with excitement. This skill is, you have successfully advanced to the king race. Your Thunder King Dragon has gained some insights and learned the exclusive secret technique, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. Skill, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, exclusive secret technique. Level, High Level King. Skill Proficiency, Level 1 entry. Introduction, a Dragon King skill, a dragon language magic created by the original Long Huang, with a total of 10 Dragon Roar syllables. If the caster masters the Dragon Roar, he can immediately release powerful thunder magic. Level 10 Proficiency Evolution, Peak King Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. The legendary dragon language magic. The power of the dragon race is inseparable from dragon language magic. Every ancient king dragon is a top master of dragon language magic. Just by roaring, they can release violent natural disaster magic that can destroy everything. The template of the first little thunder dragon is completely different and has become so powerful. Thunder King Dragon, Juvenile Stage. Race, Peak King Dragon Clan. Level, Early Stage 1, 19 Evolution Degrees. Skills, Lightning Charge, Intermediate Extraordinary Level Entry. Lightning Fong, Low Level King Level Entry. Thunder and Fire Breath, Intermediate King Level Entry. King Level Shock, High Level King Level Entry. Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, High Level King Level Entry. 1 Mid-Level Extraordinary Skill, and 4 Low, Medium, and High Level King Skills. The King's skill is a King-level extraordinary ability that only Overlord-level monsters and Monarch-level monsters can master. Although the Thunder King Dragon is young, it is just an ordinary level 1 monster. But the gorgeous skill panel is in no way inferior to those of the powerful ancient kings. This wave of combat power increased by at least 30 times. A level 1 Thunder Tyrannosaurus can defeat a level 199 Evolution Degree Mad Blood Rhino. The Thunder King Dragon of the first stage fired a King-level shockwave, which stunned 30 quasi-elite level Mad Blood Rhinos. The powerful monster is the embodiment of the editor's power. Xiaoting suddenly became excited. He now wants to rush to the 9th hospital of the Demon City, fight 5,000 people alone, and become the strongest monster freshman. Then again, since I succeeded in my first editing and created the king race, I should be promoted to a junior editor, right? Xiaoting touched his chin. As soon as the thought came to my mind, Several reminder sounds rang in my ears. Ding! The first monster editing was successful. Physical fitness meets the standard. Mental strength meets the standard. You have been promoted to junior editor. You have obtained 1/10 of the dragon blood power of the Thunder King Dragon. You can choose one of the Thunder King Dragon's talents and solidify it as your own skill. Chapter 34 Dragon Blood Editor, Thunder Master. All junior editors can obtain 1/10 of the monster's bloodline power and solidify one of the monster's abilities. Xiaoting looked at the skill bar of Thunder King Dragon. His eyes scanned the 4 king-level skills back and forth. There are too many king-level skills. It's too hard to choose. If editors around the world heard this, they would probably spit at him to death. For junior editors, the first monster talents solidified are all basic level enhanced skills, such as Charge, Harden, Claw, Eagle Eye, and Crush. More resistant to beatings. Better at running. Better to look at. If you can solidify the monster's talent for the first time, you will get the king level skills of Overlord Qualification and King Qualification. People like this only live in fairy tales. He is called the Chosen King who ends an era by many netizens. And Xiaoting, probably the most exaggerated Chosen King. For king level skills, he can choose whatever he wants. Choose Solidification, Breath of Thunder and Fire, Intermediate King. He can spit out double dragon breath, letting thunder and fire annihilate everything. Choose Solidification, Thunderfang, Low-Level King. He will be able to summon a dragon head and unleash thunder fangs that can tear apart everything. Choose Solidification, King-Level Deterrence, High-Level King. He will gain the domineering power of a king and can shock, command, and intimidate other monsters with his aura. Choose Solidification, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, High-Level King. He can become a Thunder Master, a dragon language magician. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoting made a decision. I choose to solidify Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. Dragon Roar Magic, also known as Dragon Language Magic. It is an extremely powerful exclusive secret technique that can only be used by the 6th level Dragon King. Solidify this skill. Xiaoting is equivalent to a dragon language magician who masters thunder. Things like Palm Thunder, Thunder Escape Kirin, billions of volts, and 10,000 thunders. Using them is just like playing. As the words fell, 2 purple lights emerged from the Thunder King Dragon's body and rushed into Xiaoting's body. Boom. 1/10 of the King Dragon's blood flowed into Xiaoting's limbs and bones. At the same time, a vast and trembling magical power of thunder instantly rushed into his whole body. It felt like an explosion inside my body. The powerful dragon blood and thunder power washed over his limbs and bones over and over again. Every cell in Xiaoting's body was madly devouring the energy of the two and began to transform again and again. Brilliant lightning flashed from 3,600,000 pores. The thunder energy intertwined into a huge thunderstorm cocoon, wrapping Xiaoting in it. Bang bang, bang bang. In the monster space, a huge thunderstorm cocoon rose and fell with Xiaoting's breathing, making a thunderous heartbeat. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of the giant cocoon. Huge body, majestic dragon head. The Thunder King Dragon stretched out its 30-meter-long lightning wings and lay majestically in front of the creator, guarding quietly. Time passes by little. A full 24 hours later, the dragon blood and the power of thunder finally settled in the body. Xiaoting finally regained consciousness. His eyes opened. The thunderstorm cocoon turned into endless thunder and lightning power, sinking into the pores with the breath. Concentrate all the lightning power in your body. Xiaoting raised his hand and summoned a water mirror. Looking at the transformed body with excitement, the figure becomes slender and upright. 8-pack abs, as standard as the statue of Apollo. Temperament has undergone a drastic change. There is a powerful dragon aura surrounding his body, and he exudes the aura of a top predator all the time. His originally calm and introverted character also became more sharp with the domineering and fierce aura, like a dormant dragon, which made people feel that he was not easy to mess with at first glance. I became more handsome and stronger. It's good that you're not bald. Xiaoting touched his head and was very satisfied with his current figure. This time, both he and the Thunder King Dragon were completely reborn. Then, Xiaoting raised his hands and tentatively shouted, "Blood Awakening, King Flying Dragon. My turn. Transform." A powerful force of dragon blood poured out like a flood, and then filled the whole body. A strong airflow swirled up from under the boy's feet. Behind Xiaoting, a phantom of a flying dragon suddenly appeared, howling towards the sky and calling out thunder and lightning. The phantom of the king dragon transformed into a purple beam of light and poured into his back. Xiao Ting's eyes changed from their original golden state to a pair of truly eternal king's eyes. This is the king's dragon eye. After obtaining 1/10 of the monster's blood power, the editor will undergo a certain degree of alienation. Xiao Ting's body transformed into king's dragon eyes. He can release the king-level shock the moment he opens the king's dragon eye. Inflict indiscriminate, large-scale mental shocks on monsters and editors. I didn't expect that I could transform into a king's dragon pupil. Xiao Ting looked at the king's never-extinguished golden eyes in the mirror and was extremely surprised. This mutation is so awesome. It even comes with a king-level passive skill called Dragon Power Deterrence. All alien species will submit to the gaze of this supreme being. I am the disaster. I am the king. The golden pupil went out. The moment when alienation ends. Xiao Ting felt a deep emptiness in his stomach. Gurgle. The stomach growled with hunger. Although blood awakening is very powerful, but with Xiao Ting's current physical strength, he can only maintain the king's eyes for 3 to 4 minutes. Next, Xiao Ting raised his left hand and uttered a low spell that sounded like a dragon's roar. Dragon roar magic. Thunder. Dark purple lightning emerged from both hands. Like 1,000 birds screaming and tumbling, they kept flashing on and off. Xiao Ting's mind moved, and the thunder in his arms rose into the air, transforming into flowing purple dragons that coiled around his body, digging a groove. So cool. From now on, he can use dragon language magic and control the power of thunder. Xiao Ting, overjoyed, flicked his left hand. The boiling electric current suddenly turned into a 10-meter-long purple lightning dragon that shot out. The thunder dragon was made of purple lightning, its body spewing thousands of electric lights, and it smashed into the sky with a loud bang. Boom! Xiao Ting was startled by the thunder. This power is terrifying. One strike is enough to kill all elite monsters instantly. Shit. He who inherited 1/10 of the King Dragon's blood has become so powerful. So what is the current strength of Thunder King Dragon? Xiao Ting turned his head away. He locked onto the Thunder King Dragon that was peeking out from behind him eagerly. After the initial editing, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex was successfully promoted to the King race. Its size suddenly increased, reaching a terrifying height of 15 meters, and its lightning wingspan exceeded 30 meters. The originally dark skin turned into a deep and cold dark purple. The purple wings, flashing with majestic lightning, are full of the majestic aura of the supreme flying dragon. Eyes met. A sense of blood-related closeness arises spontaneously. Chapter 35. The Thunder King Dragon in the Name of God. You've grown so big, it's time to give you a name. What do you think of the name? Thor. Xiao Ting touched its big dark purple head. I hope that you can become a Thunder God Dragon that is older and nobler than the ancient Blue Dragon, the Disaster Black Dragon, and the Chaos Sea Dragon. In the name of God. This is Xiao Ting's expectation for its future. This name also indicates his ambition as the creator of the Dragon Clan and his ambition to create the god of all dragons. Roar. The Thunder King Dragon roared. Dad, this name is very impressive. Lei Shenlong likes the name you chose. Little Thunder God raised his dragon head and gently leaned it on Xiao Ting's shoulder. Like a good little dog, he did not have the slightest bit of the majesty of a dragon king and was full of intimacy and dependence on Xiao Ting. Even though it has become a majestic king flying dragon, Xiao Ting is still its most respected father and the most noble creator. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Little Thor lowered his head suspiciously. Whose stomach is growling? It doesn't seem to be its belly. Xiao Ting covered his hungry stomach and patted its head helplessly. Okay, if you keep acting like a spoiled child, I, your dad, will starve to death. Activating Blood Awakening and experimenting with Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, have drained Xiao Ting's physical strength. One man and one dragon began to share the grilled crab. The grilled shield crab is delicious. The crab body is roasted to a crispy aroma, the meat is firm, and it has a salty and fresh taste that leaves a long-lasting aftertaste. The crab roe and crab paste are sealed in the shell, melting in your mouth, making you intoxicated. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ting finished eating half of the armored crab. A shield crab weighs more than 500 kilograms. His body had been transformed by the dragon's blood, and his appetite was incredibly big. Once he swallowed more than 200 pounds of crab roe, crab paste, and crab meat. All of them were converted into heat energy, which restored his strength. After dinner, Xiao Ting burped. It was a great pleasure. It was a great pleasure. The little Thor next to him is also very cool. Xiaoting watched it wagging its tail and eating like a little pig. He ate all the food in his store. After eating half a mad blood rhino and 4 grilled crabs, it held its round belly and burped contentedly. Devouring normal monster. Shield crab? Thunder dragon evolution. Current evolution degree, level 123. Your appetite has increased again. Xiaoting poked it and saw that its belly was bulging like in a cartoon, which looked a little bad. After eating 2 tons of food today, little Thor was finally full. Xiaoting calculated its food intake and felt something was not right. If this goes on, he might not be able to support our greedy little dragon. After a moment of silence, Xiaoting stared into its purple grape-like eyes and said, "There is no food left at home. What are you going to eat tomorrow?" Little Thor's eyes widened. Confused, it and Xiaoting stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, he spread his wings with murderous intent. "Daddy, Daddy, we can also go to the underground coliseum for free meals. It is both lively and stunning in combat, and can guarantee to provide a one-stop service for your battle against monsters." After becoming stronger, little Thor also became inflated. He felt that he could kill 10 mad blood rhinos in one breath and save enough food for 10 days or half a month. Where can you find so many elite monsters for you to beat up? Xiaoting shook his head. A mid-level editor armed with an elite monster is a big shot who can walk sideways in the 3rd-tier Donghai City. Only in the underground arenas of the 1st-tier metropolises, such as the Magic City and the Imperial City, elite, leader-level, and commander-level monsters can appear. Xiaoting, besides, for the sake of our lives, we can't go to that place in Donghai City a second time? Little Thor tilted his head in confusion. Roar? Why? Facing its confused look, Xiaoting gave a brief explanation. The last time they took the Thunder Tyrannosaurus out, they might have been discovered as high-level 3rd-level Dragon Awakeners. If he comes to challenge the opponent twice, he will definitely be recognized. There might be an assassin named Lao Lu coming to ambush him. The benefits that a 5th-level Overlord Dragon can bring are enough to make countless underground forces trample on all laws. Not to mention, what Xiaoting was carrying was the evolved version of the baby Tyrannosaurus Rex, the baby Monarch Rex. The entire underground coliseum is probably going crazy. Although it is shocking that a senior high school student has mastered the method of evolution of the king race, it may not be unprecedented. But you edited the Asian dragon into a flying dragon in just 1 day and 1 night? This is too fucking outrageous. How come you gave the Tyrannosaurus Rex 5 supreme wings after just 1 day of not seeing him? Where did you get these level 5 wings made of Overlord monster material? This is a big problem. It's terrifying when you think about it. It might expose the system. Within 2 days, Xiaoting prepared to find a perfect excuse for how my Tyrannosaurus Rex evolved into a baby flying dragon overnight. The strongest creator's auxiliary system, the Eye of All-Seeing, and the Hand of Fusion must not be exposed. Roar. I understand. Little Thor nodded. If he couldn't go to the Colosseum to fight for food, why not eat less? Just a little bit less for every meal? Lei Shenlong touched his belly, made a dot gesture with his toes, and looked at Xiaoting in a conflicted manner. Xiaoting was amused by its conflicted little expression. Okay. He rubbed little Thor's big head. I'm not going to tease you anymore. Let's be honest, your dad still has $1 million in savings. He can buy you some delicious food. Chairman Ma, the gift from the 3rd richest man in Donghai City, that $1 million bank card, is finally put to good use. Before leaving, Xiaoting took a look at the editable evolution path of little Thor. Edit ×1. Details. Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex Dragon Eagle Purple Wing. Fusion editable. Head, body, front paws, hind paws, tail. Editable evolution route. 1 Ancient Dragon Evolution, 2 Demon Evolution, 3 Snake Emperor Evolution, 4. Edited as Tier 7 Calamity Ancient Dragon. Needs to be fused. Tier 6 Monster Front Claws. Tier 6 Monster Head Horns. Edited as 7th level Demon Ancient Dragon. Needs to be fused. 6th level Monster Head Horn. 6th level Monster Front Claw. Edited as 7th level Snake Emperor Ancient Dragon. Needs to be fused. 6th level Monster Body. 6th level Monster Tail. Quick browse completed. Xiaoting couldn't help but smack his lips. Its next evolution actually requires the front claws and giant horns of a level 6 Monster King. When such an existence gets angry, it can easily destroy a huge country. Unimaginable. The 7th level Ancient Dragon of Natural Disasters edited and synthesized in this way is ridiculously powerful, domineering, and cool. Huh. For me right now, it's still too far away to think about these things. Shake your head. Xiaoting closed the panel in front of him. Closing his eyes, He exited the monster space. Old City, Ziyuan Neighborhood, Demolition, Civilian 2 Building, Room 704. On the bed, a void crack appeared out of nowhere, and the figure of the young man slowly emerged. In a blink of an eye, I was back to the original room. Xiao Ting was the first to smell a strange odor. Fuck. He looked at the dirt overflowing from his pores. I rushed into the bathroom and took a quick shower. After integrating 1/10 of the king dragon's blood, he was freed of the dirt, impurities, and waste within his body, and completely stepped into the extraordinary realm, reborn. Washed for 20 minutes. The water flowing into the bathroom drain gradually turned from black to clear and clean. Do a full body cleanse. Xiao Ting put on his summer short-sleeved shirt and shorts, walked out of the bathroom, and pushed open the creaking glass window of the bedroom. Chapter 36. There is a hungry dragon at home, and the father is worried. The drizzle on a summer night hits my face. The cool breeze blows, and every pore can feel the refreshment. My ears and eyes are sharper. My night vision has also improved. Xiao Ting looked at the crowd walking by with umbrellas on the rainy night. After being washed with dragon blood, his physical condition was greatly improved. Strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, and other functions have all increased a lot. The body also underwent tremendous changes. His height increased by 2 or 3 centimeters, exceeding 1.8 meters. With a clean and fresh young face and a strong body, he looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. Xiao Ting felt the strength in his body that far exceeded that of before, and he clenched his fist hard. There was a crackling sound, and the muscles in his hands bulged, with his hands filled with enough strength to blow up the old wall with one punch. Wow, I'm the modern-day Wu Song. Stood by the window for a while. The dripping hair was quickly dried by the cool night breeze. Xiao Ting scratched his hair, returned to the bedroom, and glanced at the old-fashioned electronic desk calendar hanging on the wall. It is now June 24, 2022, and 7:31 p.m. Looking at the time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after fusing with the dragon blood, he didn't oversleep. The day after tomorrow, June 26th, will be the afternoon for Donghai City's Trainee Editor Certification Assessment. Looking back on the experiences of the past few days, Xiao Ting also found it very wonderful. Number. He is a senior high school student who has awakened on his own in the last grade 3, 7, and grade 3, 6 classes of Laoching number 3 middle school. Number. On the first day after awakening, he went to the underground coliseum, the shipping captain and the third in command of the Huaihai Wharf Gang. At night, I returned to the 2 building and began to fuse 1/10 of the dragon's blood to advance to the primary level. Number. That is 7:30 p.m. now. After 24 hours, he successfully integrated the king's bloodline and advanced to a junior dragon editor. The next day of awakening, I edited the King Dragon clan and advanced to the primary level. Xiao Ting's incredible advancement speed will make the awakened high school students in the same batch of 90 become silent at first, and then exclaim that it is outrageous to the extreme. I can still enjoy a day off tomorrow. Xiao Ting turned on the electric fan and blew a cool breeze. Using a spoon, scoop out half of an ice watermelon from the refrigerator. The day after tomorrow is the certification assessment for trainee editors. The assessment mainly consists of the second test of talent, monster entry, and a basic written test. It's not difficult. I had just finished the college entrance examination, and my brain was at its peak of wisdom. The written test is basically a massacre. Xiao Ting doesn't even have to read books at the last minute to cram for exams. But when the monster is entered, regarding the matter of, how did my Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex become a Thunder Monarch Rex? He still needs to think carefully about how to argue. After eating half a watermelon, Xiao Ting looked at the time, took out the $1 million bank card given by President Ma, and opened the door. It's still early, so I'll go for a walk to digest the food and see if there's any place to buy food for little Thor. There is no food left in the monster space. Little Thor will have nothing to show off tomorrow. Xiao Ting plans to go to a nearby monster food factory and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy some fresh monster meat. Walk down the old-fashioned stairs and open the old-fashioned security door. Xiao Ting's appearance surprised the surrounding 7th team. Captain, protect the target and go out. More than 20 soldiers, armed with weapons, followed quietly. Under their escort, Xiao Ting arrived at the nearest swine animal processing factory. The pigmon is a large ordinary monster. It looks like a wild boar, and its racial skill is digging holes. It often digs holes in crops and orchards everywhere. This creature reproduces quickly and in huge numbers, often stealing food and destroying crops. No grass grows wherever it goes, which makes the farming community hate it. There are long-term tasks to eliminate pig beasts in various places, and almost every day there are certified editors who go to the countryside to catch and kill pig beasts. Their only advantage is that they taste good. And since they have been eating vegetarian food since childhood, the food has certain nourishing effects and can be eaten by ordinary people. It is a hot-selling delicacy on the table. Came to the largest pig, an animal processing factory in the outer city. Hundreds of tons of animal meat are processed here every day. I don't get off work until 9:30 in the evening. Xiaoting went straight to the staff and said that he wanted to buy meat for his initial monster. Upon learning that he was an awakened person in the third year of high school, the factory staff did not dare to neglect him and directly called the manager out. When asked, Xiaoting was dumbfounded. 1 ton of pig meat costs more than 300,000 yuan. Hiss, so expensive. I didn't expect that ordinary monster flesh and blood would be so valuable. The manager said amiably, it is a bit expensive, but monsters' flesh and blood contain a lot of blood energy. If ordinary people eat it, they can get a good blood nourishment and prolong their lifespan. Your initial monster can also obtain a large amount of nutrients by eating it and grow rapidly. Monsters, like humans, have a lifespan. It is divided into larval stage, growth stage, adult stage, and aging stage. The Thunder King Dragon is still in its infancy. Don't be fooled by its huge size. It is indeed a monster baby. Xiaoting had no idea how the other original monsters, who were crawling and screaming on the ground, were drinking milk from the bottles. But to the powerful dragon clan, the flesh and blood of the monsters in the heavens is the best and most nutritious milk. Xiaoting reluctantly spent 980,000 yuan, swiping the $1 million bank card given to him by President Ma, and bought 3 tons of pig meat. As soon as the money was received, the manager smiled and asked the factory staff to pick up the goods. In less than 10 minutes, factory staff drove a large truck and delivered the meat. As they looked up in awe, Xiaoting opened his hands and opened the monster space. Ripples appeared in the void, and a circular star map opened up on the ground. The pig meat sank instantly and was swallowed into the void tunnel. Welcome to visit us next time. Walking out of the monster food factory, Xiaoting felt a little worried. Tons of pig meat, probably only enough for little Thor to eat for one day tomorrow. After it was promoted to a king race, its appetite doubled. At least 3 or 4 tons of food are needed a day to maintain growth. Xiaoting sighed and said worriedly, oh, it would be great if dozens of tons of monster meat fell from the sky. When there is a hungry dragon at home, the nanny is worried. On the way home, Xiaoting calculated his savings as he walked. There was only over 20,000 yuan in cash left. As a student, although he occasionally worked odd jobs during the winter and summer vacations, he basically spent all the money on daily expenses. He was even too frugal to turn on the air conditioner during normal times. Apart from the $1 million bank card given by Chairman Ma, Xiaoting, who was penniless, had little savings. However, he still has expensive and precious monster materials in his hands. 3rd level Ice Pearl and 2nd level Fire Armor Pearl. Both the former and the latter are rare materials and can be sold for at least 5 or 6 million. Xiaoting did the math. This huge sum of money is almost enough for little Thor to eat for a week. The gold-eating beast assassin is you. Xiaoting felt like he was stabbed in the heart. Hiss, 5 or 6 million. He has never spent so much money in his life. It was only enough for little Thor to buy dragon food for a week. Raising monsters is expensive. Raising a dragon is damn expensive. Hey, if he wasn't afraid of exposing his identity yesterday, he would have gone to the prize pool of the underground arena and taken some money. If his family really couldn't make ends meet, Xiaoting still planned to put the 2 materials on the dark web for auction. Raising a dragon doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. He can't eat much rice anyway. When little Thor is full and grows up, the money he earns from killing a leader monster or commanding monsters will be more than just 5 million. It would be great if there was a place like the Underground Coliseum where you can make money and legally farm monster meat. Xiaoting put his hands in his pockets, walked on the rain, thinking as he went. In addition to the wilderness area, you can hunt a large number of wilderness monsters. A large number of exotic monsters seem to fall from the cracks, forming a swarm of insects and beasts to invade the earth. Chapter 37 A-Level Monster World. The Worm Abyss is invading. In memory, the frequency of the appearance of alien monster cracks is much higher than that of earthquakes and tsunamis. Almost every minute and every second, cracks open up all over the world. The foreign invaders behind the rift will send countless monsters to descend on major cities. Because of the ever-present foreign invasions, editors in various countries have a high status. Human artillery and firearms are just tickles to some monsters. The spiritual monsters from other regions can even use their telekinesis to teleport missiles to other cities. Are you surprised? Are you unexpected? Nuclear weapons can only serve as a strategic deterrent, not the savior of mankind. Only monster editors can control powerful editing monsters and resist alien invasions. Xiaoting thought about it and identified the crack and the wilderness area as the primary targets. Before going to the Magic City to take the entrance examination, he must obtain a fixed hunting ground and obtain a large amount of monster flesh and blood to feed the Thunder King dragon. As he was thinking about it, Xiaoting felt a little hungry. Passing by a fast food restaurant, he ordered a half-off Fat House Happy Meal. In summer, you must enjoy iced watermelon and drink iced cola. More than 20 task force soldiers were waiting for their meals with him outside the fast food restaurant. Suddenly, in a park across the street, an unexpected commotion broke out. A monster crack appeared in Uzixi Park. This is the second time this month. This group of hateful dark races, do they still want to invade our great Donghuang? From Uzixi Park not far away, there were cries of fear from the crowd. In the sky above the park, a dark crack, like a hideous wound, lay across the void. Extremely powerful spatial turbulence filled the area around the crack. Behind the crack is a blood-red abyss. Countless scarlet worms struggled out of the monster world, drilled into the door, and invaded the earth. An emergency call from the park was made directly to the Donghai City Patrol Army headquarters. Emergency on South Street. Requesting support. It's a world of high-risk monsters, the worm abyss. Groups of soldiers quickly rushed to Uzixi Park where the monster crack appeared. Kill the monster leader as soon as possible. We must not let the tunnel to the other world solidify. Behind the crack that looks like a bloody gate, a huge demon insect leader fell. It raised its head and howled. Endless, black fog instantly spread out from under his feet, submerging an area of hundreds of miles. The soldiers raised their hands. Countless editing monsters leaped out from the depths of the ripples and swooped forward. Outside a fast food restaurant 2 streets away, Zhou Zhuang looked at the Uzixi Park roaring in the night. There was a dense hail of gunfire and artillery fire. Captain, do you need us to provide support? The soldier beside him asked. Armored vehicles passed by on the street. On the side are printed blood eagles with their wings spread high. It was the Iron Eagle Monster Legion stationed in the East China Sea. Zhou Zhuang looked at the number on the car and shook his head slowly. No need. 3 elite patrol squads have gone to guard the crack. There are 3 senior captains who have experienced many battles. Trust them. Team 7, stay where you are and continue to protect the target boy. Just at this moment, a blood-red and seriously wounded desert deathworm emerged from the black fog. This ordinary-level demon insect, tens of meters long, fled in front of the fast food restaurant at an astonishing speed. At this time, Xiaoting happened to be holding a bottle of ice cream and walked out. Zhou Zhuang's pupils shrank. Lead the team out. Danger. Please step back. Student, please leave this to us. Zhou Zhuang, holding a gun, turned the energy gun and aimed it at the huge, dark red worm. But Xiaoting's speed is faster than theirs. My friend, can you lend me your sword? The young man put down the Coke cup, pulled out the Han sword from the middle-aged warrior's back, and suddenly exerted force with his arm. Clang! The silver sword turned into a beam of white light and rushed into the air. Everyone on this long street raised their heads unconsciously, staring in horror at the dazzling meteor passing overhead. Call out. After the sharp sound of breaking through the air, the silver sword pierced into the mouthparts of the death worm's head like a meteor. Its body was pushed dozens of meters away by the sword thrower's powerful force and nailed to a wall. Roar. The death worm opened its daisy-shaped fang-like mouthparts, and its 4 tentacles swung around as it hissed and roared. Blood and flesh were splattered all over the ground. The sound waves vibrated the blood-drinking silver sword. The silver sword made a sharp clanging sound. Zhang. After a violent tail-wagging struggle, the dark red intestinal worm fell in a large pool of blood and was no longer moving. You destroyed the common-level desert deathworm. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 125. The onlookers stared blankly at Xiaoting throwing the meteor sword. After more than 10 seconds, people finally came back to their senses from their stupor and cried out in surprise. Wow, the deathworm has been killed. Who killed it? It seems to be some young boy. I captured it. He was the one who threw that amazing sword. Xiaoting lowered his tense arms, turned around, and picked up the binkle again. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? A dazzling golden light leaked out from the boy's eyes. These turned out to be a pair of deep and cold golden eyes, even colder-blooded than reptiles, looking down on everything like the ancient dragons. Zhou Zhuang's breathing stagnated, and he shook his head quickly. Xiao Ting withdrew his gaze and glanced around. There were no monster materials or mystical orbs in the demon worm's corpse. But Xiao Ting concealed the golden light in his eyes and looked at the insect monster in the pool of blood with a smile. This ordinary-level demon insect, although its combat power is mediocre, is plump and should weigh about 2 tons, right? Wow, it's monster meat falling from the sky. Xiao Ting walked forward happily. The Thunder King Dragon even eats ghouls with relish, so he shouldn't despise this free gift. Extend your left hand. Ripples like water waves appeared in the void. A circular star map-like magic array stretched out from the ground and engulfed the huge corpse of the demon insect. Another day's supply of dragon rations is in hand. Boom. At this time, the earth trembled again, and intensive artillery sounds came from Yuzikwi Park not far away. Xiao Ting subconsciously looked at Captain Zhou standing beside him. He asked in surprise, "Is that Yuzixi Park on South Street? Has another monster crack appeared?" A month after he traveled through time, he also encountered an invasion of the Fisher, but it was not as close as 2 or 3 streets away, and was quickly dealt with by the patrol troops. Zhou Zhuang looked in the direction of the park and nodded solemnly. Yes, Level 1 Monster World. Worm Abyss is invading. In 1992, Qiao Yu, the chief director of the Monster Rift Research Institute, compiled a sequence list before his death, sorting all the alien monster worlds that invaded the Earth according to their strength levels. There are currently 99 known exotic monster worlds that are publicly available. Among them, there are 29 worlds with extremely high-risk monsters. Level 69 Monster Worlds. A Level 3 monster world means there are Level 3 monster bosses. Worm Abyss is one of them. Chapter 38. Insect Tide Invasion, triggering serial killing mission. If the totem poles of the other world are not dealt with, once the other world tunnel solidifies, it will directly trigger a 3rd-level insect tide. It is not a leader-level demon insect that leads its subordinates to invade the 3rd-level insect tide on Earth. It was an invasion by a group of leader-level demon insects. By then, the entire Donghai city will be in danger. As the two were talking, a shrill alarm sounded overhead. The alarm was so loud that it covered the entire outer city area. Zhou Zhuang raised his head, his face solemn. This is a Level 3 yellow warning signal for cracks in the city. Xiao Ting listened attentively. The 3rd-level warning means that the insect swarm over there is under absolute control and the situation is not bad. The main purpose is to let everyone go home quickly and not run around, so as not to add trouble to the patrol troops' suppression work. If the situation changes unexpectedly, the monster army patrolling the city will not be able to suppress the cracks, causing the insect tide to get out of control. 6 Level 2 red alarms will be sounded throughout the city, informing the public to evacuate urgently. What a pity. Although there were dozens of tons of monster rations not far away, the situation was not serious enough for him to expose the Thunder King Dragon and take action. Young man, you should go home and have a rest before the situation escalates, Zhou Zhuang suggested. What about you? Are you going to provide support? Xiao Ting asked casually. Zhou Zhuang thought he was worried, so he patted his chest and said, Don't worry, we will guard here and become the first line of defense for this community. All right. It seems that protecting him is the team's top priority. Captain, you've worked hard. Xiao Ting raised his right hand towards a group of soldiers, nodded slightly, and saluted. This group of brave people, willing to protect him with their lives, deserves his sincere thanks. Although he and the Thunder King Dragon were strong enough to instantly pin this team to the ground and kill them, then he held a burger in one hand and a Coke cup in the other. The handsome figure soon disappeared in the tube building. After he left, Zhou Zhuang heard the 2 soldiers next to him breathing heavily. When being stared at by those golden eyes, the 2 warriors held their breath and dared not breathe normally. The cold sweat dripping from his forehead wet his collar. A soldier couldn't help but gasp. It actually killed the first-stage late-stage desert deathworm instantly with just 1 strike. Although this demon insect was injured, it was able to kill a severely injured first-stage late-stage monster in 1 strike. This boy's combat power is almost at the peak of the primary level, right? After a burst of surprised discussions, the soldiers fell silent. He turned his head and looked at the captain of the task force with an expression that looked as if he was questioning his life. Captain, it seems this boy doesn't need our protection at all. Is he really the awakened one in this high school class? Isn't he the descendant of some national-level master? Their team leader Zhou Zhuang practiced for 10 years before he was promoted to an intermediate editor. But a high school boy who had just awakened had actually reached the peak level of the First Order with a single strike, and his combat power seemed to be no less than that of a second-order intermediate captain. Hiss. What kind of supreme racial talent has been awakened? The soldiers were confused. Zhou Zhuang was actually also confused. The power of that sword just now. He had to at least activate his bloodline, awakening to be able to throw it out so easily. It's only been less than 2 days since he awakened, and he's already so strong. No wonder he was strongly recommended by the colonel to the 9th hospital of the Magic City, which is full of freak geniuses. Zhou Zhuangqiang suppressed his shock, clenched his wet palms, and glared, "Okay, stop talking nonsense, quickly contact an ambulance and send the injured people around to the city hospital." Back to 704. After eating and drinking his fill, Xiaoting washed up, went to bed, turned off the light, and went asleep. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the young man in the bedroom was sleeping soundly, his heart as calm as water, and he had no dreams all night. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion outside. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the entire residential building shook violently as if it had encountered a major earthquake. Xiaoting opened his eyes and suddenly looked out the window. Just heard. There was a burst of gunfire outside the building, along with the roar of the 7th Task Force. Protect the boy from 704. We must not let anything happen to that person. Go to hell. Oh shit. What happened outside? Xiaoting had a face full of question marks, frowned, and lifted the curtain. Suddenly, countless densely packed and wriggling tentacles appeared before my eyes. It's a bug. He made eye contact with the tentacle-like mouthparts of a death worm. You know, he lives on the 7th floor. The gray worm in front of me must be at least 35 or 36 meters tall. A cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in my ears. Trigger the serial killing mission. Eliminate the demon insect leader who came for revenge, 0. Eliminate the vengeful death swarm, 0. Mission reward, random 5th tier overlord race Asian dragon egg. Do you accept? The moment I smelled Xiaoting's scent, the mouthparts covered with countless tentacles broke through the wall. The wriggling tentacles launched a crazy and bloody whipping attack towards the master bedroom where Xiaoting was. Xiaoting immediately took out the leader-level invisible lizard cloak and wrapped his whole body around it. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. After launching the fatal attack, the demon insect leader retracted his tentacles and howled to the sky. And inside the house, home appliances exploded and the ceiling collapsed. The single grandmother upstairs, holding her granddaughter, fell out of the broken hole and screamed in terror. Ah! Call out. A streak of purple lightning caught them. Xiaoting, wearing a dark hood, put down the old man and the child and said, "Grandma Zhang, this is dangerous. Take Cece and leave quickly." He raised his left hand, which was wrapped in lightning. Arcs of lightning flashed in his hands. A stream of electric current shot out. It smashed the collapsed corner of the wall and created a big hole. Not far outside the cave is the emergency corridor. Xiao Xiao, thank you. Grandma Zhang wiped away her tears, thanked him profusely, then ran down the stairs holding her little granddaughter who was crying and hiccuping. Save the grandma and grandchildren upstairs. Xiaoting retracted his gaze and looked at the roaring and hissing demon insect leader on the other side. Raise your hand and summon. A dazzling summoning circle appeared in the void. A huge dragon claw, as big as a hill, gently emerged from the star map. A purple-eyed dragon walked out from the end of the corridor and propped up the collapsed building. Accept the mission. Xiaoting stepped on the wings of the purple-eyed king dragon and jumped onto the dragon's back. Thunder King Dragon, fly to the sky. The young man looked at the constantly swinging mouthparts of the demon insect, and an extremely cold temperature close to freezing point burst out from his body. You demolished my house and destroyed my home. Do you think I'm dead? The black pupils turned from dark to gold. A strong murderous intent quickly flashed across the never-extinguished golden eyes. If you're here, stay. In order to get the random 5th Order Overlord Race Dragon Egg, this leader-level deathworm, he and Little Thor are determined to eat it. 3 minutes ago. Buzz, 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 buzz. 6 alarms blasted in the sky. This is a level 2 alert in the urban area. It means that there is a monster crack and has broken through the suppression line of defense. Soldiers needed, urgent support. People needed, evacuate urgently. At the same time, a huge black fog barrier surged like a wave, submerging the entire old city, including the Ziyuan community where Xiaoting lived. looking down from the sky. At 4:30 in the morning, the old city area of Donghai City was shrouded in a huge mist formed by black fog. On the streets and alleys, scattered citizens who were jogging in the morning looked up in astonishment at the huge black monster in front of them. The sky has changed color. What's going on? This is a 4th-level black fog barrier, and only a 4th-level editing master can break it. The patrol soldier in the inner city rubbed his eyes and said in amazement, "The black mist barrier is 1 level higher than the caster's level. This means that a level 3 dark race leader has invaded the old city. Quick, report to Colonel Lee." Chapter 39, Captain. The insect swarm in the old city is completely out of control. 30 minutes ago. 4 o'clock in the morning. Old town. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, several helicopters turned their propellers, cutting through the fog. A large number of soldiers from the old city, fully armed, rushed to Yuzikwi Park, where the insect tide was the most dangerous. Artillery launchers kept passing through the streets. Yuzikwi Park at night. 3 scarlet space cracks, like 3 blood-red doors, were fixed in the sky. Countless blood-red worms, like red threads, kept falling from the blood gate in the sky. Worm weak fire. Flame launcher ready. Artillery ready. Fire. The artillery vehicle at the rear changed direction. Aim for the cracks. In an instant, violent flames burst out from the muzzle of the cannon. The shells fell. The scorching heat distorts the air. Violent shock waves and flames swept in all directions. The blood-red worms turned into pieces of meat all over the sky amidst the wailing and howling. Roar. A roar suddenly exploded. In flames. Suddenly, a number of leader-level demon insects with a size of more than 38 meters rushed out. It left a violent afterimage and overturned the camouflage traffic. It's a leader-level demon insect that is not afraid of fire. A leader-level wave of demonic insects is coming. Warriors, immediately, all, retreat. The 3 senior captains shouted loudly. They shouted down the surrounding warriors. He summoned a leader-level editor monster, rushed forward, and launched a suicide attack. 15 minutes later, the ground was covered with blood. A wounded soldier raised his communicator and coughed up blood, saying, 3 captains killed dozens of leader-level demon insects and sacrificed themselves. 2 leader-level demon insects, along with a large number of first-level sub-insects, have escaped from the encirclement. Please be careful. After saying this, the soldier's arms slowly dropped. Boom. A sandworm sprang out of the ground, grabbed the soldier's body, and tore it apart with its tentacles, devouring it. Click, click, click. In the brutal chewing sound, the 2 leader-level demon insects roared and hissed, then burrowed into the ground. Countless first-order worms surged out like a wave, following closely behind, and burrowed into the ground. Insect tide. Completely out of control. At 4:30 in the morning in Donghai City, the dawn was already rising hazily in the sky. But the old town under the fog is still shrouded in dark shadows. Countless first-level demon insects broke out of the ground, opened their chrysanthemum-shaped mouthparts, grabbed the human figures on the ground, and ate anyone they saw. Blood-red splatter. Ah! On all sides of the street, countless people were caught by the first-level magic insects and eaten alive. The tragic scene caused waves of screams of terror. The other side. Old-style neighborhood. Listening to the intensive bombing not far away, Zhou Zhuang, who was leaning against the wall and guarding the boy in 704, woke up from his sleep and quickly took out the communicator. The next second, his expression changed drastically. Not good. The monster crack in Yuzi Creek has been lost. The patrol squads number 29, number 30, and number 31 were completely wiped out. Another worldly passage, level 3 solidification. Level 1 high-risk monster world, Worm Abyss. Sending a level 3 insect swarm to invade Earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the perceptive soldiers of the 7th Squad suddenly changed their expressions and raised their heads and shouted, "Captain, the insect swarm is coming. Pick up your weapons. Summon monsters. At all costs. Protect the boy at 704. Zhou Zhuang's angry roar had just finished. Several first-level dark red worms that were over 10 meters in size rushed out from the dark fog. The 7th team released the edited monsters one by one, pulled the trigger, and immediately launched a frenzied attack. Die, 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 die. The sounds of artillery bombardment and machine gun fire intertwined. At this moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet rumbled and shook. The ground cracked. A giant shadow like a long dragon rose into the air and rushed out from the ground. Charged towards a civilian tube-shaped building in Ziyuan community with the word demolition written all over it. Oh no, it's the mother of demon insects. Zhou Zhuang's face changed drastically. It is extremely protective of its own shortcomings and will launch crazy revenge on the enemy who killed the parent deathworm. Use the flamethrower to stop it. Don't let it get close to the boy in room 704. Zhou Zhuang shouted loudly. But there was no time to stop it. The 38-meter-long worm leader rushed towards the tube building with tremendous anger. The mouthparts covered with tentacles broke through the building and stabbed madly into the room where Xiaoting was. The whole building shook. Countless people ran downstairs in panic, fleeing for their lives. Roar! After a fatal attack, the mother of the demon insects pulled out her mouthparts from the ruins and screamed towards the sky. It's over, that young classmate. It's over. A high school student who has just awakened will definitely not be able to withstand such an attack. Task Force 7 is going crazy, looking at the scene in front of me with despair. A third-level leader-level mother of demon insects suddenly launched a terrorist attack. Even Captain Zhou, the strongest elite in the team, would surely die if he suffered this blow. Not to mention the young boy. He is just a senior high school student who has just awakened an initial monster. A young genius of Donghai City passed away. Captain Zhou's face flushed with blood, and he shouted, "Kill it! Fire!" That extremely talented awakened boy is dead. The protection mission entrusted to them by Colonel Li himself failed. I am ashamed of my commander. I am ashamed of my young man. Kill it! Revenge for the boy. A group of warriors had bloodshot eyes and fierce looks on their faces and raised their hunting energy guns. One after another, the editing monsters appeared beside them, their pupils emitting crimson arcs of light, charging towards the mother of demonic insects. Monster bites. Artillery bombardment. The mother of the third-level demon insect felt pain and turned around. The long tail swung like a red lightning whip, slapping countless monsters and warriors. Bump, bump. More than a dozen figures were shot down. It flew 20 or 30 meters away and smashed into the surrounding buildings, splashing blood one after another. Roar. The mother of the demon insects opened her mouth and roared. He raised his long blood-red tail again. It swept across like lightning towards the few soldiers who were still standing. Danger! Danger! Everyone retreat! At the critical moment, Zhou Zhuang shouted loudly. Bloodline awakening. The power of elite demon wolf. A huge shadow pressed down. A phantom of a demon wolf appeared behind Zhou Zhuang, turned into a green light, and drilled into his back. His aura suddenly surged. At this moment, blood burst out from Zhou Zhuang's arm. Werewolf hair grew on his body, and his muscles swelled exponentially, like a giant's arm, grabbing the huge tail of the demon insect. Team 7, go! He shouted angrily. But it lasted less than 10 seconds. Zhou Zhuang was thrown away violently. He was thrown 7 or 8 meters away, fell to the ground, and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. One blow from the leader-level demon insect mother broke 8 of his ribs. My vision went dark, and I almost lost the ability to move. Team leader. The surrounding soldiers shouted in fear. Zhou Zhuang propped himself up and vomited blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and forced an ugly, reassuring smile. I'm fine. Go and ask for support. We must get rid of this third-level demon insect leader. We have already lost a genius awakener. We cannot let it harm more people. While the medical soldiers in the rear were providing emergency treatment, they were also contacting other sections of the road. A soldier from the 7th Squad staggered to his feet again. Covered in blood, he rushed towards the demon insect leader. The dozen or so surviving editing monsters, also covered in blood, rushed forward. They used their bodies to desperately resist the attack of the demon insect leader, but still losing ground. 10 seconds passed. The female medic holding the communicator said palely, "Captain, a swarm of level 1 demon insects is wreaking havoc in the old city. In the 4 surrounding communities and 6 streets, more than half of the trainee soldiers were killed." The female medic kept sobbing and said, "Captain, the soldiers in other blocks are being attacked by another demon worm leader. They are requesting support." But the 3 highest-ranking captains of the old city's strongest combat force perished together with a group of third-level demon insect leaders 30 minutes ago in order to cover the evacuation of a large number of soldiers. The hot tears fell like pearls from a broken string. The desperate cries echoed in the streets filled with screams. We have no way to deal with 2 leader-level demon insects. The insect swarm in the old city has completely gotten out of control. Chapter 40. There is someone on the flying dragon. There is someone. I heard the soldiers on other sections of the road asking for support. Zhou Zhuang clenched his teeth. A layer of crystal liquid filled his eye sockets. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked softly, "Where's the colonel?" College Colonel Li is in a meeting in the Magic City. Even if the iron-blooded eagle flies at full speed, it will take at least 40 minutes to arrive. The female medic wiped away tears in memory of the deceased. Raise your hand and summon a lion-headed ginseng doll with green leaves on top. Little lion, healing light. Tisk, tisk. The lion-headed ginseng doll nodded vigorously. Green light flew under his hands, and healing light continued to be output, healing Zhou Zhuang, who looked like a bloody man. The female medic gave Zhou Zhuang emergency treatment while answering. However, we have already sent a request for support to the Haiyuan monster, the East China Sea Consortium, and the Lin Wei family. The good news is, 3 sacrificed captains successfully destroyed the alien totem pole guarding the tunnel. The 3 space cracks above Yuzi Creek have dissipated. The other world, Worm Abyss, will no longer send out worm swarms to invade Donghai City. But the bad news is that there are currently 2 third-level demon insect leaders leading a swarm of first-level insects in our old city area, wreaking havoc. The old town is located on the flank of the inner city and is geographically remote. It would take at least 5 to 6 minutes for the 3 major forces to come from the inner city to provide support and break the 4th-level black fog barrier. This period of time is enough for 2 level 3 demon insect leaders to lead a level 1 insect swarm to kill tens of thousands of people in the old city, or even hundreds of thousands of people in the old city. Roar. Both received emergency treatment. Another group of level 1 death worms burst out from the ground. It opened its mouth full of tentacles and attacked the soldiers of Team 7. The captain is receiving emergency treatment. Protect the captain. In an instant, the human body collided with the demon insect's body, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Zhou Zhuang, who looked like a bloody man, wanted to stand up, but was held down tightly by the female medical soldier. There were so many bleeding wounds on his body that it was almost impossible to stop them. This time, the grave will be moved in a flash. Lao Qi, Xiao Wu, along. Watching the 3 warriors who protected themselves with their flesh and blood being eaten by the mouthparts of the first-level magic insects. Zhou Zhuang roared loudly. His shoulders kept shaking and tears welled up in his eyes. No, don't eat them, don't. Fortunately, the surrounding soldiers reacted quickly, saved 3 soldiers who were almost eaten alive. Zhou Zhuang took deep breaths. Veins popped out of his hands, blood gushed out from the wounds, soaking the first aid bandages on his body. But next time, will he and his warriors be so lucky to escape the hunting of the magic insects? Who will rescue his warriors? Who will save the tens of thousands of people in the old city? No one. Zhou Zhuang knew this better than anyone else. He closed his eyes weakly, tears falling in despair. Old town, it's over. We have lost. Just at this moment, boom. A purple thunder suddenly lit up from the ruined room. The female medic's eyes widened and she raised her head in great surprise. What is that? Zhou Zhuang raised his head with difficulty and looked over. This moment, he saw a magnificent sight that he had never seen in his life. The sky, which was covered by black fog, was suddenly covered by dark purple thunderclouds. Boom, boom, boom. In the dark clouds, nearly 1,000 purple arcs of electricity continued to spread around, forming a terrifying lightning field in the sky, disrupting the space. Thunderclouds roared, and a murderous aura filled the sky and earth. At the moment when the thunder rolled, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. A flying dragon with thunderous purple wings spread its wings and flew out from the ruins, leaping high into the sky. It spread its purple wings filled with thunder, and thousands of dazzling electric currents gushed out of its body. It was like a thunder god appearing across the sky, illuminating the endless darkness that was covering the heads of hundreds of thousands of people in the old city. Roar. The dragon roars like anger. This was supposed to be a gloomy day for the demon insect massacre. Before the reinforcements arrive, countless people in the old city will be eaten alive by the demon insects that burst out of the ground and eat anyone they see. But now, the people and demon insects in the entire old city saw the angry dragon coming with thousands of thunders. The rumbling thunderclouds covered the sky within a radius of 100 meters. Dazzling purple snakes were flying in the sky. Countless people who were fleeing in panic all stopped in shock. Humans have a fear of thunder that has been engraved deep in their genes since ancient times. But at this moment, everyone felt a feeling that was more gripping than the ancient fear. It's vitality. It is the future. It is life. It is hope. The cold and murderous thunder gave them a glimmer of hope. Thousands of residents in the old city raised their heads in a daze, staring at the flying dragon dominating the sky. This is a king dragon with purple eyes and purple wings. Eyes like lightning. The wings are covered with feathers. It flaps its wings and stands tall in the sky. With its long curved neck, it looks down upon everything on earth. The dragon's body was huge and majestic. As the wings flapped, endless lightning photons scattered, like a thundering god of war, a king of lightning. It's a dragon. It is a supreme flying dragon of the king race. Fuck. This is the ultimate flying dragon that disappeared for thousands of years. Countless survivors either stood there blankly or excitedly leaned their heads out, looking at the king dragon flying into the sky with shocked expressions. As a king race, the perfection and shockingness of the Thunder King Dragon are simply inadequate to describe in words. Even if it is still young, everyone can also feel the faint kingly majesty emanating from each of its scales. For many people, this was the first and last time in their lives that they saw the ultimate limit of the evolution of the monsters on Earth. The king of races, the supreme flying dragon. This is a dragon, a thunder dragon. Countless soldiers were speechless. The dragon flapped its wings. As the purple lightning wings rubbed against each other, endless thunder elements madly poured into the air. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared. An extremely huge vortex of lightning appeared and condensed into a terrifying thunderstorm. The dazzling purple light covered the entire sky. Roar! The Thunder King Dragon spread his wings and roared to the sky. Dragon roar magic, thunder. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Thunder rumbles. Thunderbolts covered the sky and flooded the ground. Thunder strikes the top of the head. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunderbolts struck down continuously, like the wrath of the gods. The earth rumbles and shakes. Everyone's eyes were pierced by the blinding lightning. All I could hear was a continuous rumbling vibration above my head. The terrifying electric light filled the sky and earth. The thunder was deafening and continuous. The first-level death worms within a radius of 50 meters were instantly submerged by the thunder wave that was like the wrath of a god. In the raging tide of thunder, the evil insects that were wreaking havoc on the human world had no power to resist and were instantly turned into ashes and fell down together. You killed 10 common-level desert deathworms. Thunder Dragon Evolution Degree. Current Evolution Degree, Level 145. High-level King Skill, Dragon Roar Magic. Thunder Proficiency, Current Proficiency. Level 2 Entry, 1. Thunder Bombing. This scene completely stunned the 7th team within the range of the lightning. So strong. With a roar of a dragon, thunder waves filled the sky and earth. What a powerful force this is. Too shocking. This is the power of the king. Even though it is only 1/6 of the power of the king, it has the power to punish all things. Flying dragon. Go. Kill these man-eating bugs. Within a kilometer. Seeing the flash of white light, the other warriors in the 100 Thunders were also shocked. They looked in the direction of the Thunder King Dragon. That's Ziwan community. What a terrifying thunder wave. I'm afraid that only high-level monsters of level 3 or 4 can release such powerful elemental power. This should be a senior editor who holds a leader or commands monsters. Many soldiers who had fought blood and sweat were suddenly refreshed and regained their spirits. Support is coming. The old city has not been lost. The human race has not retreated. The human race must win. Donghuang must win. The soldiers' confidence increased and their morale soared. In an instant, the exhausted fire suppression regained its ferocity. Aster community. On the dome, the sound of wind and thunder continued to roll. Thunder strikes that penetrated the sky and illuminated the earth. At the same time, it also illuminated the young dragon rider who was standing on the flying dragon. The wind blew his hair up in front of his forehead, revealing a pair of dazzling golden eyes. Countless people looked at this scene in horror. Then, there were cries of disbelief. Oh my God, there's someone on the flying dragon. Is it the heroic spirit of the ancient Donghuang ancestors who is protecting us? Wu ancestor, I really don't want to die. Grandfather, please save us. I will burn incense for you every new year and every festival. Chapter 41. But he fights on a dragon. Zhou Zhuang looked up blankly at the familiar figure riding a flying dragon in midair. So familiar. Take another look. Still so familiar. Primary solidification skill, supervision. A strengthening light flashed in Zhou Zhuang's eyes. I could barely see clearly what Xiaoting looked like now. What the hell? The moment he saw Xiaoting's facial features, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Isn't this the young student that the colonel asked them to protect? Zhou Zhuang was stunned. This is too outrageous. He thought that the young man who was killed by the magic insect was actually riding on the back of a king flying dragon. This is a dragon. Not an earth dragon. Not an Asian dragon. Not a Tyrannosaurus rex. Not a herbivore. Instead, it is a two-winged flying dragon with broad wings that dominates the 9 heavens. It was actually ridden by a senior high school awakener. What kind of being can use a flying dragon of the king race as a means of support? A very outrageous truth appeared in Zhou Zhuang's mind. Is there a possibility? Maybe. That's his dragon. This young man riding a dragon is not a dragon rider, but a creator. That's what he created. Fantasy dragon. Who was the previous dragon creator who created the king race, the supreme flying dragon? Oh my god. It seems to be the ancient dragon emperor from 5,600 years ago. Zhou Zhuang's head began to feel dizzy. This is outrageous. Before, Xiaoting used a sword like a meteor and killed a first-stage, late-stage death demon worm. Zhou Zhuang still simply thought that Xiaoting was just an ordinary monster genius who was more outstanding. But now, this dragon is so fucking outrageous. This is a genius who is quasi-titled. Holding the king's flying dragon, as long as Xiaoting does not die young, Dong Huang will be able to produce another king-level general to defend the country in 10 years. The soldiers around him were equally stunned. Captain, that boy looks so familiar. A female warrior who activated the eagle eye skill, with her eyes covered with a layer of enhanced blue light, looked at the dragon-riding boy in midair and said in a daze, "His attire seems to be exactly the same as the target we are supposed to protect." A guess may not be correct. Is there a possibility that this dragon-riding boy is really the one they are protecting? The female warrior gave a detailed description of the appearance of the boy riding the dragon. The surrounding soldiers were stunned for a moment. You said that the dragon tamer on the dragon's back is the target we are protecting? So what is the situation now? The young man didn't die from the sneak attack of the leader demon insect, but summoned a king dragon. Several soldiers who were blown away by the insect tail crawled out from the ruins, coughing up blood while looking at the domineering flying dragon in the sky. Oh my god, Captain, that's a flying dragon from the king race. Their eyes were dull, and their heads were full of question marks. That young man is riding a king dragon. Doesn't that mean he is a top-level dragon creator? The colonel asked us to protect him? They tried to protect our weaker party, but they didn't expect that this person was a max-level boss with 20,000 gold? On top of the dome, after a dragon roar magic, the blood of the insects in the field was so strong. The Thunder King Dragon stands proudly in the sky. Behind the dragon, broad wings opened. There were streaks of lightning surrounding the feathers, emitting star-like lightning. It overlooks the world like a thunder god. See this scene. Thousands of survivors were shocked and felt extremely happy. Many people began to envy the young thunder god riding a flying dragon. The man is alive. Who doesn't want to ride a dragon into the sky, call down thunder and lightning with a wave of his hand, defend his country, and kill foreign monsters like butchering dogs? Go help him. After the emergency bandage, Zhou Zhuang was helped to the side. He quickly reacted, excitedly grabbed the arm of the soldier next to him, and shouted, "7th Squad, keep shooting." There were tears in his eyes, the joy of surviving the disaster. Assist the dragon boy. The Jedi made a comeback. Our dragon master took the big dragon and started killing indiscriminately, 100 meters in the air. Xiao Ting rode on the back of the Thunder King Dragon and looked down at the gray-red strange insects on the ground. Name mother of desert deathworms. Attributes: Earth, Poison. Potential race: Tier 3 Leader Zerg. Growth level: Early Stage 3, 0 Evolution Degree. Skills: Toxic Bundle, Tentacle Whip, Petrifying Shot, Earthquake Attack. Weakness: Wood, Water, Ice. The golden hidden message emerges. This turned out to be a terrifying 3rd-level demon insect leader. The other party is obviously coming for me. Xiao Ting frowned. It should be related to the ordinary death worm I killed before. It is not difficult to guess the motive of the leader, the mother of demonic insects, in attacking him. It's here to seek revenge. This kind of desert demon insect is very protective of its offspring larvae. The angry queen insect wants to take revenge on the murderer of her children. So they followed the scent all the way and found the tube-shaped building where Xiaoting was located that was about to be demolished. If Xiaoting hadn't put on the leader-level invisibility cloak and then opened the elite-level fire armor orb in the first place, stacking armor like crazy to withstand the next wave of damage, it would have been a complete loss. He narrowly avoided the fatal attack from the demon insect leader. They also rescued Grandma Zhang and Cece, who fell from the upper floor. Because of rescuing people, we were delayed for a while. The mother of demon insects knew that her enemy was not dead by the smell. It originally wanted to launch a crazy revenge. Unexpectedly, Captain Zhou and his group of men concentrated their fire and surrounded us. This buys Xiaoting some time. He summoned the little thunder god, flew out of the ruins, occupied the commanding heights, and fired a dragon roar magic. Thunder. Thunderclouds gathered and thousands of thunders struck the top of the head. Dozens of ordinary first-level death worms didn't even have time to utter a scream before they turned into charcoal all over the ground. The evolution degree of Thunder King Dragon has been increased by 20. Current evolution degree, level 145. Xiaoting looked down. The power created by Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, is too terrifying. There was only a third-level demon insect mother on the field, and she was not fatally hit. But its situation is not much better. Half of its body was bombarded by thunder, its blood was gushing out, its tentacles were waving, and it let out a roar of extreme pain. Roar! The demon insect mother's huge limbs were raised high. It opened its lips, its tentacles spread out, and gray light surged. A gray light turned from virtual to real, transforming into a bright gray light column, sweeping out. This is a petrifying shot. Petrifying shot. A high-level Earth-based supernatural skill. A petrifying ray is ejected from the petrifying capsule, petrifying the prey for 10 seconds. Any damage sustained during the petrification period will be sustained again after recovery. The leader of the demon insects is quite intelligent. It wanted to knock the flying dragon to the ground. The ground is the home ground of the desert Zerg. Boom! A column of petrified light drew an arc in mid-air. The tall buildings and power lines that were hit by the lightning were quickly petrified and cracked. This petrifying shot has a very high proficiency level and has been promoted to a high-level extraordinary skill. The range of the petrifying shot is extremely wide and fast. But no matter how fast it is, it can't compare to the flying speed of the Thunder King Dragon. The flying dragon, with a head as tall as a mountain and a head of 15 meters, spreads out its 30-meter-long lightning wings. Thor, lightning charge. The wind was blowing hard. Xiaoting put on the hood of the invisible lizard cloak. He took out a low-level fire armor orb with his left hand. After activating using mental power, a flame-like light emanated from the palm of his hand. Fiery red spots of light appeared on his body, forming a huge fire armor that blocked the oncoming strong wind under the thunderclouds. Xiaoting bent down and pressed against the purple scales of the little thunder god. Roar! The little Thor and he were instantly connected in mind. His wings whirled, and lightning flashed all over his body, transforming into a golden thunder that suddenly accelerated. Lightning charge. A high-level extraordinary skill of thunder that consumes physical energy and increases speed by 100%. How fast is a lightning dragon with 10 times the speed? A gray column of petrified light swept across 100 meters. Buildings are constantly petrifying. A flash of purple lightning broke through the dust and air waves. It was faster than the speed of sound and brighter than lightning. It was easily dodged by swerving. Countless people leaned their heads out and stared at the king dragon rider flying in the air, stunned. Riding a dragon and fighting in the air. This is so cool. This powerful and invincible flying posture is so graceful. It's really so graceful. WTF. 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 He fights on a dragon. It's cool. But there's too much of it. This is too handsome. Chapter 42. Our minds are connected. Our thoughts are united. Roar. The pupils of the demon insect mother trembled. What kind of monster is this? Can you actually dodge its invincible petrifying shot? The tactics of the demon insect leader are very good. But the skill was obviously not strong enough and had no effect on little Thor. Xiaoting and little thunder god led the mother of demonic insects to a nearby unmanned square. It's our turn to fight back. Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Xiaoting, who was on the dragon's back, held the elite-level fire armor orb in his hand and spoke in a stern voice while facing the strong wind. There are no people around. Let's go all out and do our best. The dragon head was raised. The Thunder King Dragon opened its mouth wide. At the throat, there is a deep elemental light that illuminates. Boom! In front of the snow-white fangs, the raging flames transformed into two long flaming dragons, one purple and one red, which shot out and slammed into the ground. It was like a world-destroying demon dragon, launching a breath that could destroy a city. The thunderous flames blasted forward, submerging the leader-level demon insect mother. Boom! Half of the body of the demon insect mother was directly exploded into a bloody mist in the dragon's breath of thunder and fire. Dense blood rain fell from the sky. The broken demon insect rolled in the thunder and flames. With it as the center, lightning and fire spread out, submerging half of the square. Waves of heat were surging all over my body. The air seemed to become distorted. The scene is extremely brutal. The soldiers around looked at the demon insect leader who was writhing in pain with horror in their eyes. This is a king-level skill, the King's Dragon Breath. His King Dragon actually mastered Dragon Roar and Dragon Breath, two great king skills. What an outrageous power! It actually severely injured the third-level leader demon insect with just one strike. How on earth was this two-winged flying dragon of the king race edited? The power of the Thunder King Dragon attracted everyone's attention. Many professional editors were also stunned. That's outrageous. I have no idea how this king race, an ordinary level 2-winged flying dragon, was edited. The most outrageous thing is that it actually mastered two thunder attribute king skills. One to control thunder and lightning. Ordinary monsters must integrate power storage organs such as electric sacs, then eat electrical minerals and electrical spiritual plants. After a lot of actual combat, he absorbed electricity, mastered electricity, and acquired the attribute of thunder. This is the normal thunder editing route for monsters. But Xiaoting, after the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex merged with the Dragon Eagle Purple Wings, it could form terrifying bombarding thunderclouds at any place simply by rubbing its wings together. Although it is young and has little magic power stored in its body, it has mastered 4 king skills and 1 extraordinary skill. His fighting power is extremely terrifying, just like a real thunder tyrant. Drive away thunder and lightning. It's so easy. Different people have different views on this battle. Xiaoting's young and handsome appearance attracts the attention of many ordinary people. They all looked at Xiaoting on the dragon's back with the same expression, as if they were looking at other people's children. This boy doesn't look even older than my son. Such a young hero is indeed someone else's child. Shit, this is going to be a comeback. From today on, this dragon rider boy who rides a dragon and fights in the air is my #1 idol. The strength of the little Thor made the surviving warriors extremely excited. This was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Although the mother of demonic insects was beaten by the 2 king skills and had no power to fight back. However, the power it had demonstrated before, which saw it knock out the elite Captain Zhou Zhuang with 1 strike, was obvious to all. It possesses 4 extraordinary ground-based skills. 1. Earthquake, and the entire granite street would be shattered. Unfortunately, it won't fly. There was no way he could do anything but hit the little Thor in midair. This is a complete crushing of the flying system over the ground system. Captain Zhou stiffened his neck and looked at the Thunder God Dragon Rider, as if he was watching a fairy tale. Fuck. The combat power of this level 1 flying dragon is already able to challenge the level 3 leader monster. This boy is actually a level 1 flying dragon awakener. His supervision saw it. The extremely powerful Thunder Dragon is actually just an ordinary monster in the middle and late stages of the first stage. Generally speaking, this ordinary level initial monster is still in the milk-drinking state with its hair not fully grown. But the little Thunder God relied on the potential of the king race and the strength of the ordinary level to kill a group of first-level sub-insects and severely damage the third-level demon insect leader. The strength and quality it displayed in the battle was outrageous. You know, intermediate editors who can edit elite monsters are already the backbone of Donghai City and hundreds of third-tier cities, and can serve as team captains in the city patrol army. The senior editor is a high-end combat force. He is the captain of the team and a centurion under the command of the city patrol army. Now, the mother of the third-level demon insect seriously injured Zhou Zhuang with 1 blow. He was unexpectedly crushed by Xiaoting, riding a first-stage Thunder King Dragon, across the border. The potential of this flying dragon is so terrifyingly high. The 6th Order King race, corresponding to the 6th rank national-level title editor. Such a powerful little Thor, even if he has not yet grown up, is not something that a group of ordinary or elite magic insects can contend with. This crushing attitude was seen by others. It's too shocking. The soldiers swallowed hard. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. Is this a senior high school awakener? It was clearly a thunder god dragon rider, a dragon god lord. High in the sky, Xiaoting was not as relaxed as he seemed. Overlooking the entire old town street, there was war and the roar of monsters everywhere. He killed the demon insects. Compared to the entire insect swarm, it's less than 1/10. But, although this insect tide is fierce, but 99% of the exotic monsters are first-order ordinary desert deathworms. The other second-level elite demon insects and third-level leader demon insects were all killed by the self-explosion of the 3 sacrifice captains. Now, there are only 2 leader-level magic insects left in the entire old city, leading first-order deathworms to prey on humans. A large number of first-order deathworms are not difficult to deal with. Can't handle the large quantity. Ants can kill elephants. Wait for those first-level desert death worms not far away to besiege. The Thunder King dragons, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, although powerful, can clear a large area. But I'm afraid that his magic power will be exhausted soon, and he will die of exhaustion. We can't delay this any longer. We must kill him with one strike. Xiaoting was determined to kill. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rumbled and shook. Hiss! The mother of demon insects roared and broke out of the range of the thunder and fire dragon's breath. Its body was burnt black, its skin peeled off, its flesh and blood tissue completely shattered, and its body was penetrated by electric current, surrounded by sizzling, paralyzing electric light. The air was filled with the smell of burning barbecue. The lightning arcs on the demon insect's body crackled and made its head rumble. This breath of the king's dragon is not only incredibly powerful, but also carries the negative effects of paralysis and burning. The leader-level demon insect mother rolled violently and smashed the ground headfirst. Roar! It's ready to escape. A third-level boss monster. Its intelligence is already quite high. The fear of death made the vengeful queen insect choose a tactical retreat. It dragged its broken body and burrowed into the ground. Now, Xiaoting's eyes lit up. The mouthparts of the demon insect mother drilled into a deep hole, and the tentacle whipping and petrifying shots could no longer be used. A fatal opportunity has appeared. Xiaoting activated the elite-level fire armor orb, and the flame shield appeared on the dragon's back again, covering the entire body of the dragon rider. Little Thor, lightning charge. The young man looked down at the exotic demon insects on the ground, his eyes full of coldness and a cold aura emanating from his body. We are of one mind. We are united in mind. Roar! Thunder King Dragon roared towards the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts suddenly exploded all over the body. The surging purple electric light covered its entire body. Dazzling arcs of thunder kept moving across its body, making crackling sounds. Little Thor flapped his wings, getting faster and faster. The lightning patterns on the wings burst out with blazing lightning. Call out. Xiaoting clung tightly to the purple scales, and together with it, he turned into burning lightning, striking the earth directly. Boom! Chapter 43. Inciting the purple lightning feathers that light up the night sky. Boom! A radius of 1 kilometer. All the humans and monsters who were fighting each other stopped at the same time. The human race is excited. The demon insects were terrified. They all turned their heads to look towards the center of the war where huge energy fluctuations were erupting. Just see. After a flash of lightning swooped down, the huge body of the demon insect mother flew hundreds of meters away and landed on the other end of the square, smashing the ground into pieces. Shit, is this the super skill, lightning charge? Zhou Zhuang, who was watching, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. This is a first-level monster. Can it inflict extraordinary damage? The destructive power of this lightning charge is even more terrifying than the demon insect mother's high-level extraordinary skill, petrifying shot. The blood of the insect splattered. Smoke billowed. In the thick fog on the square, the huge shadows of 2 monsters were outlined. The huge, dragon-shaped shadow wrestled with the mother of demonic insects. Roar! Ah! The roars of the 2 giant beasts rumbled and rolled at the same time, permeating the sky. Thunderfong! Xiaoting wiped the insect blood that splattered on his face. His eyes were like blades, and he chased after them with a stern voice. The sharp teeth of the Thunder King Dragon suddenly emitted a dazzling golden electric light. It opened its golden throat, tilted its head, and bit down hard. Roar! The blood of the insects kept spurting out. A strong electric current was injected into the body, extending all the way downwards, burning the body with sparks crackling and completely cracking the flesh and blood tissue. The mother of demon insects fell into intense pain and rolled around wildly. But it is worthy of being the leader of a clan and has rich combat experience. In the critical moment, he endured the numbness and opened his mouth. Countless green tentacles, winding like snakes, attacked Xiao Ting on his back. This is a fatal blow filled with strong murderous intent. Catch the leader first. As long as the creator of the Thunder King Dragon is killed, this powerful and majestic flying dragon will disappear into the world. Countless data streams appeared before Xiao Ting's eyes. This is a bundling move. Poisonous Binding, a mid-level extraordinary skill of the poison system. It uses toxic tentacles to wrap around the prey's body and pierce the prey with its poisonous stinger, causing the prey to fall into a state of poisoning that is difficult to remove. Countless poisonous tentacles are within reach. Toxic biotoxins are one of nature's most efficient lethal methods. The leader-level demon insect became extremely ferocious. This attack used all its strength to perform the poisonous binding. The terrifying force and powerful venom released were enough to entangle and kill any monster below the boss level within 3 minutes. Humans cannot bear this kind of toxicity. If someone touches the tiny cells on the poisonous tentacles, their whole body will fester after 30 seconds, and they will die a painful death. But at this distance, Xiao Ting had no way to dodge. On the tall buildings, the crowd holding various equipment and watching the battlefield screamed in fear. Zhou Zhuang and all the soldiers' pupils suddenly shrank and they raised their guns. Danger. But at this time, suddenly, endless lightning particles covered Xiao Ting's eyes. Risk. It was the little thunder god, the thunder god dragon, who covered his dark purple lightning wings. He used his wings of flesh and blood to protect the young man on his back. Thousands of poisonous tentacles pierced the dragon's lightning wings. A trickle of blood flowed down. Some small blood holes appeared on the little Thor's wings. Its purple lightning eyes glanced at the unharmed creator on its back. Then he raised his head and let out a long roar, and his wings burst into dazzling lightning. All the poisonous tentacles wrapped around its wings will be strangled and paralyzed. Baby, go. Xiao Ting looked at the blood holes on its wings that were smaller than the gaps between fingernails and immediately shouted in pain. Damn, I feel so bad for my dad. If it wasn't for protecting him, little Thor could have easily avoided the attack. Before taking off into the air, when Xiao Ting looked at the leader of the demon insects, a dazzling fierce light flashed in his eyes. Baby, Thunderfang, let's tear it apart before we leave. I heard the word eat raw. A terrifying murderous light burst out from the thunder dragon's pupils. Use the crackling thunder fangs to bite off the remaining poisonous tentacles. It roared, opened its huge mouth, and fiercely tore off half of the demon insect's body. Oh, hiss. Minced meat falls. The little thunder god was holding half of the flesh and blood of the demon insect mother in his mouth, with a smug look in his eyes. Spread your vast wings, fanning the purple lightning feathers that can light up the night sky. Thunder god dragon rider soars into the air. The moment when a huge updraft arises. The ground within a radius of 50 meters, due to the strange power of the battle between the two, cracks appeared one after another and collapsed with a loud bang. Devouring boss monster. Mother of desert deathworms. Thunder Dragon Evolution. First time devouring the flesh and blood of a boss monster. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 160. Intermediate level supernatural skill, lightning charge, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 2 entry, 2. Low level king skill, Thunderfang, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 2 entry, 1. Half of the body was eaten. The dying mother of demon insects howled and swung her mouthparts wildly, shooting out gray, petrified light beams one after another. Are you crazy? On the back of the purple dragon in midair, Xiao Ting looked down at the demon insect leader under his feet, and a hint of suspicion flashed in his golden eyes. At this moment, a row of golden text prompts suddenly appeared above the head of the demon insect mother. Status: God-level destruction. Half of the control nerves are destroyed, falling into a crazy state, ignoring pain, and will indiscriminately attack all targets present within 5 minutes. Xiao Ting was stunned. They actually accidentally destroyed some of the control nerves of the demon insect mother? Let this leader-level monster fall into an attacking state where it cannot distinguish between friend or foe. Interesting. Can be used. The dying mother of demon insects completely lost her mind. Gray petrifying shots streaked across the sky, sending the entire field into a state of chaos. Just at this moment, other streets around 100 meters. Countless first-order death worms roared as if they were summoned by something, leaving behind a confused opponent. Drill into the ground, break through the soil, and rush to protect the queen insect leader. Roar! The mother of demon insects is still running wild. The ground cracked open, and 5 first-level Zerg guards drilled out of the ground, their mouths wide open, and rushed towards the Thunder Dragon Rider in midair. Little Thor, get out of the way. As Xiao Ting's cold voice fell, the little Thor flapped his wings and leaned back gracefully. Roar! 5 first-order death worms opened their lips, and 4 catching tentacles swung, continuing to chase. There is a petrifying beam of light. Suddenly, they shot at their bodies indiscriminately. The 5 first-order death worms looked back in disbelief. Damn it, Chief, you are such a fool. Their 10-meter-long blood-red bodies quickly turned to petrification. The 5 worm-like stone pillars standing on the ground were frozen in this moment, with disbelief and confusion of betrayal in their eyes. Thunderfang! Xiao Ting ordered without hesitation. Little Thor swirled his wings and turned into a flash of lightning. He opened his big mouth and bit the 5 insect stone pillars into pieces. Stones were scattered and dust was blown away by the wind, scattering under the black dawn. You destroyed the common-level deathworm. Thunder Dragon Evolution. You destroyed the common-level deathworm. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Another 5 wonderful upgrade reminder sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's evolution degree soared to level 170. It broke through to the late stage of the first stage. Ah! The Thunder King Dragon roared towards the sky, and blinding lightning burst out from its scales, and his aura continued to rise. After breaking through the realm, its magic power quickly recovered. The scars on its wings disappeared, and all the fatigue in its body was swept away. Can it still fight? Xiao Ting touched its dazzling purple thunder wings. After confirming it with my own eyes, I found that the previous injuries had indeed disappeared. Roar! Little Thor was filled with fighting spirit. Respond with a domineering roar. It can show off, it can also fight. A smile appeared on Xiao Ting's lips. He sat on the back of the little Thor, between the stars and the dawn, and together with the purple-eyed dragon, he looked down at the ground with a burning fighting spirit. Very good. That guy should be here soon. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the ground cracked again. A huge gray monster worm fiercely burst out from the ground. Chapter 44, Bloodline Awakens, King Flying Dragon. This turned out to be another leader-level deathworm. Name father of Desert Deathworm. Attributes: Earth, Poison. Potential race: Tier 3 Leader Zerg. Growth level: Early Stage 3, 0 Evolution Degree. Skills: Toxic Bundle, Tentacle Whip, Petrifying Shot, Venom Spray. Weakness: Wood, Water, Ice. Oh no! Another leader demon insect? Zhou Zhuang, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. This is a leader-level demon insect with a powerful aura, unscathed and with strong combat capability. In the heavy building next to the square, countless onlookers were pale as paper, their fists clenched, and they all broke into cold sweats for Xiao Ting. You must be kidding me. How can there be another monster leader? The boy has already killed 1 demon worm leader. Does he still have the energy to kill the 2nd demon worm leader? Under the black dawn covered by fog, everyone was silent. Their hearts were filled with deep fear and worry. Ancient ancestors, please bless and protect our Thunder Dragon and the dragon-riding boy. Many young girls and old ladies clasped their hands together, praying for a miracle and victory for their saviors. Roar! The 2nd leader demon insect roared towards the sky with overwhelming ferocity. It was attracted by the cries of his wife and children. Open your mouth ferociously. Countless tentacles swayed, and the scarlet eyeballs on the tentacles turned open, staring ferociously at the Thunder King Dragon flying in the air. It is very strong. The whole body smells of blood. His body was covered in human remains, and he had just slaughtered his way through an entire community of humans, killing an entire team of human warriors, causing thousands of casualties. Early stage of the 3rd stage. The power of the violent building. Zhou Zhuang and Team 7 hurried to the square and stared at the gray worm that was 40 meters tall. I was speechless for a moment. The pressure of facing the boss-level monster made them sweat coldly on their backs, and their hands and feet trembled violently and uncontrollably. The 3rd-level boss monster is no longer something that can be dealt with by manpower and artillery. Their bodies are harder than diamond. He could withstand the fire suppression from tanks and rocket launchers and kill all the people in a building within 1 minute. Within minutes, an entire community of thousands of people can be killed. Conventional thermal weapons of mankind. It is impossible to kill such a horrible monster. The destructive power of monsters is divided into level 3 bosses. Shouting on the dragon's back and the father of the demon insect confronted each other from a distance. 3 seconds later, the father of deathworms took the lead in launching an attack. The chrysanthemum-shaped mouthparts are open. The black tentacles rolled and surged. The green poison magic gathered into a huge spot of light in the mouthparts. Venom spray. A high-level extraordinary skill of the poison system. It sprays a beam of highly toxic venom from the venom sac, corroding the flesh and blood of the prey, causing it to fall into a state of poisoning that is difficult to remove. At the moment when the green venom was ejected, it received 2 attacks. Boom. Little Thor, king-level shock. Go big, my dragon. As Shao Ting's murderous order came down, a terrifying spiritual wave burst out from the body of the Thunder King Dragon. Roar. The purple-eyed dragon raised its head and let out a long roar. The powerful dragon might turned into a storm, sweeping across all directions. Buzz. The deterrent waves turned into materialized layers of spiritual waves, rushing towards the father of the demon insects. The air within a 100-meter radius vibrated and buzzed. Buzz. The body of the demon insect father was stiff. The powerful pressure from the king made it lose its ability to move instantly. Strong air waves spread in all directions. All the onlookers were dazzled by the wind pressure and could not tell what kind of ability this was. Shock? Or a king-level mental shock? 50 meters away from the battle point, Zhou Zhuang lay on the ground, closed his eyes that were full of tears, and kept guessing. Beside him, the elite demon wolf with black fur and light blue eyes was whimpering under the pressure of the wind, and the powerful dragon might from the king level, and it tucked its tail between its legs and desperately scratched the ground with its claws. Oh my God, it's only been less than 2 or 3 days since I awakened. This young man can actually fight 2 monsters at once and suppress 2 leader-level monsters. The warriors next to them crawled on the ground, hugged their original monsters to block the wind pressure, and whispered in horror. This boy and his dragon are so powerful. The range of the king aura of a first-level Thunder King dragon is 100 meters in radius. The mother demon insect was stiff for a moment, then suddenly raised her front legs and shot out a gray beam of light in the direction of the father demon insect. Can't tell friend from foe. All petrified. The 40-meter-long leader, the father of the demon worm, turned back in disbelief. Countless bloodshot eyes looked at their backstabbed wives in pain. Damn it, you old man's wife. I was careless, I didn't dodge. In the blink of an eye, half of the body of the demon insect father was quickly petrified into an insect stone pillar. A purple lightning suddenly tore through the void. Lightning charge. The little thunder god used his wings as blades, transforming into thunder that pierced through the sky and smashed the petrified leader-level father of the demon insects. Roar. Half of the body of the demon insect father turned into countless pieces and dissipated in the wind. It died in a miserable way. It is unwilling to accept this, but it was too late to save the day. You destroyed the leader-level father of demon insects. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 180. Eliminate the demon insect leader who came for revenge. 1. High-level king skill, king-level shock, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 1 entry, 1. Low-level king skill, Thunderfang, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 2 entry, 2. Intermediate level supernatural skill, lightning charge, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 3 entry level, 2. A bright flash of lightning flashed away. Flapping its wings of lightning, a giant dragon shadow, 15 meters tall and as big as a 3-story building, descended heavily like a mountain of thunder. Woohoo! The purple-eyed dragon turned its head and spread its gorgeous wings to the ground. Shao Ting stepped on its feathers and walked down from the dragon's back. Under the excited and silent gazes all around, he walked up to the exhausted desert demon worm mother. Young man, danger. This demon worm mother still has strength. When Zhou Zhuang saw him coming forward in person, his pupils shrank and he shouted anxiously. As soon as the words fell, the mother demon insect, who seemed to be dying, suddenly pulled up her remaining body, turned into a streak of blood, opened her mouth, and rushed towards Shao Ting. Roar. The pain of losing a family member and a husband. Let the dying 3rd-level monster leader burn his life and launch a final attack of last-ditch effort. The terrifying insect shadow opened its broken mouthparts and approached suddenly. Saliva mixed with blood and venom flew down. Young man, go. Go! Zhou Zhuang and the surrounding soldiers shouted in panic and pulled the triggers of their energy guns in an instant. But faster than the energy beam. It was the dragon-shaped phantom behind shouting. Bloodline awakens. King flying dragon. A slight hissing sound was heard. A majestic and gigantic flying dragon phantom opened its purple dragon pupils, spread its thunder wings, and flashed past behind the young dragon god. The illusory dragon shadow transformed into a purple beam of light and poured into the boy's back. What bloodline is that? Countless professional editors who were watching were looking at this scene in horror. Under the huge insect shadow, Xiao Ting's eyes burst into a dazzling golden light that made people dare not look directly at it. Show your talents. The eternal king's dragon eyes. Xiao Ting raised his head and looked at the countless worm tentacles pressing down on him. Roar! He stood alone, his spine as straight as a mountain, without a single shake. His pair of supreme golden eyes, like those of the ancient dragons, slowly raised, containing the reflection of a huge, ferocious monster. Under the pungent fishy smell, the young man with golden eyes stamped his feet lightly. No unnecessary movements. Waves of air burst out from under his feet. The wind pressure surged into the sky. The powerful aura of a king spread outward like an overwhelming tidal wave. Boom! Chapter 45. The king is shocked. All things pay homage. A radius of 1 kilometer. All the monsters tremble together. He looked in the direction of Xiao Ting in shock. This is the king-level deterrence and the king's aura. A supreme king has arrived. Even if it's thousands of meters away, countless monsters can still feel the soul pressure and blood shock from the supreme king. That was a being far beyond their life level, issuing a threat and announcing to the heavens, surrender or die. On the streets and alleys 1,000 meters away, big-toothed chinchilla? What's wrong with you? The girl in a sun hat, holding the chinchilla, looked at her monster in surprise, and it struggled to jump out of her arms. The brown-haired chinchilla puffed up its cheeks, took a few steps forward, sniffed in the direction of the old town, then shuddered suddenly, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed continuously. Orcs, surrender. Trickle turtle, what's there? In the fruit shop not far away, the old man showed a surprised look. The dozing old trickling turtle suddenly opened his eyes, took excited tortoise steps, ran to the street, and headed towards the old town, clasping his feet together in a very humane way and bowing continuously. Sea people, surrender. Mom, look. The snail-eating beetles are all knocking their heads against each other. On the high-rise building, the snail-eating beetle pushed open the security door, jumped onto the balcony in one leap, looked deeply in the direction of the old city, and bowed. Zerg, surrender. The little boy stood on tiptoe, looking at the monsters of all sizes kneeling or worshipping on the street, grabbing the shells of snail-eating beetles, and opened his mouth in surprise. At this time, countless monsters poked their heads out from houses, squares, parks, and looked in the same direction at the same time. Then they crawled to the ground. Lower your head and kowtow to the Supreme King. All things worship? What the hell happened in the old town? Citizens walking on the street raised their heads and looked in the direction of the old town in horror. They don't understand the monster's submission. But I always have a premonition in my heart. Some supreme existence seemed to have descended at this moment, and with this thought, the pressure continued to spread. Nearly half of the professional editors in Donghai City can keenly feel the supreme power of the Dragon King. Could this dragon power be from him? In the East China Sea, on a huge ship about to set sail, Zhang Yiming looked in the direction of the old city in astonishment. Oh! In the underground Colosseum, the monsters that were fighting frantically stopped and howled towards the sky. The powerful editors of the Editors Guild were also looking in the direction of the old city in astonishment. This is shock. King-level shock. In Donghai City, there are actually monsters of the king race? The leader-level President Liang Bai pushed open the door and looked towards the old city in shock, with a storm in his eyes. Kill him. The swarm of insects 100 meters away was stunned by the instantly spreading aura of the king for 10 seconds, and remained motionless. Countless warriors and survivors outside Astor Square looked at the insect swarm that froze for a moment and rushed forward in surprise. A radius of 1 kilometer. Countless cute little animals, small monsters and big monsters, all those below the leader level, knelt on the ground. In a gesture of worship, he kowtowed to the young man with golden eyes. Everything falls to its knees. All things surrender. I pay my highest respects to the Supreme King. Astor Square. The wind and waves under Xiao Ting's feet gradually subsided. The huge body of the third-level demon insect mother froze in place. After dozens of seconds, the huge insect body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its body was cut down to only 20 meters in length and coiled into a huge insect mountain. Rivers of blood flowed. The only remaining eye on the mouthparts met Xiao Ting's gaze. The person inside had rolled his eyes and looked completely unconscious. There's nothing much to say about this. At such a close distance, he faced the king-level mental shock, blood shock, and soul pressure. Even if it is a monster leader, they will also be knocked unconscious to the ground. This is the king-level deterrence and the aura of a monarch. Zhou Zhuang, who was watching, exclaimed. The elite blue-eyed husky behind him also touched the ground with its head, paying the highest respect in the direction of Xiao Ting. Oh woo, what the hell? What the hell? Goodbye, big boss of the king's bloodline. Boss, what is the king's aura? Looking at the scene of everything worshipping before her, the female medic asked blankly. The moment Xiao Ting opened his king's dragon eyes, even they felt the horrifying mental shock. It was as if what he saw was not a high school boy, but a dragon king who could not be looked directly at. Many mentally weak warriors and monsters around them even rolled their eyes, fell backwards, and were knocked unconscious. This is a kingly move that can only be used by king-level monsters. Zhou Zhuang steadied himself and caught several white-eyed warriors who fell to the ground with their heads tilted. After feeling their pulses and putting their bodies down, he continued in shock. I didn't expect that after the boy's bloodline awakened, he actually developed a king's aura. Zhou Zhuang looked at Xiao Ting as if he were a monster. This kind of qualification is outrageous. What he seemed to see was not a high school boy, but a dragon king in human skin. Center of the square. After releasing the king-level deterrence, Xiao Ting looked at the fainted soldiers around him and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Phew, this domineering aura is too powerful. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. They all fell to the ground. Fortunately, I didn't let the little thunder god use his full strength before. Xiao Ting, who only has 1/10 of the king's dragon blood, opens the king's golden eyes and activates the king's aura, which can stun warriors and monsters within 50 meters. Let the monsters within a 1,000-meter radius, or even half of Donghai City, sense and surrender. The king-level deterrence of the Thunder King Dragon is even more terrifying. Many ordinary people are physically and mentally fragile. Under the indiscriminate mental shock, the soldiers and ordinary people within 100 meters around are likely to suffer from cerebral palsy and be left with serious sequelae. Xiao Ting didn't want to accidentally hurt friendly forces. That's why before, I had little Thor only lock onto the father of the demon insects and release half of his mental shock. Next, let's try the destructive power of the Dragon Roar magic. Xiao Ting raised his hand. Dragon Roar magic, thunder. He opened his mouth and let out a low dragon roar. The powerful force of thunder and lightning awakens from within the body. It surged into my body like a tide. Xiao Ting stretched out his left arm, which was shining with lightning, and snapped his fingers. The purple electric light wrapped around his arm transformed into a 20-meter-long thundering dragon. It shook its head and tail, spread its claws, and leaped out with a bang. Dragon Roar magic, thunderous angry dragon. The surging lightning was like a purple angry dragon, piercing through the queen insect's huge heart, and then soared into the sky, turning into a 100-meter-long lightning, exploding in the dark sky. Rumble. Lightning streaks covered a small area of the sky, and strong wind and electrical waves blew away the rolling fog, revealing the faint morning light. Nice lethality. Xiao Ting blew away the purple electric light that was jumping on his fingertips. You destroyed the leader-level mother of desert demon insects. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 190. Eliminate the demon insect leader who came for revenge. 2. Complete the serial killing mission 1. Chapter 46. Advanced. Elite Thunder Dragon. The Thunder King Dragon moved its hind legs, roared forward, and began to devour the flesh and blood of the leader demon insect without any hesitation. At this moment, the ground cracked open, and several more death worms rushed out, opened their mouths, and rushed towards the seemingly defenseless young dragon tamer. It's a good time to try another trick. Xiao Ting chanted another strange and difficult dragon language, making a low voice like a dragon's roar, and stomped his feet lightly. What is this? In everyone's shocked eyes, a blazing flash of lightning erupted from the ground. The powerful force of thunder transformed into snake-like patterns that meandered out from where Xiao Ting stepped. With a terrifying pressure, It was as if thousands of snakes were lurking underground. Roar! 5 dark red intestinal worms opened their mouthparts, saliva flying, and rushed towards me. Dozens of purple electric currents rose from the ground, twisting their shapes and making hissing sounds like venomous snakes. Dragon roar magic, thunder snake walks. Then, the electric current lines on the ground turned into a group of hissing snakes, leaping out from the ground. Countless lightning snakes stretched their bodies, roared and hissed, and shot out like lightning, strangling the surrounding death worms. The 5 first-order death worms had their flesh and blood shredded by the body and fangs of the thunder snake. In an instant, the skin was torn apart and blood splattered. In less than 5 seconds, they smelled strongly of barbecue as they were electrocuted by the strong energy of the lightning and fell to the ground with a thud. The first-level monster who could fight 10 people at a time and slaughter all ordinary people and beasts was no longer able to withstand a single move at the hands of Xiao Ting. You destroyed 5 common-level death worms. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, Level 2-0. Monster Devouring Leader, Father of Desert Death Worms. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution level, Level 2-2. Devour 5 common monsters, Desert Death Worm. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution level, Level 2-2. The little Thor who was showing off suddenly had a dazzling rainbow light of evolution appearing all over his body. Its body continued to stretch and lengthen. The size keeps increasing and the body size keeps getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was as high as a 5-story building. The rainbow light faded. The elite-level Thunder King Dragon, whose size suddenly grew to 25 meters, exuded a powerful sense of oppression. It raised its dragon head, its purple lightning dragon eyes looked around, and it let out a domineering dragon roar towards the sky. Roar! Little Thunder God has evolved into an elite flying dragon. Xiao Ting took a few steps forward, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he touched its dark purple scales excitedly. As little Thor becomes stronger, he also becomes stronger. Little Thunder God has advanced to the 2nd level, which also means that he will be advanced to an intermediate dragon editor, and his strength will usher in another surge. The huge change in the little Thor at this time made the surrounding warriors look surprised and astonished. A level 2 elite flying dragon? Fuck, 2 breakthroughs before the battle. If I remember correctly, this is only the 3rd day after he awakened his talent. Looking at the huge, dark purple dragon shadow, Zhou Zhuang's mouth opened into a 0 shape with deep shock on his face. He almost doubted his own eyes. No way, this kid has only awakened for 3 days, and he has surpassed me. A 2nd-level captain who has practiced for 10 years and became an intermediate monster editor? Zhou Zhuang looked to the side and saw the blue-eyed demon wolf, still lying on its back, wagging its tail wildly and howling in the direction of the Thunder God Dragon Rider. Then he looked at the Thunder King Dragon, who was squatting in the square like a thunder mountain, allowing the boy to touch him. Tears of shame immediately flowed from the corners of my eyes. Damn, I'm so envious. How did he get the level 2 editor talent? Blue-eyed demon wolf? Then I leave? I started to question my life. How could a young boy surpass his 10 years of hard training on the 3rd day of awakening? Talented. But there are too many. This is not genius. This is a young guardian of the country who can revitalize Kyushu. Ding, your initial monster has successfully advanced to level 2 elite. Meet the physical and mental requirements. Meet the advancement requirements. You have been promoted to an intermediate dragon editor. You have obtained 1/10 of the dragon blood power of the Thunder King Dragon. You can choose one of the Thunder King Dragon's talents and solidify it as your own skill. Wait, system, can the power of dragon blood and solidified skills be absorbed later? Xiao Ting hurriedly asked the system in his mind. The open-air Aster Square was not a good place for him to break through with peace of mind. System, good host. The boiling dragon blood power in the body gradually subsided. Xiao Ting moved his wrist. Look at the fluorescent blue system panel. Destroy the vengeful insect swarm. 20. You have exceeded the kill mission. Next, the more targets you kill, the higher the reward will be. You can obtain the level 5 Overlord Race Asian Dragon Egg. The 2nd dragon is about to be obtained. Xiao Ting closed the system panel. He looked thoughtfully in the direction of the heavy artillery fire not far away. The more excess kills you make, the higher the reward will be. That's just right. I also want little Thor to accumulate more evolution points. He turned toward Zhou Zhuang and shouted, Captain Zhou, I'll go to other sections of the road for support. You guys go and rescue the injured people in Ziyuan community. Young man, please be careful. Zhou Zhuang raised his right hand and saluted solemnly, then raised his hand, waved, and shouted in the direction of Xiaoting. This young man was already at elite level and did not need their protection at all. He himself is an extremely powerful dragon guardian. Xiaoting nodded. The leader-level father of demonic insects and 5 worms roasted by lightning had already been defeated by the little thunder god. After the battle, its appetite was surprisingly large. The blood and flesh entered the stomach and were soon transformed into blood energy and magic power and stored in the body. The other worms on the ground were petrified and crushed by the mother demon worm, and could no longer provide it with food and contribute to its evolution. Hey, 3 more materials dropped. Amidst the bloodstains on the ground, Xiaoting suddenly saw 3 rows of small golden characters. He was pleasantly surprised and put the petrification capsule of the mother of demonic insects, leader level, into the monster space. Then, the Thunder King Dragon nudged his waist. The dragon's tail, which was covered with glittering dark purple scales, rolled up the 2 gems and gently placed them in Xiaoting's palm. In the palm of the boy's hand, a circular star-shaped magic array appeared, instantly swallowing up the 2 warm Zerg orbs. You put the Magic Mother's Mystic Orb, boss level, into the monster space. You put the Mystic Orb of the Father of Demonic Insects, boss level, into the monster space. 2 more leader-level mystical orbs were obtained. Level 2 Fire Armor Orb, Demonic Insect Orb, Demonic Insect Orb. Xiaoting thought about it in his mind. After returning, he can combine the 3 Mystic Orbs into a 4th-level Mystic Orb. The 3rd-order leader-level Mystic Gem is worth tens of millions. The starting price for a 4th-order commander-level gem is a small goal. After a wave of insect extermination, he became an invisible billionaire. After picking up the spoils, Xiaoting patted the scales on Little Thunder God's neck. Get ready to go. The Thunder King Dragon roared softly, shook its wings, and crouched down in the direction of Xiaoting. The wings spread on the ground. Xiaoting stepped on the dragon wings that were flashing with lightning and thunder and sat on the back of the flying dragon. The Elite Fire Armor Orb in the palm of his hand once again spewed out flame energy, and his entire body was covered with a layer of red light. This is thermal armor used to block the wind. Boom! Little Thor spread his wing membranes and flapped his wings, creating strong updrafts that blew the trees and street lights around the square all over the place, like purple lightning rising into the sky. The huge dragon shadow soon turned into a small dot. On the ground, the surrounding warriors and survivors remained in a state of shock from beginning to end, watching Xiaoting ride on the Rex and fly away. That's how you win? What the hell? What the hell? 1 man and 1 dragon killed 2 monster leaders, killed off the level 3 insect swarm. Is this something that the awakened seniors of this year can do? I'm afraid that even the ancient flying dragon ancestor couldn't do this back then, right? Magic Dragon. He must have awakened the Magic Dragon editing talent. Looking at the amazed warriors, Zhou Zhuang took out his communicator and shouted excitedly to the soldiers on the other side. The insect tied in the Aster community in the old city has been cleared. The young students riding on the purple-winged monarch dragons are heading to various communities and streets to provide support. He's coming soon. Please hold on. After speaking excitedly, Captain Zhou stood up, ignoring the female medic's dissuasion, raised his arm with heroic spirit, and shouted, "It's time to fight back. Team 7, follow up. Follow me. Follow our young classmates. Kill, 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 kill." Chapter 47. He comes to support. 1 minute later, a residential area 300 meters away. The building was smashed. In the dust, for elite death worms opened their mouths and preyed on the desperate residents who fell from the sky. Screams cut through the night. "Let them go. Come at me if you have anything." Damn monster. More than a dozen warriors, mixed with a few civilian monster editors, roared with red eyes and shot desperately. Da 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 da. One by one, the editing monsters shuttled between the collapsed floors, pounced on the bodies of the killer bugs, and launched suicide attacks. Ouch! Cry. Then, the monster followers fell from the building one after another. Almost no monster can last for 10 seconds. The death of the monster's followers caused all the warriors to suffer intense pain and backlash. He vomited blood wildly, and his eyes were filled with despair. This community can't hold on. At this moment, a team member suddenly held the communicator tightly and shouted to the sky, "Hold on. Everybody hold on. He's coming. He's coming." Roar. An elite deathworm suddenly crashed into the roof. The room was bare. In the corner, a young pregnant mother was trembling as she hugged a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The intestinal worm's mouthparts, pumping out fishy-smelling saliva, suddenly approached. No. Eat me, but leave my child alone. Leave my child alone. Young pregnant mother, waving a stick in desperation. Roar. The enraged elite worm opened its mouth and poked its head out. Oops. Damn monster, come at me. Many soldiers yelled with red eyes. The survivors around closed their eyes in despair, unable to bear the sight of the blood splattering. But the cruel scene did not appear. Little Thor, lightning charge. Suddenly, in midair, there was a sound of a lightning dragon at 10 times the speed, cutting through the sky. All the soldiers opened their eyes wide. Have you ever heard the roar of a dragon? Have you ever seen a lightning dragon? When they heard the dragon's roar, everyone's hair stood up. When the soldiers saw the lightning dragon leap out, their heads stood on end and their faces were filled with fuck. Oh shit, it's a dragon. A flying dragon. The young thunder god riding a flying dragon appeared. He came to support. A purple lightning that illuminated the mountains and rivers cut through the void. Boom. The dazzling and fierce thunder struck directly from the sky. Deafening thunder roared. Boom. The room shook violently. The young pregnant mother pounced on the falling little boy. Use your body to protect the child tightly under you. You destroyed 4 elite death worms. Dragon evolution. Current evolution degree. Level 2, 10. Intermediate level supernatural skill. Lightning charge, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 4 mastery, 1. Low level king skill, Thunderfang, proficiency, current proficiency. Level 3 entry, 1. After a moment, the rumbling thunder dissipated. Mom, it's a dragon. My brother riding a flying dragon saved us. The little boy opened his eyes wide. Looking through the cracks in the collapsed wall, he saw a pair of huge eyes. Those were the vertically split purple-gold dragon pupils that belonged to a king of lightning. It's a dragon. Thunder dragon. The little boy covered his mouth, his eyes full of admiring little stars. It was this handsome big brother riding a flying dragon who saved them. He brings his flying dragon to tame every monster. The little boy looked at his sister who was being hugged by Brother Phylong, waved excitedly, and called out, Hey sister. We're here, Mom. It's okay. In the exposed building, the young mother hugged the little boy and looked up in trance and fear. On the ground not far away, 4 elite desert deathworms, each 20 meters long, piled up into a mountain of corpses. There was blood all over the ground. A young stranger boy, holding his safe little girl in his arms, was standing on the dark purple back of the giant dragon-shaped shadow. The woman covered her visibly pregnant belly and looked in a trance at the huge purple dragon pupil in front of her. Her body trembled slightly as she felt a spiritual pressure that far exceeded the level of human life. It's a dragon. The 25-meter-high Thunder King dragon was as tall as a 5-story building, and it was filled with a strong sense of oppression. The woman looked over in a daze, then covered her mouth and burst into tears. It's actually a dragon. It was this young man riding a flying dragon who saved them and gave them a glimmer of hope. The wind comes from the north. The hair on Xiao Ting's forehead blew up, revealing a pair of dazzling golden eyes. Just like the demon lord from heaven. Just like a real dragon god on earth. It's okay. Pat Xiaolong and go find your mother. The little girl with a bun on her hair touched the horn that the little Thor stretched out to her nose, and her tears instantly turned into laughter. She showed an angelic smile, rubbed her red eyes, hugged Xiao Ting's neck, and left a tearful kiss with a snap. Thank you, handsome big brother. Xiao Ting laughed, ruffled the little girl's fluffy hair, stepped on the little Thor's head, and gently handed her over. Go home. The young mother took the little girl from his arms helplessly. Tears kept falling. She choked with sobs and touched little Nanan's head, hugged the 2 safe children again and again, and then took them to kneel deeply in the direction of Xiao Ting. Thank you, benefactor. The little girl and the little boy looked up, their eyes full of admiration. Thank you, handsome big brother. Thank you for bringing your dragon to tame every monster. Their clear voices of thanks echoed throughout the entire community. The surrounding warriors and survivors all raised their heads and looked excitedly at the young man riding the flying dragon. Thank you for your support. Dozens of soldiers suddenly raised their heads and shouted. They were covered in blood, looking disheveled but dignified, and saluted Xiao Ting in unison. The repeated war roars shook the sky. Xiao Ting was touched. He also raised his right hand and gently returned the greeting. At this time, Thousands of survivors also poked their heads out from between the floors. He raised his right hand and shouted excitedly towards the young man on the flying dragon. Fuck bro, thanks, you're awesome. Thank you, little brother. You are so handsome. I love you so much. Thank you for your support. Brother, from today on, you are my only brother. Brave dragon, you are the lightning that pierces the sky and earth. New shining star, you are the supreme dragon rider that cuts through the darkness. Fuck, who is this soul-type Chinibu who loves playing cards? In a house not far away, a young girl hugged her best friend, opened her eyes wide, and looked at the Thunder God Dragon Rider in midair in disbelief. Oh my god, this guy is the Thunder God from Old City Number 3 Middle School. After watching for a few seconds, the girl suddenly slapped her best friend's thigh and let out a monkey-like cry, like an atavistic human. Fuck, it's true. Record it quickly. Record it quickly. Halfway through the conversation, my best friend, who was grimacing in pain, suddenly felt something was wrong. So, fuck you. Why don't you slap your own legs? There is friendship, but not much. Eliminate the vengeful death swarm. 24. The wind was blowing hard. 300 meters in the air. Xiao Ting looked at the place where the artillery fire was rumbling not far away, stretched out his hand, and gently patted the purple scales on Fei Long's neck. Little Thunder God, go over there. The wings flap. The Thunder King Dragon turned into a purple meteor and rushed into the sky. Another community a kilometer away. The air was filled with the hum of a motorcycle's wings flapping across the sky. Boom buzz. A golden cloud appeared above the community. It's the golden rhinoceros beetle. Countless survivors recognized the name of this monster and shouted excitedly with their heads raised. Golden clouds scattered. A group of golden beetles flapped their wings and descended from the sky like golden gods of power. Kings of power, kill these bugs. Go save the people. In the sky, Wang Shijin stood on the back of an extremely huge golden rhinoceros beetle. Looking at the swarm of worms killing people everywhere not far away, he let out a murderous shout. It is not the turn of you foreign monsters to run wild in my great land of Jiuzhou. Following his order, dozens of golden rhinoceros beetles transformed into golden beams of light and rushed into the ground. Every rhinoceros beetle exudes the powerful oppressive feeling of an elite, leader-level monster. They are Zerg monsters of the martial arts and gold element. They are large and mighty, waving their huge horns and making low flapping sounds as they kill hundreds of death worms, forming a killer swarm. The person who came to support was the Dean of Donghai City's 211 Monster University, the 4th level Rhinoceros Beetle Editing Master, Wang Shijin. Chapter 48 Mission Reward. Designated Tier 5 Overlord Level Dragon Egg. Wang Shijin stepped on the back of the Commander-level Golden Rhinoceros Beetle. Commanding a group of rhinoceros beetles, he continuously cleared out the swarm of killer worms within a kilometer. The roars of the two large swarms of insects resounded through the sky. Roar. Buzz. A powerful rhinoceros beetle warrior, his entire body covered with skin as hard as iron. They wielded their powerful digging feet, sturdy legs, and sharp claws, and quickly tore hundreds of ordinary worms into pieces. When the Zerg armies of both sides were fighting, a patrol squad that looked disheveled and bloody, but was in high spirits. From another street, someone rushed over with an energy gun. Dean Wang, we are here to support you. Are you from the 7th Task Force? Wang Shijin narrowed his eyes. It took him a moment to recognize the emblem of Team 7. There was no surprise on his face, but it turned pale instantly. Didn't Li Han send you to protect Xiaoting? What are you doing here? Colonel Li, the commander of the patrol troop stationed in Donghai City, was originally named Li Han. The four masters all knew that he had sent out an entire task force to protect Xiaoting. Avoid letting this young dragon tamer be assassinated by the foreign killer spy Lao Lu. But what is happening now? How could the team that was supposed to protect the flying dragon boy appear in this community 1,000 meters away? Wang Shijin froze in place, his heart skipping a beat, and he instantly had a bad premonition. Could it be that the Aster community ahead has been lost? Damn it, didn't you take classmate Xiaoting with you to evacuate? When the master gets angry, his power is terrifying. Zhou Zhuang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly explained, Dean Wang, the 2 leader-level demon insects in Ziyuan community have been killed by Brother Ting, no, by Xiao Xiao. Oh? Wang Shijin's face was filled with 18 question marks. Brother Ting? What Brother Ting? What a messed up name. The old-fashioned middle-aged Dean scolded, and then said in confusion, Hey no, You said it was Xiao Ting who killed the 2 third-level demon insects that invaded the Aster community. Not 2 ordinary-level magic bugs, but 2 leader-level magic bugs? Are you kidding me? You must be kidding. Seeing that Wang Shijin looked confused, he seemed unable to keep up with his thoughts and could not understand. Zhou Zhuang took a look at the murderous commander-level golden rhinoceros beetle, swallowed his saliva, and hurriedly explained, that group of beasts were really killed by Xiao Xiao. My goodness, Wang Shijin kept blinking when he called Xiao Xiao on the left and Ting Xin on the right. Could it be that this is true? Are you kidding? That's really outrageous. Zhou Zhuang. In addition to the Aster community, Xiao Xiao also rode a flying dragon and killed a group of first-level demon insects within 100 meters around. After saying that, Zhou Zhuang pointed to the left. If you don't believe me, look. Soldiers from other communities are coming to support us. Wang Shijin turned his head and looked. Wow. Sure enough, several armored vehicles appeared on the road ahead. They were rushing here, carrying a large number of wounded soldiers. Zhou Zhuang said in a brisk tone, Hey, the warriors from Horong Road are here. Xiao Xiao killed 8 rebellious demon insects in that place, and he should be riding his purple-winged king dragon and flying to us soon. Wang Shijin opened his mouth dully. What on earth is going on? He now has a face full of 800 question marks. My mind was filled with words like, ride a flying dragon, kill the swarm of demon insects, and fly here immediately. This is outrageous. Is everything this kid said true? Did Xiao Ting show off his power and kill 2 leader-level demon insects? But isn't Xiao Ting's initial monster a thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wang Shijin asked. You can't fly then. When Zhou Zhuang heard this question, his expression suddenly became a little strange. You may not believe it. Xiao Ting's original Tyrannosaurus baby has grown wings and reverted to its ancestral 6th-order king flying dragon. At this time, the sound of thunder, as if wings were cutting through the sky, came from overhead. Then, there was a dragon roar like a tsunami. Roar. The situation changed in an instant. The terrifying direct thunderclouds gathered out of nowhere and formed a dark purple thunderstorm vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The next moment, thunderclaps struck the sky. Dozens of purple lightning bolts pierced through the sky and the earth. Countless first-level demon insects turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. You destroyed the common-level deathworm. Dragon evolution. Current evolution degree, level 234. Wang Shijin stared blankly at the purple lightning that cut through the night sky. His expression almost exploded, as if he had seen something that shattered his worldview. Is this really a flying dragon? What on earth is going on? Is this what you were talking about, Xiao Ting and his dragon? Zhou Zhuang nodded repeatedly. The face of this middle-aged tough guy was full of admiration for a senior high school student. Yes. Xiao Zhao's move of summoning thunder and lightning is so cool no matter how many times I watch it. A lot of handsome guys. This is not some thunder and lightning, Wang Shijin retorted subconsciously. This is the legendary dragon roar magic, which can only be used by a level 6 king dragon. Wang Shijin jumped onto the back of the golden rhinoceros beetle and flew into the air. Under your feet, the black fog that originally covered an area of 100 miles, including 4 residential areas and 6 streets, has completely dissipated. There was a huge mountain of demon insect corpses piled on the ground. The blood is boiling and it's intimidating. I actually killed both demon insect leaders. Wang Shijin was stunned and speechless. The black fog barrier that shrouded the old city has dissipated. This means that the 2 third-level demon insect leaders and the remaining insect swarm remnants were all killed. This is too unbelievable. Wang Shijin opened his mouth slightly. He hadn't said a swear word for more than 10 years, but he couldn't help but blurt out a curse word. A high school senior awakener, on the 3rd day of awakening, got a monster of the king race. If someone had said this to Wang Shijin a day ago, he would have slapped him. Now, Wang Shijin stared blankly at the purple-winged flying dragon, flying through the thunderclouds several hundred meters away. Dragon. King flying dragon. A purple-winged flying dragon exuding the majesty of a king. The secret method of editing flying dragons has been lost in Donghuang. Only 5,600 years ago, the ancient dragon emperor knew how to create the most powerful monster king, the 2-winged flying dragon. Wang Shijin didn't think that Xiao Ting could edit a flying dragon by his own strength. So, he thought about the second awakening, an extremely rare case of a second awakening of talent that only happens once in 1,000 years. Not only will the editing talent be promoted to a higher talent, but the companion monster will also revert to its ancestral level and advance. How terrifying. Even the strongest ancient ancestor 5,600 years ago, the Dragon Emperor, did not awaken a second time in just 3 days, reverting to his ancestor and becoming a flying dragon king, and being promoted to a junior editor. His talent has surpassed that of the ancient Donghuang ancestor, the strongest dragon emperor. Who says today is worse than the past? Only a great era can give birth to such a peerless genius. Wang Shijin was extremely shocked, with a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly, there were waves of cheers on the ground, like thunder and sea roars. Kill them all. They were all killed by the flying dragon boy. The black fog has dissipated. The old town has been relieved. We held it. Godting. Awesome writing. Awesome writing. The golden rhinoceros beetle landed. Wang Shijin jumped off the golden insect's back. As soon as he landed, he heard Zhou Zhuang shouting excitedly, "Here he comes, he's riding a dragon." Boom. The purple-winged Thunder King dragon fell to the ground like lightning. Its body stood tall above the earth like a thundering mountain, with a familiar-looking young man riding on its back. Behind one man and one dragon. The car lights came on. Hundreds of surviving soldiers jumped off the convoy. They were devastated. His body was covered with blood and scars. But everyone's face was filled with joy of victory and admiration, and they were looking up at the flying dragon boy not far away. On the broad, dark purple back of the little Thor, Xiaoting was looking at the system panel. Destroy the vengeful insect swarm, 50. Current evolution degree, level 2, 34. Overfulfilled. Rewards increased. Quest reward, random tier 5 Overlord Dragon Egg. Promotion. The rows of fluorescent blue text prompts faded away. A line of purple gold text prompts appeared immediately. Task reward, designated tier 5 Overlord level Dragon Egg. You can choose any one from the Flame Dragon, Deep Sea Dragon, or Forest Dragon. Chapter 49. You are the 1 in a million person who has awakened his talent for the second time. The 3 great families of fire, water, and wood, and the sub-dragon egg of the dominant race. Choose one of the 3. Xiaoting blinked in surprise. The second dragon is obtained. Woohoo! I have to think about it carefully after I go back. Choose between Fire Dragon, Deep Sea Dragon, or Forest Dragon. Flame Dragon can be edited into Fire Attribute Flame Dragon, Demon Fire Dragon, Lava Dragon, Old Mountain Dragon. Deep Sea Dragons can be edited into Water Attributed Sea Dragons, Water Dragons, Fish Dragons, Snake Emperor Dragons. Forest Dragon can be edited into Wood Attribute Insect Wing Dragon, Fairy Dragon, Rainbow Dragon. System, we really need more of these serial killing missions. The more Xiaoting thought about it, the more difficult it became to make a choice, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Choose one from the 3 major families. Children like to make choices. Of course adults want it all. Flip over and jump off the dragon's back. Xiaoting looked at the white-haired Dean next to the golden rhinoceros beetle and raised his hand to greet him. Dean Wang. Student Xiaoting, are you awakening for the second time? Wang Shijin, with a white beard, said with amazement. Second awakening? Xiaoting was confused. What the hell? He looked confused. Wang Shijin asked anxiously, isn't your Thunder Tyrannosaurus a reversion to a 6th-order flying dragon king? Atavism? Xiaoting was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly following Wang Shijin's words. Yes, Thunder King Dragon. He agreed, curious at the same time. What on earth was this old man imagining? So it's called Thunder King Dragon. Wang Shijin exclaimed in amazement, with an envious look on his face. Within 3 days, the Overlord race reverted to the King race. This is definitely the secondary awakening and the accompanying reversion. You are indeed the 1 and only 1 in a million who has awakened a second talent, that's for sure. Nobody knows. Thunder Monarch Dragon is the evolution of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex Dragon Eagle Purple Wing. So, the middle-aged dean of Monster University regards the evolution of the Rex as a legendary, extraordinary evolution. Second awakening. When the gifted person awakens for the second time, his companion monster will also undergo an advanced reversion. Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that he didn't have to think about how to make excuses about how my baby Tyrannosaurus Rex turned into a baby flying dragon overnight. Yay, he asked with some surprise. I haven't heard of this before. Is it rare? 1 in a million. Absolutely one of a kind. Wang Shijin nodded affirmatively. This is extremely rare in global history. Looking back over the past 5,000 years of Donghuang, there have only been a few thousand people. Pause. Wang Shijin, with a flushed face, continued. The 18-year-old boy who awakens for the first time will stimulate his editing talent and the initial monster. In the rare second awakening, not only can it transform the initial monster into a higher-level monster, it is also possible that my editing talent may also mutate towards a higher level, gradually evolving. Hearing this, Xiaoting's eyes lit up. You mean, maybe one day, I can awaken a talent above Flying Dragon Editor? Then, wouldn't he be able to slowly reveal his level 5 Dragon Editor talent in front of everyone in the future? Wang Shijin nodded decisively. That day will definitely come. He added, I'm not just saying this. All the second awakeners in history have obtained the editing talent of the highest level. Thousands of years ago, in Shu, a top-level Flying Knife Editor awakened a second time and became a top-level Attack Weapon Spirit Editor. 100 years ago, in the Northeast, a top-level Carnivora Editor awakened a second time and became a top-level True Bestiality Editor. Decades ago, in Miaojiang, a top-level Mantis Editor awakened to become a top-level Hexapod Editor. Besides, Wang Shijin stretched out his hand and turned it into a circle. Golden magic emerges from the fingertips. He built a soundproof shield between the two of them and then quietly said, the secret history left by the ancient Dragon Emperor records that after the rift, some indescribable alien creators seem to be the second awakeners. They have awakened super talents: Undead Editor, Abyss Editor, Heaven Editor, Fairy Editor, Zerg Editor. Just after Wang Shijin finished talking about the 9 level 5 supreme editing talents, a loud bang exploded above my head. 9 ferocious thunderbolts instantly covered the entire sky. A bolt from the blue. The sky was clear and thunder was flashing wildly, as if the gods were angry. An unknown pressure swept across the sky. Even the morning sun on the horizon dimmed. Everyone was terrified. But fortunately, the pressure that felt like the sky was falling soon dissipated. Wang Shijin pointed at the dome, made a gesture to keep quiet, and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Xiaoting narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at the clear sky above his head. So cool? Being labeled as a second awakener seemed to be a good thing for him. The dragon talents above the Flying Dragon Edit include Giant Dragon Edit and Demon Dragon Edit, etc. Once he shows his superb dragon editing talent, he will be able to gradually jump out of the framework of the Flying Dragon Clan. The Demon Dragon Clan, Sea Dragon Clan, Snake Dragon Clan, Star Dragon Clan, and Bone Dragon Clan are arranged. As the only dragon editor, it is normal for me to have more than 100 million dragons, right? Wait for the rolling thunder in the clear sky to pass. Dean Wang exhaled and sighed sincerely. You can become a second awakener. It is really the blessing of the ancestors and the fortune of Donghuang. After saying this, the gray-haired old academician couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a human genius like you, those dark races will never see the day when our Donghuang people are destroyed. Zhou Zhuang next to him nodded approvingly and grinned. Yes, with a young hero like Xiao Xiao here, those foreign beasts will be killed sooner or later. From all directions, all the blood-soaked warriors responded one after another. Kill all the dark races. Kill all the dark races. Defend our country. Defend our country. Xiao Xiao, hero. Tingshan, hero. The loud slogans quickly spread throughout the old city. For neighborhoods, 6 streets, countless survivors stuck their heads out and started shouting loudly. The cheers were like the fuse that lit a fire. In a moment, the entire old town was set on fire. Gradually, all the survivors got involved. The roar of tens of thousands of people shook the entire Donghai city under the rising sun. At this time, the dawn descended on the horizon and the golden sun rose, shining in all directions. The entire old city cheered and boiled because of one person. Everyone's face was filled with joy and admiration for surviving the disaster. Xiaoting watched this scene quietly. A faint sense of joy and pride arises in my heart. Amidst thunderous cheers, 2 large helicopters crashed through the clouds and landed on the east section street. The hatch opens. Patriarch Wei and Chairman Ma jumped down from a height of several dozen meters. A group of Wei family wet nurses and a group of East China Sea security guards followed suit and jumped off the helicopter at a height of 10 meters above the ground. Lin and Wei family, come to support us. East Sea Consortium, come to support us. On the ground, team after team of soldiers are resettling the victims. The huge battlefield was filled with smoke and the smell of blood. The corpses of the demon insects were piled up like a mountain. The black fog that trapped the old city has disappeared. Watching this scene from afar, Wei Ting and Ma Yuanbao were both stunned. This is a win. Chapter 50, The Guardian of the Nation? Master level evaluation. The soldiers passing by were in a mess. But the expression on his face. In addition to fatigue and grief, there is more joy after victory. Patriarch Wei and Chairman Ma looked at each other in astonishment. Could it be that the situation is wrong? The level 3 insect invasion alert in the old city is not that serious? Wei Tong was somewhat bewildered. But I clearly received intelligence that 3 of the captains of the 4 patrol squads stationed in the old city were killed in battle. They are leaderless. Ma Yuanbao couldn't believe it either. I just received a reply from Wang Shijin. The casualties of this insect swarm are no more than 1,300. Could it be that the 7th squad alone was able to defeat the level 3 insect swarm in the old city? Incredible. Admirable. The two were confused and uncertain. At this time, a group of soldiers came out of the ruins easily, carrying insect corpses. The whispered gossip entered the ears of the two masters. Student shouting, "Is he really a senior high school student who has just awakened? Isn't this too awesome?" One person killed the leader of the 3rd level demon bugs alone. And what about 51st and 2nd level demon bugs? And Comrade Xiao Xiao is only 18 years old. Can you believe it? When I was 18, I was still feeding the initial monster's milk powder. Xiao Xiao's flying dragon is so handsome. I didn't expect that Donghai City would have a top-level dragon tamer this year. From today on, Comrade Xiao Xiao's position in my heart is equal to that of the national guardian female butterfly goddess from our coastal province. Fuck. I really want to introduce my niece, the school beauty from the inner city's #1 high school, to him. If they give birth to a few babies with dragon editing talent, it will be a great blessing for our ancestors. Chatting and chatting. The soldiers saw the dazed Ma Yuanbao and Wei Ting and greeted them with a smile. President Ma. Patriarch Wei. Oh? Wei Ting opened his mouth and asked stupidly, "What on earth is this flying dragon of Xiaoting that you were talking about?" Ma Yuanbao also pricked up his ears. 3 minutes later, after listening to the soldiers' excited and proud descriptions, the two were deeply shocked. The old town was held. There were only 1 first-level magic insect and 4 second-level magic insects, which were killed by Xiaoting, who transformed into the Thunder God Dragon Rider and rode a dragon. The death of 2 third-level magic insect leaders completely closed the insect tide rift, including the innocent community that was almost massacred by the father of demonic insects. The total casualties were no more than 1,300. In previous years, these countless foreign cracks would cause the deaths of more than 5,000 people, or even tens of thousands of people in urban areas. But this time, the crisis in the old city was perfectly resolved by a senior high school student from Donghai City who had awakened less than 3 days ago. This handsome and capable high school student is a young hero who saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in the old city. The two looked at each other with blank expressions. Is this referring to the Xiaoting they know? President Ma was a little dazed. I remember that when I met Xiaoting 3 days ago in the afternoon, his initial monster was still the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Overlord race, right? Patriarch Wei had a strange expression. A king race, a 2-winged flying dragon, aiming at a rank 6 national editor. This is actually the initial monster of a senior high school student? Several dozen seconds passed. The two looked at each other and suddenly cried out in horror. Wrong. This is the second awakening. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Xiao awakened for the second time. The original monster reverted to its original form and became a Thunder King Dragon. Otherwise, no one can explain it. Why did the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex evolve from a subdragon race to a 2-winged flying dragon overnight? Wei Ting's breathing quickened. Those who have awakened twice in history, without exception, have all been promoted to natural disaster editors at the national level or above. Several dozen seconds passed. Wei Ting finally calmed down his excited breathing. He sighed in a low voice. I don't know how terrifying this kid will grow in the future, but it may not be difficult for him to reach the national defense level. It is really hard to say how far Xiaoting can go in the future, but the national level is by no means limited to this. Listen to Wei Teng's mumbling. The group of editors from aristocratic families and wealthy groups nearby were shocked beyond words. Even the soldiers who were listening forgot the joy of victory and were left with only surprise in their hearts. This marquis of the Wei clan spoke very highly of Xiaoting. It's not difficult to reach the national level. This is a level 6 titled editor, the backbone of the country. The number of strong people at this level in the world is only more than 50. Any country that has a leader can stand out in the international arena, like sitting on a nuclear weapon, deter all sides. Kyushu has produced many geniuses over the past 1,000 years. On the surface, there are 9 national level, rank 6 titled editors. It has surpassed the Russian bear and become the most powerful country in the East. And the bald eagle. There are 13 registered editors with the 6th level title at the national level. The gap is not too big. So, for nearly 1,000 years, Western powers have been trying to support the East Asian countries and suppress Kyushu. It is said that they even betrayed the human race and joined forces with the dark race. Spies were placed throughout Kyushu. Various cult rituals are performed to open monster rifts. Let the wolf into the house. Destroy the harmony and stability in all parts of Kyushu, and kill the geniuses in all parts of Kyushu. Now, before them, a new monster king was emerging. Everyone felt a thrill when they witnessed the rise of a superstar. Xiaoting didn't know yet that Patriarch Wei and Chairman Ma thought so highly of him. If you knew, he would surely be impressed by the sharp vision of both. Which stage is above the national defense level? Xiaoting doesn't know yet. But historically, the first, Flying Dragon Editor, reached the national level at the age of less than 100. He is the ancient Dragon Emperor. He is also a second awakener. Awakened a new talent, Dragon Editor. And what Xiaoting awakened was a talent above the Dragon Emperor, Giant Dragon Editor, Dragon Clan Editor. And the most powerful creator assistance system is at hand. His future must be stronger than that of an average national guardian, or even an ancient Dragon Emperor, right? Demigod Editor? Even the ancestors who have awakened to the second level can reach that step. With steady development, he will arrive sooner or later. On the other side, above the sky, a middle-aged man in military uniform with 4 stars on his shoulders was riding an iron-blooded eagle, flying between the sun and the clouds, rushing to the old city of Donghai City. This person is Colonel Li Han. His mood at this moment was like a dark cloud covering the sky. Demonic insect crack. Level 2 alert. Just 10 minutes ago, he received the last piece of information from the communicator. The 3 level 3 captains who went to the old city for support blew themselves up and killed more than a dozen level 3 demon insect leaders and died under the insect tide. Now in the old city, only the 7th team he left behind, which was responsible for protecting Xiaoting, is still intact. But Zhou Zhuang, an elite editor, cannot delay time alone. Colonel Li had a look of anger on his face. He picked up the communicator and yelled, "Any news from the old town?" "Received. Please reply as soon as possible." We were 1,000 meters above the ground and had been without signal for 10 minutes. What is the battle situation in the old city? The death toll in the old city exceeded tens of thousands? The black mist barrier that appears with the crack will be 1 level higher than the monster group. In other words, the insect hunting circle that surrounds the old city, which allows only entry and exit, can only be broken by a 4th level editing master. Unless all the 3rd level magic insect leaders are killed. But the 3 sacrificed senior captains died together with a group of 3rd level magic insects. In the Aster community, there are 2 3rd level male and female demon insect leaders. Student Xiaoting is also in the Ziyuan community. Zhou Zhuang, you have to protect this person for me. Li Han only felt like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Every minute and every second is torture. Iron-blooded eagle, move forward at full speed. After a short flight, Colonel Li saw several landmark buildings in Donghai City. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, the communicator on the waist also rang. What's the situation? Li Han took a deep breath and asked anxiously. Chapter 51. The Dragon King's head cannot be rubbed. Oh, unless. After a moment, the insect tide has been driven back? The old city is defended? Colonel Li was stunned as if he had heard a fairy tale and almost lost the ability to think. So, what the hell is going on? 5 minutes later, an iron-blooded eagle with a wingspan of more than 30 meters landed in the old city of Donghai City. Colonel Li, with 4 stars on his shoulders, jumped off the back of the vermilion eagle and strode forward. Colonel Li. Not far away, Xiaoting, who was standing in front of several armored vehicles, looked up and saw him, then smiled and greeted him. Not hurt? Li Han looked at him with complicated eyes. Xiaoting shook his head. I'm glad you're okay. Li Han opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just patted the young man's shoulder with relief. Then, he cast a half-excited and half-inquiring look behind Xiaoting. Li Han looked at the dragon-shaped monster that was 25 meters tall. Judging from its appearance, this is undoubtedly a powerful elite flying dragon. Different from the general dragon race that breathes fire and sprays venom. This is a lightning tyrant, a thunder king dragon that controls violent and raging thunder. Its body is extremely huge. The dark purple wing membrane was attached with constantly flowing purple electric light. It is as if thunder is its scales, thunder is its wings, and thunder is its authority. The 5-story-tall little thunder god stood behind Xiao Ting with his claws on the ground. His purple eyes exuded the heart-pounding aura of the dragon clan. A huge shadow loomed on the ground, giving people a great sense of oppression. After reaching the elite level, little Thor is no longer the silly foodie dragon he used to be. His appearance is very deceptive, and his every move exudes great majesty. In fact, it is not very big. Strictly speaking, it is just a baby dragon that was born only a few days ago. However, the young king dragon is still a king, exuding the natural dragon power and majesty. Dragon. It really is a flying dragon. And it's also a highly aggressive lightning attribute, second-level elite flying dragon. Colonel Lee's eyes almost popped out of his head. He had never seen a dragon. But when he saw the Thunder King dragon for the first time, the only thought that came to his mind was, "This is a dragon. I'm going." This extremely domineering-looking thunder dragon spewed purple smoke from its nostrils and ignored the people around it. But in front of Xiao Ting, it wagged its tail and butted the boy with its head from time to time. Her eyes were sparkling. She was acting coquettishly, obviously asking for a touch. Beating bugs and thunder dragons is awesome. Touch and praise. Even though its size has grown to the height of a 5-story building, it is still young in heart, a baby dragon that needs Xiao Ting's praise and compliments. My baby is awesome. Xiao Ting punched its head in a spiral motion. I have to say, it feels really good to pinch the Dragon King's head. Little Thunder God Benlong was also very satisfied. The king's head cannot be rubbed, unless it is your own creator. Don't stop, Moto Moto. The Lord is kind and loving. Li Han looked at Xiao Ting, who was rubbing the Dragon King's head, and then looked at the little Thor, who was acting like a spoiled dragon, with his mouth slightly opened, almost doubting his eyes. Is this really an elite-level flying dragon from the king race? But it has only been a short time. Just 3 days after awakening, he evolved the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex of the dominant race into the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex of the monarch race, and raised his strength to the elite level. What kind of power can do this? If Xiao Ting knew the surprise in Li Han's heart, he would definitely say silently, "Of course it's cheating to make up for the foodie ticket." Of course, Xiao Ting also knew that he and little Thor were upgrading very fast as riding a rocket. But he and his father upgraded themselves through fighting, killing, and sucking the flesh and blood of monsters. No one can find fault with it. Of course, Li Han couldn't find any fault with it. The speed of this upgrade is so shocking that it can even be said to be unprecedented. But think about it carefully. The fierce battle record of Xiao Ting and Jun Wanglong. They killed 2 level 3 leader-level magic insects, 4 level 2 elite-level magic insects, and more than 40 level 1 ordinary-level magic insects. It was such a beautiful and dazzling record that allowed the Thunder King Dragon to be promoted from the ordinary level to the mid-elite level. Ordinary monsters, after such a series of cross-level battles, life and death trials, devouring and evolving. I'm afraid he has already broken through to the leader level. From this perspective, the growth potential of this dragon is too high. The average amount of nutrients and combat experience required to upgrade a Thunder King Dragon far exceeds the upper limit of ordinary monsters and is beyond people's imagination. Then again, the change that happened to Xiao Xiao that allowed the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex to revert to its original form and become the Thunder Monarch Dragon is probably the legendary second awakening of talent. Onlookers watched the interaction between the man and the dragon. Li Han pondered for a moment and discovered another change that surprised him. What will the level 1 Dragon Editor talent become after the second awakening? Li Han's heart pounded a few times, and he took a deep breath. This means that Xiao Xiao has a 99% chance of awakening his strongest talent, Dragon Editor, in the future. My Donghai City is about to produce a Supreme Dragon God, a top-level editing talent that stands at the top of all living things, just like Dragon Outline Editor. Currently, 36 species are known. The most famous ones are Eutheria Edit, Neon Birds Edit, and Sirens Edit. They are the king of monsters, the king of monster birds, and the lord of the deep sea. It was once the most powerful myth on this planet. You can say that. Just awaken any level of talent. You can build the strongest and most terrifying army of monster gods, become the king creator, and stand at the top of the world. And the young man in front of me. It is the strongest talent among the awakening level editing talents. Become a dragon editor. The supreme god of the dragon clan. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Li Han suppressed his shock and showed his colleagues and his superior the video of Xiao Ting and Thunder King Dragon standing next to the corpse of the Leishan insect. 5 minutes later. Tactical wristband, constantly vibrating. On the palm-sized tactical display screen on the wrist, avatars light up one after another. Commander of the Demon City Patrol Army, requesting a video call. Commander of the Jinling Patrol Army, requesting a video call. Commander of the Xiaodao Patrol Army, requesting a video call. Legendary Commander of the Coastal Province, requesting a video call. East China's National Defense Army Commander, requesting a video call. Look at the last two names. Colonel Li's heart stopped beating suddenly, and his eyes widened. This has impressed two big shots. The first name was the head of the military department of a coastal province, Li Han's immediate superior. The latter name refers to the national treasure, the commander of the national army in East China, the 9 monster kings of Dongwang, and 1/9 of the backbone of Dongwang. Chapter 52. Meeting the state? You will have a big backer in the future. Soon, Li Han calmed down and turned to Xiaoting. He was all smiles, without any of the dignity of a commander of the Donghai City Patrol Army. Xiao, there are several uncles and sisters from the military area who really want to meet you. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the 4 Spirit Sword Emperors and the Red Moon King? What the hell? A legendary military commander and a national-level legion commander? Ma Yuanbao and Wei Teng, who were eavesdropping on the side, widened their eyes, extremely shocked, with disbelief on their faces. Damn, they actually alarmed these two legendary figures? 4 Spirit Sword Emperor Flying Stone Blade. Level, 5th rank Flying Knife Editor. Representative Monster, the 5th level Overlord Weapon Spirit, Suzaku Sword Spirit. Red Moon King Su Diewu. Level, 6th level Lepidoptera Editor. Representative Monster, the 6th level King Demon Insect, Red Moon Emperor Butterfly. The former is a 5th level Legendary Sword King. The latter is a 6th rank National Guardian Butterfly God. There are only 100 legendary editors in the world. There are only about 40 kings with titles. This shows how respected the two are in Kyushu. But now, these two big men who are busy with all kinds of things are actually alarmed and want to meet a high school awakener? Oh my god. Xiaoting just nodded. He showed up in front of these two big shots. You will have a powerful backer in the future. Ma Yuanbao's eyes turned red with envy. Wei Teng began to think silently about the possibility of catching a son-in-law again. Okay. Xiaoting agreed readily. The day he awakened his talent, he was doomed to not be able to keep a low profile forever. Since I can't keep a low profile, then just be high profile and be 1 in a million, a dragon editor. He simply let all the big shots know that he was a rare genius who could have a second awakening, disguise, and was expected to master the dragon editor, level talent, disguise. After all, only by proving your own worth. Only then can he get the full protection and training of the top leaders in the country. If there is a national-level legion commander who is concerned about this, I will back him up. Then Xiaoting would not have to hide anything and could sprint at full speed towards the unknown areas above the king level, thus increasing his growth rate much more. Therefore, Xiaoting must meet these high-level bodyguards and title-level helpers who came to his door and try his best to win them over. 20 minutes later, the 4 masters comforted and consoled the injured people and soldiers, and asked the district chief and district party secretary of the old city who came to handle the follow-up work. He took Xiaoting to find a large conference room near the old town, starting a multi-line video call, accompanied by a prompt sound. Several figures in military uniforms appeared on the large display screen in front. The first to speak was the commander of the Demon City Patrol Army. He smiled amiably and got straight to the point. Xiaoting, nice to meet you. Hello. We all know about your exploits this morning. Excellent, very excellent. After you graduate from the 9th Hospital of the Magic City, we, the Monster Corps of the Demon City Patrol Army, welcome you very much. Follow closely. The Jinling commander also spoke impatiently. There are 2 totem sacred mountains in Jinling. Student Xiaoting, as long as you are willing to graduate from the 9th Academy of Magic City and come to Jinling, we are willing to devote all the strength of the Su province to train you to become the next provincial and ministerial level military commander and 5th level border editor. The words haven't been finished yet. Another big face appeared in front of the screen. The bearded commander of Xia Island blinked his eyes and said enthusiastically, Me too, me too. The 2 companies above gave us money. We in Fujian province are willing to double the resources to support Xiaoting and help him become the next legendary editor in Fujian province. The 4 masters from Donghai City who were listening were so shocked that they were completely dumbfounded. This. You are too straightforward and too materialistic. The 3 local leaders were very optimistic about Xiaoting and completely regarded him as the next legendary editor to be won over. They looked at Xiaoting expectantly. Their eyes were very hot. It was as if they wanted to eat Xiaoting alive. Okay, stop making a scene in front of the teenager. What kind of words are you using? At this moment, someone couldn't help but coughed softly. As soon as this person spoke, the whole audience fell silent. All the local commanders were astonished and looked at the old soldier with gray hair and a sturdy temperament. General Sure, why are you here too? How come you, old man, were also alarmed? The three commanders exclaimed in surprise. This old man, who is in his 60s and looks very strong, is the frontier-level commander of the highest monster legion in the coastal province. One of the top 100 legendary editors, Four-Spirit Sword Emperor, Farron. His most famous battle took place at the border between the Donghuang Coast and Neon Kingdom. Years ago, Farron, who had just become a 5th-rank legendary editor, was sent to a certain Channel Islands to resolve disputes and harassment caused by neighboring countries over territorial issues. That day, the Bald Eagle country dispatched 13 warships to support Neon country's negotiating ambassadors and fired at the coastal waters. Then, the Donghuang ambassador who was present at the time described the scene with great shock. I saw the vermilion bird sword spirit soaring into the sky. A warship was cut in half by the flaming blade. The crisscrossing scarlet chi cut off half of the sky over the archipelago and changed the weather in the coastal areas. From then on, rolling cloud of fire stretched for tens of thousands of miles in the sky between Neon and the Channel Islands, forming an eternal meteorological barrier. Afterwards, a huge battleship, the certain islands in Neon territory. Half of the coastal sea area was cut off by the angry stone flying blade. It left behind a 1,000-mile-long streak of fiery clouds that can still be seen today, stretching across the sky over the Channel Islands. That was the vermilion bird sword spirit, leaving behind a scarlet aura. It was the one that slashed across the sky, shattered space, and left a scar that is difficult to erase by time. The same is true for the Japanese people on the other side of the strait who are living a good life. This is the best deterrent left behind. After this battle, Farron was selected into the top 100 most powerful legendary editors in the world and was given the title of Four-Spirit Sword Emperor, the Sword of the Four Spirits. It can be divided into mountains, broken islands, and broken seas. Cut the sky with one hand. Later, Neon also wants to lodge a severe protest against this at the International Parliament. Farron's immediate superior, Sudyewu, the Red Moon King who was born in a coastal province, personally went to the border of Neon. That day, at the end of the sky above Tokyo Tower, a great battle took place. It was that day too. Neon country's national editor ranked 10th in the world. He cut off one of his arms and wrote a letter in blood to apologize. Sudyewu, who had been in office for less than a year, made a global sensation with this battle and earned the title of the 9th strongest person in the world. Damn it, you old thief. Why are you showing off our immediate superior? The three local commanders immediately threw death rays at Colonel Li. You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. Li Han, you old thief are such a dishonest person. Wouldn't it be nice for several of our patrol army commanders in Lin province to compete fairly for Xiaoting and snatch this rare talent for their respective provinces and cities? Now, there is a legendary editor from a coastal province who is from Donghai City in charge. How can they compete? My name is Farron. The old man looked to be in his 60s, with gray hair on his temples and a pair of reading glasses on his nose. His eyes were bright, and he said his full name very seriously. Farron looked at Xiaoting through his transparent reading glasses and said straight to the point with a smile, Xiaoting, can you let me see your initial flying dragon? Farron's expression was filled with anticipation. At his position and age, there aren't many things in this world worth looking forward to, and a flying dragon editor who is suspected to have awakened for the second time is definitely one of them. After saying this, as if he was afraid of being a little abrupt, Farron blinked his eyes, and a kind smile appeared on his broad forehead. To be fair, I'll show you my initial monster first. Behind the old man, endless points of light gathered into a star-like trajectory. A huge rainbow-colored star map summoning array slowly opened before everyone's eyes. There was a faint sound of a phoenix in the sky. That was the clanging of murderous golden armor, the sound of the phoenix cry of the overlord sword spirit that could burn the sky and boil the sea and cut the sky with one hand. The Sazaka blade. Why are you so shy? Come out and let everyone see you. Farron waved cheerfully, like a kindly old grandfather who was about to show off his toys to a child. His eyes behind his reading glasses were curved with a smile, and he looked extremely happy. A huge heat wave spread in all directions. A divine flame flew out from the end of the corridor. Everyone felt a slight stinging pain in front of their eyes, as if they were looking directly at the sun, and their vision was filled with endless light and heat. Hey, Xiao Zhuzhu, calm down a bit. They can't see your face clearly. After a long while, the dazzling flames gradually subsided. Xiao Ting and the 4 East China Sea Masters who were watching in front of the screen were able to see clearly the famous Suzaku sword. Chapter 53, Suzaku Sword Spirit. I have a dirty word I want to say. This is a red sword spirit surrounded by red flames, quietly suspended in the air. It was wrapped in a red halo like the scorching sun, emitting an extremely hot temperature, causing the surrounding void to constantly twist and collapse. This is an extremely vicious blade. As soon as this weapon spirit monster appeared, Xiao Ting could feel the powerful pressure emanating from it even through the screen. This feeling is like facing a fire overlord. A faint golden glow filled his eyes. Opening his golden eyes, Xiao Ting was not afraid of the pressure emanating from the overlord monster. He looked up and down carefully at the 5th level flying knife. The red sword spirit is 3 feet and 9 inches long, with a phoenix engraved on the handle and a phoenix pattern wrapped around the sword. The flames all around it were intimidating, and the 2 seal characters, Suzaku, were engraved on it. Like a burning holy flame, it exudes the terrifying pressure of a peak overlord, majestic and inviolable. This aura, this style, this power are all awesome. When Xiao Ting heard this, the 4 masters beside him gulped and swallowed at the same time. Even he himself was shocked by the aura of this overlord weapon spirit. He took a short breath and then adjusted himself, looking at this overlord sword spirit with shining eyes. So handsome. It's the lively and vigorous Suzaku sword spirit that can split the sky and cut the sea. Blood swirled around the ground, circling around the stone flying blade before stopping in front of everyone. Come and say hello to everyone. Sir Farron patted the back of Zhu Hong's blade lovingly with his ruthless iron hands. The Suzaku sword spirit shyly hid behind Sir Farron. After a long time, he finally managed to push out half of the handle. Forced to open for business, it emits a soul-stirring cry of the phoenix. Cry. Sir Farron nodded with satisfaction. The name of the sword is Suzaku, and it is my initial monster. 1 meter long, blended with several different kinds of demon bird phoenix bones, blood phoenix black iron, edited and forged. Sir Farron pushed his reading glasses and proudly showed his editing monster to Xiao Ting. Name, Suzaku Sword Spirit. Attributes, fire, gold, martial arts. Racial potential, level 5 Overlord Spirit Clan. Growth level, peak level 5, 100 evolution degree. Skills, elemental gold, elemental fire, overlord shock, Suzaku slash, divine sword, fire refining diamond, fire escape technique, flowing flame rain. Weaknesses, gold, fire, thunder, dragon, horror movies, social, 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 social. Edit ×5. Details, red sparrow knife, fire eagle blood, blazing flame, fire eagle bones, peacock King Kong bones, blood phoenix black iron. The dragon-patterned blood blade in front of you is a true weapon spirit overlord. The body is made of phoenix iron and the blade is sharpened with phoenix blood. Only by having slain countless souls with his sword could one exude such terrifying murderous aura, bloodiness, and madness. Is this the level 5 monster overlord? Xiao Ting was deeply impressed by his handsomeness. It is indeed very powerful. But the end of its career is just the starting point of his and the Thunder King Dragon's life. The Suzaku sword spirit that can split the sky and cut the sea, the ultimate of its race is the 5th Order Overlord. This is just the starting point of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex's life. Now, after Xiao Ting's initial editing, the Asian Dragon Cub has been promoted to the King race. The upper limit level is level 6, the peak of the King level. Therefore, Xiao Ting was not intimidated by the fierce power of the Vermilion Bird Sword Spirit. Instead, because of the opponent's strength, he imagined the future of him and Little Thunder God and had a lot of fun imagining it. His calmness and composure are very eye-catching. The 3 patrol army commanders who were connected to the line had bright eyes, nodded secretly in their hearts, and marveled at it. Wow, worthy of being a top-level player. Facing the mighty sword power of a 5th rank Overlord weapon spirit, he is not timid or afraid at all. Even though there is a screen between us and the distance of tens of millions of miles. He is calm and composed. At such a young age, he has the bearing of a great general who protects the country. If the 3 of them missed out on this future national talent today, it would probably be a lifelong regret. Farron also gave a thumbs up to Xiao Ting's performance. Good boy, really good. You are much more promising than those guys next to you. Hearing this, Xiao Ting was slightly startled. Then he moved his golden pupils and looked around. Just see. The four masters of Donghai City were sweating and stiff all over. This is a normal reaction when being frightened by the murderous aura, evil spirit, bloodiness, and madness brought by the Overlord's sword spirit. On the contrary, Xiao Ting, who moved freely and calmly, seemed very abnormal. Li Han was teased by so many colleagues. His face turned red, and he couldn't help but quietly asked, Xiao, don't you feel the sword intent that makes you breathless, pressing down? They are level 4 editing masters. How could he be so easily controlled? He was not as calm as an 18-year-old high school student who had just awakened for 2 or 3 days. Well, no. Xiao Ting shook his head. Honestly speaking, his and Thunder King Dragon's kingly aura is much more domineering than the faint sword intent across the screen. Moreover, he carries 1/10 of the king's dragon blood. Unless it is a king-level or overlord-level monster, it will attack Xiao Ting directly. Otherwise, he would not be affected at all and would not be afraid at all. After hearing his words, Li Han turned his head suspiciously and looked at the Suzaku fire blade. Staring at the 2 words Suzaku engraved on the blade, a shadow that blocked out the sky seemed to appear before his eyes, flapping its flaming wings and staring at Colonel Li for a second. At this moment, Li Han felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Bloodline suppression. The phantom of the vermilion bird sword spirit was so realistic that even Colonel Li, a top-level Red Eagle editor, felt the blood suppression from the upper overlord. Li Han swallowed hard. The Suzaku sword spirit has killed more than one overlord-level demonic bird monster. If it is replaced by an equal amount, it can instantly kill his commander-level iron-blooded eagle. He was sweating profusely and laughed quickly. Ha, Xiao, let us see your Thunder King Dragon. Good. Xiao Ting was not going to hide it. He nodded. I used my golden eyes to measure the height of the ceiling with my naked eyes. This house seems too small. The little Thor, who has advanced to the elite level, is as tall as a 5-story duplex with each floor measuring 5 meters tall just when he stands up. The ceiling height of this conference room is definitely not enough to accommodate him. Fortunately, next to the conference room, there is a spacious monster battle arena, which is a standard feature of this East China Sea 5-star battle hotel. It is worth mentioning that this hotel is owned by Chairman Ma. Changing the venue and adding a large outdoor video display screen is a matter of minutes. Everyone temporarily moved the venue. The room here is spacious, more than enough to accommodate 10 Thunder King dragons. My turn. Summon. Come out, little Thor. Xiao Ting gently raised his left hand and let out a light chuckle. The void under the palm of his hand began to ripple and sway like water waves. Countless psychedelic light spots instantly spread out, connected into lines, and formed trajectories, forming a rainbow-colored summoning array, as gorgeous as a star map, which appeared in front of Xiao Ting. The void corridor connecting to the monster space was opened. A brilliant purple light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, a dragon figure with an extremely beautiful appearance and graceful and magnificent figure stepped out from the depths of the void. Accompanied by purple electric light and crackling thunder, the 25-meter-tall little Thor appeared in front of everyone. It raised its thick, long lightning horn and glanced at the crowd around it with its cold purple dragon eyes. Quickly locked onto Xiao Ting's direction, the little thunder god flapped his wings twice, stepped on the lightning photons scattered all over the ground, and moved his powerful hind legs to Xiao Ting's side. With every step he took, the ground shook twice. Just by taking a few steps, such a simple action, the entire battlefield was shaken, rumbling, making masters like Li Han a little unsteady on their feet. Little Thor was too huge at this time. Although it is only a baby dragon that is only a few days old, it is full of oppression and is in no way inferior to the ordinary monster commanders and kings. Roar! Little Thor took happy little steps, wagging his tail, and trotted to his father Xiao Ting. When it saw Xiao Ting, it stretched its neck and moved its huge head towards him. Hey, touch it? Can you touch the Dragon King's head for free? After Xiao Ting touched its head, he pointed to the excited faces on the opposite side of the projection screen and said, Come, say hello to the uncles, grandfathers, and brothers. Roar, it's done. Little Thor turned his head and then suddenly froze. The king's purple eyes were fixed on the flaming short blade opposite him, locked onto the Suzaku sword spirit that was suspended in the air in the middle of the screen. This was the first time that little Thor felt the dangerous aura from a monster. However, compared to Hong, it is not afraid of any monster. Ouch! How can I lose to anyone who is more aggressive than me? Thunder Dragon. Attack fiercely. Roar. A roar like thunder exploded. A suffocating kingly pressure emanated from the little thunder god's body, like an invisible storm, sweeping in all directions. The heads of the 4 editing masters, including Li Han, suddenly buzzed. For a moment I couldn't move, breathe, or even think, completely stunned by the faint dragon power. They looked over in horror. The Thunder King Dragon did not release any king-level deterrence, but only released a little bit of dragon power. Although it was not aimed at them, this 1/3 of the elite-level king's power still made them feel frightened. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Sword Spirit on the opposite side, Chapter 54, More Fierce Than Others? Overlord Sword Spirits kneeling in a second? Thousands of miles away, in a training ground, the Suzaku Sword Spirit mustered up his courage. I said hello to the many terrifying upright apes at the other end of the screen. In a blink of an eye, I felt an extremely overbearing hostility coming from the opposite side. Suzaku Sword Spirit. A pair of purple eyes glared at him. A young king dragon appeared in front of the big screen. This is a flying dragon of the king race, an elite level. A body covered with dark purple dragon scales, covering its majestic figure. Each scale was as cold and hard as fine iron, surrounded by lightning, and it was domineering and unparalleled. The aura was so terrifying that even though it was tens of millions of miles away, the Suzaku Sword Spirit could still feel the soul pressure of the dragon creature. The Suzaku Sword Spirit subconsciously took a step back. There is a feeling of blood being suppressed. At this moment, it had something in its mind that it really wanted to say. I didn't mess with any of you. I just said hello. Why are you being so mean to me? No matter how fierce you are, no matter how fierce you are, no matter how fierce you are, I will. Roar. The Thunder King Dragon roared again, and a faint purple mist spewed out of his nostrils. His eyes were as bright as lightning, and they were filled with fighting and murderous intent. The powerful king-level pressure spread out. The intimidating aura of the opposing overlord's fierce soldiers was diluted in an instant. The roar that exploded like thunder made the Suzaku Sword Spirit's head buzz. The flaming halo all over its body went out, and it froze in midair. This is a true king. Moreover, the supreme king of the dragon race who had existed for thousands and tens of thousands of years had disappeared. The pseudo-Suzaku blood in the Suzaku Sword Spirit's body, which was condensed from the fiery fire eagle and the diamond peacock, was beating in rhythm, expressing closeness and submission. A fiery red bird that blocked out the sun and sky suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The Vermilion Bird Sword Spirit revealed its true form as a beast soul and lowered its head in the direction of Little Thunder God. Feather Tribe, surrender. Then, it turned into a divine flame and shrank back to Sherfaren's back in an instant. It was so tight that I didn't dare to come out. So scary. You can't roar at it. Master, help me. The social phobic senior Dao was suppressed. The social phobia senior's knife has been seized. The whole place was silent. Even Xiaoting didn't expect that this would be the result when a dragon and a weapon met. 3 minutes ago, Little Thunder God roared twice and said 2 sentences. Little bird, are you fierce? Do you dare to compete with me to see who is fiercer? If I lose, I'll kneel down to you. If you lose, you have to kneel down to me. These are the cruel words in the childish bet made by Xiao Shuilong. As for what to compare, the little Thor, who had said those harsh words, turned around quietly and started to cheat quietly. Dad, how can I be more fierce than this little guy? It's so funny. My little Thor has been cheating all his life. How could he lose? Xiaoting coughed and quietly sentimental thought. Just compete with it to see who can roar louder. Although the Suzaku Sword Spirit is very powerful, its weakness lies in its social aspect. For a socially incurable person who has difficulty speaking, yelling, or something like that would just be a sure way to get killed, right? Then, the fierce battle of who can roar the loudest started, which was initiated by Little Thor. As a senior monster, Suzaku Sword Spirit could not refuse the invitation to compete from the young monster babies. Then he fell to his knees in a second. Under the double suppression of social terminal bloodline, it couldn't even utter a single cry. He admitted defeat and gave up resistance completely. In the end, he accepted defeat and offered a kowtow and submission ceremony, half suppressed by blood and half spoiled as a child, to the winner. Feather Tribe Overlord. Surrender? I can only say that this wave is a great victory for social mania and social terminal illness. After the fierce roar, the Little Thunder God snorted contentedly and once again coiled up behind Xiaoting. Binlong is the best in the world. It makes me feel bad. What's so great about that? I asked you to say hello, and this is how you do it. Xiao Ting coughed and patted the silly dragon cub's head speechlessly. It would be even more ferocious if he hadn't given the little dragon a cheat. An elite monster. Is it going to compete with an overlord monster with its head? Don't think that the Successor sword spirit is a socially fearful and demoralizing sword now, but if it gets serious, a single strike of the Suzaku slash can split the entire Donghai city into two. Little Thor seemed to be strangled by fate. He froze for a moment, but Xiao Ting's ruthless iron hand quickly suppressed his arrogance. Who? Yeah, it's done. I'll be good and say hello again. Little Thor raised his chin obediently. Like a king inspecting his surroundings, he glanced at the uncles and grandfathers sitting opposite him and nodded one by one. This smooth and flowing movement might be more appropriately described as a demonstration rather than a greeting. The little Thor's eyes were as sharp as purple lightning. The pupils are light gold, sacred and majestic. The dragon head was raised high and nodded, like a dragon king sitting on the throne, examining the aliens kneeling at his feet. Humph, Daddy has spoken. I dare not disobey. This time I will not have to kneel down. You aliens are allowed to look directly at me. In front of Xiao Ting, it is a little dragon cub that wags its tail, but in front of other people, it has a very bad temper. In terms of temperament, she has grasped it perfectly. Xiao Ting, you don't look like you're here to say hello, but more like you're here to draw hatred from me. Although he is so young, he already has two faces. Grandpa looking at his phone on the subway. You can't tell at all that this kingly, arrogant, and domineering Rex is actually a silly little foodie who snores loudly and blows bubbles when he sleeps. If the owner doesn't touch him, he will roll around on the ground and turn over his belly. He can eat ghouls like a piglet. Flying dragon. Wow. It turns out to be a potential 6th level flying dragon king. Several excited faces appeared on the group chat screen opposite. All I can say is that little Thor's appearance is too impressive and deceptive. As soon as it showed up, the patrolling commanders on the opposite side were as happy as if they had seen a mountain of gold. I wish I could crawl along the internet cable and witness with my own eyes the majestic demeanor of the King Dragon, the Supreme Dragon Clan. These thunder wings, these scales, these sharp eyes, they're so cool. As expected of the strongest race with 6th level potential, the 3 patrol army commanders were amazed. It's a fierce game between Thunder King Dragon and Suzaku Sword Spirit. In reality, it's just those who are cheating, cross it out, the absolute crushing of the social gangster over the social terminally ill. But in their eyes, it was another scene. It seemed that the little thunder god drove away the overlord spirit with just a roar, showing the supreme style of the Dragon King. This scene made the local commanders who were watching tremble in their hearts. Damn, it was hard to imagine such domineering power. It was just a primitive monster that was born less than 3 days ago. The 4 Donghai City masters standing nearby were all ashamed. In front of the Suzaku sword spirit, they were completely suppressed and couldn't even raise their heads. Where is Xiao Ting? I am not only calm and composed like a master. Raise your hand to summon the Thunder King Dragon. He is also a powerful Dragon King. With a dragon's roar, the fierce, but socially incompetent, weapons spirit overlord on the opposite side surrendered. Shit, compared to Xiao Ting, what kind of masters are they? An initial monster with a king race. This means that as long as Xiao Ting grows smoothly, he will definitely become the next editor with a national title. This starting point surpasses 99 monster editors in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that this young man's future achievements will be higher than anyone present. Sherfarin pushed his reading glasses and sighed in his heart. The focus of the several commanders present was more on the Thunder King Dragon. Sherfarin's attention was more on the child Xiao Ting. Holding an elite-level King Dragon, this child should have almost solidified 2/10 of the King Dragon blood. The potential of the King Flying Dragon is so high, and the extraordinary skills he possesses are probably more than just King level. In other words, Xiao Ting at this time has solidified at least 1 King level skill. According to Colonel Li, Zhou Zhuang, who witnessed Xiao Ting's opening ceremony, said this. This young man seemed to have solidified an invincible King level deterrence right from the start. King level deterrence. Even against monsters at the Overlord level, it has complete suppression capabilities and can cause indiscriminate mental shocks in an instant, making all things submit. After that, he was about to be promoted to an intermediate editor, be baptized with 2/10 of the King's Dragon blood, and choose the second solidified skill. In terms of strength, even without the Little Thunder Dragon, ordinary elite and leader level monsters would not be able to cause any harm to Xiao Ting himself. The more sure Farron looked, the happier he was, but also the more regretful he felt. What makes me happy is that Dong Huang has gained another editor of the supreme race who can hope to become a demigod. Unfortunately, he was only a 5th-level legendary editor and was not qualified to be a guide for such a demigod in reserve. If he was a national-level legion commander, as long as Xiao Ting was willing, Sure Farron would definitely recommend himself on the spot and accept him as his disciple without hesitation. Chapter 55, Meeting the King. Hello, Sudyewo. My name is… Ha ha ha, what a funny guy. Looking at the Thunder King Dragon who was eager to fight, Sure Farron laughed heartily, which was rare for him. I admire your elite-level King Dragon. In order to protect his master, he dared to take down the powerful. To be able to train such a big guy, whether it's your temperament or your talent, you are the strongest awakener I have ever seen in my life. Originally I was thinking, if you are really a flying dragon awakener, for years later, I will pass the position of commander of the Coastal Province Monster Corps to you and support you to become the next frontier legend. But now, I think it's a waste of your talent to be confined to the coastal provinces. A huge waste of your talent. Sure Farron sighed. The 4 editing masters of Donghai City were so shocked that they screamed, WTF? But on the surface, there was no change in his expression. He just became a background board. Above the screen, the 3 patrol army commanders from Madu, Jinling, and Xiaodao had expressions of unconcealable horror on their faces. Sure Farron's status is much higher than that of everyone present. In terms of status, it is on par with the provincial and ministerial levels in the coastal provinces. In some aspects, his power and influence are even greater than that of a provincial governor. But a person of such status and position said that it would be a huge waste of talent to pass the position of leader of the Coastal Province Monster Corps to Xiao Ting 4 years later? Damn. The meaning expressed here is really extraordinary. What could be higher than a province's monster commander? Of course, there are only 9 legion commanders at the national level. The commanders were stunned and looked at Xiao Ting in surprise, their eyes filled with overwhelming shock. The young man in front of him has not yet entered the circle of professional editors. He has actually been identified by a legendary military commander of the provincial capital as the future 10th ruler of the country, 1/10 of the backbone of Dong Huang. Xiao Ting was also stunned for a moment and was extremely surprised. Who would have thought that Sure Farron actually wanted to pass on the strongest monster legion in the coastal province to him 4 years later? Regardless of whether he accepts it or not, it's impossible to say that I'm not happy to be valued so much by such a big shot. Xiao Ting showed a little white teeth and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Sure, for your appreciation. Xiao, you are amazing. Mr. Sure is from our coastal province. Colonel Li quietly gave a thumbs up, indicating that Mr. Sure was the real boss. Being valued by such a person, Xiao Ting will have a strong backer like Mount Everest. No, you don't need to thank me. It is my country's great fortune to have a genius like you. After so many years, the coastal province has finally produced a true genius. A kind smile appeared on Sure Farron's broad forehead. He patted Xiao Zhuzhu's knife soothingly with his wrinkled and scarred hands. After smoothing the fur of the Suzaku sword spirit who was extremely frustrated after failing to play the game with the baby dragon, the old man then bowed towards the void. I asked with great respect, by the way, Commander Su, what do you think? After these words were spoken, the whole place fell into dead silence. The 3 commanders opened their mouths in unison. They were extremely shocked. Their expressions almost exploded, as if they had heard something that made their souls tremble. What the hell, Commander Su? Is it the one they were thinking of, the Legion commander named Su? That person is also in the multi-line video call? Not only them, but everyone present was in turmoil. At this moment, many pairs of eyes were turned to Colonel Li Han, with shocked looks of fuck. Is this true? That guy is here too? Why didn't you tell us earlier? 10 seconds later, a yawn was heard. Good. This lazy voice sounds very young, no more than 25 years old. Very nice. A red moon suddenly rose on the screen. The red moon is in the sky. This is a red moon formed by countless magic butterflies. A lazy beauty is sitting on the red moon and butterfly tide. In her left hand, she held 2 red coins that were polished to a patina. The sitting posture is like a boneless salted fish. Looks very unremarkable, but it is indeed a stunning sight. There is unparalleled beauty. At this moment, all the commanders of the patrol troops got ready and stood up. He raised his right hand and saluted solemnly towards the red dress on the magic butterfly. Leader of the East Sea Patrol Army, Li Han, greets Lord Dai. Commander of the Demon City Patrol Army, Kusai, greets Lord Butterfly. Jinling Patrol Army Commander, Qianzhou, greets Lord Dai. Commander of the Shalu Patrol Army, Chaoanping, greets Lord Dai. Even the three masters from Donghai City around them blushed with excitement and raised their hands to salute. King Shijin of the Sea Court, greetings to Lord Dai. Wei Tung from the Wei family of Linen, greetings to Lord Dai. Ma Yuanbao from the East China Sea Financial Group, meeting Lord Dai. Xiaoting also stood up. When he raised his eyes and met the eyes of the woman opposite him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, this famous king sitting on the red moon, lord of 10,000 butterflies, and ninth most powerful man in the world. It would be such a young girl, and quite beautiful. Sit down. Hey, you don't have to be so rule-abiding when you meet me. Su Jiewu also returned the salute, and then continued to lean on the red moon butterfly tide, folding the pair of red beads in her hands, and yawned slowly. 3 yawns in half a minute. She looked sleepy. He looks like he's been playing cards all night. However, the reason why such a great man, holding the substitute red of the king of jokers, Lin Guizhu, showed deep fatigue after the battle was definitely not because of staying up late to play cards, but because he dealt with an event that shocked the world. Xiao Ting looked at the attribute panel above her head, which was shining with rainbow light. Name Su Daiwu. Talent, Level 1 Lepidoptera Edit. Level, Title Level Zerg Editor. Monsters, King Level Red Moon Emperor Butterfly, Overlord Level Killing Wing Demon Butterfly, Injured, Overlord Level Poisonous Blood Butterfly, Overlord Level Parasitic Butterfly, Overlord Level Goddess of Light Butterfly, Overlord Level Colorful Phantom Light Butterfly. Status, dozing off, 5 yawns per minute. The other person really wants to get off work and take a nap? So many Overlord level monsters. Xiao Ting's pupils shrank. It was almost the same as he guessed. This Red Moon Butterfly King seemed to have just finished a fierce battle with some existence and walked out from the fire and smoke. Otherwise, who could hurt the Overlord level Killing Wing Demon Butterfly under the Red Moon Butterfly Tide? Xiao Ting has always been the one who shocks others, but this is the first time he has been shocked by someone else's attribute panel. Is this the panel of the titled king? Everything you see is strong. Level 1 Zerg editing talent can edit all Lepidoptera insects. There are about 200,000 known species of Lepidoptera insects in the world, and about 8,000 known species in Donghuang, including all the beautiful butterfly species and moth monsters. The 26-year-old titled king in front of me. In this way, 9 Overlord-level butterfly monsters were created, and countless swarms of moth monsters created a Zerg army of tens of thousands. This is the most powerful editor panel he has ever seen. No doubt about it. This is a true monster king. I'm here to meet the Dragon Awakener. Su Jiewu folded the 2 red joker cards in her left hand, took out a mint candy, put it in her mouth, and immediately felt much more sober. In order to hunt down a rather tricky dark editor, she hadn't slept for nearly 7 days. Originally, today's daytime was her time to sleep. Now let's make an exception and meet the flying dragon boy. Su Jiewu licked the mint candy with her tongue sliding a few times. Her eyes fell on Xiao Ting's face. Her pupils contracted for a moment. Then he slowly straightened his back and sat up from the lying position. Hello. Su Jiewu, my name. Chapter 56 Monster Universe. The Mystery of Alien Invasion. Reciprocity. Xiao Ting also nodded and said, Xiao Ting, the Xiao of Lingxiao, the Ting of Jilei. Nice name. Su Jiewu sat up straight, licked the mint on her tongue, and said solemnly, Old Sure is right. Coastal Province, Fujian Province, and Jiangsu Province are not your best choices. I hope you can come to the Magic City in 7 days to take part in the selection exam for the Magic City 9th Hospital. As the commander of the East China Army, I guarantee you that as long as you can successfully graduate from the 9th Academy of the Magic City, the next commander of the National Army in the East China region will definitely be you. She finished with a smile. Everyone gasped. This is a promise made personally by a king with a national title. The young man in front of me will undoubtedly be the next national champion. The legendary and 7 masters present instantly cast their scorching gazes towards Xiao Ting. I want to hear the boy's answer. In 7 days, I will go to the 9th Hospital of the Magic City to take the actual combat selection test. Xiao Ting was stunned for a moment, then quickly showed a little white teeth and smiled faintly. This is a statement, not a promise. His secret cult treasures and blood enemies are all in the Demon City. There's no reason not to go. Well, I'll wait for you in the Magic City. Su Jiewu looked at the boy's handsome face with sharp edges and raised her eyebrows and smiled. I will stay with you until you are promoted to a 5th level legendary editor and have a certain ability to protect yourself. When Su Jiewu said this, Her tone did not contain the ambiguity of inviting a stranger to eat, live, travel, and live together. Xiaoting couldn't help but concentrate. With Su Jiawu's strength and status, he repeatedly emphasized graduating successfully, having a certain ability to protect oneself, and staying with her forever. This did not contain the slightest ambiguity of wanting his body, but instead carried a kind of ominous sign and a protective meaning. Xiaoting couldn't help but take these words seriously. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Is the mortality rate of awakeners above level 5 very high before reaching the legendary level 5? Why?" The sound of the rotation of the dead red stopped. Su Jiawu looked at him in surprise, then laughed. "I like to deal with smart people." Xiaoting frowned. "So here comes the question. A great country like Donghuang, with 9 powerful warriors ruling the country. Who dares? In other words, who can kill so many geniuses above this level? Neon? Bald Eagle? Western powers?" Just when Xiaoting fell into deep thought, Su Jiawu slowly stretched out her hand. A colorful phantom butterfly spread its wings and flew, landing on her bright red nail polish. Use video as a medium. A transparent soundproof cover lay between the two of them. The Red Moon Girl, who was holding 2 red dead balls, tilted her head and smiled easily. "Okay, now it's time for a private conversation." Xiaoting was stunned, looking at her dreamy red eyes. He suddenly realized that the distance between them seemed to have shortened a lot. It literally means getting closer. Although we are thousands of miles apart, the distance between us is as close as if we were face to face. He could clearly see the girl's deep red irises, the nebula-like lines in her pupils, her long, curled eyelashes, and the shadows cast on her profile. Everything is within reach, every detail is clear. Su Jiawu looked at him calmly. She supported her chin with one hand and played with 2 red coins as a substitute for death. It was as if he had no idea how powerful this face was. Or maybe he doesn't care. This is the natural confidence that her strength brings her. After all, who dares to covet the invincible Zerg Monster King, who is 1/9 of the backbone of Donghuang and sits on the Red Moon? The mortality rate of a genius editor with the highest racial talent is very high. Su Jiawu tossed the red needle and frankly admitted, "Except for you, the Donghuang Federation has awakened a total of 101 level awakeners in the past 1,000 years. There are even some level transcendents like you, but no one can successfully grow to the national level on this planet." Xiaoting frowned and said, "This is very strange. A genius of the 101st level, no one will survive in 1,000 years? They should be protected by the Empire's secrets, right? Who dares to kill so many geniuses in Donghuang, where there are 9 national guardians?" After asking a series of questions, Xiaoting stared into Su Jiawu's eyes and said bluntly, "There must be a deeper layer of information that is being concealed, right?" Very sharp. Su Jiawu caught Hong Zhong and nodded slowly. "As a level transcendent, the 13th demigod reserve, you also have the right to know." The 13th demigod in reserve? The term, which he had never heard of before, aroused Xiaoting's curiosity. Is this the ranking of the top-level talented people who are still alive in the Donghuang Empire? He looked at Su Jiawu. The butterfly dress on the moon crossed her legs. The girl straightened her lazy back, her careless attitude was restrained, and her whole atmosphere changed. Her pretty face was serious. "You should have heard of Monster Crack and Dark Race, right?" "Yeah." Xiaoting nodded. The earliest record of Monster Crack was made 5,600 years ago by the ancient Dragon Emperor. They are space passages connecting the Earth and the monster world. The monsters that came out of the cracks in the alien world include demon insects, angels, undead, demons, devils, orcs, goblins, and wild beasts. There are all kinds of strange things. They are collectively called the Dark Race and the Dark Aliens. Human monster editors have been fighting against such exotic monsters for thousands of years. Seeing that he knew it, Su Jiawu did not need to explain it slowly. She snapped her fingers and continued to ask, "By the way, how many monster worlds are disclosed in this edition of your high school textbook?" 99. Xiaoting can answer this question with his eyes closed. Line 21 on page 71 of the senior high school textbook, Monsterology, reads, "In 1999, before his death, Qiao Yu, the general manager of the Monster Rift Research Institute, compiled a sequence table that ranked all the monster worlds according to their strength levels. There are 99 public monster worlds. Among them, there is one extremely dangerous dimension. Level 29 high-risk monster worlds. Level 69 monster worlds. At this moment, on the planet beneath your feet, countless monster cracks will open every minute and every second. The opening of each monster rift represents a high-risk monster world that is invading the Earth. 99. Su Jiawu turned Hongzhong's finger and stopped. The girl closed her eyelids and sneered faintly. Those crazy people in the research institute still don't dare to expose the truth? What? The words were spoken so lightly and quietly, almost like a whisper, that Xiao Ting could not hear them clearly. Muttering softly, Su Jiawu shook her head. The actual number is far more than this. After a long silence, she lazily leaned back on the moon, with a slightly cold curve on her lips. I can tell you from my own experience that behind the cracks is another editor's universe. That editing universe has thousands of monster planets and billions of exotic editors. The intruder behind the rift. It's not the world of 99 monsters as written in the textbooks, but it is an extremely large universe of exotic monster editors. Xiao Ting thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect the answer to be this one. For a moment, he was speechless with shock. How big is a universe? There are at least 300 million celestial bodies like Earth in the Milky Way. In the observable universe, the total number of galaxies like the Milky Way may reach 100 billion. This means that the dark monster universe with hundreds of billions of galaxies, thousands of planes, endless monsters, and countless editors from foreign lands is actually invading Earth. Hiss. After being surprised, Xiao Ting quickly suppressed his surprise. Foreign invasions have lasted for 5,000 years. The Earth star has not been sent yet. The situation shouldn't be so bad that it will end in the next second. Why would another monster editor's universe invade Earth? Xiao Ting thought about it and asked the question he wanted to know most at the moment. That's a very good question. Su Jiawu leaned on the red moon, tossing 2 red balls with one hand, and said lazily, "We have deciphered their history and discovered that they once had an extremely glorious creator civilization, which gave birth to countless powerful monster editors and enslaved the endless plains and starry skies of that universe. But later, they who ruled that universe encountered unimaginable disasters and came to an end. Since discovering our galaxy more than 5,600 years ago, the surviving alien editors have been madly trying to invade Earth and harvest a new universe. But because of the influence of the law, they cannot come in person, so they can only drive out some crazy, ugly dark races to invade our world and try to open the tightly closed space-time corridor between the two universes." Chapter 57. The 9th strongest person in the world is vying to be the exclusive mentor? Speaking of this, Su Jiawu pinched the 2 red pills between her fingers and slightly adjusted her sitting position. At this moment, her lazy eyes became cold and serious. Why hasn't there been a single person of the human race with a top-level talent who has been able to stay on Earth and successfully grow to the level of a nation-defending warrior in the past 1,000 years? Because the crack is alive. They will sense and track all the awakened ones on Earth and launch attacks at any time. All levels of supreme racial talents are the primary targets of cracks. After Su Jiawu finished speaking, she suppressed the increasingly bloodshot look in her eyes. He suppressed his murderous intent and remained silent, giving Xiao Ting some time to react. Xiao Ting also fell silent, because he suddenly remembered the monster crack that appeared in Yuzikwi Park. If all high-level talents are sensed by the cracks, they will be hunted down crazily by foreign monsters. Then, the worm abyss, level alien world crack that appeared around him should not be an exception. But, judging from the strength of the leader-level magic insects, that crack must have been attracted by other talented people. If there is a crack, hiding infinite worlds and thousands of dimensions, really sensed him and awakened the level, dragon editor, talent, it will definitely be a fight to the death. Make him your top kill target. Send out higher-level exotic monsters, the dark race, to hunt him madly when he is at his weakest. Xiao Ting fell into deep thought. Is it because of the system? He didn't seem to be being hunted by the crack. It seems that his background is still very strong. So, with me and Elder Lin, 2 national-level warriors in charge, we can better protect you. A level, flying dragon editor, like you will not only be coveted by the living rift, but will also be hostile to many forbidden existences in that universe. Su Jiawu put her hand on her chin, and her beautiful red eyes looked at the boy opposite her seriously and attentively. The other party's talent is really outstanding. This is a deadly double-edged sword. More than 5,000 years ago, the ancient dragon emperor drove the last batch of invading dark creators back to their original world. So many years have passed. Those guys still didn't give up and wanted to conquer their world. As the only dragon editor who inherited the talents of the ancient dragon emperor, Xiaoting is bound to be hated and hostile by many foreign editors and the dark monsters under their command. Fight until death. It just so happens that Elder Lin and I both have positions as honorary mentors at the Ninth Academy of the Magic City. Su Jiewu, who was standing on the red moon, stretched out her hand and extended an invitation with a smile across tens of millions of miles. Student Xiaoting, if you are by my side, I guarantee with my life that I will not let anyone hurt you. Are you willing to let me be your exclusive mentor in the Ninth Hospital of the Magic City? Xiaoting looked at the snow-white hand. The palm of my hand seemed to be made of mutton fat, jade, and snow, revealing a softness as white as snow. Being closely protected by such a beautiful mentor, it seems that there is no reason to refuse. Xiaoting replied seriously, I will seriously consider it. Good. Su Jiewu withdrew her hand, leaned back, relaxed her chest, and fixed her eyes on the young man's tall figure with a smiling and appreciative attitude. This move seems very contrasting, because she seemed to be younger than Xiaoting, like a baby-faced girl of 15 or 16, but she looked at the boy opposite with the admiration of a pretty young aunt. I hope to get your reply in 7 days, during the selection exam for the Ninth Hospital of the Magic City. This is not only because I want to protect a Flying Dragon editor, but also because the large world rifts in the Demon City are already in danger. When they are completely integrated with the Earth, they will send their army to descend on Earth. We are running out of time. As he finished speaking, a colorful butterfly flew into the sky. The rainbow-colored soundproofing shield between the two of them shattered. Most of the conversation between Su Jiewu and Xiaoting was blocked by the soundproofing enclosure. Where the two were having a good conversation, military commanders from all over the country are extremely curious. Finally, I heard only one thing. Su Jiewu invited Xiaoting to become his exclusive beauty mentor. This was something Su Jiewu had no intention of concealing. Hiss. The military leaders gasped in shock. Being taken care of, closely protected, and carefully taught by a national-level beautiful mentor? They were all shocked and envious of Xiaoting's future support. A good mentor is extremely important. In some lower-ranked editing academies, even mid-level editors can serve as school tutors. This shows the scarcity of senior teachers. The stronger the mentor, the more resources he can obtain from the monster rift. The better the training students receive, the better. As the strongest monster editing academy in Donghuang, the resources and money allocated by the government to the Ninth Academy of Magic City every year are astronomical. There are countless successful people who have graduated from this academy, and they hold high positions in politics, chaebol, aristocratic families, and military organizations. The most famous ones are the 4 current national-level Legion commanders. Su Jiewu is one of them. Years ago, after graduating from the Ninth Hospital of Shanghai, 21-year-old Su Jiewu joined the East China General Corps, stationed in Shanghai, and inspected the entire coastal area. Years ago, her General Shi was sent to deal with the dispute between the coastal islands and Neon Country. At last, he angrily slew 13 bald eagle warships that were firing at their own islands, and 12 coastal islands belonging to Neon Country. Japan, which has been living a relatively good life, lodged a strong protest at the International Editors Conference. The top leaders of Huang State are very tough. No matter how you protest, I will protect the stone-flying blade to the death. There are 9 titled kings in the country. No one can suppress the upright backbone of the Donghuang people. Not convinced? If you don't agree, let's fight. Then, years ago, Su Jiewu, then 22 years old, was sent as an envoy to Neon. A great battle took place atop the 333-meter-high Tokyo Tower. On that day, thousands of butterflies covered the sky above Japan. Throughout Japan, red waves are seen everywhere. It was like the arrival of a world-destroying red moon. That battle of titled kings subsequently triggered a terrible storm and tsunami. Half of the Japanese island was hit by a major earthquake, and tens of millions of people were displaced. Then, the Japanese powerhouse ranked 10th in the world was defeated. He cut off one of his arms and wrote an apology in blood with the tip of his tongue. Apologize for his wrong remarks and admit that a certain coastal island does not belong to Neon, but is the territory of Donghuang Kingdom since ancient times. Neon officials and people were very disappointed with this strong man. After insulting him online, they turned their attention to the other side of the ocean. However, Big Brother enjoys fighting among himself. The bald eagle's interference led to the destruction of 13 warships. The confrontation between the two parties in the country intensified and a series of violent conflicts broke out. They had no time to care about the request for help from their cheap little brother East Asia. They hastily drafted a compensation and withdrew the pressure on Donghuang. The arrogance of Japanese officials and people disappeared in an instant. International outcry. Butterfly King, who has been in office for 1 year, has been ranked as the 9th strongest person in the world by the World Title Power Ranking. Title: Red Moon King. Before Xiao Ting entered the 9th Academy of Magic City, the 9th strongest person in the world had already rushed to be his exclusive mentor. Having a national-level editor as a mentor cannot be underestimated even if he is at the provincial or ministerial level. As for the state-level person, his interpersonal relationships are usually connected with the highest leaders of various countries, although Xiaoting replied, "Let me think about it again." But only a fool would refuse such a great opportunity to be protected by a beautiful mentor. Suddenly, some are happy, some are sad. Chapter 58. Selecting the 3 dragon eggs. The second dragon cub is in hand. Before leaving, the commander of the Demon City Patrol Army, Kusai, cast a smug look at several local colleagues. He happily turned off the camera. Haha, the butterfly god is mighty. He personally descended to the mortal world, pledged his love to Xiao Ting, and lured him into the monster army in the Magic City. As an insider, Sir Farron pushed his reading glasses. He comforted Colonel Li, who was extremely disappointed and could not leave Xiao Ting in the coastal province. The coastal provinces are good, but Shanghai and East China need him more. There are a total of 49 confirmed large-scale monster world solidified cracks in Donghuang. The Magic City accounts for nearly half. That super city is already riddled with holes and is in danger. If something goes wrong, it will be a disaster that will destroy the country. When the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. After the multi-line video is hung up, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Everyone said goodbye. Colonel Li prepared a memorial service for the dead soldiers. Patriarch Wei and Dean Wang went to comfort the injured people. Xiao Ting opened a star map-like summoning formation, opened the void corridor, and brought the Thunder King dragon lying on the ground into the monster space. After walking out of the meeting room, Chairman Ma, who was dressed in a suit and ready to host an online meeting, suddenly stopped him. Xiao, I heard that your house was destroyed by the chief demon insect. I gave instructions to all the 5-star hotels in Donghai City. You can live wherever you want during this time. At his warm invitation, Xiao Ting booked a presidential suite at the 5-star Donghai Hotel, where everyone was meeting. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after a simple meal, the waiter brought a luxurious breakfast. Xiao Ting opened the task reward panel. Task reward, designated Tier 5 Overlord level Dragon Egg. You can choose anyone from the Flame Dragon Egg, Deep Sea Dragon Egg, or Forest Dragon Egg. System, I'm going to select the 3 great families. Let's release them and see them. System, okay, host. In front of Xiao Ting's eyes, 3 huge projections of Overlord-level dragon eggs suddenly appeared. The heat wave is overwhelming. The flame dragon egg is wrapped in the magic of fire, burning brightly and dazzlingly. The sea breeze is blowing. The deep sea dragon egg is surrounded by cool waves, and in the ears, there seems to be the ethereal sound of deep sea waves echoing. Verdant green. The forest dragon egg was floating with dark green dots of light, containing endless breath of life. Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes. Rows of hidden information instantly appeared on the dragon egg projection. Monster egg, Flame Tyrannosaurus, level 5. Attributes, Dragon, Fire. Potential, level 5 Peak Overlord, 100 evolution degree. Skills, Charge, Harden, Crushing Bite, Fire Breath. Introduction, the existence at the top of the ecological niche below the flying dragon. It lives in volcanic magma and has hard flaming scales. It has a fire bag in its body. After swallowing minerals and magma containing fire magic, it can spray out fire breath at high pressure, which has extremely great lethality. He is the undisputed Overlord Dragon King of the food chain in the volcanic zone. Monster Egg, Deep Sea Ichthyosaur, level 5. Attributes, Dragon and Water. Potential, level 5 Midterm Overlord, 60 evolution degree. Skills, Tail Flick, Bite, Water Bullet Breath. Introduction, it is at a medium level in the ecological niche of Asian dragons. It is a marine subdragon with the hind legs of a flying dragon, but a body similar to that of a fish or a dolphin. There are webbed membranes between its claws, which can be used for both swimming and walking on land, and it can shoot out water bullets that can shatter rocks. As adults, they are extremely dangerous both in water and on land. Monster Egg, Emerald Chameleon, level 5. Attributes, Dragon, Wood, Poison. Potential, level 5 Early Overlord, 30 evolution degrees. Skills, Tongue Sting, Invisibility, Venom Spray. Introduction, In the ecological niche of Asian dragons, it is at a medium-low level. Its body is covered with green scales, which change with the environment, temperature, and mood. It is an arboreal subdragon. The tongue is 3 times longer than the body, allowing it to launch lightning-fast predation attacks and kill in just 1 second. These characteristics make it a mysterious and deadly jungle killer. Xiaoting looked at the simulated projections of 3 adult subdragons on the dragon egg. I decisively chose the flame Tyrannosaurus with the highest qualifications and the best appearance. Level 1 Peak Overlord qualification, initial skill, powerful fire attack, handsome Tyrannosaurus appearance. Xiaoting really couldn't think of any reason not to choose it. There are too many reasons not to choose deep-sea ichthyosaurs and forest evaders. First, it's really ugly. I really am grateful. Why didn't the deep-sea dragon draw out the proto-crocodiles, sharks, and mosasaurs? But he was given a fish with long legs. Secondly, qualifications are too low. And the forest dragon. There are so many beautiful arboreal lizards. Why did they give me a low-quality pop-eyed chameleon? I knock. It's not that the Chicago is not cute, but the low qualifications are really a flaw for the combat power party. System, listen to me and thank you. In this cruel world, only the handsome and domineering appearance of the flame Tyrannosaurus Rex when he grows up can bring Xiaoting a little comfort. Get your reward. After the voice fell, the burning flame Tyrannosaurus egg detached from the projection in front of him. From virtual to real, it fell heavily at Xiaoting's feet. This burning Tyrannosaurus egg is 1 meter tall. Place your hand on the surface of the dragon egg. You can feel a hot, scalding, heavy breath. It feels rough, like touching boiling magma. But the system's products will certainly not burn Xiaoting's hands. He stroked the fire dragon egg. Then he picked up a knife on the table and gently cut his right wrist. Xiaoting clenched his fists. Dozens of drops of deep red and golden blood fell, drip onto the surface of the blazing Tyrannosaurus egg. Absorbed instantly, the dragon egg began to shake violently. The sleeping fire Tyrannosaurus was awakened. Xiaoting could feel a strong feeling of admiration and joy coming from inside the egg. But after struggling violently for a few times, the flame on the surface of the eggshell suddenly condensed into 2 small flaming hands, which held Xiaoting's fingers and shook them quite aggressively. A slightly depressed feeling emanated from the dragon egg. Alas, I can't break the thick eggshell myself. For now, I can't come. Hoo-hoo. I need to sleep a little longer. I need more strength. The little Charmander babbled, using his mental power to tell his dragon father outside his shell. At present, it has not absorbed enough power and is unable to break out of the shell. How come? Under doubt, Xiaoting's eyes turned golden. Under the effect of all-seeing eye, he looked at the surface of the dragon egg and saw a long progress bar emerging. There are still 2 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes and 21 seconds until the little dragon hatches. It turns out that there are still 3 days before the baby is born. Xiaoting's frown slowly relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. He placed his hand on the surface of the burning eggshell and patted it soothingly. The practical entrance examination for the 9th hospital in Shanghai will be in 7 days. When a baby fire dragon is born, you can still catch up and gain some combat experience. His hands created ripples in the void, and the blurred spots of light connected into points. A huge circular space opened up, and Xiaoting put the entire flame Tyrannosaurus egg into the monster space. Then he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. As he was contemplating the pure white monster space within his body, a space crack slowly opened up from the floor of the hotel, gradually engulfing the boy's body. Deep in the corridor, a white monster world. A purple-winged Thunder King dragon was lying on the ground, drooling and sleeping soundly. Huff, huff, huff. The sleep bubble in front of his nose rose and fell, and his snoring was deafening. Sleep soundly. On the ground, there are piles of monster rations on the left and a pile of monster materials on the right. The entire monster space seemed empty and messy. Xiaoting looked left and right, scratched his head and said, "Space is too messy. With my current mental strength, I should be able to build a level 1 monster hut in the monster space to house the dragon cubs and dragon eggs and store monster rations and monster materials. If you want to hatch eggs, you also need a monster hut. Just do it." Xiaoting closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Keep meditating, mobilize your imagination, and start building things in the void in the monster space. Chapter 59. Building a monster hut and counting the insect harvest. Imagine a giant volcanic dragon's lair. There was no movement. Imagine a cool dragon castle. It was quiet all around. Imagine a huge dragon villa. Nothing happened. Nima. In desperation, Xiaoting could only think about the large cat kennel in the pet store. A force descended from the sky, and the white ground in front of him began to vibrate. Boom. A simple monster wooden house suddenly rose from the ground. It covers an area of 100 pinks. Very big. The interior is 330 square meters, which is a 6-bedroom villa, enough to accommodate 6 rooms, 2 large living rooms, a kitchen, bathroom, and a basement, enough for a thunder dragon cub to roll around in. This dragon's lair looks like a log cabin from the outside, but is covered with thick black bear carpets inside. Is that okay? Xiaoting touched his chin and snapped his fingers again. Outside the monster cabin, there is another oversized running wheel, which looks similar to a hamster wheel and can be used by the dragons for simple recreational exercise. Completed the construction of the monster house and the dragon run wheel. Xiaoting suddenly felt mentally exhausted. It seems that I can only build my monster space like this temporarily. He nodded thoughtfully. Everyone's monster space is a private version of my creator world. It is said that advanced monster editors can even transform the monster space into a monster castle, monster city, or monster kingdom. It is a world of its own, allowing editing monsters to live more comfortably. But your father is still too weak now. Xiaoting walked over and gently touched the purple horn of the little thunder god. I can only ask you to temporarily live in this dragon's nest covered with bear blankets. Ouch! The Thunder King dragon, who was awakened by being touched, opened his sleepy eyes. With a puff, the big bubble in front of its nose burst as it raised its neck. Little Thor shook his big head with sleepy eyes. When he saw Xiaoting, he subconsciously came up and licked him fiercely. Slurp. Xiaoting wiped the wet saliva from his face, pushing its big head away with disdain. Okay, let's go see your new house. Roar. Little Thor tilted his head. The huge body turned and looked at the monster house that suddenly appeared behind it. A dazed, shocked expression appeared on the dragon's face. What is this? Thunder Dragon's new home? Dad built a new dragon's lair for the Thunder Dragon? The dragon's purple gemstone-like eyes lit up instantly, as if they were filled with all the little stars in midsummer June. Little Thor moved his hind legs and ran in quickly without caring about his image. Oh, whoa. Thunder Dragon has a new home. The huge dragon shadow drilled into the cabin. The Thunder Dragon ran around in the monster cabin, jumping and biting the bear skin, looking extremely excited. Hurry up. We played around and destroyed everything in our new home for a while. The novelty has worn off. Little Thor came out again, ran back to Xiaoting, crouched down, hugged Xiaoting's thighs with his claws, and raised his big head. Roar. Thank you, Dad. This nest is very popular with Thunder Dragon. Kiss, pin tip. Wait, don't hurt the second dragon cub. Xiaoting felt dizzy from being shaken by it, and he quickly raised his hand, letting the chaotic airflow lift the burning fire dragon egg high up. Ouch! Only then did Little Thor notice the little round thing on his father's head. It tilted its big head and stared curiously at the fire dragon egg in the air, looking carefully. On the big head, 2 purple eyes sparkled. Long had an expression on his face, like a kitten seeing a ball of yarn. His eyes were full of eagerness to try. The kind that I really want to scratch. Huh. Xiaoting's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said with a frown, You can't dig for fun. This is your future companion. It's still an egg, you must not break it. Don't swallow your saliva. Of course you can't eat it. Xiaoting held his forehead helplessly and added, You have to protect it and wait for it to hatch in 3 days. Do you understand, companion? Little Thor wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his tail and moved his nose. Sniff. It's the new dragon cub. There is a new dragon in the family. It will become the elder. Little Thor shuddered suddenly, turned around the dragon egg excitedly twice, and nodded his head vigorously. Xiaoting looked at its silly appearance and felt a little uneasy. The apprenticeship assessment is tomorrow, and he can't carry a meter-tall flame dragon egg with him at all times like the kangaroo mother does. The monster space guarded by Little Thor is the safest and most suitable place for the fire Tyrannosaurus to hatch itself. Xiaoting, then I'll leave it to you. 1. You can't eat it. 2. You can't break it. And 3. You can't throw it around. Remember to follow the above rules for hatching eggs within 3 days. Little Thunder God counted and saw Xiaoting raise 3 fingers. I counted it over and over again before I could barely remember it in my little brain. He patted his chest and nodded his head. Ouch! It wants to be the senior dragon, so it must abide by the above requirements and hatch the second dragon cub to play with it. Seeing it nodding its head like a drum, Xiao Ting recited the egg-hatching rule of no eating, no breaking, no playing again. Then he raised his hand and let the chaotic airflow blow the flame Tyrannosaurus egg gently in front of it. Raise the huge lightning wing membrane. Little Thor carefully took the red dragon egg with his dark purple claws. Its dragon face wrinkled, revealing a somewhat nervous expression. Like an egg-stealing dragon, it raised its upper body, held the fire dragon egg in its arms, and ran into the nest. Then, it stretched out its claws and carefully placed the burning red dragon egg on the bearskin blanket. The big purple eyes watched without blinking. The purple electric wings surrounded by arcs flapped from time to time, causing the temperature in the room to continue to rise. It seems like it's looking forward to the arrival of the second dragon cub. Watching the big dragon cub and watching the second dragon cub hatch from its shell, Xiao Ting touched the non-existent beard, feeling touched and relieved that his son had grown up. Okay, it's time for me to take inventory of the materials and start fusing the mystic orbs. Close the door to the monster house. Xiao Ting walked to the piles of monster materials and barely mobilized his mental strength to build a material warehouse. The ground rumbled again. A small material warehouse suddenly rose from the ground. This warehouse is similar to a courier pickup box, where materials can be stored one compartment at a time. Xiao Ting, who had overused his brain, closed his eyes and relaxed for a while, letting his tired nerves slowly relax. Then he stood up and began to count his gains from the insect swarm. First up is the monster material. The petrification sac of the mother of demonic insects, level 3. Description: an elite demon worm living in the worm abyss. After swallowing a large amount of elemental demon ore, its gallbladder mutated into a petrified organ, and thus it evolved into a leader demon worm. Ability: the petrification capsule carries rock magic. When editing a monster, there is a 50% chance of gaining the petrification ability. Compatibility: universal for all races. Evaluation: 3 stars rare. Petrification capsule? It's a rare material that can be used by all races. It can add petrification organs to monsters like Earth-type ground rats. If we give this organ to a monster like a basilisk, we might be able to get the ability to petrify anyone we glare at, just like Medusa. Xiao Ting sighed, then carefully looked at the petrified capsule in his hand. The original petrification sac was a gray tumor growing in the body of the mother of the demon insect. After turning into monster material and falling out, the blood and fishy smell on the body were gone. It looks like a giant gallbladder-like organ, and you can feel the rich petrifying energy inside. Gently pinching the dark gray petrification sac, gray energy liquid immediately flowed out. When Xiao Ting's fingers touched the liquid, they quickly turned into petrification. After waiting for 10 seconds, the petrified shell covering the fingers slowly began to crack. This petrification capsule retains powerful rock energy and will be able to play a real role after the monster is edited. Including this third-level petrification capsule, I now have 2 third-level monster materials. Xiao Ting put the third-level petrification capsule and the third-level ice pearl into the material storage cabinet. With another second-level material, he can use the hand of fusion to synthesize a 4th-level monster material. Gather all the spare materials for the flame dragon cub to synthesize 5th-order flying dragon wings. After counting the monster materials, Xiao Ting picked up the 2 mystical beads on the ground. There was a golden light of identification in his pupils as he looked at it carefully. Mystical orb of the chief demon insect mother, level 3. Description: a 3rd-level petrified gem with a solidified imprint that can be reused. Skill: advanced petrifying shot, consumes physical energy, ejects petrifying light, range 100 meters, petrifies the target for 10 seconds. Evaluation: 3 stars rare. Mystical orb of the father of demonic insects, level 3. Description: a 3rd-level poison gem with a solidified imprint that can be reused. Skill: advanced venom spray, consumes physical energy, sprays out a highly toxic beam with a range of 100 meters, causing the target to be poisoned. Evaluation: 2 stars good. 2 mystical orbs that solidify the high-level extraordinary skills, petrifying shot, and venom spray. Xiao Ting played with the 2 beads. The gray petrified orb feels as hard as rock and is a bit uncomfortable to the touch. The green venom orb is extremely cold when you touch it, and your palm feels like a poisonous snake is crawling on it. Holding up the 2 mystical beads, one could see the shadows of 2 leader demon insects, looming in the gray fog and poisonous fog, raising their heads and howling. If made into mystic accessories, these 2 mystic orbs will definitely become excellent control equipment. Chapter 60: I have shrunk down. Do you think I look a bit like before? The petrifying shot can petrify any being for 10 seconds. On the battlefield, this amount of time is enough to kill any enemy with one shot. Venom shots can stack the poisoning status. The venom of the father of demonic insects is very tricky. Any elite monster or human who touches it will lie down and sleep in a coffin within 30 seconds. But Xiao Ting was not going to leave these two mystical beads behind. He now has no shortage of means of attack. There is no shortage of control measures. The moment King's Dragon Eyes is activated, he can use a passive, king-level deterrence, also known as the King's Aura, the perfect skill for clearing out the trash fish. As Xiao Ting's level rises, he will receive feedback from the edited monsters and obtain more dragon blood power, and his passive king-level deterrence will become stronger and stronger. In the later stages, he can even burst out with powerful momentum in an instant, stunning hundreds or even tens of thousands of enemies. Let's synthesize it. Xiao Ting nodded and took out another flaming orb from his pocket. With the addition of the second-tier fire armor orb, he can fuse a fourth-tier mystic orb. It is a high-level skill orb that can only be dropped by commander-level monsters. If you synthesize a dominant race or a commander-level monster orb, it might even be possible for a king-level skill to appear. Open the crafting pane. With a thought, the 3 mystical orbs on his palm disappeared. At the same time, 3 sparkling skill beads appeared in the synthesis bar. Activate the Mystic Orb Synthesis Formula. A new synthesis description popped up in front of me. Fire Armor Orb, Level 2. Petrification Orb, Level 3. Venom Orb, Level 3. Mystic Orb, Synthesis Probability 100. Synthesis begins. The synthesis formula this time is 2. The 3 mystical beads in the synthesis frame turned into 3 light balls of purple, gold, and gold, which gradually merged together, indistinguishable from you and me, and melted into a ball of beautiful rainbow light. The sight is dazzling. A 4th-level mystical gem, lying in the synthesis column, shines with brilliant light, glittering and sparkling. Slime King's Mystic Orb, Level 4. Description: a low-level king skill orb with a solidified imprint that can be reused. Skill: miniaturization, consumes physical energy, reduces body size, and can be reduced to 200 times of one's own size. Enlargement, consumes physical energy, multiplies body size, up to 100 times of one's own size. Evaluation: 4 stars rare. With a thought, the Slime King's mystical orb suddenly appeared in his hand. Xiao Ting squeezed the golden orb in his hand, and golden light rippled inside. There was a faint majestic shadow of a blue slime king wearing a crown. This shrinking and enlarging is quite interesting. Slime is a fictional creature that often appears in modern video games and fantasy novels, but it really exists in this world, but it is not a native monster of Donghuang. Donghuang is rare but common abroad. It is a soft-bodied monster that can change shape, split, or merge. It is shaped like a water droplet or an onion and has eyes and a mouth. Although I didn't draw King Slime. Infinite regeneration, universal clones, pain and effectiveness, these skills. But the combination of shrinking and enlargement is also the famous various changes of the slime family. This skill is very suitable for the current little Thor. Wearing this mystical orb is equivalent to having 2 completely new changes. Gigantization is the ultimate form of power. Imagine a 25-meter-tall Rex, 100 times bigger, a full 2,500 meters high. I guess with brute force, I can fight against a commander-level monster. However, the energy consumed is also rapid, and it is estimated that it cannot be sustained for half a second, purely consuming energy and sacrificing speed in exchange for the huge size and violent brute force of the dragon. Miniaturization is the speed-limiting form. The mini Thor can be carried in your hand, put in your pocket, or placed on your shoulder. This cartoon dragon form can also reduce physical energy consumption. The appetite has decreased, saving a lot of food expenses. Not bad, not bad. When you are outside, you can also keep little Thor in mini form and carry him with you. No one could have imagined that this elegant and easygoing young man actually carried a king flying dragon that could spit out dragon breath at any time. After Xiao Ting thought about it happily, he called out to the monster hut, "Thunder Cub, come here." Roar. Here comes Dad. The Thunder King dragon's big head popped out. A dragon's face is filled with question marks. What's the matter with calling him Thunder Dragon? Thunder Dragon is still anxious to take care of his second cub. Here. Xiao Ting threw the golden slime king orb to it. The wings were raised. A huge dragon claw stretched out. The dazzling light drew an arc in the air and then fell into the palm of the little Thor. It spread out its dragon claws and stretched out its neck. He squinted his eyes and looked at the small golden-orange bead in his paw, and now there were 800 question marks on his face. Is it delicious? When Xiaoting saw it open its mouth with a humming sound, his heart went into a state of alarm, and he quickly rushed over to stop it. Fuck! You can't eat this, kid. Shut up. Fuck it. Pull it out. No, take it out, you loser. Mask of pain. Little Thor. Spit out small golden beads. The guilty little Thor wagged his tail wildly, grabbed Xiaoting's trouser leg in a flattering manner, showed a pleading expression, and looked at Xiaoting pitifully. That's enough. Xiaoting wiped the saliva off the secret orb with disgust. Don't swallow it in one gulp this time. Put the little golden bead back on Thor's claw. Xiaoting coughed and said seriously, Little Thunder God, activate this secret orb in your hand and use 10 times reduction. I'm afraid that Hampailong, who is not sensitive to numbers, won't understand. Xiaoting said this while making gestures. You just need to become like this, and then like this. Roar. Step into the mouth 8. Little Thor scratched his head. Although I don't quite understand why it has to become smaller. But he who gives food is a hero. You have to listen to your dad. It closed its pair of purple dragon eyes and continuously poured magic power and physical energy into its dragon claws. The mystical orb was activated instantly. Minimize. Next second, the whole body was wrapped in golden light. The huge body of the Thunder King Dragon, which was 25 meters tall, began to shrink gradually in circles. It's not just the body that has become smaller. Its head, neck, and 2 strong and powerful hind legs were all getting smaller. And the pair of lightning wings, as well as the long tail, sharp claws, and fangs, were all shrinking in circles under Xiaoting's gaze. 10 seconds passed. The location where the Thunder King Dragon was just now. A small flying dragon appeared, only slightly taller than Xiaoting. He is about 2 meters 5 inches tall. Its body seemed to be made of lightning, and its scales sparkled with purple gemstone-like light. It looked like a perfect creation cast from amethyst. The dragon was small but had great imposing power. The 2.55-meter-tall little Thor raised his claws and was stunned. Although it doesn't look like before, it seems to be more flexible. It still feels a bit big. Xiaoting walked around it twice, looked left and right, and was quite satisfied. Try a smaller cartoon dragon form. Baby, you've grown so big. He made a puppy-sized gesture. Hold head high. The little Thor nodded, and golden light spread to his limbs. The size of the body shrinks proportionally again, circle by circle. This time it has shrunk by 50 times. The chubby little flying dragon blinks its big eyes. It sniffed its own body, put its front paws on the ground, and with its big wings spread out, it jumped and ran to Xiaoting. Bing! The little Thor tilted his head and let out a strange cry in a childish voice. Is that so? It felt like it couldn't get any smaller. The current limit seems to be the reduction of times. That's it. No need to be small anymore. Xiaoting was immediately overjoyed. So cute. The little dragon cub, which is the size of a puppy, can be easily picked up in one hand. Xiaoting held it in his arms and squeezed it hard. The current Thunder King Dragon is only half a meter tall. The long neck and arms are gone. Leaning in Xiaoting's arms, she opened her big purple eyes and looked at him with her head tilted. A pair of dragon eyes like purple gemstones flickered. It looked like a baby dragon that had just hatched from its shell, with innocence in its big eyes. It didn't look like a creature that could spit out dragon flames and roast a leader-level demon insect into a skewer. How's the physical exertion? Can you maintain this mini form for long? Xiaoting held up the flying dragon and asked, putting it against his head. Little Thor blinked his big, great purple eyes and nodded heavily. Bing! As long as it can eat enough every day, it can maintain this shape for 10 days or half a month without feeling tired. Then, let's try gigantic. It's my turn to summon Godzilla's ultimate flying dragon. Chapter 61. The Giant Cub. The Thunder King Dragon is 10 times bigger. Xiaoting put the flying dragon cub down and said excitedly, Gigantamax cub? No, gigantic and see. Little Thunder God nodded his head. Bing! How much bigger? Xiaoting, recover your normal body shape first. Little Thor clenched the golden slime king mystic orb and used the gigantic skill. His whole body was wrapped in golden beams and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. In less than 10 seconds, a huge shadow was cast before his eyes. Xiaoting raised his head and looked at the normal-sized, 25-meter-tall Thunder King Dragon. My boy, can you grow 10 times bigger than your normal size? He gestured for a while. Little Thor tilted his head and nodded, continuing to input his physical energy and magic power into the golden bead in his dragon claw. The body was enveloped in golden light, with circles of transparent ripples spreading all around it, and the entire body began to rapidly expand from head to toe. All I heard was a dragon roar. Suddenly, the sky became dark. An oppressive shadow came crashing down with terrifying pressure. Xiao Ting retreated about 100 meters before he was out of the range of its huge shadow. Little Thor continued to rise higher and higher, reaching mid-air. 100 meters, 180 meters, 250 meters. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant flying dragon 250 meters tall. Little Thor hummed excitedly and exhaled through his nose. In an instant, the entire monster space was swept by a dark purple hurricane. The loud rumbling sound shook the earth. Xiao Ting was shocked. Such a mighty sound, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, but it was just a snotty sound blown by the big little thunder god. According to the height of 3 meters of the first floor of an ordinary residential building, the large thunder dragon at this time is as high as 83 floors. According to the height of 5 meters of the first floor of a duplex building, it is as high as 50 floors. Compared to this huge dragon, Xiao Ting, who is only 82 meters tall, looks as tiny as a dwarf. He raised his neck. Wherever you touch, you'll feel cold and eerie dark purple scales. All that could be seen was the thick hind legs of this huge creature. Like a huge mountain, it blocks most of the vision. Xiao Ting retreated a few dozen meters. Finally, I could clearly see its scales, its body, and its wings. The pair of lightning wings with a wingspan of 40 or 50 meters have now reached a terrifying width. There were thunder and lightning swirling above it, filled with astonishing pressure. The dragon eagle's purple wings, which were more than 120 meters long, were like layers of thunderclouds pressing down, illuminating the sky and the earth in a dark purple. The Thunder King dragon was not used to its current size and moved its feet and wings tentatively. When its first step landed, the ground beneath Xiao Ting's feet began to rumble and shake like an earthquake. Oh shit! The power was so terrifying that one kick could shake the earth and mountains. Xiao Ting's mind moved, and he quickly used a mental barrier to cover the monster's hut. The huge flying dragon, which was having a lot of fun, kicked the fire Tyrannosaurus that had hatched inside to death. Then, the excited large Thunder King dragon began to flap its wings. With just this simple action, the huge gale that was stirred up stretched for at least 100 meters. The power exceeds that of a force 10 gale. Whoosh whoosh. The wind and waves were so strong that Xiao Ting below could hardly stand steadily. Roar. Benlong. So strong. The extra-large Thunder Monarch dragon swelled up instantly. Looking up, a rumbling dragon roar full of fighting spirit was let out, echoing throughout the entire monster space and hitting Xiao Ting's eardrums with a bang. The exploding waves are its breath. The roaring thunder of the mountains and seas is its dragon's roar. At this time, the extra-large Little Thor has become the king of monsters with the size of a real Ultraman. Xiao Ting raised his left hand and summoned gusts of chaotic air currents, rolling up his entire body, flying into the air, and stepping on the head of the little thunder god. Godzilla the Thunder God Dragon flapped its wings twice, and in the huge gust of wind that was stirred up, it excitedly clenched its dragon claws as big as a mountain. Yay! It's getting stronger again. Its current size is almost complete, and it can grow to an adult thunder dragon of 300 meters. Little Thor could feel the power in his body undergoing tremendous changes, according to its current unparalleled power and unrivaled tonnage. No matter what leader-level demon insects, I don't even need to use dragon roar magic. I can crush them into a meat paste with one kick. Little Thor flapped his wings twice eagerly. Watch this dragon fly up to the sun. Fly out of the earth. Fly. Can't fly? Xiao Ting, who was sitting on top of it, just laughed out loud. Poochie kid, with your body size, it seems that you can't fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Little Thor. The king of monsters can't stand this humiliation. The aggrieved Little Thor puffed up his cheeks and looked at the funny guy above his head with his purple eyes. Dad, you have changed. When you grow bigger, you won't coax this evil dragon baby anymore. Unable to fly and being laughed at by his creator, Little Thor felt very aggrieved and sat down on the ground in frustration. The big, but with a diameter of dozens of meters, was pressed to the ground with a bang. The powerful force landed on the ground with a rumble, and air waves spread out in circles. Although he couldn't fly happily, Little Thor's strength increased exponentially and was almost as good as that of an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was completely the difference between an ordinary person and a colossal titan. Just after doing this action, Xiaoting heard a huge gurgling sound of intestinal peristalsis coming from his belly. "I'm hungry." Less than 30 seconds after it grew to a gigantic size, the little Thor's belly shrank. The whole dragon lost weight at an alarming rate, and the blood and energy in its body were rapidly consumed. In just a few seconds, it was reduced to nothing but skin and bones in front of Xiaoting's eyes. Xiaoting's eyelids jumped when he saw this, and he hurriedly called a halt. All right, shrink it quickly. It takes 3 days to grow meat, but it will take 30 seconds to lose its appearance. If I continue, it won't be a test of the mystical orb, but suicide." As soon as Xiaoting finished speaking, the little thunder god's body was covered with a layer of golden light. Just like a big balloon being punctured by a needle, it kept shrinking and finally shrank to a miniature figure of 0 meters in height. The little flying dragon staggered and fell from side to side. She stumbled forward a few steps, stuck out her tongue, and collapsed in front of Xiaoting. "I'm starving." Xiaoting quickly brought over 3 tons of pig meat and the meat of an ordinary grade demon insect that he had killed with a sword before. "Let's eat." Hold head high. The dragon pounces on its prey. The dragon eats like crazy. Little Thor made a dragon leap, fly from the ground into the mountain of meat. It opened its bloody mouth as deep as the abyss and huffed and puffed. I was really hungry. A small dragon ate like a whirlwind, swallowing up mountains and seas in the cartoons. Xiaoting watched it eat the meat with big mouthfuls while frowning in thought. This 4th-level slime orb gave him a big surprise. However, this gigantic skill is really useless. He is strong indeed. After using this move, little Thor will transform into the king of monsters. He is expected to be able to go head-to-head with the chief monster commander, but it can only last less than 30 seconds, and after a few jumps on the spot, it will be beaten back to its original shape. In the future, we can only try to enlarge it by 2 times or 5 times. 10x enlargement is good, but it takes 1 reading, and if the little thunder god doesn't have supplies, he will starve to death on the spot. Because it is not his own exclusive skill, little Thor cannot arbitrarily enlarge or shrink parts of his body like the real Slime King. After activating the Mystic Orb, shrinking 50 times and enlarging 10 times is its current physical limit. The reduced form does not consume much physical energy and can be maintained for a long time. Gigantization can only be used as a killer weapon. Overall, it is pretty good. Xiaoting is very satisfied with the results. Gigantization is another trump card of him and little Thor. I am not afraid of insect swarms attacking the city or dark sharks of the cult. Anyone below the commander level will just be fed to me. Xiaoting happily watched the little thunder god eat and burp. Devouring ordinary monster, desert deathworm. Devouring normal level monsters, pigments. The elite level little thunder god can no longer increase his evolution by devouring ordinary level monsters. It can only fill your stomach. After eating, the flying dragon cub burped and patted his big, ordinary belly. Happy dragon life. Just keep this body shape. Xiaoting took off the black rope he always wore on his hand, wrapped the slime orb around it, and then hung it around the little Thor's neck. This black rope is very long, more than enough to be used as a small dragon necklace. The manufacturing method of mystical accessories is much simpler than that of enchanted equipment. After Xiaoting did this and wrapped it around several times, the Slime King orb turned into a 4th-level mystical ornament that he could carry with him. Of course, it is better to use specially customized magic collars and magic accessories, and inlay the orbs to ensure that the energy in the skill orbs is not lost and can be repeatedly activated and used for a long time. Little Thor touched the rope and nodded his head heavily. Go and guard the second dragon cub. Xiaoting patted its head and waved his hand. Remember to take good care of it. Daddy has to go out to check his college entrance examination results too. Hold head high. Little Thor opened his mouth and responded loudly, then wagged his tail, stepped on his short legs, and jumped into the monster's hut. After coming out of the sea of consciousness, the alarm on the phone rang. On the 25th of the month, at 8 a.m., you can now check your college entrance examination results. Xiaoting turned on the computer, logged into the education network, entered his admission ticket number, and entered the query page. When I saw the results of each subject, I was immediately happy. It's not bad. Even without English, it's much better than in my previous life. Chapter 62. College entrance examination results announced. Class groups got crazy. Language, 127. Mathematics, 100. Monsterology, 141. Political history and geography, Volume 120. Physics, Chemistry, Biology, Volume 121. Total score, 609. The full score for each subject is 150, and the total score is 750. The best score was in monsterology. It replaced English, which was the most confusing language in my previous life. This course is mostly about basic monsters, dark races, and exotic creatures. It is very popular and interesting. 609 points. This score should be able to reach the cultural scoreline of the 9th Academy of Magic City, right? Xiaoting opened the search interface and checked. Today is the day when the college entrance examination cultural scores are released. Almost all monster editing schools will also update their official websites simultaneously today. Announce their respective admission standards. His goal, the number 9 College of Magic City, ranked first in comprehensive strength among all the weird colleges in the country, was not very difficult to apply for. 2022 admissions score standards of Kyushu Monster Editing University, Coastal Provinces, 690. Monster combat score must not be less than 130. Note: those with awakening editing talent or above may be admitted slightly below the standard at discretion. Note: applicants with a cultural score of 690 or above may be admitted slightly lower than the standard at discretion. Note: the total number of students to be enrolled by Magic City Kyushu University is planned to be 1,000. If the scores are the same, the monster combat scores will be used as the basis for admission. The cultural score line of the 9th Hospital of Shanghai is only 560 after deducting the practical score of 130, which is not high. However, if you want to participate in the intern monster editor practical selection of the 9th Academy of Magic City, you must be recommended by one of the local military, family, or academy. The number of people who registered for this year's college entrance examination is more than 11.93 million, plus 3.53 million repeaters, and there are 8.4 million high school graduates alone, which is a rather astonishing number. The 9th Hospital in Shanghai will only admit the top 1,000 candidates based on merit. In the first round of intern editor practical selection test, only 5,000 best trainee editors in the country are eligible to be recommended to participate. There are very strict indicators in all places. There are only 120 recommendation quotas in the entire coastal province. At least 3/4 of these 120 places will be eliminated. The recommendation process alone will hold up most people, as they are not talented enough, their background is not strong enough, and they need to repeat a year of study to become trainee editors. Among this batch of trainee students, there are also older candidates like Zheng Yiming, talented editor of 4 Seasons Cicadas, who have repeated their studies for years, waiting for their big splash. There are probably quite a few people holding elite monsters. Every round of selection for the 9 colleges in the Magic City can be described as 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. The total admission score is 690. If the monster combat score must be no less than 130 points, with a cultural score of 609 and a combat score of 130, I can still exceed the admission score by at least 49 points. Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief. Can't you cross the line with your eyes closed? Holding the king race, the elite Thunder King Dragon. He really didn't know how to lose. In 8 days, the 9th Academy will hold the intern editor practical selection test. After I enroll, I can go dig for the treasures of the esoteric religion. Xiaoting opened his hands. A spot of light appeared on his hand, and a space crack opened. A roll of human skin treasure map fell out, marking an uninhabited ruined city nestled in the mountains and beside the water. It is the master-level treasure map of the Corpse Forest secret cult. According to King Soul, there are high-level mystic orbs, enchanted equipment, and editable master-level monster eggs hidden inside. The secret religion of the Forest of Corpses. Xiaoting looked it up on the encyclopedia. This is a small to medium-sized cult formed by undead editors. The leader was once a half-step overlord-level editor. It had always been unknown, but a week ago, they committed a murder that shocked the East China region. They robbed a secret international underground auction house. This is the gray area of transactions among foreigners. The foreign editors store a large number of collectibles and auction items. Everything was looted. The leader, who was half a step away from being an overlord, was killed in the Demon City by a group of furious ghost masters. But the whereabouts of the tens of billions of foreign treasures in the auction house have remained unknown. Only Xiaoting, who possesses the all-seeing eye, knows. The leader of the Corpse Forest hid treasures worth tens of billions on the backs of his 3 relatives. The zombie prisoner, Wang Hun, who was killed by Xiaoting, was one of the leader's relatives. There is a master-level treasure engraved on the back, which is worth at least 2 billion. Once I reach the level of a mid-level elite editor and have the ability to protect myself, I will be able to dig out this ghost treasure. Xiao Ting quickly decided on his itinerary after arriving in Shanghai. Pass the assessment of the 9th hospital. Uncover the secret treasures. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a group of classmates from class 3-7 of senior high school. Everyone is discussing the college entrance examination results. Xiao Ting watched silently for a while. There were originally 60 people in the group, students and 10 teachers. Now there are only 56 left. School Hung Shinmu, Wang Gang, Li Yun, and Zhang Tiankai all died at the hands of the zombie prisoner Wang Hun. He skinned the security guard Uncle Li, ambushed in the number 3 middle school in the old city for 3 days, and killed almost all the classmates who were accompanied by the initial monsters. There are only Lin Tan who has awakened the level 1 talent, Egg Editor, and Li Qingqing who has awakened the level 1, Amei Monkey Editor. Because of the old hen's clumsiness and the Amei Monkey's frenzy, everyone felt ashamed and took back their original monsters. On the day after school, I walked very fast, not falling behind, holding the initial monster to show off in groups, and was judged as a person without talent and luckily escaped. Chatting in the group, suddenly someone showed up at Xiao Ting's place. Sta Shuangyu, Xiao Ting, Brother Ting. I am going to Shanghai to participate in the practical selection for the editing department of Fudan University. What about you? The class beauty spoke. The group message immediately became quiet. Of course, there is also the natural deterrence of Xiao Ting's identity as the Flying Dragon Awakener. A few seconds passed. Xiao Ting typed slowly. Ting, the 9th hospital of the Demon City. Xia Shuangyu. Awesome. The seals applauded. Sta Shuangyu. The 9th Academy of the Magic City is ranked 2nd in the world and the 1st in Donghuang, a weird university. Xia Shuangyu. Even all the monster academies in Donghuang combined are not enough to defeat it. Xia Shuangyu. Cats are envious. Xia Shuangyu. Cats are crying. Xia Shuangyu. By the way, Brother Ting, I wish you good luck in the selection in advance. Ting, thank you. Ting, I also wish you good luck in your selection in advance. Then, the class group exploded. Moment. Su Xiaoyu. Holy crap. Applying for the 9th hospital in Shanghai. Brother Ting is awesome. In 3 years of high school, this is the first time I've seen a school beauty talk so much. Doghead smirked. Wang Shanshan, I envy you. Ordinary people like us who have no talent can only be the working class and work hard. Some people praise it, some people envy it, and some people just call it a cow cup. Of course, some people are jealous. Han Shu, I am speechless. It is just that I have awakened a better talent. Do you have to lick it so fiercely like a dog? Vomit. Han Shu, why give such a good talent to a poor person like Xiao Ting who has no parents? Damn, it's a pure waste of national resources. Roll your eyes. Han Shu, is God blind? If I had awakened my talent for editing, I could have gotten into the 9th Academy. Xiao Ting was stunned when he was scolded by name. Who the hell is this nitpicking guy? Then, my heart was stabbed with pain by the 4 words, no father and no mother. I glanced at the name. Xiao Ting clenched his fists and calmed down from his rage. Han Shu. Is he the one who was deserted by everyone, died suddenly in his rented house a year later, and was a socially dead little brother? Chapter 63 2 Bomb Videos, Students' Horror. This guy is a pure nitpicker. Normally, he likes to confuse right and wrong and make up stories. Spread the news that a certain classmate was arrested, or a certain classmate became a princess. She also likes to seek a sense of superiority from short male classmates and team up with her bad friends outside the school to bully others after school, pull down their pants to check their gender, etc. In the small social circle of school, he is the only son in his old age. His family has some money and connections, so the cost of bullying is very low. This forced 2 high school sophomores who were innocent and working to pay for their studies to transfer schools due to depression. In front of the whole school, he pretended to read a letter of apology, apologized, and took note of the demerit, and then continued to jump around with a grin on his face. Xiao Ting remembered that he had failed the college entrance examination in his previous life and couldn't even get into a private technical college. He lives off his parents and refuses to go out to work, just strolling around with a group of street urchins. In less than a year, he and his bad friends gambled away all the family money. He took out his frustrations on his own parents and violently beat up 2 60-year-old people who had a child late in life. The incident made the local news. He died at the age of 18. He was detained, deserted by his friends and family, and finally lost everything and died suddenly in his rented house. It can be said that he got what he deserved, which is very satisfying. In this life, I hope he can die early and be reborn soon, so that he can make a contribution to purifying the country's fresh air. Class group. Xiaoting hasn't spoken yet. Li Qingqing, who was living in the Shuilian community in the old city last night, was instantly shocked when faced with a swarm of insects. She directly released 2 videos. Then he violently types on his phone keyboard, transforming into an angry warrior who defends his idol. Li Qingqing, Han Shu, who gave you the face to slander my distant cousin Tingshan? Li Qingqing, when you were a keyboard warrior, God Ting had already been in the old city last night and saved tens of thousands of lives. Li Qingqing, what if it were you? Could you do it? Li Qingqing, even if you have awakened a super talent, you will still run away when facing a swarm of insects, right? Li Qingqing, you still want the same level of talent as God Ting? How dare you be so shameless? Li Qingqing, normally you confuse right and wrong and make up stories. I want to tear your mouth apart, but now you insult me, the god of thunder. I don't know how much I can't scold you to death. Thank you, angry man. This angry retort made all the students who were lurking in the group feel very excited. Everyone knows exactly what kind of loser Han Shu is. He made a mistake and transferred from the inner city to another school. He had a middle-class couple who did business in the inner city. His family conditions were better than those of his classmates from the old city who were born in the 1990s. He also made friends with a group of street urchins outside the school. He felt like he was the king of the old city number 3 middle school. Many students from the old city have been insulted by him for various reasons, such as being poor, short, not pretty, or having good academic performance. On the day his talent awakened, he didn't awaken anything at all and ran away in shame. Now, he is jealous of Xiaoting's talent. Isn't it just to ask for trouble? Even the teachers who were watching couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. This stupid boy has completely narrowed his path. Dare to scold the Flying Dragon Awakener who had to be personally received by the 4 East China Sea Masters? Han Shu insulted Xiaoting by name today, calling him a poor man without parents. Why don't you give me your talent? A waste of national resources. And I can also go to the 9th hospital. They will definitely report these words to their superiors. Xiaoting himself doesn't even need to express his opinion. There will be a large number of high-ranking officials in Donghai City who want to befriend him, and they will roll up their sleeves to clean him up. All the school bullying incidents that Han Shu had committed before were settled and dealt with by his parents at their expense. After this, not only him, but also his parents who drowned their son like killing him, will probably be in big trouble. Xiaoting likely Qingqing's comment in the group. Since there is the angry man, he doesn't have to jump out to fight. Talking to someone like Han Shu is really beneath my dignity. At this time, all the students and teachers curiously clicked on the 2 videos sent by Li Qingqing. First video. It was probably evening and the sky was already dark. Above the screen, black fog rolled. All the students and teachers looked horrified as they recognized the name of this fog. This is the black mist, a dark and extraordinary secret technique. Usually it is a dark editor or an exotic monster used to block a certain area, lock the hunting circle, isolate the outside world from rescue, and prevent the prey from escaping. The black fog in the old city. Sun Shang in front of the screen recognized something and shuddered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could this video be a direct witness to the alien invasion last night? Finished speaking. A huge dark red worm, tens of meters long, suddenly emerged from the rolling black fog and smashed countless cars along the road. Roar. The ferocious demon insect roared, like a rumbling thunder. Many students and teachers in front of the screen turned pale due to the yelling. This is a real exotic monster. There were severed human limbs hanging on its body, and 6 scarlet insect eyes were bursting with an extremely bloody murderous aura, which made the students who had never seen a bloody scene swallow their saliva and tremble with fear. On the screen, demonic insects tens of meters long were rampaging on the streets. The cars along the road were blown away by it, smashed to the ground, and burst into flames. People along the road screamed and fled in terror. This scene is like hell on earth. Many timid female students covered their mouths, turned pale, and screamed softly. Then, a dazzling meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. The huge body of the dark red worm was smashed away like a cannonball. Its head was pierced by a silver sword and flew out and was nailed to the wall more than 20 meters away. The dozens of meters-long demon insect swung its 4 killing tentacles and let out an extremely painful roar. In the blood, he twitched and died in unbearable pain. The camera zooms out. A familiar figure appeared. The death worm has been killed. Who killed it? Fuck, it looks like that boy. I captured it. He was the one who threw that amazing sword. The familiar figure lowered his arms. He said something to the group of stunned patrol soldiers behind him. He walked forward, looking down at the bloody corpse of the demon insect, raised his hand to summon countless specks of starlight, put the spoils into the circular space formation opened on the ground, picked up the bag on the ground, turned around and left. The next second, the camera zoomed in. The soldiers had expressions of shock and doubt about their lives. It instantly takes up the entire screen. Is this cousin shouting? A female voice suddenly came. Fuck, my cousin is too strong. This voice is Li Qingqing. All the students and teachers' heads were suddenly shocked. The person who recorded this video was Li Qingqing, who lives in the old city. She lives relatively close to Xiaoting and is a distant relative with a relatively distant blood relationship. Once her voice came out, it meant that this video could not be faked. The video ends abruptly. Next second, group messaging instantly. Holy shit. Donghai City Daniel Wu. A sword flew dozens of meters away and nailed a dead Zerg monster to death. Is this something a human can do? Su Xiaoyu. Holy crap. The Tingshan Niu Cup. Niu Cup. Xia Shuangyu. Awesome cup. Xia Shuangyu. Han Shu. So, if you can do it, can you do it? Han Shu. So, if you can do it, can you do it? Donghai City Daniel Wu. Han Shu. So, if you can do it, can you do it? Wang Shanshan. Stop scrolling. Go watch the second video. After watching it, I just want to say one thing. God Ting. You are my only light. My only myth. This sentence aroused everyone's curiosity. Click to take a look. The second video is very short. Only a dozen seconds. Just see. Dark clouds are gathering over the city. Thunderclouds flashed wildly. A young boy with an indistinct figure. Clothes fluttering. Under the thundercloud. Just like the legendary dragon rider, he sat on a burning purple dragon shadow. Next second, the purple dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. Roar. The sky and earth were instantly covered with dazzling purple light. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder struck the ground with a rumble. There was a thunderous explosion in my ears. Before my eyes were insect limbs and body parts everywhere. Blood rain. The sight was bright red. Click. The screen went black. It was Li Qingqing who was recording the video. She was stunned by the sight of the Thunder King Dragon killing countless demon insects with a single roar magic. I couldn't utter a word and my phone fell to the ground in shock. A full 5 minutes after playing this video, the chat group was dead silent. Then, Han Shu, yes. Chapter 64, thank you for sending the plane. Han Shu, yes. Han Shu, I am dying of laughter. Han Shu, do you think I'm blind? The dragon thing of Xiaoting is clearly a walking chicken. Li Qingqing, thank you for sending the plane while still being stubborn. Li Qingqing audio. Li Qingqing, can the thunderous cheers of tens of thousands of people be faked? Click on audio. In the early morning in the old city, the shouts and cheers of tens of thousands of people suddenly exploded in the ears of all the teachers and students. Comrade Xiao Xiao, you're a hero. Brother Ting, you are a hero. Tingshan hero. This recording is definitely a big hit. The cheers of tens of thousands of people and the voices of all the soldiers and people in the old city were filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and joy for defeating a powerful enemy. Who can fake it? Damn, I also heard it when I was half asleep this morning. I didn't expect that he was calling Brother Ting. Wang Shanshan, Han Shu, who dares to synthesize? Who can synthesize? Class teacher Sun Sheng, I heard it too. Ting. Sun Sheng excitedly stroked the handwriting keyboard with his fingers and started to speak. Class teacher Sun Sheng, Xiaoting, was it really you? The Thunder God Dragon Rider who rode the purple-winged flying dragon to save the old city this morning? This morning, the third-level insect swarm attack that occurred in the old city was under the watchful eyes of all the residents of Donghai City. At 4:30 in the morning, the buzzing buzz 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 buzz, second-level alarms sounded throughout the sky and earth. A huge black veil of fog enveloped half of the old city. The foreign invasion inside touched the hearts of all the citizens of Donghai. What is the disaster situation? How many people died in the insect tide? Many men, women, young and old, wanted to break through the defense line formed by the soldiers and rush into the black fog to rescue people. Some of the people trapped in the old city are their relatives, some are their teachers, and some are their compatriots. But unfortunately, the third-level black fog barrier can only be broken by a fourth-level master. Sun Sheng was also outside the black hood that covered the sky, with red eyes, wiping tears, waiting and guarding. He stayed overnight at his father-in-law's house yesterday and escaped danger, but many of his students live in the old city. Many ordinary people like him are waiting anxiously. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the black fog gradually dissipated. The patrol soldiers in the inner city set up a red cordon for strict defense. A group of armored vehicles, carrying large numbers of soldiers who were ready to die, headed towards the old city. The soldiers from the inner city joined forces with those from the old city. Their overwhelming shock and admiration for someone or a certain dragon are omitted in 10,000 words at this moment. Afterwards, the soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, moved supplies, and arranged shelter for the homeless people in an orderly manner. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sun Shang ran all the way to the combat camp without eating breakfast. After asking around, he learned that all the students were safe. He immediately fell to the ground and fainted while crying. Because of hypoglycemia, the soldiers sent me to the noisy city hospital. An hour and a half later, under the chairmanship of the commander of the patrol army, the secretary of Donghai City, the mayor, the secretary of Liaoqing district, the district chief, and other high-level officials rushed to the scene and held a solemn mourning service for the more than 200 soldiers and more than 1,000 innocent people who had died. At this time, Sun Shang, who woke up on the hospital bed, saw some blurry videos. Residents of the old town posted some blurry images of the Thor dragon rider on WeChat Moments and other places. The thunderclouds and lightning shook the earth. The dark purple dragon shadow stands tall in the sky, dominating the world. An unknown boy riding on the back of the king's dragon. The 40-meter-long leader-level demon insect monster that was almost violently killed. Various images, photos, and short videos of Xiao Ting killing the demon insect leader. It spread wildly in a small area for a while. It was quickly removed from all major social media platforms. Many people were confused and didn't know that half of the internet was shocked at this moment. Under the instructions of several bigwigs in the Magic Capital and the Imperial Capital, programmers from many platforms rushed online, cleared all the information circulating on the internet, and blocked most of the information about Xiao Ting himself. This is a kind of protection for Xiao Ting himself. Countries are not as harmonious as they appear. There are undercurrents between them. Sending spies to each other is a very common method of spying on the enemy. That day, countless people saw Xiao Ting's level awakening light column. Countless people saw Xiao Ting riding on the Thunder King Dragon and performing dragon roar magic. There is no guarantee that a foreign spy will obtain his talent information and send it back to China, causing a stir in foreign countries, and then deal with this dragon-controlling boy according to international practice. The so-called international practice is, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If a person is superior to the crowd will surely destroy him. Spies from all countries will immediately report any awakened individuals above the enemy country level they discover. Then, assassination, espionage, intimidation, inducement, everything was used. This will weaken the editorial reserve force of other countries. Therefore, the images and videos of the attack on the Thunder God Dragon Riders were only circulated for a short period of time. Xiao Ting became a little famous. But in fact, apart from the tens of thousands of people in the old city, the thousands of soldiers of the patrol army, and a small number of people who knew it tacitly, most of the people in Donghai City don't know that the person who rode the Thunder King Dragon, killed 2 leader-level demon insects, fought with countless demon insects, and saved the people of several communities was him, a high school student who had just graduated. Ken, who says only those who stand in the light are heroes. It doesn't matter to Xiao Ting whether he is popular or not, or whether the people of the country know how many demon insects he has killed and how many people he has saved. He had already received what he wanted. If you count carefully, there is the gratitude of Grandma Zhang upstairs, the thanks of the little girl kissing her on the face, the admiration of the little brother with stars in his eyes. I want to be a man like my brother when I grow up. The deep relief of the young pregnant mother crying while holding her twins, the roar of the soldiers and the gratitude, and the shouts and cheers of tens of thousands of people. Xiao Ting has already got what he wanted, so he doesn't care about other people's opinions. If Han Shu hadn't called him fatherless and motherless, he would have ignored this clown at all. Li Qingqing turned into an angry man and released 2 videos to slap him in the face. Although Xiao Ting didn't say, but it's still cool. In the class group, the 2 videos sent by Li Qingqing will probably be forcibly deleted soon. As for the eradication and rescue of the insect swarm last night and this morning, Xiao Ting would neither shout it out through a loudspeaker to let the whole world know, nor would he hide it. So, when asked by Sun Shang, he tapped the keyboard on the screen and gave an affirmative answer. Ting, yeah. It's not something that can't be said. Su Xiao, damn, Godting, awesome cup. Tang Haiding, damn. Godting, awesome cup. Lin Yisheng, oh shit. Godting, awesome cup. Xia Shuangyu, damn. Godting, that's awesome. 3 seconds later, the class size changed from 56 to 55. Xiao Han has left the group. At this time, no one cared about him anymore. After a wave of exclamations, all the students and teachers were asking for more details about the battle in the old town last night and Xiao Ting riding a flying dragon this morning. Li Qingqing felt relieved. As a distant cousin who was saved by God Ting, she wanted to post all the pictures and videos on the faces of her classmates and teachers so that they could see how good her cousin was. Xiao Ting looked at it for a while, then put down his phone and stopped paying attention to the questions in the group, because there was a familiar guest outside the door. President Ma. Xiao Ting opened the door. The person who came was Chairman Ma of the Donghai Chable. Xiao Xiao, the college entrance examination results have just come out. How do you feel about your performance this time? President Ma twirled his long earlobes and asked with a smile. Chapter 65. Uncle, change a set of enchanted equipment. He won. The total score for the cultural part is 609 points, plus the practical score of 130 points, which is higher than the admission score of Magic City Juzhou. Xiao Ting showed a little white teeth and smiled. Wow, that's awesome. Your final total score is at least 49 points higher than the admission score. President Ma was amazed. As long as your actual combat score is above 140 or 145, you can be the top scorer in the district, no problem at all. This? Xiao Ting smiled awkwardly but politely. The district's top scholar and the like. This is pure commercial hype. That's right, he was the only one from the old city who was recommended to the 9th hospital of the Magic City. No matter how badly he did in the exam, he was the first person from the old city to be admitted to the 9th hospital. It is not wrong to say that he is the monster champion of the old city. It just so happens that the 4 masters of the East China Sea have come together to prepare a gift for you. President Ma chuckled. He waved his hand and asked the group of black-clad bodyguards behind him who were as silent as a mountain to come forward. The black-clad bodyguards carried a large box and turned to Xiao Ting. The box was opened, revealing an expensive enchanted equipment. A set of master-level mystical collars for dragons only. Enchanted necklace. Master level. Description: master-level enchanted equipment. A rare accessory that can be inlaid with mystic beads, made of precious commander-level monster leather and commander-level guard knight's mystic beads. Ability: Riding Guardian. Wearing the collar, when riding a monster, the extraordinary protective shield will be automatically activated. When attacked, it can resist the attack of a first-level monster once. Orb Inlay. You can inlay 8 arcane orbs to reduce the energy consumption when activating the orbs. Evaluation: 4 stars rare. Xiao Ting ran to the box and looked inside with surprise. The entire collar is made of monster leather, which is extremely purple and black, and is extremely luxurious. Wow, that's so cool. He just needed a Dragon Rider collar. This treasure can not only be inlaid with the Slime King's mystical orb, but also comes with a protective shield. Activate the Guardian Knight's 4th-tier mystic orb, Mounted Guardian. It can also strengthen the protective shield in a short period of time to resist an attack from a commander-level monster. It can save lives and is also very practical. In this way, he can ride on Little Thor to an altitude of 10,000 meters without being afraid of swallowing the wind. Generally speaking, it is a precious gift that was carefully selected and is currently the most suitable enchanted equipment for Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting looked at President Ma and said sincerely, "Thank you, Uncle Ma. This kind of master-level enchanted equipment cannot be obtained without more than 10 small targets." He said uncle, changed a set of enchanted equipment, and he won. "Hey, it's just a little gift from us. I hope you like it." Chairman Ma smiled with his eyes curved, without any airs of a domineering billionaire CEO, and nodded amiably. "We are uncle and nephew. No need to be polite." This set of enchanted equipment was collected by 4 masters at great expense. The purpose is to give it to Xiao Ting for self-defense. The appearance of Thunder King Dragon caused a stir in Donghai City. There might be foreign forces or spy forces secretly eyeing this dragon riding boy. The 7th Task Force, which was originally responsible for protecting Xiao Ting, suffered heavy casualties. Zhou Zhuang, the highest-ranking intermediate captain, is still receiving treatment. The 4 masters all hold important positions and cannot follow him around to protect him every day. I can only buy a set of enchanted equipment to protect Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting rode on the Thunder King Dragon equipped with the enchanted collar. The man and the dragon became one, with a built-in shield, making him invincible below the master level. We chatted briefly for a few more sentences. President Ma raised his wrist and checked the time. If you don't mind, can you have a simple meal with Uncle Ma later? 88th floor of Donghai Hotel. More than a dozen food editors served all kinds of rare monster dishes like a buffet. They are all edible monster dishes made from relatively rare and delicious farmed monsters. Xiao Ting's eyes lit up. This was his first time to have a monster feast, apart from the armored crabs he grilled himself. Eat as much as you can. President Ma picked up the white towel and wiped his hands with a smile. These ingredients are very fresh. As he spoke, President Ma also released his monster. A circular magic circle appeared in the void. A 5-meter-tall, huge three-eyed, three-legged golden toad slowly walked out. Name three-eyed golden toad. Attributes: gold water. Racial potential: 4th level frog chief. Level: stage 4, 7 degrees of evolution. Skills: ingots from the sky, windfall protection, coin shooting, metal collision, golden body, treasure detection, metal light, huge waves. Weaknesses: rock, thunder, belly rubbing, tickling. Edit ×4. Details: Chinese giant toad, golden magic frog bloodline, golden treasure hunting mouse eye. The three-eyed golden toad is huge in size, with many tumors on its back, which are made up of golden ingots and gold copper coins. As he walked, gold powder kept falling to the ground, making him look very noble. This is my old friend. President Ma touched the three-eyed golden toad's back lovingly. Toad. The three-eyed golden toad narrowed its red eyes and made a comfortable guttural sound. When Xiao Ting saw its appearance, he couldn't help but exclaimed. He was very familiar with this three-eyed golden toad. This is the symbol of the Donghai Chable, and its landmark statue can be seen in many Donghai squares. Can I touch it? Xiao Ting asked excitedly. Every child who grew up in Donghai City has a little wish in his childhood. I hope to touch the three-eyed golden toad when I grow up. It's okay, you can touch it. President Ma twisted his earlobe and said with a hearty smile. It has a very gentle personality. Harmony brings wealth. The three-eyed golden toad nodded, agreeing with the words of its creator. It even took a few steps forward and lowered its head in a friendly manner. Toad. The huge body dropped gold powder to the ground as it walked, making it look as magnificent as a golden statue. Xiao Ting was moved. He reached out and touched it. It's boiling hot gold. The golden toad skin has both the hardness of metal and a scorching vitality. Xiao Ting touched it lovingly, then politely withdrew his hand and looked at the gold powder on his hand. These gold powders are all pure gold powder. The three-eyed golden toad is a gold-type monster. Gold monsters are also called gold-eating beasts and gold-spitting beasts. Since they can absorb and exhale gold elements between heaven and earth, gold powder often overflows from their bodies. As long as you can endure the hardships and difficulties during the gold-eating beast period and raise a commander-level golden frog like this, you can truly make money while lying down and earn a fortune every day. Xiao Ting thought of the two-winged gold-eating beast at home and envied him to death. Uncle Ma, how much did it cost to edit the three-eyed golden toad? It didn't cost much. President Ma twirled his long earlobe and said, recalling the past, just over 100 small goals? Xiao Ting. Damn it, he tricked me. He never expected that he would be Versailles one day. Looking at Xiao Ting's expression, President Ma laughed at himself. Xiao, there is absolutely no comparison between your Uncle Ma and you. I awakened a level 1 talent at that time, Chinese giant toad editor, which is much worse than your talent. I can only edit the Chinese giant toad, a species of the most elite species of magic frog. Listening to President Ma's somewhat lonely voice, Xiao Ting shook his head. Uncle Ma, you can edit the Chinese giant toad into a three-eyed golden toad. Your talent and perseverance are not comparable to ordinary people. Edit the magic frog of the elite race 4 times and evolve it into the three-eyed golden toad that leads the race. This is not something that can be achieved with just money. It also requires a bit of luck and a spirit of gambling. Generally speaking, with a level 1 editing talent, editing out monster followers of the leader race is the limit. President Ma had to gamble his money and luck. He spent a huge amount of money to buy expensive materials such as the blood of the golden magic frog and the eyes of the golden treasure-hunting rat, and edited them into the body of the Chinese giant toad to create a three-eyed golden toad that led the race. These 4 edits. If there is even one failure, the three-eyed golden toad will explode into a meatball. The initial monster has died, and President Ma's career as an editor will almost come to an end. Chairman Ma won the bet and became one of the 4 most powerful masters in Donghai City. The money he spent on the three-eyed golden toad had long been earned back. Yes, I am indeed lucky. President Ma sighed and said, thanks to my family's support, I was able to edit the three-eyed golden toad, which cost me all the savings of my grandfather's 3 generations. The Ma family was originally the richest family in Donghai City 100 years ago. Although the Ma family's wealth has doubled now, they can only rank among the top 3 in Donghai City. Editors are all big spenders. The cost of materials needed to edit a commander monster is an astronomical figure that is hard for ordinary people to imagine. Luckily, I have the fusion hand. Xiao Ting calculated the cost of materials for fusing the 7th Order Calamity Ancient Dragon, and while taking a deep breath, he silently felt fortunate. Chapter 66. Which of the remaining 3 skills should I choose to solidify? If he wants to edit Little Thor into a 7th Order Calamity Ancient Dragon, he also needs 2 king-level monster materials. The starting price for such materials on online auction sites is over 100 billion yuan. It is truly a priceless product. After all, there are no more than 300 king-level monsters on Earth. Each one of them is a supreme being that rules over a region. Want to kill them and get monster materials? Unless it is a 100,000-year-old king who died of natural aging. If one wants to kill a full-grown monster king alone, even an ordinary editor with a national title cannot escape unscathed. Therefore, the starting price of such 6th-level king materials is over 100 billion. It's even more valuable than editing out 10 three-legged golden toads. Fortunately, Xiao Ting has the Hand of Fusion. With just 2 pieces of level 5 monster materials and 1 piece of level 4 monster material, you can fuse 1 piece of level 6 material. Edited Little Thunder God into a 7th-level Calamity Ancient Dragon. Only 4 portions of level 5 materials and 2 portions of level 4 materials are needed. These materials may drop by killing Overlord-level monsters and Commander-level monsters. It's much better than defeating a bunch of monster kings and praying for the rare king materials to drop. We can't rely on the system's tasks and the treasure chests that provide the only way to obtain Tier 4 and Tier 5 materials. When I get to the Magic City, I might be able to develop some side businesses, make a lot of money, buy some monster materials, and synthesize them myself. Xiao Ting stuffed a piece of Beijing-style roast duck into his mouth and began to think silently. There is the all-seeing eye. He can play gambling eggs and antiquities identification, pick up some bargain bin monster eggs, and some ancient monster materials that no one can identify. The Hand of Fusion can also be used. Fusion of some Tier 3 and Tier 4 monster materials, enchanted weapons, and mystic orbs for sale. Thinking in this way, my thoughts suddenly became clear. For Overlord-level monster materials, and 2 Commander-level monster materials are not a big deal at all. Seeing that he was lost in thought, President Ma politely began to enjoy his meal without interrupting his thoughts. The 3-legged golden toad also sat aside, opened its huge mouth and began to eat voraciously. Xiao Ting came back to his senses, smiled sheepishly at President Ma, and raised his hand to release the shrunken, flying dragon baby. Oh! Spots of light filled the air before my eyes, and a circular space formation opened up. The little Thor let out a babyish howl, flapped his thunder wings and crawled out, landing on the ground curiously. It is less than half a meter tall, with a pair of big purple eyes blinking as it looks around, making it very cute. Is this the skill of shrinking that you have learned? President Ma put down his chopsticks and exclaimed in surprise. Only by reducing can the flying dragon king who is like a god of war in the early morning be transformed into the cute little dragon with purple grape eyes in front of you. Among the mystical orbs dropped by the demon bugs this morning, there is a mutated skill orb called Shrinkage. Xiao Ting explained without blushing or beating his heart. Then he took off the black rope necklace from the little Thor's neck. He took off the Slime King's mystical orb that was tightly wrapped around his neck and embedded it into the enchanted collar next to him. Good luck, nephew. The 3rd-level mystic orb of shrinkage is really a good ability. President Ma did not confront the demon worm leader directly, nor did he doubt whether it had the ability to shrink. After all, the magic insects that have been promoted to the commander level can generally learn the ability to transform into something bigger or smaller. If it is its offspring, it is not uncommon to drop mutated mystical orbs such as gigantic or reduced. Ma Yuanbao gave a thumbs up and said meaningfully, shrinking can not only reduce the size, but also hide the level information, so that ordinary monster appraisers cannot see the strength of the monster. It's a trick of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The old man and the young man smiled slyly at each other and nodded to each other. Xiaoting was planning to maintain the downsizing even in the entrance examination to the 9th Hospital of Magic City. The 25-meter-long Thunder King Dragon is very cool, but it cannot easily appear in the city. The first is to avoid violating the editorial monster urban jurisdiction regulations. The second is to avoid being a target, being secretly killed by the ghost spies, smuggling gangs, and the old six of the dark editors. Xiaoting first put a black leather collar on the little guy. Wear it before having a big meal. As soon as it was put on, the loose, enchanted collar shrank by itself and fit around the baby dragon's chubby neck. It is worthy of being a master-level enchanted equipment. It can adjust its size by itself, which is very good. Little Thor tilted his head and used his paw to move the black circle on his neck. When he saw that it did not affect his eating, he turned his head away and made a strange cry. Boo! It lay down and looked at the food piled up like a small hill. He slurped his saliva, his eyes sparkled, and his tail swung wildly. Daddy, can I show off so much? Eat it. Xiaoting rubbed Filongzi's broad forehead. Yay! Little Thor flew over, stuck out his tongue, and licked Xiaoting's face. Then he squatted on the ground, lifted up the monster meat with his little paws, opened his mouth wide with a ah, and happily showed off all kinds of grilled meat and seafood. Kiss. It's so delicious. Xiaoting didn't hesitate to pick up a secret-made chicken drumstick and put it in his mouth. The man and the dragon learned without a teacher and instantly realized the wind skill, wind sweeping the clouds, and began to eat like crazy. Engmeng engmeng. Eat normal monsters. Peking duck, barbecued pork with honey sauce, black pepper crab. Eat normal monsters. Stir-fried sea cucumber with green onions, ginseng shrimp soup, and roasted conchas in an open oven. Ordinary monsters eaten. Squirrel mandarin fish, pork knuckle with handle, number 1 scholar kanji. All kinds of fish and meat, delicacies from land and sea, seafood and vegetables. Eat until your stomach is full. Belch. A feast. All the guests enjoyed themselves. After the meal, President Ma said goodbye with a smile, accompanied by the three-eyed golden toad that waved quack goodbye, and went to a meeting. Don't be fooled by the fact that President Ma is not handsome and his name sounds rustic. But he is a genuine overbearing president who is busy with many things. Goodbye, Uncle Ma. Xiaoting waved goodbye. Goodbye, rich man. The little Thor, who was full and sighing with satisfaction while touching his belly, was put into the monster space. He also returned to the presidential suite. I had no plans for lunch, so I took a nice nap and then woke up feeling refreshed. The time came to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaoting locked the door and began to meditate on the bed. He was ready to enter the monster space, integrate the upgraded feedback from the elite King Dragon, and obtain 2/10 of the bloodline power. A circular magic circle was drawn under his body. The boy's entire body was submerged in the monster's space. Enter the world of white monsters. Look up. Not far away stood a huge monster wooden house. Inside the house, the little thunder dragon cub was guarding the gently shaking fire Tyrannosaurus egg. He lay on the ground, hugged his belly, and took a nap with his eyes closed. Xiaoting came outside the hut, looked up into the void, and said in a deep voice, System, I'm ready, let's start. Physical fitness meets the standard, mental strength meets the standard. You have been promoted to an intermediate dragon editor. You have obtained 1/10 of the dragon blood power of the Thunder King Dragon. You can choose one of the Thunder King Dragon's talents and solidify it as your own skill. A skill panel appeared in front of me. The above are the abilities that Thunder King Dragon currently possesses. Lightning Charge, intermediate level. Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, intermediate king. Thunderfang, low-level king. King-level Shock, high-level king. Xiaoting took a quick look and first ruled out the king-level deterrence. This skill overlaps with the passive king-level deterrence of King's Dragon Eye. Which of the remaining 3 skills should I choose to solidify? Xiaoting gave it some thought. With Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, in hand, he is equivalent to a dragon language magician with powerful attack power. What is currently lacking is some life-saving abilities. It would be great if the defensive abilities like Flame Armor, Thunder Armor, and Golden Body could be synchronized. Unfortunately, there is no such defensive skill in Little Thor's skill column. Its own dragon scale armor is the best and most excellent domineering divine armor. Xiaoting thought about it and quickly made a decision. Chapter 67 Solidification of 2/10 of the King's Bloodline. Filial piety leads to strength. I choose to solidify the Thunder Fire Dragon Breath. Of course, the combat power party will look at the level first. The skill level of Thunder Fire Dragon Breath is Intermediate King, which is the strongest among several solidified skills. After solidifying this skill, he can use double Dragon Breath to let thunder and fire annihilate everything. Xiao Ting thought of many different uses. All the enhanced versions of the Fireball technique, Dragon Flame Song, and Thunder Escape Kirin are arranged. I hope I can transform Dragon Scale Armor by absorbing 2/10 of the Dragon Blood power this time. After making your selection, Xiao Ting sat cross-legged while praying. Close your eyes, and a powerful blood force will quickly surge throughout your body. The violent power of thunder, fire, and dragon blood constantly washed over the body. Xiao Ting seemed to be able to feel the 3.6 million pores on his body opening up, spewing out dazzling fire and lightning. Thunder and rage intertwined into a cocoon, wrapping him completely inside. From a distance, it looks like a burning thundercloud. Xiao Ting restrained his mind, constantly absorbing the power of blood. Blood pulses rushed in again and again. His power is growing stronger. Hours later, the fire and thunderclouds gradually dissipated. A perfect male body was revealed, completely naked. The muscles are well defined. The clothes he was wearing were instantly shattered into powder by the violent thunder and flames. The boy opened his eyes. A golden dragon-shaped lightning seemed to flash across the void. Bloodline awakens, King Dragon. Following a light shout, the phantom of the Thunder King Dragon appeared behind Xiao Ting, spread its wings and roared, then turned into a purple light and sank into his body. A powerful force poured out like a flood and then filled the whole body. Dark purple dragon scales grew wildly from the fingertips upwards until they covered every inch of skin on the arms. Xiao Ting looked over his shoulder. There was a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. This is a flying dragon scale armor? Scales that grow upward. It finally stopped at the shoulder and neck area, only covering his 2 arms. He raised his arm covered with dragon scales, his muscles bulged slightly, and a full and powerful force continued to emerge. This is the second bloodline power that Xiao Ting has transformed after King's Golden Eyes. Flying Dragon Scale Armor. Both hands can be transformed at the same time, ranging from fingertips to shoulders. The scales have the defense and hardness of a 6th-level flying dragon. Xiao Ting flicked his arm covered with dragon scales. He has not yet fully absorbed and mastered the dragon blood power in his body. After a lot of training and development, he completely controlled the king's bloodline dormant in his body. Dragon scales might be able to cover his entire body, giving him an indestructible defense. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, feeling the dragon blood boiling in his body, and was full of confidence. In the future, he might be able to beat up the real Monster King with his bare hands. Let's see how long I can last with my blood awakening. Xiao Ting maintains the flying dragon scales and the everlasting King's Dragon Eyes. After persisting in alienation for 3 minutes, his belly began to rumble. The second level of blood awakening can only last for 3 minutes. Xiao Ting stared at his arm, watching the scales on his fingertips slowly fade away. The moment the alienation ended, I felt a sense of emptiness in my stomach. Minutes may not seem like much, but the King's Dragon pupils, flying dragon scales, dragon roars, magic. If it were the previous insect swarm battle, Xiao Ting would have been able to roll up his sleeves and go on the field to beat up the demon insect leader after he transformed into a half-dragon. After experimenting on 2/10 of the king's bloodline, Xiao Ting collapsed to the ground and rested for more than 10 minutes before standing up. He has recovered a little bit of his strength and should be able to release a Thunder Roar Magic and Thunder and Fire Breath. Why not try them all? The young man let out a low dragon roar from his throat. Roar. Primary solidified skill, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder. Endless power of thunder and lightning surged from the body. Xiao Ting raised his hand. Lightning leaped out from his arms and turned into a dark purple angry dragon, spewing lightning and wrapping around the boy's whole body. This is a 30-meter-long thunder dragon with ferocious head and horns. It looks lifelike and has terrifying elemental deterrent power. Go! Xiao Ting gave a light scold. Following his instructions, the thunder dragon roared with thunder and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot out. The terrifying purple scarlet snake was circling in the sky. Sometimes it spews out lightning and fire, and sometimes it pounces on the food in front of it like a living elite monster. Xiao Ting thought for a moment. The control range has increased. Before, he could only use dragon language magic to summon lightning to attack within a range of about 50 meters. But now, with the dragon roar, Xiao Ting can summon lightning to attack any target within 100 meters. Disperse. Xiao Ting clasped his 5 palms together. The thunder dragon transformed into a ball of lightning and exploded into a huge, dazzling firework in the sky. Then, Xiao Ting stepped on the ground with his back foot. Intermediate solidification skill, Thunderfire Dragon Breath. Powerful magical energy gathers in the throat. Xiao Ting opened his mouth and spit. Boom! The dragon's breath, a mixture of thunder and rage, gushed out from the boy's mouth. The raging flames of thunder and lightning instantly submerged everything in front of him. Super high temperature flames exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, accompanied by lightning and thunder, spread rapidly on the ground. The diameter of the fire column was over 15 meters, and the momentum was terrifying. The power contained in it was comparable to the full-strength attack of the monster leader. It's powerful, but a bit useless. Xiao Ting coughed a few times, coughing out a few sparks and crackling arcs of electricity. My mouth is a little hot, my tongue feels like I've eaten pop candy, and I feel a little tingly. With a wave of his hand, the charred ground turned white again. The belly shrank again. Xiao Ting sat down on the ground weakly. Unlike his breathless appearance, his eyes were bright and he looked energetic. Both Thunderfire Dragon Breath and Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, can be used in different ways. Thunderfire Dragon Breath can spit out a single Flame Dragon Breath, or it can spit out 2 Thunderfire Dragons, Flame Bombs. And Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, has a total of 10 types of Dragon Roar forbidden techniques, and I currently master 2 of them. One is the Thunder Dragon, which can summon a huge elemental thunder dragon within 100 meters. The other is the Razor Ground Walk, which can summon countless rising currents within 100 meters to attack the enemy. With 2 of us working together, I now have the absolute power to slaughter the demon insect leader. Xiao Ting clenched his fists. It took less than 4 days to become an intermediate dragon editor. It solidified 2 king skills, alienated 2/10 of the king's bloodline, and had the ability to turn the table with leader-level monsters. If this matter were to get out, it would probably cause a huge rumbling shock throughout Kyushu. His upgrade speed is too fast. It's like riding a rocket. Even 99 editors would doubt the speed at which life becomes stronger. My realm and that of Little Thunder God have both improved too quickly. We must develop our basic abilities and proceed as steadily as possible. Xiao Ting clenched his fists, his eyes bright. I made up my mind to cheat first and buy the ticket later. These days, cheats plus hard work are the way to go. He and Little Thor also need to make up for all the training they should have. He first preliminarily determined his next cultivation route. First, it is physical exercise. Fully develop 2/10 of the dragon blood power in the body. On the basis of strengthening your own physical fitness, master the 2 major solidification secret techniques. Secondly, it is the improvement of mental strength. Whether editing monsters or strengthening monster space, you have to use mental power. This is a training content that every monster editor cannot avoid. Improving in this area is also very simple. Just spend a little time meditating every day. In the training of Little Thor, Xiao Ting plans to take it to the wilderness area after the apprenticeship assessment. Fight with different wild monsters. Conduct practical training. Improve skill proficiency. Thunder King Dragon now has enough skills. All Xiao Ting can do is to train it to the maximum level of skill proficiency. Lightning Charge, Lightning Fong, Thunder and Fire Breath, King Level Shock, Dragon Roar Magic, Thunder, can reach the transformation level. Transform your moves towards the unknown realm above the King level skills. That is the supreme power that only the strongest monster king can control. It is a transformation of skills towards the realm of natural disasters. There has never been a monster king in history whose skill bar is fully loaded with transformation level king skills. Xiao Ting wants Thunder King Dragon to be the first and best one. Just as Xiao Ting was planning the next path to becoming stronger, a strange, childish cry suddenly was heard. Bing! The purple-winged Little Thunder God flew over with half a wet and tattered roast duck in his mouth. It fell to the ground, tilted its head, pushed the sticky and wet roast duck towards Xiao Ting, and looked at him with a worried look. Dad, are you okay? Kitten is nervous. Looking at Xiao Ting, who had weak limbs and was so thin that his collarbone was clearly visible, the Little Thunder God blinked his big eyes, feeling so distressed that he quickly pushed the roast duck that he had vomited out of his stomach forward. This is what it regurgitated. Are you touched? Anyway, Xiao Ting doesn't dare to move. Damn it, don't come over here. Chapter 68. The career assessment is about to begin. Xiao Ting tightly shut his mouth, declining the filial piety that the Little Thunder God wanted to stuff into his mouth. Little Thor fell to the ground, looked at the roast duck in his right paw, and uttered a dumbfounded, "I don't understand." "Oh, Dad, open your mouth, it's delicious." Shouting shuddered. He took a look at the half-roast duck that was covered with saliva and gastric juice, and silently said, "This is my own child," for a long time before revealing a kind smile. "It's okay. Dad is just hungry. Just go out and eat something." Although he was touched, he was indeed very hungry. "But it's not to the point of being so hungry that I will eat anything." Xiao Ting touched the little thunder god's dog head. "Put on the fake smile boy mask. Boy, there is enough food in the house. Daddy won't take away what others like. You should swallow this roast duck back." World-famous paintings. A loving father and a filial son. After saying that, he immediately opened the underground line of the space corridor in front of the moved eyes of the baby dragon. Although he looked really handsome when his dragon scales were solidified, he looked really embarrassed when he was scared by the cub and ran away on the spot. Donghai Hotel, Presidential Suite. Xiao Ting, naked, appeared out of nowhere. He opened the closet and changed into his underwear and a black t-shirt and shorts before taking the time to check the time. It is now 1:30 p.m. on June 26th. At 2:30 p.m., the assessment for trainee editors officially began. There's still time. Xiao Ting picked up the phone and decisively ordered a meal. In the astonished eyes of the waiters, Xiao Ting ate more than 200 kilograms of food. His stomach was like it was connected to a black hole. Even after swallowing several carts of food, it was still not bloated. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ting finally felt a little full and waved his hand, asking the dazed hotel waiter to remove the empty food cart. "My physical strength has finally recovered. Using bloodline mutation and solidification skills consumes too much energy. Maybe I should prepare some spiritual plants to carry with me." Xiao Ting patted his flat belly. "Now, there is one more goal to go to the wilderness area. Sweeping the spiritual plants." Lingji, the full name is Spiritual Element Crystallized Plant. Ordinary flowers and grasses grow in places with abundant elemental power. After a long period of elemental washing, they will crystallize and become spiritual plants. Spiritual plants have different qualities and different effects. Some of them can quickly replenish physical strength after taking them. Some of them, after taking, can increase the evolution of monsters and even help editors absorb the power of blood feeding in the body. A 10-year-old spiritual medicine is of ordinary grade. A 100-year-old spiritual medicine is of elite grade, and spiritual medicines that are over 1,000 or 10,000 years old are extremely rare in the world, and each one can be sold for a sky-high price of no less than tens of millions. The main production area of spiritual plants is the major monster wilderness areas outside the city. There are ancient ruins, rare spiritual plants, and ferocious native wilderness monsters hidden inside. It is a forbidden place where countless gold diggers can become rich overnight. At the same time, it is also the best place to level up. Xiao Ting was planning to raise his and Little Thunder God's levels even more. The words of Red Moon King, Su Jiewu that day, gave him a sense of crisis. The boy touched his chin, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He was going to learn the sword skills of Shalipo. In the novice village of Donghai City, reach the level of senior editor, and upgrade the Thunder King Dragon to the leader level and even the commander level. Ding dong. Xiao Ting opened the door and saw Chairman Ma's personal butler, an old man named Lin in a suit and tie, standing respectfully beside him. "Master Xiao Ting, the car that will take you on your trip has been airlifted here and is waiting in the garage. It's 2 p.m. now. There are 12 minutes left before the start of the National Unified Apprentice-Level Professional Assessment. However, at the speed of the Bugatti Veyron, it was more than enough to reach the Monster Editors Guild not far away. Push open the revolving glass door of Donghai City Hotel. Xiao Ting stood on one side of the street, waiting for butler Lin to drive over. At this moment, a car suddenly stopped in front of him. Xiao Ting. He glanced at his hands stuffed into his trouser pockets. A question mark slowly appeared on Xiao Ting's head. He didn't seem to wave his hand just now, so he called a black car, right? Just when Xiao Ting was confused, the car window was rolled down. A furry head popped out and said enthusiastically, "God Ting, let me take you there." Xiao Ting narrowed his eyes and recognized that this was Lin Tan, the classmate and the owner of the monster fragrant egg hen. While the two were talking, several private cars stopped in front of the Donghai Hotel. The car windows rolled down, revealing a number of faces that looked vaguely familiar. Donghai Hotel is a big landmark. When Xiao Ting was standing at this intersection, he was immediately discovered by some of the few students from Old City High School who had special cars to pick them up, except for Lin Tan, who was in the same class. There was also a kid from the next class driving a low-end BMW who waved frantically, Brother Ting, let me give you a ride. It's my new car." The girl in the next class who was driving a low-end Land Rover, not to be outdone, leaned out half of her body, her eyes sparkling, and roared like a lion, "God Ting, look at me, look at me. I think the Land Rover is worthy of your beautiful butt." Xiao Ting was somewhat amused and confused by the enthusiasm of his classmates. He smiled and shook his head. "No, I really have someone to pick me up. I'm waiting for the car." As soon as the words fell, the rumbling sound of an engine came from the other end of the street. A silver-white Bugatti Veyron rushed out like white lightning and stopped in front of Xiao Ting. The scissor-style car door opens neatly with a swish. Steward Lin, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, got out of the car and leaned forward ceremoniously, saying, "Master Xiao Ting, please get in the car." "Good." Xiao Ting turned his head, stretched out his hand from his trouser pocket, and pointed his thumb at the cold steel behemoth Bugatti Veyron. "My car is coming." After saying this with a smile, he waved friendly to his stunned classmates and alumni from number 3 middle school and stepped onto the back seat. Butler Lin turned his head and looked at the little heads sticking out of the car window. He smiled at their stunned expressions, leaned over gracefully to say goodbye, and walked to the driver's seat. Bang! The roaring engine roared and soon disappeared like a silver-white meteor. I knock. It's a limited edition Veyron worth tens of millions of euros. In private car, several classmates and their parents stared with their eyes wide open as they breathed in the exhaust fumes from the supercar. Damn, it's a luxury car worth 4,500. It is also equipped with an elderly super driver who looks very elegant and stylish. The low-end Land Rovers and low-end BMWs they have in the old town are so superior that they instantly become famous. As expected of Brother Ting, so awesome, Lin Tan gave a thumbs up in admiration towards the exhaust of the receding supercar. Turning back, I saw the old man touching the steering wheel of the BYD, still with an expression as if his jaw was dislocated. Lin Tan? Fuck, where did you know this little classmate? Damn it, the guy driving him is from the Ma family. Old man Lin Tan closed his fat chin, wiped the sweat from his head, and raised a thumbs up in disbelief. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron is very expensive, but the more noble one is the old man named Lin who drives this car. His identity is very unusual. He is also a powerful senior editor. He once saved the life of the previous head of the Ma family and is a top elder of the Ma family. Even the current head of the Ma family, Chairman Ma, the wealthy man in Donghai City, is very close to him and treats him like his grandfather. Above, it was Lin Tan's father who heard it from an old classmate who was worth billions and was showing off his wealth. Such a powerful person, his billionaire old classmate, had only met him once at a business banquet, and even when they met, he couldn't get close to him. Instead, he was just an elderly driver who was a senior high school student? It's fucking outrageous. Father Lin Tan glanced at his son with messy hair and asked cautiously, Tan Tan, what is the identity of your classmate? Hiss, even if he was the illegitimate son of a powerful person in the Ma family, he would never be treated like this, right? Lin Tan thought of the 2 earth-shattering dragon riding videos that Li Qingqing had sent to his classmates. He scratched his head and groaned, then quietly took out his cell phone. His hands were quick, and he managed to capture a series of blurry but barely legible snapshots. Of course, these hundreds of photos cannot be uploaded. The students in grade 3, 7 have been warned by the teachers in the group. They don't want to be invited to have tea with the uncles and aunts from the security bureau. But showing off his amazing classmate to his parents should be within the permitted range, right? As Lin Tan excitedly opened the photo album on his mobile phone, there was a burst of introductions, explanations, and boasting. On the BYD, the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat are full of grooves all the way. The other side, Steward Lin, with his gray beard, turned the steering wheel gracefully, crushed the exclamations of onlookers along the way. Carrying Xiao Ting, who was sitting in the back seat with his arms crossed, they drove straight to the deepest part of the inner city. At this time, there are only 5 minutes left for the National Unified Apprentice-Level Professional Assessment to begin. Chapter 69, The First Assessment, Initial Monster Entry. June 26, 2022, Eastern Huang Calendar, 2 p.m. Donghai City Monster Editors Guild. On the very wide square, school flags of major high schools are erected. There is a constant stream of awakened high school students arriving to take the trainee-level assessment. The owners of the private cars were all beaming with joy and sent their beloved babies and daughters, who brought honor to their families, over. At this time, Xiao Ting also arrived. The sound of the Bugatti Veyron's engine came from the other side of the street, like a flash of lightning across the road, and lay in front of the Guild Square. This car is very expensive, and it attracted many people nearby to exclaim and look at it with surprise. It's Brother Ting. Brother Ting is here. In front of the gathering point of the Old Town No. 3 High School, many young boys and girls compared the pictures of supercars on their mobile phones and shouted excitedly. It was the classmates who had met Xiao Ting before who enviously took photos of the silver-white way along and posted them in the group. Immediately, the news spread from 1 person to 10 people and from 10 to 100 people. Everyone in Laoching No. 3 Middle School knows that Xiao Ting's mount today is also a domineering and majestic dragon. After they called out Xiao Ting's name, all the school leaders and teachers who led the team looked over in surprise. They all took a deep breath in their hearts. That's Thunder God? In the video footage from the old city, the Thunder Dragon Rider that killed the leader of the demon bugs? He doesn't even look as old as my grandson. He is really promising at a young age. Even several guild leaders who were talking looked over with surprise. Who among the high-level circles in Donghai City has not heard of the name Xiao Ting? When the old city was invaded by a level 3 insect swarm, it was this young man who was trapped in the black fog. Riding a purple-eyed thunder-winged king dragon, he single-handedly killed 2 leader-level demon insects and saved tens of thousands of people in 6 residential areas. That day, the kingly pressure that made countless monsters worship him seemed to be radiated from him and his dragon. The extremely domineering pressure from the Dragon Clan is still unforgettable to many professional editors. Everyone's eyes met. A handsome young man with short hair jumped down from the silver Bugatti Veyron and stepped into the assembly point. In front of the school flag of Laoching No. 3 Middle School, Sun Sheng looked at his favorite student, raised his one arm and waved it vigorously. The corners of his eyes were wrinkled with laughter. Xiao Xiao, you are here. Hey, Teacher Sunday. Xiao Ting trotted over and high-fived his teacher with a smile. Let's draw lots first. See which examination room you are in. Sun Sheng smiled with his eyes curved and raised the QR code tag hanging around his neck with one hand. The students from the 3rd middle school gathered around. Many people murmured and prayed secretly. I hope Godting can take the exam in the same room with me. Me too. Me too. This way I'll have the chance to, secretly, admire the unique demeanor of the King Dragon Clan. Under their curious, expectant, and excited gazes, Xiao Ting took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. A big 9 suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. Examination room number 9, candidate number 30. Xia Shuangyu raised her phone in great surprise and let out a small exclamation. Brother Ting, I'm in the same examination room with you. The other students from number 3 middle school were deeply upset and disappointed. I'm number 9 in examination room number 1. I'm number 12 in examination room 6. How come I'm not matched with Tingshan's examination room? What a pity. The students of Laoching number 3 middle school all stamped their feet and sighed. They were not in the same examination room as Xiao Ting. This means that we will not be able to see the scene where Thunder God releases the purple-eyed king dragon, showing off to the sky and stunning the whole audience. It feels like I lost 100 million. After a short interlude, a senior editor looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist and said loudly, Okay, the apprenticeship examination is about to begin. Students, please enter in order according to the ranking order of the city. As soon as he finished speaking, the high school graduates who were chatting noisily quickly quieted down. The tightly closed guild door slowly opened. More than 100 high school awakeners in the inner city cheered a few times and rushed in one after another. Then came the 70-something senior high school students from the outer city. Finally, it was the turn of the 60 or so awakened people from their old town. Sunsheng raised his fist and made a cheering gesture with a smile. Go ahead, students from number 3 middle school. Come on. Master, let's go. I'm so nervous. Amid the low voices of conversation, Xiao Ting smiled and waved to the one-armed class leader, then strode into the guild gate. Afterwards, everyone followed the route signs in the hall and entered different examination rooms. Brother Ting, examination room number 9 is in front. Xia Shuangyu pointed to the room not far ahead. The current professional examination venues seem to have been temporarily converted from the guild's internal battle venues. After entering battle room number 9, the first thing that catches your eye is a low electronic testing table. The width is estimated to be 20 meters. This is a monster race detection machine. It is equipped with a large monster database containing data on millions of species. Standing on it, you can not only identify the race of the initial monster, but even some edited evolutionary forms can be directly detected. There are 2 tables in front of the testing bench. There were two examiners, one male and one female, sitting behind the table. The man is flipping through the list, and the woman is operating the smart computer. At this time, more and more candidates appeared around Xiaoting. In a blink of an eye, all 30 candidates in examination room 9 arrived. A man in his early 30s wearing a black suit stood up, counted the number of people at a glance, and said with a stern look, "Okay, be quiet. I am the examiner of your apprentice-level professional assessment, Danton. Next, I will be responsible for your first assessment, the initial monster entry. Wait, after your name is called, please step onto the race detection table and summon your own initial monster. After all the monsters are entered, we will arrange a second talent test." Danton pointed to the huge shadow beside him. This is an awakening magic stone that is 3 meters high and wide. This is a special grade awakening magic stone flown in from the Magic City. Its alias is also called the precognitive magic stone. Not only will it clearly show your talent level, it will also deduce the strongest monster you can create at the end of your talent. All the awakened ones were shocked and their eyes lit up like light bulbs. I knock? Is this so cool? Who doesn't want to foresee the strongest monster that can be edited in the future? Precognition? Only Xiaoting was curious at first, then frowned slightly. He was indeed very curious about the strongest monster he could create at the end of his talent. But at the same time, he didn't want to reveal his true talent all at once. It would be nice if I could disguise myself as a level 1 dragon awakener or a level 1 dragon creator. At this time, a mechanical voice like Xiao AI sounded. "Host, do you need to conceal your true talent?" It was the system that had been silent for a long time, and suddenly it spoke. Can Tongzi help him conceal his true talent? Xiaoting was startled at first, then nodded in his heart and said, "Can it cover up my level 1 talent, Dragon Editor?" System. Okay. System. You want to show off your dragon editing talent? That's a good question. Xiaoting fell into deep thought again. Perhaps it's time for him to show his super dragon editor talent. A road has been opened for the birth of the second dragon cub. Chapter 70. Ninth Examination Hall. The best talented monsters in the 3 districts. In a flash, Xiaoting made a decision. I asked silently in my heart, "System, can you do something else for me?" System. Host, please speak. Xiaoting briefly expressed his thoughts. What he wanted the system to do was actually very simple. It was when he detected the level, Dragon Editor, talent for the second time. The system helped him take out the second dragon cub. It was forged that Xiaoting not only awakened his superior editing talent for the second time, it also spawned a second initial monster, the appearance of a flame Tyrannosaurus Rex egg. This is actually not reasonable. No one can give birth to 2 original monsters. Even those who have awakened for the second time cannot do this. They can only awaken the superior editing talent and allow the original monster's bloodline to return to its ancestral state. But Xiaoting wants this kind of unreasonableness. In the future, he will complete more tasks and obtain more dragon eggs and dragon cubs from the system. Too lazy to make excuses again and again. How did they get lucky enough to obtain these rare Tyrannosaurus eggs, Tyrannosaurus cubs, and even monarch dragon eggs and monarch dragon cubs? Package yourself as a genius in the world. Demonstrates a talent for accompanying monsters multiple times. This is undoubtedly the simplest and most brutal solution. It's right that it's unreasonable. He wanted to be the first and only one. Gradually, he showed his superb talent and became the dragon god creator that all living beings looked up to. Before that, he had appeared before a national-level titled editor, and he was also a person with a backer. Afterwards, the stronger the talent displayed. The happier some of the country's top leaders are, the more opportunities and training they will give him. After all, if you keep hiding it, the Earth has been facing doomsday for more than 5,000 years, and foreign lands have been ready to invade. Those who really have something to say are very busy, so who has the time to pay attention to you? System. Received. Host. Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "Thank you." The system paused. "You're welcome. Serving you is my mission." While Xiaoting was communicating with the system, the male examiner holding the roster cleared his throat and began to call out the names in a deep voice. Test number 0901, Wu Yin Yin. Hey, here we are. A fat boy walked up to the testing table nervously, hands and feet together. When he stepped on it, blue light lit up at the 4 corners of the field at the same time. A projection screen then appeared. Please summon your initial monster. Wow. The little fat boy opened his eyes wide, took a few steps back in panic, fell to the ground, and covered his chest, shocked by the automatic voice broadcast. After you go up, Just summon your monster. The examiner, Danton, glanced at the silly fat boy and gave him a cold but warm reminder. Okay, okay. Thank you, Examiner Tang. After being frightened, Wu Yinyan patted his butt and stood up. The candidates around him were very well behaved and did not laugh at his embarrassment. Wu Yinyan scratched his head embarrassedly, took a deep breath, and quickly calmed down. He raised his plump white palm, and spots of light flickered in front of him. The traces connected into lines and gathered into a huge golden magic circle. The summoning circle is attached to the void. The little fat man continues to output physical and mental strength. 3 seconds later, the void passage leading to the monster space was finally fixed. The corridor is opened. A scarlet terrestrial arthropod crawled out from the monster space at the other end. It is 1 meter long. Each section has a pair of legs. A faint flame gushed out of its body, and its hard shell swept across the ground, making clanging sounds and sending sparks flying. This monster, which seemed to be made of flames, raised its long body and glanced at the people around it. Under the 2 swinging crimson tentacles, a pair of Zerg's scarlet compound eyes rotated, flashing with a strange luster, looking extremely ferocious. There was a commotion among the onlookers. Xiao Ting and the others who were whispering to each other looked at the Zerg monster. Golden hidden clues quickly appeared before my eyes. Name Red Dragon Flame Centipede. Attribute, Fire. Racial potential, Tier 3 Leader Zerg. Level, Mid-Stage 0, 35 evolutionary degrees. Skills, Hardening, Flame Fong. Weaknesses, Water, Rock, Flying, Screaming Chickens, Shit-Smelling Realgar Wine, Smelly Pesticides, Chicken Chick Monsters. This is an elite race, the superior leader race of the Red Dragon Centipede, Fire Centipede. Xiao Ting identified the racial level of this initial demon insect at a glance. At this moment, the blue light around the testing table lit up little by little. A full 30 seconds later, only then did lines of detailed text appear on the projection panel. Initial monster, Red Dragon Flame Centipede. Racial potential, Level 3 Leader. Level, Mid-Level 0. Some evolved forms, Fire Giant Centipede, Flame Millipede. Automated voices were played around the testing table. All the candidates watching in the audience could hear Wu Yinyan's initial monster detection results. Oh my god, so many feet. Looking at this fire centipede rubbing its tentacles, most girls felt their scalps tingling and quickly looked away. Oh my god, the Zerg's initial monsters look so damn scary. Behind the long table, the female examiner who was operating the computer reviewed the more detailed racial information including height, weight, racial skills, and energy data, and then entered Wu Yinyan's initial monster into the national database. Danton nodded to the little fat man and said, "The detection station can report some of the evolutionary forms of the initial monsters. Your flame centipede can be edited to evolve towards the fire giant centipede, the flame millipede, and the incineration tripterygium, the 3 currently known dominant species." The little fat man and the fire centipede both nodded their heads. Danton was just saying this to encourage others. It is very difficult for monsters of the leader race to go further and evolve into the commanding race. The higher the level of the initial monster, the harder it is to edit and evolve. First, the high-level monster materials that can be fused with them are ridiculously expensive, have a sparse drop rate, and are very difficult to collect. Second, the editing and evolution methods of many high-level fantasy monsters have been lost. The higher the level of editing talent, the more of a double-edged sword it is. Many senior editors with extraordinary talents have never been able to enter the master level in their entire life. Danton shook his head secretly. He was just thinking these words in his mind and had no intention of saying them out loud to undermine the self-confidence of these talented boys and girls. Wu Yinyan put away the fire centipede and walked off the stage excitedly. Next, all the candidates who ranked before Xiao Ting were called to the monster race testing table. Test number 0906, Dai Baiha. Starting monster, Multi-Armed Sea Lily. Racial potential, Level 3 Leader. Level, Early Stage 0. Partial evolutionary form, Thousand Poison Sea Lily. Exam number 0908, Wang Tai. Initial monster, Steel-Toothed Mechanical Dog. Racial potential, Level 3 Leader. Level, Early Stage 0. Some evolved forms, Metal Mechanical Dog, Mechanical Armed Wolf Combat Type. Xia Shuangyu walked down from the testing table, a slightly embarrassed blush on her face. Her level, Ice-Winged Snow Owl, is a rare feathered monster. Among the initial monsters, mostly from the sea and beast tribes, it is considered to have attracted much attention. At this time, 9 candidates had been tested in the ninth examination room. Is this a level 9 editor talent? Xiaoting suddenly made an unexpected discovery. These 9 high school awakeners, standing on the testing table, summoned the initial monsters of the leader race. This means that their editing talent is at least top-notch. Xia Shuangyu heard his voice and whispered, "Brother Ting. It is said that the examination room is allocated by lottery according to the awakening talents on the list. Ours is the last examination room, and the candidates should be the most talented among the 3 districts of Donghai City. So that's it." Xiaoting supported his chin with one hand and nodded slowly. In other words, those who can stand in examination room number 9 are geniuses in Donghai City with at least editor-level talent? Exam number 0910, candidate Li Yangying. At this time, candidate number 10 walked onto the testing platform and summoned a blazing flame, instantly attracting the admiration and attention of the entire audience. Chapter 71. S-level awakeners appear, and the order of talent ranking in the examination room is unexpectedly: Initial Monster, Fierce Flame Eagle, Racial Potential, 4th level Intermediate Commander. Level, Early Stage 0. Partial Evolutionary Form, Flame Eagle Lion. Cry. A tender but mighty eagle cry rang in everyone's ears. The fiery eagle spreads its flaming wings. All the feathers on its body are burning. It looks majestic and awe-inspiring. The entire examination room began to become hot. All the awakened people in the audience were frightened by the noise made by this young man. Shit, it's the fierce flame eagle, a mid-level leader of the race. What this person has awakened is the level 1 Feather Clan editing talent. Li Yangying on the stage raised his chin proudly, and together with the majestic and proud fiery eagle, he enjoyed the feeling of being looked up to by everyone. He is the focus of the whole audience. He is not only extremely talented, but also comes from a noble family. He has an uncle named Li Han, a colonel at the commanding level. No matter in terms of bloodline or background, he instantly beats all the candidates present. Invincible. How lonely it is. Li Yangying shook his dyed red hair and walked off the stage arrogantly with a gait that showed he didn't care about anyone. There are only 2 level awakeners on the list. This should be the silly boy, namely from the Blood Eagle Li family. Looking at the boy's name, Danton immediately remembered his family background. That's right, this silly red-haired boy is the nephew of Colonel Li, the commander of the Donghai City Patrol Army. He is the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Blood Eagle Li family. A top-level Raptor editor with great potential. Awakened the Eagle editing talent. In 2000, Xiao Yu, the director of the Monster Rift Research Institute who committed suicide, roughly divided the known editing talent levels into levels according to species, genus, family, order, class, phylum, and kingdom. The Era editor, the Chinese giant toad editor, the Siberian tiger editor, and the like, are low-level talents that can only be deduced and edited using a few animal species and monster species as blueprints. They are classified as level 1 by Xiao Yu. The editors of the genus Eagle Owl, the zombie editor, the genus Leopard, and the genus Cat, who are able to edit a certain group of creatures of the same family, are divided into levels by Xiao Yu. At this time, Li Yangying's awakened Eagle editor talent was rated as undoubtedly top level according to Dean Xiao Yu's talent classification theory. His talent was even higher than that of his uncle, Colonel Li. The appearance of Li Yangying and the fiery eagle that led the race immediately pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to a climax. Only candidate number 10 has a top-level talent. Does that mean candidates number 11 to number 30 are all top-level talents? Candidates number 1 to 9 who were standing in the front were all a little confused. What are you doing? With their super talents, they were already the proud children of heaven who could look down on the whole school and bring honor to their family, but in the end, they were just a reference group for the super bosses behind them? The first 9 candidates, including Wu Yinyan, Dai Baihe, Wang Tai, and Xia Shuangyu, all had mixed feelings and looked in the direction of candidate number 11. From here on, is it time for the top boss to show off his monster skills? Nima, there is something I really want to say at this moment. The first 9 candidates looked at each other with admiration for the big shot, shock at such a high level of talent, and anger at being reduced to the control group. And candidate number 11, who was being looked at like this by them, was really confused. What are you doing? Don't look at me. How come I don't know that I am a top boss? My mentality has collapsed. Please don't try to touch me. I am not a top-level person. Zhao Zhang, candidate number 11 who was standing behind Li Yangying, rushed to the testing table in a hurry as if his butt was on fire under everyone's expectant gaze. The time to prove your innocence has come. Under the expectant gazes of all the examinees, Chao Zhang raised his hand and summoned the lone Zerg warrior. It has an emerald green body. Although it is young, its green eyes are terrifyingly sharp. It swings its sickle-like arms like a swordsman. This is a rare martial arts type Zerg baby, Blade Mantis. Although Blade Mantis didn't understand why everyone was looking at him with admiration when he just appeared, but its vanity was greatly satisfied. It laughed and waved its sickle arm continuously, looking very heroic and having the air of a strong man boasting about himself. At this moment, it is the focus of the whole audience, the Zerg Mountain King. Chao Zhang, who was standing next to it, covered his face with an expression that showed he couldn't bear to look at it. Wake up, Chong Chong. They are not expecting you. Exam number 0911. Chao Zhang. Starting monster, Blade Mantis. Racial potential, level 3 leader. Level, early stage 0. Some evolved forms, 6-armed metal mantis, 1-sword martial arts 7-star mantis, 3-sword martial arts 7-star mantis. What? He is not a top boss? The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Blade Mantis instantly changed from fiery to indifferent. Chao Zhang quickly put away the question mark on his face. His heart shattered in an instant, and the crying Blade Mantis, and jumped off the testing table very quickly. I told you I'm not level awe. Everyone, we made a mistake. Try again. The examiner must have made a mistake in the order. The next one must be. Next are candidates number 12 and number 13. Facing everyone's expectant gazes towards the big boss, he was also confused. What are you talking about? We are not that person either. In order to prove their innocence, they also rushed to the testing table. Exam number 0912, Du Zhuguang. Starting monster, Sawtooth Lantern Fish. Racial potential, level 3 leader. Level, early stage 0. Some evolved forms, Macrophagus Lanternfish. Test number 0913, Mi Yaoguang. Starting monster, Black Water Poppy. Racial potential, level 3 leader. Level, early stage 0. Some evolved forms, Black Water Piranha, Charming Poppy Flower. Candidate number 12 is a level 1 lanternfish, an editing talent of the Sea Clan. Candidate number 13 is a Poppy, an editor from the Fairy Clan. They are not top bosses either? This. Everyone was a little confused at this moment. How many more levels are there behind? Examiner Tang, how did you arrange the order? Don't play tricks on us. Xiaoting was also very nervous. The examiner who sorted the list was really naughty. Candidate number 1 is a Class A editor with talent for editing, and candidate number 10 is a Class A editor with talent for editing. The number 11 at the back is a level 1 talent, not a level 2 talent. Could it be that the examiner ranks talents above level 10, 20, or 30 according to integers? After drawing conclusions in your mind, under the eager eyes of the candidates in front of them, the candidates behind number 13 came on stage one by one, hurriedly proved their innocence and summoned their own leader-level initial monsters. Time goes by. There has never been another candidate with such a high level of achievement as Li Yangying since then. Just as Xiaoting predicted. When the 20th candidate was detected, another awakener with level 1 editing talent appeared. Initial monster, Cloud and Rain Elf. Racial potential, 4th level high-level commander. Level, early stage 0. Partial evolutionary form, Thundercloud Spirit. Here she comes, she is finally here. She finally appears under everyone's attention. The automatic announcement voice sounded, and the candidates around who had proved their innocence suddenly widened their eyes and looked towards this top leader excitedly. With raising of hand, clouds and rain rolled up, and the natural weather was controlled by human body. He is a top-notch element editing expert. This style, this momentum, is worthy of being a top-level player. Xiaoting also supported his chin with one hand and shifted his interested gaze over. Wow, a rare, weathering with you. Name Rainy and Sunny. Talent, level 1 Cloud Elf Edit. Level, initial level Elemental Editor. This is a high school girl from the outer city wearing a yellow raincoat, holding a small yellow umbrella, and wearing earplugs. A look of helplessness. A cumulonimbus cloud hovered above her head. The sound of heavy rain exploded one after another, rumbling continuously. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that inside the demonic cloud that followed the girl, there was a cute water spirit sleeping soundly. Fishtail. As soon as this cloud elf that could follow its owner appeared, it aroused heated discussion in the audience. She has awakened a talent for meteorological editing. The girl's eyes lit up. Compared to fireflies and firehawks, elemental elves are of course cuter. Who doesn't want to have a baby on a somersault cloud that can lie down, be carried, and fly. So cute. Xia Shuangyu's eyes were also filled with envy. Fortunately, little snowy owl was not present. Otherwise, being as proud as it would be so angry that it would fall down on the spot. Haha, Li Yangying, who was at the same level, expressed his disdain and silently retreated a dozen steps. The water type is really annoying. This cloud and rain elf can completely suppress his fire eagle. Although he and Xiao Yingying won in terms of momentum that shocked the whole audience, they were completely defeated in terms of attributes. I am the loser. Another weathering with you. Chief Examiner Danton stroked the stubble on his chin and smiled. In the neighboring Cheongzhou province, there is a weather queen. However, this national-level king editor awakened the level 1, weather spirit, editing talent. The appearance of 2 level awakeners instantly stirred up the atmosphere in the venue. Chapter 72, Exam Number 0930, Xiao Ting. The candidates around him all opened their mouths slightly, feeling extremely envious. Runyang, the initial monster, is the leader of the race. What does that mean? The starting point of his career is the 4th level editing master. The career destination pursued by these talented people is just the starting point for others. Many candidates' eyes were filled with passion deeper than that of a dog, and they were eager to pay homage to him and become his leg accessories. Woohoo, big brother, take us to play. Next, another batch of candidates completed the test. There's nothing explosive about it. As expected, they are all the initial monsters of the leader race. He's almost there. Xiao Ting was thinking. Exam number 0930, Xiao Ting. Danton looked at the roster, paused, and called out the name of the last awakener. It's finally his turn. When Xiao Ting's name was called, 29 level awakeners, including 2 level awakeners and 2 examiners, all looked over. Number 10 and number 20 are both top-level editor talents. Could it be that this handsome guy number 30 is also a top boss? Number 10, Fire Eagle, is a mid-level leader race, and number 20, Cloud and Rain Elf, is a high-level leader race. According to this ranking, the last one must have the best talent as the initial monster. Be brave. Maybe you can summon a peak leader of the original monster of the race. TSK, the pattern is too small. Maybe it is the initial monster of the Overlord race. Damn it, how could it be a Hegemon? Our Donghai city is such a small 3rd-level city, and the emergence of 2 level 100s is a blessing. How could it be possible for a level 100s to appear? Don't argue. If my Hegemon race can emerge, I, Wang Tai, will eat the steel-toothed mechanical dog on the spot. The awakened ones murmured. Everyone made the boldest guesses about the first half of their lives. As the only 2 top bosses in the whole venue, Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing looked solemn and expectant. Is this the king of the mountain that ranks above their Eagle Editor and Cloud Elf Editor? Oh my god. I really want to know what the initial monster that can defeat the Level Raptor Editor and Level Elf Editor is like. At this time, Xia Shuangyu clenched her fists. She thought of the 2 videos about Thor Dragon Rider that Li Qingqing had sent in the class group, and her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Alas. Finally, I can see Brother Ting's King Dragon. Behind the long table, the female examiner who was typing on the computer turned around and looked solemnly at the young man on the stage. This is the extremely young and dazzling Thunder Dragon Rider. The female examiner knocked on the table with her left hand and said in a low voice, Old Tang, is this the level 1 Flying Dragon Awakener? The examiner, Danton, nodded. Then, he looked at the boys and girls around him who were listening with their ears perked up, and with a slightly amused look, he put his finger to his mouth and made a gesture of silence. The female examiner said nothing more. They watched in silence and expectation as the young man in a black short-sleeved shirt with a dragon pattern leisurely walked up to the monster race detection table. Suddenly, a figure strode up to the side of the 2 examiners. Tang Dun looked at the shadow cast beside him. His single eyelids widened in surprise. President, why are you here? This is the most powerful being in the guild, a leader-level lizard editor. Liang Bai, with gray hair and a hunched body, put one hand behind his back, twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand, and said with a fanatical look, Sure, don't disturb my interest. TSK, this must be the Flying Dragon Boy. I hope you won't let me down. Young man, please let me, an old man, see the figure of the King Dragon with my own eyes. On the monster race detection table, Xiao Ting looked at the projection panel in front of him. Panel, please summon your initial monster. Let's get started. Below, the white-bearded old man beside the examiner shouted and urged impatiently. This old man seems to be the president of the Editors Guild. Many candidates recognized the old man's identity and were stunned. Oh shit, it seems like a big shot has come. What kind of editing talent does this candidate number 30 on the stage have that could shock a senior editor? The 29 candidates from all directions cast their eyes on Xiao Ting on the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Xiao Ting closed his eyes and used his mental power to connect to the monster space. He raised his hand, and a mysterious force emerged. A star map-like summoning array was attached to the void, scattering countless rainbow-colored spots of light. Colorful rainbow? The boys and girls present were first startled, then confused, then bewildered, and finally horrified. The color of the summoning circle corresponds to the racial strength of the initial monster. The initial monster of the leader race is a golden summoning circle. The monster that leads the race is the rainbow summoning array. And this summoning circle with a colorful border in front of me, what level of monster does it correspond to? This. Not just them. The two levels also showed surprise on their faces and shouted in their hearts, damn. It seems like they lost because of the special effects. What kind of initial monster is it? Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned away. Water and fire cannot coexist. Their eyes locked onto each other. Xiao Ting raised his hand and summoned the summoning array. As the last candidate in examination room number 9, the young man in front of them was undoubtedly the most talented one among them. The two seniors were curious, but also felt a little bit unconvinced as they were both senior bosses. In the minds of Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing, our own fire type, fire eagle, and water type, cloud and rain elf, are the most powerful, cutest, and most invincible honey sweethearts in the world. What kind of initial monster could surpass their two invincible, smart, cute, and powerful monster babies and appear as the king of the mountain at the end? The red-haired boy Li Yangying's eyes were as sharp as a red eagle, staring closely at Xiao Ting's every move and expression. Cloud and rain elf of the water element, whose racial level is in the late commander level, pinned AA fire eagle of the fire element, whose racial level is in the middle commander level, to the ground, which made him feel aggrieved and disgusted enough. Please, ancestors, I hope that the last mountain king is the one that can be restrained by his fire eagle. This way he can get back some face. The young man's summoning circle was connected to a huge monster space that looked like a black universe. Thor, cancel shrinking and come out, Xiao Ting said softly. The little Thor at the other end responded with a crisp ong. Then the half-meter-long puppy's body expanded. 3 seconds later, a dark purple dragon claw gently stretched out from the other end of the corridor. Suddenly, there was a sound of lightning and thunder in the air. At this moment, all the awakened ones saw ripples in the void shaking in front of their eyes. They looked horrified. Fuck, fierce eagle, my honey, my sweetheart, why did you come out? Baby Lianzu, what's wrong with you? Chapter 73. The king appears, and all the beasts come to welcome him. In the 9th examination room, countless points of light flickered, and one after another void passages were spontaneously opened by the initial monsters. Flame centipede, multi-arm crinoid, steel-toothed metal dog, blade mantis, saw-tooth lanternfish, ice-armored crab, sea tribe, orc tribe, zerg tribe, fairy tribe. One after another, the original monsters spontaneously leaped out from the monster space. Under the stunned and confused gazes of the examinees, he lowered his body towards the direction where the huge, dark, purple thunder claw had appeared. The leaders of the Feather Tribe, the Beast Tribe, and the Sea Tribe pay homage to the Dragon King who dominates the sky. Xiao Xue? Xia Shuangyu covered her mouth in surprise. The ice-winged snow owl poked its head out from the summoning circle. He made a handsome salute gesture towards Xia Shuangyu. Then he shouted, "Xiao Xiao Xiao," proudly and slid to the ground. The fat ball of white hair closed its eyes and headed towards the testing table. It first saluted, and then bowed its head respectfully. In his heart, he shouted with full energy, "Leader of the Snow Owl Tribe, I greet the King Boss." Then, a blazing flame and a roaring cloud of rainstorms appeared in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The Fire Eagle and the Cloud and Rain Elves, who led the race, each occupied a piece of heaven and earth, then flew down quickly from midair and landed on the ground. There is no trace of the domineering power that amazed the whole audience just a few minutes ago. They were all swallowing nervously, constantly adjusting their posture. Strive to meet the end of the evolution of the upcoming earth monster with the most perfect lackey posture. Their two grand eunuch faces dumbfounded their owners Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing. Normally, Their honey sweetheart little noisy baby hates to fall to the ground. Why did he fall down so happily? He even wanted to stick to the center of the earth? What a humble, standard, and self-taught dog-licking posture this is. Damn it, wake up, my little sweetheart, my little noisemaker. Don't be seduced by the monster of candidate number 30. We didn't raise you to this age just to let you come to our house and be nameless and unranked bootlickers. 29 original monsters of the leader race and the ruler race all slid to their knees in their own ways. Pay the highest respect and honor to the supreme dragon king who is about to appear. The most basic rules of the monster world are simple. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Therefore, the Thunder King Dragon only released a trace of elite aura, and all creatures submitted to him. The racial heritage in their minds told them that if they knelt too late or did not submit according to the rules, they would be eaten alive by sharks. Everyone. Behind the chief examiner Tang Dun and the female examiner Zhong Qiu, there were also two faint green shadows looming. There were constant rustling sounds coming from all directions, as if thousands of giant vine pythons were moving and circling. The moment the two elite-level plant monsters broke free from the summoning array, they trembled almost subconsciously, raised their vines, and tried to kneel down to pay their respects. They can feel the power of this king. They have never met more than other initial monsters of the early, middle, and late stages of level 0. Every branch from head to toe is in fear. Every cell is clamoring to surrender. This is far beyond their life level. No, it can be said that it is far beyond the life level of the 97 monsters on Earth. This is an elite-level aura. Danton opened his eyelids in astonishment. His initial monster is actually just as recorded, elite-level flying dragon. You have to know that these invigilators are just mid-level editors. The strongest fighting force under his command is the elite monster. An awakened person in the 3rd year of high school who is taking the trainee level assessment now has the strength to beat those who have practiced hard for years or even decades. Damn, is this really outrageous? Is this guy really not the reincarnation of the ancient dragon emperor? Chairman Liang Bai's beard trembled with excitement. It really is a flying dragon species. It really is a king dragon species. As soon as he appeared, all the beasts came to pay homage to him. Such majesty belongs to no one but a king. Is it possible that I will finally see this long-extinct Dragon Sky King in my lifetime? Liang Bai, who regarded the Dragon Clan as his lifelong belief, was very excited to be able to admire the charm of the Rex Dragon. He felt that it would be worth dying for just 1 second of watching the Rex Dragon. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. In the dead silence, the rumbling thunder rolled. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Before he even appeared, thousands of beasts came to greet him. Looking at the original monsters kneeling down in all directions, everyone's expressions almost exploded, as if they had seen something that shattered their worldview. Everyone had only one thought in their mind. Who on earth is this overlord? Fuck, could it really be the dominant race? The young boy Wang Tai, who had previously threatened to swallow the steel-toothed mechanical dog, swallowed his saliva, hugged the mechanical dog's head tightly, and raised his head with a look of astonishment, nervousness, and uneasiness. Then, he was like all the other candidates present. I saw an extremely magnificent and huge dragon shadow. A 25-meter-tall Thunder King dragon strolled out from the end of the void. Its body was wrapped in dark purple lightning that flickered continuously, and its head directly hit the ceiling. Its huge size brought an extremely strong sense of oppression to the people around it. The cold eyelids blinked, and the purple dragon pupils beneath the eyelids carried a kingly majesty that made people dare not look directly at it. The wings support the ground. The Thunder King Dragon looked at the original monsters that were kneeling down, and first drooled quietly in a place where no one could see. Slurp. That rain cloud looks like a flowing cotton candy. I think you can definitely taste the abalone juice if you take a bite. That little fire-breathing eagle must be delicious when roasted, scorched big chicken wings. I'm hungry. All the initial monsters and candidates shuddered at this moment, as if they were being stared at by the top predator, their bodies stiff and motionless. Tang Dun and Zhong Qiu were even more horrified, and the two examiners simultaneously assumed fighting stances. The look in the eyes of this king dragon, as he looked down upon them, was filled with a fierce hunger. If a hungry one-third king wants to go on a killing spree, no one in the entire Editors Guild can stop him. As for the leader-level guild leader Liang Bai, forget it. He looked so excited that he wanted to stick his head into the mouth of the king dragon to give it a taste. If Thunder King Dragon wanted to start the feast on the spot, Danton and the female examiner Zhong Qiu had no doubt that the oldest Lao Lu was their leader. Cough, cough. Xiao Ting twitched his eyelids and coughed quickly. What to eat? Silly boy. Dad is taking an exam. Don't be stupid and draw hatred from me. Hurry up and give the examiners a friendly greeting. The Thunder King Dragon seemed to be strangled by fate and quickly closed its big mouth full of fangs. In order to restore his kind image, it raised its dragon head majestically. The weak alien species on the ground who were being looked down upon lowered their heads even more, wishing they could turn over their bellies on the spot to show their submission. As for Tang Dun and Zhong Qiu, who were being stared at by the King Dragon, there was something they really wanted to say. Chapter 74, Young Man. What is the name of this dragon? Roar. The Thunder Dragon lifted its tail, raised its head, and let out a dragon roar that shook the earth. Hello, hello. There was a strong wind blowing all around. The head of the great thunder god was covered with dark purple scales, and countless lightning bolts surrounded his body. The aura of oppression transformed into substantial arc-shaped waves that spread out from under his feet. The violent dragon energy hit the entire place with cold fury, like a raging storm and tsunami. Pressure. Incredibly powerful pressure. This is the Overlord-level Suzaku Sword Spirit, and it can also cause the soul oppression of a dragon-type creature that makes one's heart palpitate. The dragons might spread out like a tide in an instant. At this moment, all the original monsters in Examination Room 1, Examination Room 2, Examination Room 3, and even Examination Room 8, they all turned their heads in shock. With fear, excitement, or anticipation, they stared in the direction of Examination Room number 9. A feeling of oppression came over them, and even the elite examiners felt their heartbeats quicken as they looked in the direction of Battlefield number 9 in shock. What's wrong? Oh my god, super flying squirrel. Which ancestor are you kneeling to? Under the astonished gaze of the elite examiners and more than 200 candidates, countless initial monsters broke free from the void tunnel. Turning to the direction of Thunder King Dragon, the direction of Examination Room number 9, he knelt down and kowtowed, submitting to him. At the same time, the only sound around Examination Room 9 was people gasping for air. Dragon? Fuck, he has a dragon. Everyone looked at this 25-meter-tall, 60-ton king dragon and found it difficult to breathe. The blood in their bodies froze. This is a dragon. It is not the earth dragon that is the leader of the race, nor is it the subdragon or the herbivorous dragon that is the dominant race. This is a thunderwing dragon of the king race. Outrageous. This existence that is comparable to a natural disaster, a supreme creature that can crush all kings, was actually summoned by a senior high school student of the same age as them who was in the same examination room. In shock, Xia Shuangyu covered her lips. Brother Ting's Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex actually evolved into a flying dragon king. The moment they saw the Thunder King Dragon appear, Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing instantly became listless. After all this time, are you super cool? Knock on you. This is nothing but a hammer. The two-level awakeners wilted. Look at the sweet fire eagle and the noisy rain baby kneeling in front of him. Look at that cool thunder dragon. They suddenly wanted to rush up, grab the collar of the little black boy and shake him. Come on, did you pay for Earthstar? Otherwise, how could it be so cool? I actually got the extremely rare limited talents and limited monsters. The control group. The control group was actually me. In this comparison, the two trembling monster leaders instantly looked like the younger brothers who licked the dogs. The monster species detection station was stuck for several minutes before the automatic voice broadcast slowly sounded. Initial monster. Name unknown. Racial potential. Level 6 monarch. Level. Second level elite. Partial evolutionary form. Unknown. 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 King race. The official on-site confirmation was confirmed. The 25-meter-tall two-winged flying dragon in front of you is a real king dragon. And its elite level. Xiaoting is ahead of the current National High School Awakening Era 1 version. Too much? 99% of the awakened high school students in the country are still just level 0 initial level rookie editors. He was 2 versions ahead. Became a level 2 intermediate elite editor. In some places, the strange compilation schools have already become role models for teachers. Dimensionality reduction attack. For them, this is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. Everyone's face changed, and they stared at Xiaoting and his dragon in a daze, seriously doubting whether they were dreaming. For a moment, the sound of people gasping for air was heard continuously. Outrageous. You're super, that's fine, but your dragon is a king race, an elite one? Yu Qingqing and Li Yangying, 2 top geniuses, almost dropped their jaws in shock when they looked at the calm Xiaoting and his majestic and arrogant Lei Shenlong after hearing the voice broadcast of the test results. Initial monster, king race. Doesn't this mean that this young man's starting point is at the national defense level? National level. There are less than 50 of them in the world. If one appears in any country, it will become the backbone of the international community, and its status will be comparable to that of a nuclear weapon that protects a country. Thigh. This is the big brother they want to recognize, and the golden thigh they want to hold. Xia Shuangyu also stared blankly at Xiao Ting on the stage. An elite flying dragon? The young classmate who used to sit by the window silently in the king's hometown has unexpectedly become the supreme genius that she now looks up to. The examiner, Danton, took a deep breath. The two small single-lidded eyes, as if they had not woken up yet, were stretched to twice their width due to the surprise and excitement. With a trembling voice, he asked the dragon-riding boy on the stage. "Young fellow, may I ask what is the name of this dragon? We need to enter its basic information and include it in the National Monster Database. It's just a name, nothing bad to say." Xiao Ting stroked the lightning horn of the Thunder King Dragon and smiled with two tiger teeth showing. Its name is Thunder King Dragon. This is the first fantasy dragon he created. The Thunder Tyrant was born after the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Land Overlord, merged with the wings of the Thundercloud Overlord, the purple-winged dragon eagle. Damn, what a domineering name. This is what everyone thinks. This is a race of kings that has never appeared in history. It belongs only to Xiao Ting and is a fantasy dragon that he created. The female examiner Zhong Qiu uploaded the information of Thunder King Dragon to the National Monster Race database with a look of shock. This is the only supreme creature of the dragon race currently on record. The scientific research leaders in the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital who are responsible for reviewing the data should be furious. Thunder King Dragon, Thunder King Dragon. President Liang Bai muttered the name, his face flushed with excitement and his face full of fanaticism. Except for the extremely evil soul who was removed from the list and banned by the world among the 10 evil kings, the king of evil and rebellion. My group of leaderless dragon editors finally has a genius creator who can reach the king level. Come back, Thor. As everyone looked up at him, Xiao Ting calmly raised his hand. The Thunder King Dragon shook its wings, quietly wiped the saliva from the corner of its mouth with its tail, and then reluctantly stepped into the monster space from the summoning corridor. Go home. Go back and see the two dragon cubs that Guai hatched by himself. Xiao Ting took back the Thunder Dragon and walked down from the testing table calmly. The moment he returned to the examination team, the 29 examinees around him suddenly started shouting in unison. Fuck, big brother. Which editing school are you going to apply to? If I have the chance, can I take a photo with you and your dragon? A girl with dyed red hair came over and said excitedly. This is Li Yangying, a red-haired boy who went from being a proud and arrogant top boss to a bootlicker of a little brother in an instant. Boss, can you add a contact number? This is Yu Qingqing, who is wearing a little yellow duck raincoat, holding a little yellow duck umbrella, and whose face is full of desire to form a team and curry favor with others. The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon. Big boss, my cloud and rain elf, can definitely assist you. The two students instantly turned into bootlickers, leaving all the candidates around them dumbfounded. Soon, they also reacted and started yelling. Brother, does your family still need a dog? I'm 168 centimeters tall. I've graduated from high school. I'm obedient and I can work. Brother, do you need a younger brother? He's 19 years old, has graduated from high school. Both parents are dead, and his family assets are over 100 million. Brother, you are my only brother. Being a dog for a future king. No, being a lackey, isn't that shabby? Danton coughed and said, silence. He grabbed him, took out his phone and WeChat, and wanted to rush forward. President Liang Bai said calmly, President, calm down. Ahem, the assessment continues, and the second talent test will begin. The so-called secondary detection. It's basically just a process. Danton took out another list. The talents in this second test are sorted according to the talent strength level. Chapter 75, Totem Phantom, Brother Ting awakens for the second time. Number 0904, Candidate Zhou Huashu. The first class awakeners, one after another, touched the 3-meter-high awakening magic stone, precognition. In the examination room, golden rays of light burst out, symbolizing the talent of a top-level editor. Then, the monsters they could create to the limit of their talents turned into illusory projections, circling and flying above the heads of the boys and girls. My level, Police Dog Editor, has the highest potential, And the one who edited Shadow Hellhound is a senior. My senior, Chimpanzee Editor, a senior with the same talent as me, edited Forest King Kong Ape. My predecessor edited the Harpy. My predecessor edited Six-Tailed Nicomida and Pegasus. The magic stone of foresight is not aimless. It is a part of the magic stone of all things that awakened the talents of billions of editors 5,600 years ago. Over the years, every editor would hold a fragment of the universal magic stone before his death, passing the projection of the strongest monster to each precognitive magic stone, leaving the evolutionary direction of the editing path for future generations. No, Li Yangying and number 20 Yu Qingqing also touched the precognitive magic stone. Boom! A rainbow beam of light suddenly burst out. Their level was very high, and the rainbow-colored beams of light that burst out actually affected several examination halls in a row. The end of my talent is the Sunfire Eagle, the feathered demon bird of the king race. The young man with red-dyed hair was so happy that he wanted to roll, somersault, sing and dance on the spot. I must surpass my predecessor who edited the Sunfire Eagle and edit an even more powerful monster giant eagle, Thunderstorm King. Following closely behind, Yu Qingqing, who had touched the awakening magic stone, held an umbrella and looked at the huge thunderstorm cloud projection above her head. The blue wind elf, white snow flag elf, the blue rainmaker spirit hovered above the thunderstorm clouds. Cloud and rain spirit, and I will surpass you and become stronger than you. The short girl holding a small yellow umbrella made a firm vow. After the last two top-level geniuses touched the awakening magic stone, two huge monster kings were reflected. The majestic projections of Sunfire Eagle and Thunderstorm King made the boys and girls exclaim in delight. As level 1 awakeners, they have the potential to reach the peak and have the aspiration to become kings. Finally, it was Xiao Ting's turn. As the last person, Xiao Ting walked forward under everyone's attention. The huge cold awakening magic stone was placed on the palm of my hand. Xiao Ting called out silently in his heart, "System, it's okay. Release the Super Dragon editing talent. Let me see what kind of ancient monster exists at the end of this talent." With the level 1 dragon editor, you can edit out a level 6 Thunder King dragon and a level 7 Scourge Ancient dragon. So, what kind of powerful, magnificent, bizarre, and incredible legends can a super dragon editor create? My heart was filled with nervousness and excitement. Xiao Ting himself is also looking forward to the projection of monsters of unknown level that he is about to see. System, yes, sir. After just a few breaths of communication, Xiao Ting felt a strange heat flowing through his body, flowing to the palm, rushing towards the crude special awakening magic stone, precognition. Before my eyes, a brilliant rainbow light suddenly burst out. Xiao Ting closed his eyes subconsciously. The rainbow light not only permeated into his golden eyes that opened and closed in an instant. At this moment, the entire examination room number 9 was filled with the dazzling light of awakening. It must be the dragon awakening talent. What a talent! I never thought I would be in the same examination room with such a great man in my lifetime. Everyone is waiting for the awakening magic stone to show the talent of Flying Dragon and finally evolve into the Dragon Soul monster. It's exciting just to think about it. They haven't seen the end of the highest editing level of super talent yet. But the next second, everyone present, including the 2 examiners and a guild leader, widened their eyes in disbelief. I knock, what is this? God, talent evolution? A straight beam of light lit up on the 3-meter-high special-grade awakening magic stone. A column of light shot up into the sky, revealing a huge phantom. 3 projections of totem dragons, older than the starry sky and more mysterious than the gods, were reflected in the eyes of everyone looking up in horror. What they look like. All the high school seniors who just finished their monsterology exams are all too familiar with this. Fuck, this is an ancient totem. Ancient blue dragon, chaos sea dragon, disaster black dragon. This is a totem projection. An ancient totem projection that can only be activated by a supreme talent. He actually awakened a second time? Like the ancient dragon emperor, he awakened a level 1 giant dragon editor talent. The boys' and girls' eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they were suddenly speechless. 3 projections appeared above Xiao Ting's head. They are the 3 sacred and noble totem dragons that support Eastern mythology, Western mythology, and Nordic mythology. This second-level awakening light column that burst out from the awakening magic stone not only covered the entire examination room, but also the entire editor's guild. The column of light shot up into the sky, bursting with brilliant light and quickly spreading to the entire sky. At the same time, three huge shadows appeared and disappeared, with wings spread out and claws spread out, occupying the sky of Donghai City. They are Chaos Sea Dragon, Ancient Blue Dragon, and Disaster Black Dragon. It is an ancient totem beast that is superior to all living beings. It was once supreme and glorious, shining through the ages. Now, a young man was startled and invited to come. The three totem projections are like three dragon gods descending to the world. He is majestic and outstanding. The aura all over his body was like the eternal sky pressing down on him, and his majesty was inviolable. The most spectacular one was the one that pushed the Chaos Sea Dragon and the Disaster Black Dragon aside. The extremely domineering ancient Qinghuang Dragon. At this moment, the college teachers and parents waiting at the guild gate all raised their heads blankly and opened their mouths stupidly. The eastern sky has been dyed an extremely ethereal light blue color. The clouds are blue and it will rain. The water is still and smoke is rising. That was not the color of the sky, but a 1,000-foot-high green dragon, lying across the sea of clouds, covering the vast sky for countless miles. 7 stars in the east. Blue dragon. The dragon god has wings, a long green snout, a majestic dragon body, a misty beard, and majestic green wings. Its scales and claws are spread out, its momentum is majestic, and its body is agile, as if it is galloping in the clouds and waves. Many university leaders who were sitting idly with their legs crossed suddenly stood up, raised their heads, and looked at the eternal and indestructible blue dragon soul above their heads with horror on their faces. What is this situation? This is a totem projection. This three-headed dragon god phantom seems to be an ancient totem projection that can only be activated by a super talent. What a magnificent dragon figure this is. Many university leaders who were watching it couldn't help but hold their breath, as if afraid of disturbing a fragile dream. This is a projection of the ancient Azure Dragon. It is also the immortal belief that they have seen countless times in their dreams, from their country, from their blood, from their heritage, from books. Ancient Qinghuang Dragon, with horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, ears like a cow, whiskers beside the mouth, a pearl under the jaw, and reverse scales under the throat. It turned out that it had been dead for countless years, and it appeared again. An elderly history teacher raised his cloudy eyes and stared at the immortal blue dragon soul. He remained motionless for a long time, letting the hot tears gradually fill his eyes. The ancient blue dragon. He was born from a distant time. At that time, there were tribal disputes, foreign invasions, and the world was in chaos. Now, the motherland is vast, ruling over thousands of territories. The divine land is unshakable, and the land is vast. This line of 7 stars in the east protects millions of people and has borne the loyal bones of countless people who have sacrificed their lives to defend their nation and their motherland. Died in the distant past, died under the green mountains that the world will never forget. History. Only the grass is growing and the birds are flying, and the green world is full of life. Only an image preserved by the magic stone of all things was left, crossing mountains and seas, returning to the human world. At this time, outside the Editors Guild, people walking on the streets and alleys all looked up at the blue dragon lying across the sky, stopped for it, and stood silently. In the crowd, Sun Shang, who was carrying a heavy bag of drinks and hurried to the entrance of the guild, subconsciously clenched his one arm and had some incredible guesses in his mind. Who can create this level of talent and the totem projection that accompanies it? Could it be you? Xiao Xiao. Chapter 76. Totem Worship, Second Awakening, Second Companion. When these 3 vague shadows of mythical ancient dragons covered the sky, streets throughout Donghai City, countless editing monsters, smashed open car doors, walked out of homes, rushed out of parks. Coming under the sky, he lowered his body towards the direction of the Editors Guild. Prostrate oneself and kowtow. To the ancient totem god, the ancient blue dragon, we offer our humble worship. The once-in-a-millennium totem worship caused the once-in-a-millennium traffic jam in Donghai City. In the driveway, figures got out of cars one after another. Looking up at the sky, there are 3 ancient totemic dragon-shaped phantoms. What the hell is this? Who has awakened the Dragon Clan's highest-level editing talent? Countless people murmured in shock. At the same time, patrolling troops, combat camp, and military training ground. All the warriors and the edited monsters bowed down in the direction of the three ancient totem dragons. This is totem worship? Colonel Lee looked shocked. The void ripples in front of my eyes. His iron-blooded eagle actually leaped out of the monster's space spontaneously. The 23-meter-tall iron-blooded eagle is crawling with its body that is larger than a building. The commander's head, which usually was held high and looked down upon everyone, now lowered towards the phantoms of the three totem dragons in the sky. The wild red eagle eyes became full of admiration and respect. For the great lord of totem, we, the people of the feather tribe, offer our undying faith. Did Xiao Xiao awaken for the second time? Ha, good boy. He actually awakened the next-level dragon editing talent so quickly. After being stunned, Li Han quickly held his forehead with relief and burst into loud laughter, smiling with pride. Very free and easy. Their generation has witnessed all kinds of oppression and humiliation of their motherland by the bald eagle. They even joined hands with East Asian countries, colluded with foreign dark races, opened up countless cracks leading to Kyushu, and killed countless Kyushu compatriots. No one can compare to their generation. I hope that more talented people will emerge and the country will become stronger. One more rank, representing Jojo, the future will definitely have one more national-level Legion commander. A national-level king editor is the best deterrent to the Western jackals. And one more, an editor of that legendary level. It is the time when the dragon of Kyushu stands on top of the world, fights back against the Western powers, fights back against the monster cracks, and counterattacks the foreign lands. Not only Li Han, one of the four great masters, and the iron-blooded eagle, was alarmed by the totem projection in the sky. At the airport, Chairman Ma, who was about to board the plane, also stopped in shock. Holding the phone, I looked in the direction where the three-eyed golden toad appeared from the end of the void corridor, and a frog jumped out and kept bowing respectfully. That's the direction of the Editors Guild. This is a totem projection that can only be born when the level talent awakens. Ma Yuanbao raised his head, and in his narrowed eyes, three incomparably magnificent and huge dragon soul shadows were reflected. He took a breath, rubbed his long earlobes in astonishment, and called out a name. Is it nephew Xiaoting? Mrs. Ma, who had a kind face, a plump figure, and big feet, also followed him and stopped, frowning and looking towards the end of the sky. This is definitely not normal. Chairman Ma's brows relaxed and he laughed. Hee, it's definitely not ordinary, but this is what we want. The more powerful nephew Xiaoting is, the wider our future will be. It is my honor to have such a future big man appear in Donghai City, and it is also the future of Donghuang. Wei family. Chieftain Wei, who was sipping tea in the courtyard, had just taken a sip of tea, looked up, and instantly spat out a mouthful of West Lake Longjing tea. Oh my god, it's the ancient blue dragon. It's the totem projection. The Far East marquee wife who was sprayed in the face. Regardless of whether it is a green dragon or not, you have now offended a ferocious white tiger. This is Seacourt. Dean Wong, who was riding his bicycle around the campus, also stared with wide eyes and raised his head blankly. Oh my god, isn't this the supreme dragon clan totem that accompanies the awakening of a level talent? Look up. The end of the sky. Everywhere you look you see dragon bodies. Wang Shijin excitedly crushed the handlebars of the bicycle into a pile of scrap metal. Has Xiao Xiao finally awakened for the second time? Great. My great Donghuang can now secretly have another earth-shattering and powerful weapon. The totem projection of the Dragon Clan has disappeared for thousands of years. The release of this news brought unprecedented shock to the editors in Donghai City. Under the sky covered by the blue dragon, the crowd's exclamations of, "Oh my god, this is so King awesome," continued. Even several provinces and cities neighboring Donghai City saw these three faint totem projections. That's the direction of Donghai City. Who was it that detected the Dragon Clan's editing talent in the second test? The professionals from the neighboring provinces and cities looked towards Donghai City with their eyes red with envy. The phantom of a green dragon that appeared after thousands of years of time is so huge, magnificent, and beautiful. Every scale, every pore tells of its antiquity, its longevity, and its power. Then how noble is its master, the ancient dragon emperor who has awakened supergiant dragon talent. I'm afraid, it's unimaginably powerful. Then after this, what kind of sea of stars will the young man who has also awakened the talent of a super dragon editor head towards? I'm afraid, it's also unimaginably noble. The Editors Guild at this time. On the 3-meter high and 3-meter wide Special Awakening Magic Stone, Precognition. A row of ancient Chinese characters that looked like bird and animal hooves appeared. All high school students are at the peak of their intelligence and can even identify this kind of bone writing. This sentence reveals the name of the dragon talent that Xiaoting is currently displaying. That's right. It's the same level of talent as the ancient dragon emperor, rated as the giant dragon editor, by Dean Xiaoyu. Chairman Liang Bai, Tang Dun, and Zhong Qiu leaned over and quickly read the bird and beast hoof-shaped bone text. They began to tremble slightly, with astonishment and disbelief written all over their faces. Danton, hiss, he actually successfully awakened for the second time during the second talent test. Zhong Qiu, from level 1, Flying Dragon Editor, I evolved into level 1, Giant Dragon Editor, talent. It's incredible. After a suffocating silence. Ha 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 ha. Liang Bai laughed like a madman. The old man patted his legs, which were inconvenient due to the cold, and laughed until tears came out. In my great country, there is a super dragon editor who can illuminate the empire for 5,000 years. In his hearty laughter, Xiaoting raised his head and looked at the 3 dragon shadows flying above his head. Is this a monster above level 6? They seem to be more powerful than the 7th level Calamity Ancient Dragon. This is the level Dragon Editor talent, corresponding to the editing monster. Its name is Huang. Of course, this is not the end of what the dragon editing talent can create, the end that can be reached. It is just the strongest existence that the universal magic stone can match among the recorded dragon talents. No one knows the specific realm level of this level of totem ancient beasts. All they know is that their names passed down from ancient times all contain the character Huang, which represents taboo and king. I wonder what level of super monster will correspond to the end of the level talent? How powerful would an editor monster above level 7 be? What kind of supreme authority would it have? Xiaoting looked at the ancient forbidden totems and guessed silently for a while. The end of these 3 ancient dragons. This is definitely not the end for him, Thor and Charmander. It's just a small goal that he and the dragon cubs are pursuing step by step. This is not an empty statement. With the 2 ultimate plugins, Eye of All-Seeing and Hand of Fusion, in his hands, if Xiaoting cannot become the strongest monster editor in history, he can really just find a piece of tofu and hit himself to death. At the very least, it should be worthy of the name of the host of the strongest creator assistance system. Xiaoting boasted in his heart for a while, and said to himself, Tongzi, it's okay. While it's still hot, let's release the Fire Tyrannosaurus Egg system. The mission must be accomplished. Everyone stared in horror at the 3 dragon phantoms above their heads. They gradually dissipated. But the shock is not over yet. Under the gaze of everyone, the 3 dragon totem phantoms collapsed into endless starlight and gathered into a huge dragon egg. The dragon egg was covered with super high temperature magma flames, burning fiercely, and fell from the sky, landing in front of Xiaoting. Chapter 77. With more companions, you should get used to it, right? What the hell? What is this? A giant dragon egg fell from the sky? The expressions of the 29 candidates who were watching were stunned. This scene. They are all too familiar with it. Not long ago, their initial monster was also formed out of thin air in this way. But who can tell them? Who the hell can awaken the talent for the second time, and also have a second companion monster egg? Not to mention the examiners were stunned. Even the other examiners who were alarmed by the 3 ancient dragon totem projections of the super talent had their eyes widened, unable to believe the scene of the dragon egg falling from the sky before them. What's going on? Second companion? Behind the long table, the female examiner Zhong Qiu felt a little dizzy. She asked blankly, Old Tang, it turns out that those second awakeners who can evolve their talents can also give birth to a second or third initial monster after evolving their talents? Danton breathed rapidly and shook his head slowly. How is it possible? The answer is no. In history, there have been cases of talents awakening for the second time, or even multiple times. But there has never been a second companion of a monster. The huge, Fire Tyrannosaurus egg fell to the ground and became the focus of everyone's attention. After a period of self-hatching, it has expanded from a 1-meter-long fire dragon egg to 3 meters tall. The red light on the surface flickered, continuously emitting blazing fire magic power. It's so hot. The boys and girls smacked their lips. The indoor thermometer on the wall suddenly climbed to 41 degrees, which was beyond the tolerance limit of the normal human body. Ding, ding, ding. The fire alarm in the room was activated urgently, spewing out gusts of freezing cold air, neutralizing the boiling fire element in the air. Xiao Ting glanced at the astonished crowd. In his heart, he silently gave the system a thumbs up. Tongzi, your disguise is very good. This kind of this is unreasonable. Effect is exactly what we want. At the beginning, he would establish an unscientific impression. After he accompanied them 4 times, they would slowly get used to it. System, you're welcome. Your will is my will. Liang Bai led the examiners and quickly stepped forward, saying in shock, "What's going on with this dragon egg?" Xiao Ting pretended to be surprised. The young man in black touched the back of his head, opened his mouth slightly, tilted his head and said blankly, "I don't know too much. After the second awakening of my talent, this dragon egg was born with me. When I type a question mark, it's not me who has a question, it's you who has a question. Listen to me, are you talking like a human being?" Liang Bai and all the examiners present were silent. The shock on his face became more and more intense. This is not the river. This is unscientific. Everyone is unfamiliar with the phenomenon of secondary association. I think it's outrageous. A dozen examiners, led by President Liang Bai, circled around the burning flame dragon egg, like a group of mother ducks circling around swan eggs. Someone exclaimed in amazement, "This aura should be from a dominant, editable monster egg?" Some people looked confused, slapped their thighs and cried out, "I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out." If you can't figure it out, forget it. This may be a unique, secondary companion in history. Being able to witness this scene with my own eyes, I will die without regrets. Although I feel very on Riverside. But everyone thought that it was a great thing that Xiao Ting awakened the talent of such a secondary companion monster. In the confrontation between the Earth and the monster alien world, the Earth has always been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the influence of the laws of the two worlds, the corridor between universes is not easy to pry open. Many small countries on Earth have been massacred by foreign monsters. Every year, countless senior editors die under the cracks. The Empire urgently needs more fresh blood. They wish there were more unscientific geniuses like Xiao Ting who could awaken a second time and support the future of the glorious country in the East. Liang Bai pondered for a moment, then turned to Xiao Ting with a flushed face and kindly stroked his curly beard like Santa Claus. "Child, can you call this dragon egg to the testing table and identify its specific race level?" Xiao Ting was stunned. There's nothing wrong with that. He looked at the scalding, flaming dragon egg. The second dragon cub will hatch in 2 days. It should be able to understand what I say, right? On the surface of the dragon egg, a long progress bar appeared that only Xiao Ting could see. There is still 1 day, 16 hours, 6 minutes and 31 seconds until the little dragon hatches. Xiao Ting silently used his mental power to communicate with the little life inside the dragon egg. The flame dragon egg, which was covered with flame patterns and burning fiercely, shook. The strong heartbeat of the little Tyrannosaurus came from the thick eggshell at a distance of less than a few meters. "Hold head high. Don't worry, Dad. I understand what you say." It looked like a little dragon cub, sound asleep, was patting its eggshell. Blinking his big, admiring eyes, he tilted his head to look at the nanny outside. Then he opened his little fangs and let out a baby-sounding dragon roar. "Hold head high. It is already a grown-up dragon beast that is about to hatch from its shell. It is not an illiterate creature like the stupid and gluttonous dragon." Since he could understand it, Xiao Ting felt relieved. He pointed roughly at the low monster race detection platform and said, "Little Vulcan, can you jump onto the platform by yourself?" The fire Tyrannosaurus egg shook violently again, as if a fire Tyrannosaurus baby was nodding desperately. "I'm smart. I can jump up by myself." Then it rolled on the ground very lively. Hey, jumping. Under the excited gaze of everyone, he lived up to their expectations and jumped up to the testing table. A circle of blue light suddenly lit up on all 4 sides of the platform. The detection sound soon sounded. Starting monster, Flame Tyrannosaurus. Racial potential, Level 5 Overlord. Level, Early Stage 0. Partial evolutionary form, Unknown. The examiner's guess was correct. This is indeed a 5th-level dragon egg with the potential to become a dominant one. All the candidates were stunned. Outrageous. Everyone has just left the novice village. Not only are you 2 levels ahead of the rest, but you also spawned a second bull cup level dragon beast? He is so obedient. He is indeed his initial monster. This should be a talent mutation, right? This is the only possibility. All the examiners looked at Xiao Ting. They were extremely shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Second awakening, second companionship. From the dragon awakener to the dragon creator. Holding the king's dragon. A second overlord class dragon egg was also born. Xiao Ting's series of titles broke their shallow cognition and shattered their worldview. There was a long, suffocating silence. It's all right, kids. President Liang Bai took a long breath, suppressed the turbulent excitement in his heart, and then turned around and smiled kindly at the 29 students. Today, everyone just sign the word spirit agreement and go to examination room number 10 to take the third written test. Chapter 78. The third written test begins, and the test center headquarters is shaken. Forehead. It seems that if anyone disagrees, this kind-looking old man will turn hostile on the spot, under the gaze of the examiners. A group of young boys and girls nodded obediently and signed the unspeakable agreement that was bound by the spirit of words, keeping today's scenes to themselves. Liang Bai watched the last candidate sign his name, nodded at Xiao Ting with a smile, then waved his hand and summoned all the examiners present to the conference room. Start a multi-line video conference. Liang Bai reported the series of changes in Xiao Ting to the apprentice-level professional examination center headquarters in Shanghai in an excited tone. After the examiners left, in examination room number 9, amid the envious eyes of the examinees, Xiao Ting raised his hand and took the flame dragon egg that was staggering down from the examination table into the monster space, letting the big thunder god watch over the little fire god and continue to incubate it. He followed the main group, walked out of the examination hall gate, and came to the vicinity of examination room number 10, preparing for the third trainee-level written examination of the day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the basic written test began. The written test lasts a total of 120 minutes. You can submit your paper early, but you cannot leave the guild too far. After 6 o'clock, the examiners will mark the papers on the spot together with the mechanical life forms, and then issue editor certification bracelets to each examination room. The college entrance examination had just ended not long ago, and all the candidates were at the peak IQ level, so the written test of monsterology was basically not difficult, except for a small number of poor students who took out cheat sheets from their pockets and muttered to themselves outside examination room number 10. The other candidates walked into the examination room calmly, quickly found the tables with their examination numbers on them, and sat down, feeling confident. The confident group definitely does not include the 29 students in the 9th examination room. They stood in front of adjacent seats and were not in a hurry to sit down. They all stared at Xiao Ting absent-mindedly. His eyes are so affectionate, like Wonkai. Boss, I want to be your dog. It's not shameful for a dog to become a dragon-level editor by virtue of his own ability. Xiao Ting. Wipe away the cold sweat. With hands in pockets, no one loves him. Girls and little brothers will only affect the speed at which the dragon cub and I become stronger. Stop crowding around this student. Sit down. The third round of assessment is about to begin. Danton walked in, coughed lightly, and made a low and majestic voice. He was the only examiner left, responsible for invigilating the entire written test. According to his test number, Xiao Ting walked to the last seat in the back row of the written test room and sat down. Back row window seat, the hometown of the king. The entire examination room was converted from the guild's internal battle viewing venue and was more than enough to accommodate several thousand examinees. Okay, let's start distributing the test papers now. Danton snapped his fingers, and a golden summoning star map link track appeared out of thin air, and a 4 or 5 meter tall green elf walked out of it. It is very large, covered with lush dark green branches and leaves, with human-like facial features on its trunk. The surface is very rough, and the dark bark has a hint of green, like an octogenarian tree spirit from an ancient fairy tale. Countless plant roots crawled on the ground like green snakes and began to distribute the test papers. With the leader race and the elite tree spirits guarding and monitoring, no poor student dared to cheat. Name: Tree Spirit Guard. Attributes: Wood, Poison. Racial potential: Level 3 Leader Fairy. Level: Late Stage 2, 90 Evolution Degree. Skills: Aromatherapy, Vine Manipulation, Strangling Vine, Poison Apple Shooting. Weaknesses: Fire, Gold, Ice, Psychic. Aphid Monster. Apple Aphid Monster, Gun-billed Woodpecker. Will turn hostile and go berserk if you say the poison apple was eaten by Snow White. Name: Downton. Talent: Level 1 Apple Attribute Editor. Level: Intermediate Elf Editor. Monster: Elite Level Tree Spirit Guard, Ordinary Level Small Tree Spirit. Elf editors like Danton and the female examiner Zhongqiu are known as Tree Shepherds. In the West, they are regarded as druids and guardians of the tree people, and possess the mysterious power to drive tree people. Xiao Ting withdrew his gaze from the examiner and the tree spirit guard and set his eyes on the test paper covered with lead type. He filled in the name quickly. I scanned the test paper first. 2022 National Unified Written Examination for Trainee Editors, Basic Volume. This test paper consists of 4 pages, with a full score of 100 points, and the test time is 120 minutes. Volume 1. Multiple choice questions, 20 questions in total, 2 points for each question, 40 points in total. Which of the following does not belong to the ancient Kyushu, the monster era? Magical age, mythology age, totem age, tribal age. The following is not a title of one of the 9 great kings of our country. Abyssai King, Mandrill King, Pope of Heaven, 10 Evil Kings, Celestial King, Joker King, King of Beasts, King of Red Moon. After taking a quick glance at the names of the other 6 Donghuang King-level title editors, Xiao Ting, under the guidance of the all-seeing eye, blackened the names on the answer sheet. The Pope of Heaven and the 10 Evil Kings are all white editors. Title Pope. She is the leader of the Western Kingdom of Heaven, an albino girl with visions. After being accompanied by an angel at the age of 18, she became the girl Pope. Titled 10 Evils. The most lawless group of people in the world. The leader of the dark editors who have been banned worldwide. A world-class criminal and tycoon with blood on his hands. The pen in his hand unconsciously drew a circle on the draft paper. Xiao Ting's mood became a little bad. But fortunately, no one was looking at him at this moment, and so no one missed his golden eyes that were as cold as those of an ancient god, and the murderous intent that flashed brightly in his eyes. Traveling back to the year 2022 in the monster editing era, the country is still the same country, the parents are still the same parents, but the world is not the same world, and the endings of each country are very different. Even if it wasn't the revenge of the murder of my father and mother that I personally experienced. But since Xiao Ting inherited everything from the parallel world, he should not forget the blood feud deep in his memory. After calming down his rare excited emotions, Xiao Ting continued to transform himself into a ruthless question-answering robot. Among the following foreign worlds, the most dangerous one is Worm Abyss, Burning Fireland, Blood Moon Corpse Mound, Mechanical Maze, Worm Abyss, ranking of danger level, that is, the monster world where Xiao Ting killed 2 leader-level magic worms. Burning Fireland, a world of level monsters, ranked by danger level. Mechanical Maze, world of level monsters, ranking of danger levels. Blood Moon Corpse Tomb, a world of level 1 monsters, ranked by degree of danger. I know this question, choose it. Please select the category option that is not included in the 11 edited monster races. Spirit Clan, Mechanical Clan. Mechanical life is a major branch of the instrument Spirit Clan. At present, monster research institutions in various countries around the world have classified all monster races into 11 major tribes. Common monster races, Zerg, Orcs, Sea Tribe, and Feather Tribe. Rare monster races, Fairies, Elementals, and Spirits. The most special monster races, Heaven, Abyss, Undead, Dragon. How many monster attributes have been announced so far? There are a total of 18 public monster basic attributes. They are Dragon, Fire, Water, Wood, Earth, Gold, Ice, Wind, Thunder, Holy Light, Ghost, Undead, Martial Arts, Psychic, Poison, and so on. The all-seeing eye pops up standard answers with solutions. Xiao Ting quickly scanned the questions one by one and filled in the answer sheets one by one. Write like the wind and answer questions quickly, just as the candidates were answering the questions. In a meeting room of Donghai City Editors Association, Liang Bai uploaded the information about Xiao Ting's second awakening and second companion to the headquarters of the Magic City Professional Examination Center. This information about Xiao Ting immediately caused a huge earthquake at the headquarters of the Editors Guild. The president of the headquarters immediately contacted the Dragon Research Institute, located inside the 9th Institute of Magic City. A level dragon creator was born? After hearing the news, a group of dragon research experts were first shocked, then ecstatic, and finally their worldviews were shattered. They scratched their heads but couldn't figure out why Xiao Ting was undergoing such unprecedented and unparalleled changes. Chapter 79. A personal bodyguard? A big shot from Shanghai? First, the second atavism gave birth to the King race, the elite Thunder King Dragon. Then the second talent awakening gave birth to the Super Dragon editing talent, activating the totem projection of 3 ancient dragons on the special awakening magic stone, precognition. Then the second companion gave birth to a flame Tyrannosaurus Rex egg. Xiao Ting's experience of monster atavism, The second awakening activated the totem projection, and there are traces of the same type. But among those who have awakened for the second time in history, there has not been a single case of being able to be accompanied by a monster egg for the second time. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Several dragon research experts looked at the information about Xiao Ting, the Thunder King dragon, and the dragon editing talent in the national database, but they were unable to come to a conclusion. They couldn't understand the strange change that happened to this young man. But deep down I was very excited. If this young classmate has more than one second awakening talent and second companion monster, but like the Gu tribe leader in Miaojiang, the king level and super level six-legged insect editor hidden in the East Huang Kingdom, he has the talent of multiple awakenings. If there is a mutation that causes multiple companion monsters to appear, for him and for the entire Dongwang, it seems that it will bring about a huge, positive change. An unusual talent. Second companionship is unprecedented. He may be unique. Keep observing. Who knows, he might develop multiple changes that come with his talents. No one understands the changes that have taken place in Xiaoting. The only thing the Dragon Research Institute can do is to send people to protect their beloved ones, so that they can successfully participate in the examination of the 9th Institute of Magic City and meet this energetic Super Dragon Editor as soon as possible. Soon, all the representatives from the Dragon Research Institute. A joint application was submitted to the 9th Hospital of Shanghai. Apply for a specialist. Go to Donghai City and protect this one-of-a-kind dragon-riding boy. Point. Xiaoting put down his answer pen and chose to hand in the paper early. Then he was invited by the chairman Liang Bai to the conference room for tea. Ahem. So, the higher-ups decided to send a senior editor to protect me personally? After hearing Liang Bai's words, Xiaoting almost spit out the Longjing tea in his mouth. Liang Bai stroked his curly beard and looked at him with a smile. Yes. It is said that this matter has alarmed the Butterfly God and the King of Ghost Cards in the Magic City. They have selected a very important person for you. He has been ordered to protect you and go to the 9th Hospital of the Magic City for a smooth examination. The Butterfly God Red Moon King and the God of Gamblers Ghost King are the two great kings guarding the Magic City and the East China region, Su Diawu and Mr. Lin Guizhu, who will be his personal bodyguard during the 7 days of preparation before going to the 9th Hospital in Shanghai. Many names flashed through Xiaoting's mind. The protectors sent to him by the top leaders should not be the king-level ones in public. The 9 kings have heavy burdens on their shoulders, guarding different regions of China respectively, like the King of Abyss Eyes, the King of Ghost Cards, the King of Celestial Phenomena, the King of Mandrills, the King of All Beasts. Big figures of this level are the highest-level Monster Legion commanders guarding a large state or several provinces. As for how many king-level people there are secretly in Juzhou, that is not a circle that Xiaoting can understand now. He should be a legendary editor of the Overlord level. He could only guess secretly. There are approximately 100 level 5 legendary editors in the world, and there are 38 in Dongwang. Among them, 35 experts were selected into the world's top 100 legendary editors list, occupying more than one-third of the seats, leading the world. General Shi Farron, who had met Xiaoting before, had the highest peak ranking of 21st on the top 100 legends list, but later fell to 67th place. After thinking about it for a long time, Xiaoting still couldn't figure it out. Finally, he simply gave up thinking. Anyway, the other party will arrive in 10 minutes or so. You will see the true face of Mount Lu soon. A big shot chosen by the king of the country was going to visit such a small place as the 3rd-level Donghai City Editors Guild. President Liang Bai and the examiners did not dare to neglect it and waited at the door of the guild more than 10 minutes in advance. At this time, the 3rd written test had not yet ended and the sun had not yet set. At dusk in midsummer June, the light is dyed orange, piercing through the clouds and casting dots of golden light through the tree branches. In the breath of the wind, the chirping of cicadas. Some candidates who handed in their papers early walked out with brisk steps and looked very relaxed. It seems that a young man's life begins and ends in summer. The middle school entrance exam, college entrance exam, graduation, and all the major life transitions before adulthood all happen in the summer. The heat that can't be hidden anywhere marks the end of the past and the beginning of a new life. The group of young boys and girls walked out with ease, and then saw a group of adults gathered at the entrance of the guild. The relaxed expressions on their faces suddenly became a little confused and a little strange. What are the examiners doing? It is said that you are waiting for an important person? It is human nature to pay attention to hot topics. Candidates whose homes are far away plan to stay and join in the fun. Dozens of candidates from the inner city whose homes live 5 or 6 minutes away are still hesitating. If I think about it carefully, even if I go back early in the afternoon, I will either play the game Tai Bai Jinxing with the monster cub for an hour, or transform into Zhualian Dajiang to practice skills for an hour. Why don't you all just stay and have some rest? Driven by novelty and curiosity, almost all the candidates who handed in their papers first stood at the gate and waited one by one. It was after 6 o'clock in the afternoon that the examiners and the ruthless grading robots began to review the test papers, and only then did the trainee-level certification bracelets be issued. Among them, the spectators in the old city were the most impatient. Outside the door, Sun Shang, like many other teachers who had been waiting for a long time, was carrying heavy plastic bags and handing out cooling drinks to the students who were coming out with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Class." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, Brother Ting." Xiao Ting was the first to come out. Seeing that Sun Shang had difficulty carrying the bag with one arm, he helped distribute the beverage bottles. "Thank you, cousin." "Love you, God Ting." At the end of the distribution, Xiao Ting took a bottle of sugar-free cola, turned around and smiled at Sun Shang. "Class 3. Sun Shang smiled and waved, then stepped aside and talked on the phone with his wife for a long time. He planned to stay and wait for the appearance of Xiao Zhao's big shot protector with a group of extremely curious university leaders, teachers, and students. Only then could he truly feel relieved for this rising student. Under the scorching sun, Xiao Ting happily drank double Coke ice, leaning on the ice lizard monster and enjoying the cool air. Name: Ice Lizard. Attribute: Ice. Racial potential: Level 3 Leader Lizard Tribe. Level: Peak Level 3, 99 Evolution Degree. Edit ×2. Details: Ice Tail Lizard Snow Monster Blood Frost Earth Dragon Scale Armor. This is the initial monster summoned by President Liang Bai. The dragon scales have an ice attribute and continuously spew out sufficient cold air, making the area within 100 meters around it cool and refreshing. Xiao Ting leaned on the big guy amidst the looks of "wow," "awesome," and 666 from many examiners, teachers, and candidates. Because of the strong aura of the Dragon King on Xiao Ting, the irritable ice lizard became quite docile and spontaneously lay on the ground to serve as a cushion for Xiao Ting. The monster's senses were very sensitive, and it had solidified 2/10 of the king's bloodline. Xiao Ting also had some of the blood and majesty of the Dragon King in his body. Although the ice lizard was a leader-level monster, it didn't dare to show off in front of this young king. Xiao Ting took a sip of the soda that was no longer cold, and it tasted a bit bland. Patting the ice lizard's icy blue scales, he suddenly became thoughtful. Speaking of which, ice monsters are able to absorb and spit out the cold currents and frost elements between heaven and earth, so it must be easy for them to condense a few pieces of summer joy ice. Ice lizard. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? A minute later, the ice lizard not only condensed a piece of happy ice obediently, but also carved the shapes of the little thunder god and the little fire god according to Xiao Ting's fancy description. Chapter 80: Elemental Polarization. Ice. Overlord Bear Commander Zhao. Liang Bai watched Xiao Ting drink 2 sips of ice-filled cola, fiddled with his Buddhist beads, and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, do you want some smoothies?" Xiao Ting bit the little Thor ice cube in his mouth, his eyes glowing, and nodded reservedly. "Wow, the joy of summer is ice, 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 ice." Liang Bai slapped the ice lizard on the forehead. "Coming again?" The ice lizard smacked its mouth in grievance and began to spit out cold air, working diligently as an ice-making tool. Liang Bai took out an exquisite porcelain bowl from the portable space of his bracelet. After filling a bowl of smoothie, he looked at the invigilators beside him and said with a smile, "Xiao Tang, give me some more. Xiao Xiao likes sweet food. Could you please make some applesauce?" Downton. Scored twice? Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Is this the old grandfather who dotes on his grandson without limit, or is he their majestic president? Under the expectant eyes of Xiao Ting and Liang Bai, Danton held out his hand with humiliation. "Apple tree spirit, calling." 5 minutes later, I finished a whole bowl of icy cool apple smoothie. Xiao Ting suddenly felt an unusual movement. At the same time, countless citizens raised their heads and looked towards the sky in astonishment. A gust of snow-white wind passed through the countless tall buildings in Donghai City and kept running towards the direction of the Editors Guild. The entire sky is filled with the footprints of this mysterious editor. June is extremely hot. It is snowing heavily. The hot sky was dyed a blank white, and the broken snow was like flying feathers, falling continuously. The asphalt roads that were once hot enough to fry eggs at 50 degrees Celsius have turned into icy and snowy northern ice roads. As you walk, you'll see thousands of miles of ice and tens of thousands of miles of snow. This feat is not an exaggeration to call it the moving god of cooling down the summer heat. Several editors passing by looked at the direction where the snow and ice were going away with surprise on their faces. That's the element polarization that only a level 5 legendary editor can master. Where is this monster overlord going? There's a no-travel zone ahead. Because of the National Trainee Level Professional Assessment, the areas surrounding the editors' associations in various places were set up as no-travel zones on that day. Did anything big happen there? Could it be that a monster rift has invaded the inner city? Just when people were full of doubts, the blue phantom in the sky was getting closer and closer to the gate of the Donghai City Editors Guild. What is that? Countless young boys and girls at the guild entrance exclaimed, "Fuck," and raised their heads. Between the high-rise buildings on the opposite bank, a blue phantom shuttled through several buildings, then turned into a gust of cold wind and landed on the large square of the Editors Guild. Lord of the Ice Bear, released the elemental polarization. A male voice was heard in the ice elemental wind wrapped in broken snow. The blue mist filled with crushed snow rolled around. A huge figure gradually emerged, and the surging ice elements quickly condensed into a huge bear shadow as tall as the tall building. The 30-meter-tall one-eyed ice bear lord fell heavily to the ground. Just by standing there, it exuded an incomparably thick and powerful overlord-level pressure that radiated in all directions. The only remaining ice blue eye has an unusually sharp gaze, carrying the awe-inspiring aura of a dominant bear. So big. Everyone looked at the giant ice bear in front of them in shock. Xiao Ting also held his breath slightly, his eyes full of curiosity. This was his first time facing a fully formed overlord-level monster. That's right, the giant bear in front of him is a member of a dominant race, a top-level dominant ice martial arts giant bear. Name: Ice Bear Lord. Attributes: Ice martial arts. Racial potential: level 5 beast overlord. Growth level: peak level 5, 99 evolution degree. Skills: elemental polarization ice, ancient giant beast transformation, overlord level shock, quick freeze crushing fist, ice age cannon, absolute ice palm, ice dragon fist, glacial finger, close combat, berserker war cry, frost battle armor, overlord ice shield, meteorite landing, immovable as a mountain. Weaknesses: fire, ghost, clip sound, coquettish and whimpering monsters, plush toys. Edit ×4. Details: Kung Fu Bear, Snow Demon Blood, Frost Giant Heart, Ice King Elf, one-eyed. The Ice Bear Lord lowered his head. The furry bear's mouth opened slightly, and as it breathed, a blue cold current visible to the naked eye continued to overflow. The cold air continued to rise, and within a radius of 1,000 meters around it, it turned into countless ice crystals and snowflakes that fell to the ground. With every breath, there is ice and snow, and the wind and clouds change. Xiao Ting, well, this ultimate monster looks like it doesn't give any idea of its inner self. It's actually just a sultry blind bear who likes stuffed toys and listening to the sound of clips. What a weakness. If there is a chance in the future, I can let the crying dragon and the spoiled monster little thunder god take advantage of it. Lizard. The ice lizard that was quietly serving as a cushion behind him suddenly shuddered, moved its legs back a step in fear, and hid timidly under Xiao Ting's back. Inside the guild's glass door, countless students who handed in their papers early shivered, poked their heads out, and looked at the huge one-eyed ice bear in astonishment. It's a 5th-level monster overlord. Moreover, it is a high-level overlord that has fully developed its elemental abilities and reached the extreme of ice. Who is this big shot here to see? On the shoulder of the ice martial arts giant bear, a tipsy drunk poked his head out. The middle-aged man had a black eye patch on his right eye and a scar on his left eye that ran through half of his face from top to bottom. He was wearing a short-sleeved martial arts uniform and holding a bottle of liquor in his hand. After he finished a whole bottle of soju, he wiped his mouth and laughed and asked, "Who is Xiao Ting? I am Zhao Xiangshan, and I am here to escort you on orders from the country." All the examiners' eyelids jumped at the same time, and they cried out in horror. It turned out to be this ice martial arts grandmaster. Oh my god, this one-eyed overlord was actually sent down. As the commander-in-chief of the 9th Bear Legion in a coastal province, Zhao Xiangshan's reputation as the one-eyed overlord and ice martial arts grandmaster is deafening throughout the entire East China region. Secretly, everyone knew that he was a legendary editor at the pinnacle of the overlord level, but the top management of Donghuang often liked to suppress his level. Not long ago, the news that he was promoted to the legendary level was released. He was one of the 3 top bosses who did not make it onto the World Top 100 Legends ranking list. and was expected to climb to the hidden killer level of the king level. After Zhao Xiangshan's sonorous and powerful words fell, all the senior high school students' jaws almost dropped in shock. This is actually a top 5 level territory overlord. Did I hear correctly? The country actually sent a provincial leader to serve as a bodyguard for a candidate. There are only 38 rank 5 overlords in Donghuang country, each in charge of 36 provinces. I didn't expect that I would have the honor of meeting one of them today. Assigning such a big shot to Ting Shan as a bodyguard, doesn't it mean that in the eyes of the big shot of the national defense level, Ting Shan's importance is equivalent to a province? What a generous gift this is. Calling it a small town country is not an exaggeration. The group of high school teachers who were listening in on the lecture had expressions of shock that could not be concealed on their faces. This is unimaginable. To let a 5th-rank legendary leader lower himself to be the protector of an 18-year-old boy, to what extent do the empire's high-ranking officials value his future? Sun Sheng also widened his eyes in astonishment. I didn't expect that the higher-ups would value Xiao Xiao so much that they actually sent a frontier-level leader to personally protect and escort him, so that he can successfully go to the 9th hospital of the Magic City to participate in the selection exam in 7 days. Sun Sheng felt a deep sense of relief in his heart. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. Chapter 81. It's impolite to drool again. Little Dragon. Xiao Ting retracted the strange look that had confused the Ice Bear Lord, raised his hand calmly and said, I am Xiao Ting. Zhao Xiangshan rolled over and landed on the ground, standing in front of Xiao Ting, looking him up and down with his one eye. The first thing he did was let out a loud burp. Hiccup. Good boy. You really awakened the dragon editing talent and gave birth to a flame Tyrannosaurus for the 2nd time? Xiao Ting touched the tip of his nose and nodded with a smile. Yes. Are they all true? Zhao Xiangshan took a deep breath and stared at him with his deep single eye, his eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. I heard that you have an elite flying dragon? There is no evidence to support this statement. Xiao Ting raised his left hand, and a huge rainbow-colored summoning array like a star map appeared above his head. In the monster space, the Thunder King dragon lying in the monster hut suddenly opened his eyes, turned into a purple lightning, spread his wings and jumped out from the summoning circle. There is a dangerous smell. Very close. Dad is in danger. Come and escort me quickly. A huge dragon shadow, 25 meters high, appeared above Xiao Ting's head. The purple-eyed dragon stared at the majestic and domineering Ice Bear Lord, raised its dragon neck, and let out a dragon roar that was not to be outdone and shocked all directions. Roar. The dragon's roar of protest was as loud as thunder. I guess it can be heard clearly 4 or 5 streets away. Thor supported himself on the ground with his wings, covering Xiao Ting completely under the chest armor covered with purple scales. He raised his dragon head and glanced at the huge bear shadow opposite. Faced with a monster at the top of the overlord level, it felt the real danger for the first time, and the deep feeling of uneasiness and tension at being unable to protect my father. Seeing the murderous intent in its eyes, Xiao Ting's scales almost stood up, and he quickly sent a telepathic message. It's okay. It's okay. This is our 7-day bodyguard from now on. Look how scared the child is. They were all prepared to risk their lives to fight the Ice Bear Lord and leave a way out for his father. Roar. Thor snorted and spewed out 2 long streams of purple smoke. The murderous intent in Diane's eyes, like boiling lava, gradually faded away. Bodyguard. Such fatty bear meat. It must be delicious grilled. Ice Bear Lord. It's rude to drool again, little dragon boy. Ahem. Xiao Ting's eyelids jumped, and he quickly patted the big purple tail of Thunder Dragon that was about to wipe the corner of its mouth. Although I am very touched by the fans of Little Thor, but you, a little foodie, can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Wow, it really is an elite-level king flying dragon. Zhao Xiangshan's left eye lit up, and then he burst into laughter, and the scar on his entire left face wrinkled up. You are definitely the Xiao Ting I'm looking for? TSK. On the 4th day of awakening, he was promoted to an intermediate editor. He is worthy of being the young student that the Red Moon King and the Joker King are vying to be the honorary mentor of. After hearing such a secret, the dozen or so guild examiners and all the teachers and students around were suddenly shocked, and there were waves of shock in each other's eyes. Red Moon King Su Diewu, the king of ghost cards Lin Guizhou, the leaders of the 2 monster armies stationed in the Magic City in the East China region. What kind of status is this? These 2, whose national-level nuclear weapons could cause a quarter of Donghuang's land to tremble if they sneezed, are actually competing to be Xiao Ting's future college mentors? Being valued by Su Jiawu and Lin Guizhu, it goes without saying that Xiaoting has great potential for the future. National level? The pattern is small. In their eyes, the national level defense is just the starting point of this young man's professional career. Li Yangying and Yu Qingqing, two Donghai City-level geniuses who also wanted to apply for the 9th Academy of Magic City, felt shocked and complicated. Master Xiaoting hasn't even entered the 9th Academy yet, but already two world-class masters are vying to be his mentor. The students from Old Town No. 3 Middle School, led by Li Qingqing and Xia Shuangyu, excitedly chatted in the No. 3 Middle School assessment group. Li Qingqing, when the internship assessment is over and the certification bracelets are issued, let's ask God Ting for an autograph. Li Qingqing, maybe this farewell will be like heaven or earth, and we will never see each other again. Xiaopai classmate, my little cousin, please say something auspicious and don't act on your own. Lin Tan, I want an autograph too. When Ting Shun becomes the next great general, I will give it to my grandchildren as an heirloom and tell them that such a great man was my classmate in high school for 3 years. Xia Shuangyu, take a group photo, sign autographs. Xiao Pai, group photo, autograph. Zhu Tu Mingjin, group photo, autograph. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the third trainee-level written examination officially ended. The examiners returned to their respective examination rooms and marked the papers on the spot together with the mechanical lifeforms. Name, Ruthless Examination Robot. Potential race, First Order Ordinary Mechanical Race. Level, Early Stage 1, 0 Evolution Degree. The total score of the written test is 100. There were many trainee candidates, with a total of 9 full marks, and Xiaoting was one of them. The 9th examination room. The examinees received the certification bracelets from the chief examiner, Danton, according to their test numbers. The certification bracelet is not only a symbol of professional status, but also a high-tech smart optical computer. The space stone inside also has 1 square meter of storage space, where editors can store their personal belongings. All the people in front are wearing white apprentice-level bracelets. When it came to Xiaoting, Danton solemnly took out an elite purple ring from the box. This is a certification bracelet for Level 2 intermediate editors. It is inlaid with precious second-level space stones, opening up a full 10 cubic meters of storage space. The rare mines that produce space stones are firmly controlled by the government. They are rare treasures that cannot be bought with money on the market. They are only a benefit for certified Donghuang editors. Thank you, examiner. Xiaoting took the purple bracelet from Tang Dun and put it directly on his wrist. The monster space can only store monster-related props, not his carry-on luggage. If he were to explore the wilderness area in the next 7 days, these 10 cubic meters of space stone would be enough for him to carry a lot of personal belongings. My fellow students, I hope to see the day when Kyushu is proud of you. President Liang Bai and a group of examiners waved their hands with satisfaction, looked at all the semi-professional and professional candidates, and walked out of the guild's gate. Special cars were parked in the guild square. Students from the old city and outer city who did not have private cars to pick them up got on the bus one after another. This is also a hidden benefit of entering the semi-professional level. From now on, they can take the bus and travel around the city for free. Whether it is flying or making a down payment on a house, you can enjoy subsidies and discounts for the introduction of local special talents. After receiving the certification bracelet, this apprenticeship assessment came to an end. The special bus from Laoqing No. 3 Middle School hasn't left yet. Xiaoting was the last candidate in the last examination room. When he came out, all the students from No. 3 Middle School came to greet him. Wow, purple bracelet. Brother Ting, you are already an elite editor. Chapter 82 Commemorative Photo, Xiaoting's Plan to Become Stronger. Looking at the purple bracelet on Xiaoting's hand, the students of Old Town No. 3 Middle School exclaimed, saying that Brother Ting was 2 levels ahead of them. Sun Shang's face was beaming with joy. He was able to see with his own eyes that a young elite like Xiaoting had emerged from the senior grade 3-7 class. As a teacher, he truly felt that his life was complete. Are you waiting for me? Xiaoting took a few steps forward and said with a smile. Sun Sheng looked at Zhao Xiangshan, who was drinking baijiu beside him, and pushed his glasses awkwardly, saying, the classmates from Laoqing No. 3 Middle School have called a photographer and want to take a photo with you. If it's inconvenient. Zhao Xiangshan narrowed his left eye and snorted. You think I'm getting in the way, don't you? Then I will disappear for the next few days. A cold wind blowing with broken snow suddenly rose from the ground. Small town country, I'm going to get drunk. If you encounter any problems, call the elemental mark, and I'll be there within 10 seconds. After Zhao Xiangshan finished speaking, His entire body turned into an elemental light spot and his figure disappeared from the spot. This is element polarization. The most representative terrifying power of the overlord-level monsters is element polarization and ancient behemoth transformation. When the initial monster is upgraded to level 5, the editor will obtain 5/10 of the bloodline power and can also practice element polarization. After successfully practicing, one can transform into elements, just like a natural devil fruit user. Turn into light, turn into lightning, turn into flame. The physique can also be transformed into elements, becoming immune to most physical attacks and most energy attacks. A 5th-level legendary editor who has mastered the ability of element polarization has extremely terrifying combat power. It cannot be killed by ordinary means. It can be said that he is like an immortal on land. A snowflake fell on Xiao Ting's palm and sank the moment it touched his skin, forming an ice crystal-shaped mark. This is the contact information of Didi Shake people left by Zhao Xiangshan. Even if Xiao Ting encountered an unforgivable overlord-level dark editor, as long as he called for help, Zhao Xiangshan would be able to come and rescue him within 10 seconds. This is indeed a huge mountain like the Himalayas. Xiao Ting retracted his gaze and smiled at the somewhat restrained Sun Shang, showing his 2 canine teeth. Commemorative photos? Take it, it's not inconvenient for me. See, he agreed. The students of Laoqing No. 3 Middle School were very excited. Godting, after we take the photo, can you give me an autograph? I want to keep it as a family heirloom and leave it to my granddaughter. Cousin. Me. I want your autograph too. Ahem. Mr. Xiao Ting, the teacher would also like to shamelessly ask for your autograph. Click. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shutter clicks pressed by the hired photographer. Xiao Ting took a group photo with 36 classmates from his alma mater. Afterwards, he watched all his classmates get on the special bus that goes around the city. He waved to his distant cousin Li Qingqing, the class beauty Xia Shuangyu, and the head teacher Sun Shang, who kept looking back. Say goodbye and make the meeting worthwhile. Behind him, a Bugatti Veyron parked. All the students in No. 3 Middle School got on a special car and, under the air conditioning, watched Xiao Ting get on the silver-white Weilong and sink into the horizon at the other end of the road as the sun set. At night, on the 88th floor of Donghai Hotel. After showing off an entire 5-star hotel's dining cart's worth of food, Xiao Ting stuck a straw into his iced cola and sat on the bed in satisfaction. Finish the meal. He began to fiddle with Elite Purple Certification Bracelet. This bracelet is not only a status symbol for professional editors, but also a portable satellite optical computer. After pressing the button on the side of the bracelet, a water blue light curtain immediately appeared before his eyes. Xiao Ting first clicked on the guild on the screen. This is special software authorized by the Editors Guild and its major branches. Welcome to the Donghuang Editors Association. Respected Intermediate Editor Xiao Ting. Name: Xiao Ting. Hidden. Code: not entered. Age: 18 years old. Level: Level 2 Intermediate Editor. Attribution: Donghai City. Donghuang Ranking: Elite Level. Close personal information and go to the homepage. Xiao Ting glanced at the announcement information. Hot search topics: Guild Forum, Donghuang Rankings. I had no intention of going to the forum, so I directly clicked on the mission recruitment area. Various task information suddenly popped up in front of me. Scroll in chronological order of posting. A nanny is here to organize a one-day tour to the Burning Fireland Rift. Only in the Magic City area. Until tomorrow afternoon. Smiley face elite level little brothers. Don't join in the fun. No fairy nannies. The Rift resources are evenly divided. Blow up the nest, come with an electric system, and eliminate the harm for the people. Hunting pig beast and drilling rat. Only in Shudu area, until July 49th. I am a senior enchanting craftsman. I accept a large number of orders for mystical accessories. Free shipping nationwide. There is no deadline. One-on-one training with intermediate editors. Improve the success rate of major editing schools in 7 days. Famous teachers guarantee fairness. Only in coastal areas. Deadline within 3 days. There are a wide variety of off-site missions. Xiao Ting slid down and took a look. Most of them were Rift recruitment tasks, team monster hunting tasks, craftsman order tasks, practical training tasks. Xiao Ting, I should look for the wilderness area missions released by Donghai City? That's right, Xiao Ting was planning to take the 2 little dragon cubs to the wilderness area to hunt monsters. Otherwise, he will soon be unable to support the dragon. Little Thor remained smaller, and his appetite only shrank a little. Within 2 days, 2 to 3 tons of food still need to be consumed. A ton of pig meat is 980,000. Fortunately, Xiaoting is already an elite editor and can take monsters out of the city to hunt. Outside Donghai City, there are more than a dozen wilderness areas where endless resources are hidden. Dragon cubs can hunt wild monsters, train their skill proficiency, and eat to evolve. Xiaoting himself was preparing to collect some rare spiritual plants. Spiritual plants are not only the best nutrition for monsters, but also a pure natural and extraordinary supplement for editors. It's like eating a 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit that can prolong life. Dragon's bloodgrass can increase the body's blood and qi and enhance physical fitness after taking it. Monsters can take a big bite, and humans can just take a small sip. It's an elemental Ganoderma that enhances elemental resonance. The herbal beans that strengthen cell regeneration and cure all poisons. This kind of good stuff can be found deep in the wilderness area if you are lucky. As for why he didn't spend money to buy it, after buying 3 tons of pig meat, Xiaoting was already short of money. It would be a bit strange for him to go to the 4 masters and beg for money. It would be better for him to go to the wilderness area and search with the eye of all-seeing. There is Zhao Xingshan, a bodyguard who will arrive at your call within 10 seconds. Even if we provoke a monster overlord, as long as we hold on for 10 seconds, our commander Zhao, who is fully equipped with 6 pieces of equipment, will come to support us with his ice bear and violently kill all existences below the peak level overlord. You can definitely be more courageous. Xiaoting planned to spend the next week in the wilderness area. As long as he is lucky enough and uses the eye of all-knowing to conduct a carpet search, he should be able to collect some good quality spiritual plants to improve his physical fitness and strengthen his own combat effectiveness. After tomorrow, around 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, the little Vulcan will be able to break out of the shell. There are a large number of monsters in the wilderness area, so we should be able to gather enough materials to fuse a pair of level 5 large wings for the little Vulcan. By the way, quickly upgrade it to elite level. By then, there will be 2 thunder and fire flying dragons of the king race under Xiaoting's seat. Try to find more spiritual plants, kill more monsters, collect some capital, go to the magic city to gamble, and pick up leaks of super ancient monsters to edit materials. Xiaoting outlined a detailed plan to become stronger in his mind. Chapter 83. No King and 3-Headed Ghost Vulture, Departure to the Wilderness Area. As he is admitted to the 9th Academy of the Magic City, he may be able to gradually reveal the abilities of the Eye of All-Knowing and the Hand of Fusion, accumulate original capital through various means, and synthesize editing materials to allow the Little Thunder God and the Little Fire God to advance to the 7th level Calamity Ancient Dragon, or even the 8th level Unknown Brilliant Dragon. But the prerequisite for revealing part of his cards is that he must have a certain ability to protect himself. At least the 2 little dragon cubs under his command must be promoted to the leader and commander level, even if she is the sister in the 10 Evil Kings. This way, even if his sister, who was captured by the Dark Editors in his memory and is now the invisible king among the 10 Evil Kings, attacks him, he won't have to stand and get beaten like he did when he was a child. Buddhism considers killing, stealing, adultery, lying, slander, abusive language, obscene language, greed, anger, and wrong views as the 10 evils. They are born bad and are looked down upon and ridiculed. They are labeled as not killing, not stealing, not being evil, not talking, not having a tongue, not being evil, not being frivolous, not being greedy, not being angry, and not seeing. They do all kinds of bad things and are unforgivable. These are the 10 Evil Kings. Dozens of the most vicious dark editors in the world. A group of extremely evil maniacs who are still at large despite being banned and hunted worldwide. To be honest, there were many things that Xiaoting couldn't figure out even after absorbing the memories of the previous 18 years in the parallel world. For example, the night my parents were killed. For example, the one who was kidnapped was a strange sister who had never appeared in her previous life. If he had the chance, he would not only want to kill a heinous king with his own hands, but also want to stand in front of the unseen king and ask about the many doubts left over from the rainy night of murder. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Xiaoting stretched out his finger and checked the 3 options in the upper right corner. Current city recommendation, current level recommendation, recommended wild area missions. Many difficult off-site missions disappeared from sight in an instant. The rest are local wilderness area and elite level missions that are selected based on the strength of the certifiers. A large number of elite ordinary level recruits. Insect plague has occurred in the 3rd base city of Donghai City. Hunting windwing locusts to protect farmland and orchards. Only local areas are allowed. Deadline is within 3 days. Official bounty. In the 9th Wilderness District of Donghai City, a bounty is offered to the wilderness poaching group that kills the mining team. Only local area. No deadline. Official bounty. Donghai City 9th Wilderness District. Bounty for absconded members of the Corpse Forest Cult. Local only. No deadline. A forest of corpses? A bounty mission in the 9th Wilderness area quickly attracted Xiao Ting's attention. The patrol troops of Demon City and Donghai City jointly launched a mission with a huge reward for the secret sect in the Forest of Corpses. He immediately became interested and quickly clicked on the task details. Reward mission. The secret cult of the Corpse Forest that escaped from the Magic City appeared in the 9th Wilderness area. It is estimated that there are 11 esoteric cultists still on the run, and the highest level is estimated to be a leader. Reward amount, 1 million. Reward photo. 8 men, 3 women. Did the remnants of the Corpse Forest cult actually run to the 9th Wild area? Xiao Ting was thoughtful. This might be a good opportunity for him to obtain the other 2 human skin treasure maps and complete the Overlord level treasure map. He moved his fingers on the projection screen for a while. After receiving the cult bounty mission, Xiao Ting also took the opportunity to collect the bounty for hunting the Wild Poaching Group. This is a reward issued by the Geological and Mineral Association. There are many minerals distributed in the 9th Wilderness area. This group of wilderness bandits believed in the Lord of No Thieves, one of the 10 evil kings. They ambushed and killed many mining teams that were searching for ores in the wild, causing huge losses to the Geological and Mining Association. The reward amount is also 1 million. It just so happens that Xiao Ting doesn't have much money. He made up his mind to wipe out these 2 small cults in one fell swoop. Gather some money, go gambling, buy materials, synthesize and resell. Moreover, the current evolution level of Little Thor is level 234. By hunting the editing monsters in these 2 small cults, he may be able to upgrade to level 3 and become a flying dragon leader. Close the mission recruitment area. Xiao Ting downloaded a small app called Field Map onto the bracelet's projection screen. The bounty mission gave 2 high-risk areas, which are the places where the cultists of the Corpse Forest have been seen. The former is the Giant Spider Swamp. The latter is Area 7 of the Sishan mining area, where wilderness poaching groups are active. Xiao Ting planned to take a look at them all. It is a relatively deep area in the 9th Wilderness area. The monsters wandering there are not easy to deal with, but the resources contained there are quite abundant. High risk often means high reward. Before going to bed, Xiao Ting took a bath, rested himself, and fell asleep. A dreamless night. 7 o'clock the next morning. Xiao Ting changed into a black summer sports suit and walked out of the hotel. Pushing open the revolving door, he met the old butler named Lin with a white beard. Master Xiao Ting. Steward Lin bowed gracefully and then opened the car door for him with a smile. The master has ordered a suitable vehicle for you. It is at the vehicle store in the base square. Please let me accompany you to pick up the car. Uncle Ma ordered a wilderness motorcycle for Xiao Ting. He was attending a business summit in Shanghai. After learning that Xiao Ting was going to the wilderness area, he called Butler Lin and asked him to arrange for Xiao Ting's new car. In recent days, it would be very dangerous for Xiao Ting to ride a flying dragon and fly high in the wilderness area. According to news reports, a commander-level, 3-headed ghost vulture is migrating from the Demon City to Cheongzhou. This group of ghostly monsters are the descendants of the ancient totem beast, 9-headed ghost chariot. The 9-headed ghost chariot is regarded as an ominous bird, the god of disaster and totem of disaster in the traditional culture of Dongwang State. Ancient people believe that if a ghost chariot or a ghost eagle flew by, they should release the Tengu to drive them away. Otherwise, the ghost chariot tribe would suck away the souls of all the children in the area. Currently, this group of ghost vultures, which represent disaster and misfortune, have already flown over Donghai City. It seems to be wandering around the wilderness area. Even legendary editors will be in trouble when faced with them. If Xiao Ting rode on Little Thor and flew into the depths of the wilderness, he would probably become a target immediately. The 3-headed ghost vultures have bad tempers and a strong sense of territory. If you are unlucky enough to run into this group of ghost vultures, you can only call for help and let General Zhao Xingshan fight for you. But this is not the way to commit suicide. Avoid risks as much as possible. Southgate, Base Square. A silver-white Bugatti Veyron was parked nearby. Xiao Ting and Butler Lin stepped onto the ground. Many people from the college entrance examination training camp came up enthusiastically, holding banners. Brother, are you interested in signing up for the 3-headed dog college entrance examination training camp? The leader-level, Gray Wolf editor, will lead the team. Sign up now, and it only costs 1.8 million a day. Brother, the Eagle training camp, led by a commander-level, Falcon editor, 5 million a day. Full refund for injuries and disabilities. Handsome guy, do you want to rent a monster? Elite monsters cost 1.2 million a day. Two burly bodyguards got out of the car and pushed aside the surrounding advertisers. Shouting followed Butler Lin and walked towards the base square. There are various shops and restaurants in the square where you can buy food and medicine. Editors come and go, passing by with all kinds of editing monsters. Before going to the vehicle store, Shouting first chose a department store at the suggestion of manager Lin and bought the most basic outdoor adventure kit. Mountaineering bag, quick-drying clothes, waterproof hiking shoes, sun hat, sleeping bag. The full backpack also contained a lot of insect repellent spray, purified water cups, self-heating food. I spent a total of 18,000 yuan to buy a complete set of outdoor adventure equipment. It includes a month's supply of self-heating food for the wild. Shouting paid by credit card. The $1 million bank card that Chairman Ma gave him is now completely empty. After changing into hiking shoes and putting on a sun hat, Shouting put all the remaining equipment into the elite bracelet. The space of 10 square meters is still sufficient. Basic equipment is ready. Next comes transportation. Although flying on a dragon is very romantic, Shouting does not intend to do anything daring as there have been some unknown ghost birds of the commander level migrating over the wilderness area recently. Well, the motorcycle is good. The must-visit destination of this trip, Sishan Mining Area, which is a mountain-shaped underground mine. Inside the mountain, you can't fly even if you ride on the Little Thor. From this perspective, an off-road motorcycle is the most suitable means of transportation for him. Strong flexibility and fast speed. Steward Lin, Master, that's the vehicle store. Under the leadership of Steward Lin, Shouting, along with two bodyguards from the East China Sea Group, came to the Firebird vehicle store next to the department store. There are more than a dozen brand new mountain bikes parked outside the store. The shop owner with big gold teeth greeted Lin the butler warmly after seeing him. Mr. Lin, the car is ready for you. Chapter 84. Purchase for 0 yuan. What should I do if the eldest cub accidentally hits the second cub? The gold-toothed boss rolled out a black motorcycle. Dark Knight, the latest model of 2022. A limited edition mountain off-road vehicle with the best reputation. Motorcycle material, able to resist attacks from elite monsters. The motor starts at full speed and can get rid of the leader-level flying monster within 10 seconds. And the autonomous driving function? When this black motorcycle was pushed out, many customers who were buying vehicles looked at it in surprise. Fuck, a Dark Knight that costs 16 million. This car is super expensive. It's enough to buy me a bunch of elite monster eggs for my daughter. Shouting bought it directly for 0 yuan. Of course he couldn't afford this car, but for Uncle Ma, a former wealthy man in Donghai City, it was just a drop in the bucket. Exchange the name of Uncle for a cool motorcycle worth tens of millions. As I said before, he won. Mr. Lin, I like this car very much. Tell Uncle Ma to say 3 for me. Master, I wish you a pleasant journey and a safe journey. Butler Lin bowed and saluted, then raised his head and waved with a smile. Shouting sat astride the motorcycle at night, inserted the key, turned it to the position, pressed the buttons on the left and right handles with both hands. The clutch reached the half-clutch point, and the engine suddenly emitted a low, shocking roar. He was a good driver in his previous life. No need to drive autonomously. With a bang, a man and a car turned into a dark lightning and rushed forward. The surrounding scenery was rapidly receding. The wind was a little strong, and along with the sound of the high-revving engine, my heartbeat quickened, as if I were flying close to the ground. Crossed the driveway in the square. A huge city wall soon appeared before our eyes. Countless soldiers in camouflage uniforms, armed with live ammunition, were stationed above and below the high walls. Except for the monster army's patrol troops, there are also many mechanical drones and mechanical birds hovering in the sky. This is to guard against the beast tide. 2 passages appeared under the city wall. The pedestrian walkway was empty, and it seemed that there were not many people queuing to leave the city in the morning. Shouting rode his Dark Knight into the cycling channel on the other side, took out his elite bracelet, and scanned it in front of the gate. Intermediate editor Shouting, at 8 a.m. on June 27, 2022, confirmed to leave the city. When the announcement was made, a group of off-road motorcycle riders lined up at the back immediately looked over in astonishment. Fuck, this boy doesn't look more than 19 years old? He's actually at the elite level? Nima, this new wave is incredible. Amid the amazement of the wilderness cleanup team, Shouting stepped on the accelerator and sped away like a black dragon. A mountain off-road motorcycle roars freely on the deserted road. Outside the high wall in the south is the wilderness areas number 7 to number 9 of Donghai City. Shouting stepped on the accelerator, gripped the black handles at both ends of the motorcycle, and sped forward along the yellow road signs of District 9 on the gravel-strewn wilderness. The weeds and gravel quickly retreated backwards. The outermost 2,000 meters of the southern high city wall are all cleared safe areas. There were basically no ferocious beasts wandering around, only low-level animals and small monsters, quickly dodging the roar of engines in the wilderness. The sky was deep and a flock of birds flew overhead, making a rustling sound of their wings. The sound of the wind in the wilderness blew across the sun. There were few people around, and many grasses had no names and grew randomly. Thor, there's no one around. Use shrink. Come out. Xiaoting raised his hand and drew out a summoning array that looked like a rainbow star map, calling out to the little Thor who was sleeping soundly in the monster hut. Roar! The bubble in front of the nose burst with a bang, and the huge Thunder King dragon was covered with a layer of golden light of skills. Its body shrank in circles and turned into a half-meter-tall flying dragon baby. Before leaving, it moved its pointed dragon ears, jumped onto the fire dragon egg, and licked the fiery red eggshell reluctantly. A woo? Erlong, you better stay at home and look after the house. I'm going out. The burning flame Tyrannosaurus egg shook impatiently a few times. It was like a little dragon that hadn't woken up yet, and it kicked the eggshell in a bad mood. Go away. Don't disturb my sleep. With a snap, little Thor was kicked in the face by the fiery red eggshell and subconsciously raised his claws to slap it. Bump! The flame Tyrannosaurus egg was stunned by Dobby's bag, and the whole egg was spinning and flying. Little Thor did something bad. Run, run. It spread its little wings like a thief, turned into a golden light, and quickly slipped out of the empty corridor. You come back, you come back. The flame Tyrannosaurus egg was left with a buzzing head from being scratched by Dobby's bag, rolling around in the monster house in anger, thumping its feet in anger. After coming out of the monster space, little Thor flew to Xiaoting's shoulder, his two claws tightly grasping his clothes, swallowing his saliva and drooping his head nervously. Even the tail doesn't wag. It's as if Binlong has done something bad written all over his body. Have you settled the little Vulcan egg? Xiaoting noticed its nervous expression, grabbed the handle of the motorcycle, turned his head and asked, Woo. Little Thor blinked his big eyes guiltily, looking up at the sky and the ground but not daring to look at Xiaoting. He was so nervous that he even started to whistle. Hee. Xiaoting was a little skeptical. Damn, you didn't swallow the little Vulcan egg in one gulp? After pressing the autopilot button, he grabbed the back of little Thor's Destiny's neck with one hand, lifted him up and put his hand against his head, and lowered his voice. What bad thing did you do? Confess and be strict. Little Thor kicked his feet subconsciously. Realized that you can't escape the clutches of fate. Xiaolompi's whole face suddenly fell. It whimpered cowardly and hugged its father's neck with its little paws. His eyes were half filled with frustration from not wanting to be beaten, and half with grievance from being kicked by the little fire god after failing in the sticking. Even the little tail that was sticking up behind it drooped down. Oh! Xiaoting understood its cub talk and was immediately confused. You mean, the little fire god kicked you angrily after being woken up by you, and you didn't mean to but subconsciously gave it a big kick? What should I do if my eldest and second child fight? This question is a little beyond Xiaoting's scope of knowledge. Wow, I didn't expect that now that I'm a single dog, I would be caught up in the worries of a family with 2 children. I have to start coordinating the relationship between the eldest and the second child, and think about the education of the 2 little ones. Little Thor began to look up at the sky and whistle guiltily again. I didn't hit it on purpose. Okay, Daddy won't beat you. Xiaoting put it on his shoulder and gave it a gentle slap on the head. Wow, seeing how nervous it was, he thought it couldn't help but swallow the little Vulcan egg in one gulp. It's better not to eat it. It's better not to eat it. The little Vulcan was a 5th-level Overlord dragon egg after all, and it wasn't so easy for a big dragon to smash it. As children, it's inevitable for them to have fights and bumps into each other, but it's unlikely that they'll have any grudges against each other. They should forget about it in 2 or 3 days. But in order to be fair, after I appease the eldest child, I will definitely appease the second child later. Ong, don't you want to hit it? The little thunder god hugged his little tail and glanced at his father carefully with his purple dragon eyes. He observed closely and made sure that there was no displeasure on Xiaoting's face before he gently moved the tips of his ears. Why should I hit you? I'm not a wolf dad or a tiger mom. Xiaoting reached out and touched its head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This little dragon is so good at admitting mistakes. If he had been so foolish as to admit his mistakes when he was a child, I wonder how many times he would have been beaten. Remember to go home later and say sorry to the little fire god egg. Xiao Ting grabbed the dragon's head. Ong! Little Thor straightened his chest and patted his scales with his little paws. As long as they don't get beaten, it will surely coax the two cubs into good shape. Then, it raised its dragon head and looked curiously at the endless wilderness. Wow, I smell a delicious aroma. There must be a lot of delicious food here. Chapter 85. Passing through the poisonous frog wetlands and continuing into the wilderness area. Well, there are a lot of delicious food. Let's try to kill a few more level 3 monster leaders in the next few days. Xiao Ting is very confident in his and Little Thor's fighting ability. The Dragon Clan is the strongest monster that can fight against opponents of higher levels. The elite level Thunder King Dragon should be at the top of the food chain in the wilderness area in terms of combat power. As long as they don't encounter a group of commander-level monsters, they are an invincible combination that can roam the wilderness area. Ong! Little Thor clenched his claws and let out a loud dragon roar. Eat more and become stronger. Then protect Daddy. The appearance of the Ice Bear Lord left a deep impression on Little Thor's head. Thinking about dragon life. With its current strength, it seems that there is no way to protect its father and two cubs from a dominant monster like the giant bear. Looking at the vast wilderness, the little thunder god's purple lightning dragon eyes gradually became ferocious. The best way to make a person strong is to have someone you want to protect. The same applies to dragons. It must reach the leader and commander level as soon as possible to protect its father and two cubs. The self-disciplined foodie soul was burning. Little Thunder God clung to Xiao Ting's shoulders, his purple dragon eyes scanning the surroundings, paying attention to the surrounding environment at all times. A dragon has an acute sense of sight and smell. If there is a sneak attack from Old Six, Little Thunder God can immediately spit out a breath of thunder and fire dragon breath. Xiao Ting shook his elite bracelet and looked at the projection of the wilderness map that appeared in front of him. The Sishan mining area is a bit far away. Go to the nearest giant spider swamp first. Xiao Ting had a clear goal. He drove his motorcycle in the dark night, moving towards the swamp like a flash of lightning. To reach the giant spider swamp, you need to pass through several monster wetlands. The wetlands are inhabited by poisonous frogs, poisonous crocodiles, poisonous pythons, monsters ranging from common to elite levels. As poisonous monsters, although they are not big in size, their combat power is not weak. They basically have extraordinary skills such as venom spray and stinger shooting that are not easy to mess with. Poison frog wetlands. Xiao Ting and Lei Shun walked through a path covered with bushes. A low surface of water appeared before my eyes. There are many purple poisonous lotus leaves floating around. Several teams of wilderness herbalists, wearing sun hats, were picking poisonous lotus pods together with the monsters. The lotus seeds inside the poisonous lotus pod are a common spiritual plant that is 10 years old. After taking them, they can dispel miasma. For ordinary people, they are also a precious medicinal material for clearing away heat and detoxifying. There are several traversable mountain paths covered with bushes along the low water bank. Seeing Xiao Ting preparing to ride his motorcycle directly across the wetland, an old man who was collecting herbs quickly stopped him. Young man, the area further inside is the poisonous crocodile area. The miasma is very serious. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, wiped the sweat that flowed down his ears and cheeks, and carefully advised, pick some poisonous lotus pods and take them away. Only after taking 10 years of lotus seeds can you resist the miasma and continue to go deeper. Thanks, uncle. Xiao Ting looked at the beads of sweat on his head and face, took out a bottle of water from his bracelet, and handed it to him. The herbalist's eyes lit up, licking his cracked lips. He took the water and took a sip. He looked at Xiao Ting's expensive motorcycle again, and saw him dressed like a beginner explorer who looked like he was just a nobody and wanted to rip me off. After a slight pause, he gave a few earnest words of advice. The herb collecting area in the poison frog wetland has been divided up. If you want to collect spiritual plants, you can only go inside. But be careful. The further you go in, the more dangerous it becomes. There are even elite poisonous crocodiles and pythons. Many rich second-generation apprentices who come alone to seek excitement die in the wilderness every year. The uncle who was picking herbs was working under the scorching sun, his face covered with sweat. I didn't see Xiao Ting's elite purple bracelet and mistook him for one of the rookies. Okay, I'll be careful. Xiao Ting responded with a smile. The herbalist felt relieved and pointed to a pool of purple lotus leaves on the other side of the river. There's still a bunch of poisonous lotus pods that haven't been picked for 10 years. But there are 2 ordinary poison frogs lurking around. They are very difficult to deal with. Many herbalists have eaten their water arrows before and were sent for emergency treatment. Two poisonous frogs were squatting among the poisonous lotus leaves on the opposite bank. It is as big as a calf, and it stares at the people collecting herbs eagerly, ready to take a bite at any time. Name spiny poison frog. Attributes: poison, water. Racial level: first level ordinary frog tribe. Level: late stage 1, 80 evolution degree. Skills: water arrow, venom spray. Weaknesses: thunder, earth, ghost, wood. Not only did Xiao Ting and his team discover the thorny poison frog, but the thorny poison frog also discovered Xiao Ting and his team. The thorny poison frog suddenly felt the fear of being watched by a top predator. Quack! Under the uncle's surprised gaze, the two thorny poison frogs immediately ran away. At this moment, a small dragon shadow like lightning swept across the sky and rushed over. Super small version of thunder and fire breath. The little Thor opened his mouth full of little dragon teeth and spit out a small electric flame from his throat. Boom! The dragon's breath, carrying electric sparks, lit up half of the poison frog wetlands. Under the restraint of the lightning-type fire dragon breath, the two poisonous frogs had no time to escape and were directly burned to ashes. You killed two common-level poison frogs. Dragon evolution. Current evolution degree, level 236. King skill, thunder fire dragon breath. Proficiency, current proficiency. Level 2 entry, 2. For an ordinary monster, eating dry food can no longer increase the evolution of Little Thor. So it didn't hesitate and just blew its breath and turned the monster opposite into ashes. It no longer cares about this little bit of meat. It wants to save its stomach to eat elite and leader-level monster meat to upgrade. Oh? In the dull eyes of the herbalist, Little Thor flapped his wings and rushed to the purple lotus leaves, picking them up randomly. With wings, it is no longer afraid of water and is no longer a landlubber. 2 minutes later, a small head with a deeper purple color than the poisonous lotus popped out from the lotus leaves. A tiny dragon claw raised 2 lotus pods. Hold head high. Xiao Ting opened his all-seeing eye and took a look, then nodded slightly. Yes, bring it back. It's a 10-year-old poisonous lotus pod. The little thunder god flapped his wings, holding 2 10-year-old spiritual plants in his little mouth, and flew back to Xiao Ting's shoulder. He tilted his head and handed him the poisonous leaf lotus. What a powerful elemental release skill. Wow, he actually has a leader race, an elite-level demon bird baby. Each team of herb-collecting people looked up in astonishment. Amidst a sound of envy and amazement, the herbalist was staring blankly at the purple flying dragon baby on Xiao Ting's shoulder, shaking its head and wagging its tail. This is not a baby demon bird at all. It's a flying dragon. I thought he was a rich second generation who was addicted to being a loser. This is clearly an elite dragon clan leader. Xiao Ting peeled off a 10-year supply of detoxifying lotus seeds, ate one himself first, and then was hit on the side of the face by Little Thunder God. Little Thor pointed to his deep mouth and said, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to eat too." It's actually okay if you don't eat it. The dragon clan's strong body has no problem absorbing a lot of poisonous miasma. Just a bit greedy. Xiao Ting put the remaining half of the detoxifying lotus seeds into the space on the bracelet and stuffed the other half into the Little Thunder God's mouth. The Little Thunder God closed his mouth and chewed happily. Then his whole dragon shuddered in an instant, and his face wrinkled up in pain because of the bitterness of the lotus core. Uncle, goodbye." Xiao Ting waved to the middle-aged man behind him and held the handlebars of the motorcycle with both hands. The engine roars. The locomotive started on the wet ground and turned into a black lightning that quickly passed through the magic frog wetland. The herbalist covered his heart with his hands, staring at his back as he rode away, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Go deeper into the wetlands. It gradually got darker all around. The air was foul-smelling, with a hazy miasma floating around that greatly interfered with one's vision. The further you go in, the fewer people there are, and the more poisonous the gas becomes. It became increasingly eerie and lifeless. The muddy hills that can be ridden on have also become narrow. There are many wide freshwater swamps on both sides. Under the thick, suspended algae, pairs of crocodile eyes lit up with cold gazes, staring at this restricted area. Name toxic algae crocodile. Attributes: poison, water. Racial level: second level elite crocodile. A group of poisonous algae crocodiles appeared before our eyes. Most of them are from ordinary to elite level. Looking at Xiao Ting on the shore, the pair of green vertical pupils hidden under the poisonous algae suddenly lit up. A dozen algae crocodiles opened their huge mouths like dustpans, saliva flowing out from their sharp white teeth. Ho ho, the takeaway is here. Chapter 86. Advancing to the middle stage of the second stage. Discovering the century-old dragon bloodgrass. There were no animal carcasses floating in the freshwater swamp. It seemed that these crocodile monsters were ruthless eaters. Without the all-seeing eye, people walking rashly on the shore may be suddenly pulled into the water and eaten alive by these big guys hiding under the poisonous algae. Thor, king-level shock. Xiaoting was not interested in dealing with the crocodile monsters that were not at the elite level one by one. He directly asked little Thor to start clearing out the small fish. The aura of a king and the intimidating power of a dragon. Little Thor roared towards the sky, and with just this small movement, an invisible airflow burst out from his body. A dragon's might emanated from its entire body, and a substantial tide of spiritual rage burst out, sweeping across the entire place like a storm. King-level deterrence. A huge gale blew up in all directions, and the air around was vibrating and buzzing. Not to mention the group of poisonous algae crocodiles in this area. Even the other elite monsters thousands of meters away were so shocked by the king's aura that their minds went blank within 3 seconds. The 4 elite poisonous algae crocodiles closest to it instantly vomited blood and were stunned in the dark green water. The weaker ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodile could not withstand the king-level mental pressure at all. It started bleeding from all 7 orifices, and its belly turned upside down. It was killed by the dragon's might. You destroyed 10 common-level poisonous algae crocodiles. You destroyed 2 elite-level poisonous algae crocodiles. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 250. Turn on the dragon's power and clear the field all the way. It killed 10 ordinary-level poisonous algae crocodiles and 2 elite-level poisonous algae crocodiles that had no time to escape. There was a surge in the degree of evolution. Little Thor clenched his little paws and howled towards the sky. It's upgraded. With his aura surging, little Thor was promoted to a mid-level second stage elite monster. And at that moment, the heavy and majestic king-level dragon power spread out. On both sides of the river, other poisonous algae crocodiles within 1,000 meters were frozen for 10 seconds. Then he tucked his tail between his legs and ran away in a panic. Don't mess with me. They faced a wave of threats from the King Dragon clan, their entire bodies trembling, with only the thought of surrender in their minds. And they did not dare to attack the Dark Knight motorcycle on the ground at all. I don't dare to fight dragons with ingredients. The takeaway was actually me. Tisk, why are you running so fast? Xiaoting looked away with some regret. Originally, he wanted to let little Thor unleash his dragon power again to kill 50 ordinary monsters, or more than 20 elite monsters, and upgrade to level 3 in one wave. As a result, these crocodile monsters were too sincere. It sank into the swamp in an instant, and then pissed and ran into the underground river. There is not even a shadow to be seen. Forget it. The last thing the wilderness area lacks is wild monsters. Thor, let's keep going deeper. Hold head high. Eat elite monster. Algae crocodile. Eat elite monster. Algae crocodile. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 252. Store the corpses of 10 ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodiles into the monster space and keep them as food reserves. A man and a dragon rode a roaring motorcycle and came deeper into the poisonous crocodile swamp. At this moment, the little thunder god lying on Xiaoting's shoulder suddenly widened his eyes and raised his dragon head. There was an anxious swallowing sound towards an area not far away. Dad, where is the delicious food? The little Thor wiped his saliva with his tail and yelled out his feelings. Xiaoting was stunned and stopped walking. After it finished howling, it blinked its golden pupils, and a hint of joy flashed in its eyes. You mean, there is a strong spiritual energy in that area? Little Thor nodded his head vigorously. Not only does it smell delicious, but it also has a hint of dragon scent. The breath of a dragon. Xiaoting thought for a moment and said in surprise, could it be the dragon bloodgrass? The dragon bloodgrass that could make the little dragon cub show such a drooling expression must be at least 100 years old. It is a good thing that can greatly strengthen your physical constitution after taking it. There is no time to lose. Press the buttons on the left and right handlebars, and the locomotive engine starts with a low roar. Xiaoting followed the direction pointed by Little Thunder God and quickly traveled across the uneven mountain terrain. 5 or 6 minutes later, suddenly, I caught a glimpse of vibrant red. The roar of the engine stopped and the locomotive wheels rolled over the weeds. Xiao Ting's eyes fell on the spiritual crystal plants on the grass opposite, and his eyes lit up. This is 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass. And it's not just one plant, but three. On the ground, three scarlet dragon-shaped crystallized plants were swaying in red light, emitting a faint dragon-like pressure. Next to these three dragon-shaped herbs, there are two huge figures. The two elite monsters who were fighting over the dragon bloodgrass since the arrival of the uninvited guest. Their eyes were ferocious, with four scarlet rays of light coming out of their pupils. They turned their heads abruptly and stared fiercely at Xiao Ting, who was riding on the dark night. Name: Black, Venomous Python. Attributes: Poison, Water. Racial level: Second level Elite Basilisk. Level: Late Stage 2, 80 Evolution Degree. Name: Toxic Algae Crocodile. Attributes: Poison, Water. Racial level: Second level Elite Crocodile. Level: Late Stage 2, 70 Evolution Degree. So it's not ownerless? Xiao Ting paused. Next to the dragon bloodgrass, there are two elite poison monsters guarding. They are confronting each other to fight for the right to distribute the dragon bloodgrass. Dragon bloodgrass, a second-level dragon-type spiritual plant. But its value is comparable to ordinary fourth-level resources. Only when a monster with dragon blood dies and its blood is spilled will there be a chance for this kind of dragon-shaped plant to grow. The second-level dragon bloodgrass can help monsters of elite races to awaken the ancient earth dragon blood in their bodies. As long as they swallow this dragon bloodgrass, the poisonous algae crocodile and the black poisonous python may have a chance to successfully return to their ancestral form. Become the leader of the race. Advance to a higher-level monster of the earth dragon species and a higher-level monster of the snake dragon species. They have been fighting for a while for the rare opportunity of racial advancement. Now it's halftime. I didn't expect that Lao Lu would come to pick up the bargain. After the boy on the motorcycle appeared, both the poisonous algae crocodile and the black poisonous python felt a great crisis. They looked at each other, let go of their opponents, and rushed towards Xiao Ting together. Join forces. Eliminate the strongest foreign enemy first. Roar. Hiss. Two huge monsters appeared together. Each one was 8 or 9 meters long. The late elite poisonous algae crocodile looked ferocious and opened its bloody mouth as it rushed towards Xiao Ting. At the same time, the sound of scales scraping across the ground was heard. The black poisonous python looked at Xiao Ting, its pupils flashing with cold light, and it bared its poisonous fangs and attacked. The poisonous algae crocodile is equivalent to a tank, and the black poisonous python is an assassin. This terrifying late-stage elite monster is far more ferocious than ordinary elite monsters, not to mention that there are two of them coming at once. When they work in pairs, they are even more difficult to deal with. If it were an ordinary mid-level editor, he would have fled for his life long ago. But Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God are certainly not ordinary mid-level editors and ordinary elite monsters. One for each of us. Let's see who's faster. Hold head high. After saying, Xiao Ting got off the motorcycle. A low dragon roar erupted from deep in his throat. Dragon roar magic, thunder. His whole body suddenly lit up with violent purple electric currents, and the lightning was so powerful that Xiao Ting at this moment was like a king of thunder and lightning. The elite black poisonous python had come to his side, suddenly jumped up, and opened its poisonous fangs that glowed green, trying to deliver a fatal bite. Poisonous fangs, a low-level extraordinary skill of the poison system. The fangs are inserted deeply into the prey's body, releasing toxins to the prey, causing it to fall into a poisoned state. The python's mouth opened wide, and its 4 barbed fangs emitted green light, and an extremely strong fishy smell came. If this poisonous fang hits, I can treat the whole village to a meal. Xiao Ting swung his left arm violently. The purple lightning lingering all over his body turned into a ferocious, angry dragon, rushing out from his left arm. The purple lightning dragon opened its jaws and collided violently with the black poisonous python with its fangs bared. Boom! The black poisonous python flew backwards more than 10 meters away, with electric currents paralyzed throughout its body, and it let out an extremely painful hiss. It rolled violently, trying to escape, but the upper half of its body was paralyzed by the electric current, and it could only swing its tail wildly, leaving tracks on the ground, struggling to move. This is a great time to kill. Xiao Ting made a Taoist hand seal, and an extremely hot flame spurted out from the depths of his throat. Dragon-style small lightning and fire breath. A 5-meter-thick column of thunder and fire directly smashed towards the black poisonous python. Boom! Billowing smoke exploded. A fierce wind pressure swept across the venue. You destroyed the elite black poisonous python. You destroyed the elite-level poisonous algae crocodile. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 256. Chapter 87, dealing with the black poisonous python and picking the 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass. A giant black-scaled python as thick as a bucket lay lifeless on the charred ground. His whole body was covered in torn flesh, green blood was oozing out, and a strong burnt smell was emitting. Xiao Ting walked towards the roasted giant python monster. Python is a type of basilisk. Among the 11 major monster races, basilisks are classified as a major branch of dragon monsters. Theoretically, an editor can tame all monsters related to editing talent. Xiao Ting himself can also subdue all monsters from the snake and crocodile tribes. But the adult monsters in this wilderness area are extremely ferocious and difficult to deal with. It is extremely easy to suffer backlash when taming it, so it is not the best choice. Xiao Ting currently has no plans to subdue other monsters. Just raising little Thor was enough to make ends meet for him. When the little Vulcan hatches, his expenses will probably be even higher. I hope to meet the corpse forest cultists and wild poachers in the giant spider swamp and magnetic mountain areas so that he can earn his first bucket of bounty. The highly poisonous green blood spilled all over the ground. The blood of this python monster is extremely toxic and corrosive, so it is best not to touch it directly. As the saying goes, if there is a black poisonous python in one place, there will be no poisonous snakes for 10 miles. Within 100 meters radius of the black poisonous python, no poisonous insect or snake can survive. Because it, like the well-known king cobra, also has the habit of preying on its own kind. It will prey on other ordinary and elite venomous snakes and turn its blood into the strongest toxin. Once you are contaminated by the essence of the python blood in its poison sac, it will definitely not be any better than being hit by the poisonous binding of the leader-level magic insect. Xiao Ting moved his wrist. All the strength in the body surged into his arms, and dragon scales quickly grew out of his fingertips. Soon, the cold, dark purple scales covered the arms, giving people a cold feeling, and at the same time, it was full of a strong sense of power. A faint purple electric light flowed on each scale, and he picked up the roasted python monster on the ground with his scaly hands. Green snake blood dripped onto the ground, and the white mist sizzled. A large area of grass quickly withered and died. This horrible poisonous blood can destroy human nerve cells in an instant, but Xiao Ting's hands covered with dragon scales were stained with poisonous blood, but he was fine. The defensive power of the 6th-level flying dragon scale armor is extremely terrifying. It can block sulfuric acid, magma, venom. I shouldn't eat poisonous snake meat. Xiao Ting picked up the black poisonous python's tail and dragged the 1-ton python towards the grass next to him. He killed the late elite black poisonous python in 2 moves, and he was very satisfied with the results of this actual combat. Elite monsters are no match for him at all. With the blessing of 2/10 of the king's blood, Xiao Ting's own combat power has become terrifyingly strong, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. The 2 fixed skills, Dragon Roar Magic and Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, can destroy all elite monsters. Fully activate the 2nd-level Bloodline Awakening and fight with all your might. I guess even the leader-level monsters are no match for him. On the other side, the little thunder dragon flapped its wings. Holding the tail of the poisonous algae crocodile, he dragged this giant monster, which was 3 meters tall and 8 meters long, over. This guy just looks thick-skinned. His elite-level scales were like paper and could not withstand the sharp white dragon teeth of the little thunder god. Ah, Daddy, I won the game. Little Thor dragged the roasted crocodile monster's tail in his mouth and landed in front of Xiao Ting, making a loud roar. He tilted his little head and looked for praise with sparkling eyes. The poisonous algae crocodile had no power to fight back at all. This reptile monster, which is not even a member of the earth dragon race below the subdragon, was so frightened by the powerful blood threat of the little thunder god that it trembled all over and did not dare to move at all. A mouthful of thunder teeth is gone. Wait for Dad to take care of it. This piece of python meat is your reward for winning the competition. Xiao Ting took out a sharp military shovel from the space in his bracelet. Use the sharp tip to insert into the black snake's neck and cut off the most deadly venom gland. The black python is very poisonous. Little Thor wouldn't be poisoned to death if he ate it, but he would probably get a stomachache. With the help of the all-seeing eye, Xiao Ting released most of the poisonous python blood, then cut off all the toxic areas. The remaining most essential, slightly poisonous monster meat was thrown forward. Little Thor was already drooling. After Xiao Ting had finished processing it, it fluttered its wings and turned into a purple light, flying towards the python meat. It opened its small mouthful and swallowed the snake meat. In a blink of an eye, it had eaten up the hundreds of kilograms of python meat that Xiao Ting had processed. It didn't let go of the crocodile monster on the other side either. The toxin in the algae crocodile's body is not strong, and the most deadly part is its fangs. Just avoid it and eat it. The little dragon's mouth kept making clicking sounds. In less than 10 minutes, little Thor finished eating an entire elite crocodile monster weighing 2 or 3 tons. Starting from the tail, swallow the last bite of crocodile meat in your cheek. After eating, little Thor licked his paws and face to clean his body, then flew to Xiao Ting's shoulder, patted his belly, and showed a satisfied expression. Belch. Eat elite monsters. Poisonous algae crocodile, black poisonous python. Thunder dragon evolution. Current evolution degree, level 258. Low-level king skill, Thunder Fong proficiency, current proficiency. Level 3 entry, 2. Xiao Ting put the poison glands of the black poisonous python and the fangs of the poisonous algae crocodile into the monster space. These two monsters did not drop monster materials and mystic orbs, but the biological materials on them that cannot be edited and fused with other monsters can also be sold for a few $100,000. Don't move, there's still a little blood. Then, Xiao Ting took out a wet tissue and wiped the paws and mouth of the little Thor on his shoulder. Oh! Little Thor pointed at the bloodstains on Xiao Ting's neck and sleeves. Dad, you have dirt on you too. Huh. Xiao Ting was stunned and lowered his head. The two short-sleeved shirts were stained with poisonous blood and had been corroded into tatters, leaving the arms almost exposed. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Ting took off his torn clothes and changed into a brand new black short-sleeved quick-drying shirt. The man and the dragon cleaned the blood off their bodies, threw the used clothes and paper towels into the space on the bracelet, and then strode to the front of the crystallized dragon's spiritual plant. Name: Dragon Bloodgrass. Level 2. Description: a spiritual plant that grows by absorbing the blood of earth dragons. Ability: after taking this medicine, monsters below the elite race will have a certain chance of returning to the dragon bloodline of the previous level. After non-dragon monsters take it, their basic physical fitness can be greatly enhanced. Harvesting method: cut off the roots and harvest directly. That's wonderful. This is the century-old spiritual plant he has been dreaming of, which can enhance basic physical fitness. Follow the collection method given by the all-seeing eye. Xiao Ting turned his wrist and took out the sharp engineer shovel from the bracelet space. Carefully cut off the roots and picked 3 dragon blood plants. After losing the leaves, the extraordinary halo on the dragon blood grass immediately dissipated. Xiao Ting scooped up the dust with a metal shovel again. Cover up the remaining blood-red roots of the dragon's blood grass again. As long as the roots are not removed, 10 years later or 100 years later, a new clump of dragon blood grass will condense here, leaving it for future generations or future animals to pick. After doing all this, Xiao Ting stood up and said, "Let's go find a place and take the dragon's blood grass." Ong! The thunder god on his shoulder tilted his head and let out an excited cry. When it comes to the safest place in the world, the monster space that accompanies every editor is definitely among the top. As long as it is in a wilderness-restricted area without space turbulence, void energy, space monsters, or the place blocked by the dark editor using black mist barrier, space skill. As long as the editor leaves the battlefield and meditates for a while, he can enter the exclusive monster space. I found a secluded wetland reed bush nearby. Hide the motorcycle in the dark night. Clicked the lock electric shock mode for anti-theft. Xiao Ting sat cross-legged, lost in meditation. A few minutes later, a void tunnel resembling a star map opened up on the ground. The figures of the man and the dragon instantly disappeared among the thick reeds. Chapter 88. The second-level bloodline is upgraded and encounters the hunted mining team. In the snow-white monster world stands a tall monster wooden house. While Xiao Ting is taking the dragon blood grass, the little thunder god flapped his wings and flew into the hut. He began to sincerely apologize to the shaky and dissatisfied flame dragon egg. On the other side, Xiao Ting sat cross-legged outside the hut and began to take dragon bloodgrass. Name: 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass, second-level spiritual plant. Description: after taking it, there is a certain probability of returning to the ancestral dragon bloodline and greatly enhancing basic physical fitness. Cooling down of drug effect. Intermediate editors can take a second-level elixir once every 7 days. Open your mouth and put the dragon bloodgrass into your mouth. It is long like a dragon-shaped blood kelp crunchy when bitten, and has a special aroma. Chew with teeth and grind. Swallow the herbs. After a moment, the huge and pure medicinal properties rose in his lower abdomen and continued to flow along his limbs and bones, expanding the king dragon blood in Xiao Ting's body. All the nerves in my body felt numb, and the 3.6 million pores in my body opened up at the same time, continuously absorbing the blood of the earth dragon contained in the dragon blood grass, which then turned into rolling qi and blood to nourish the body. The body temperature continued to rise, and a large amount of white steam was steaming from the surface of the body. The whole person seemed to have received a deep massage from the inside out, and all the muscle cells in the body were cheering and singing. After more than 30 minutes, Xiao Ting opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and stood up. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The qi and blood in the body have been greatly enhanced. I feel that if I activate the second level of bloodline transformation and dragon scales and king's golden eyes, I should be able to last from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Xiao Ting activated the power of his bloodline. The muscles in his arms bulged, and dragon scales appeared on them. A faint purple light flickered on each scale, and the flash brought about a clear layer of energy fluctuations, giving people an extremely powerful and extremely hard metallic texture. Flying dragon scale armor. This was the alienated power he obtained when he solidified 2/10 of the king's dragon blood. Initially, the scales only covered the arms and stopped at the shoulders. But now, the dragon scales covered his neck and part of his face. It may not be long before he gets the defensive divine equipment, a full set of level 6 dragon scale armor. Xiao Ting put away the flying dragon scales and watched the scales on his fingertips fade away like the tide. There are still 2 dragon blood plants left. Xiao Ting doesn't plan to keep it for himself. He cannot take any more spiritual plants for a short period of time. After 7 days, when the remaining medicinal effects of the second level spiritual plant in the body are completely absorbed, you can swallow it again. By that time, he would go to Shanghai to gamble and sell ancient materials for a lot of money. He could definitely stock up on some more advanced 1,000-year-old spiritual plants to replenish his body. Of these 2 century-old second-level dragon blood grasses, one will be given to the little thunder god. One plant can be given to the little fire god after it hatches from its shell. Xiao Ting walked into the monster hut. Little Thor and Little Vulcan Egg have reconciled. Little Thor pounced on the fire dragon egg and played with the little dragon inside the egg, rocking it and making babbling sounds. After Xiao Ting appeared, the flame Tyrannosaurus egg jumped a few times on the spot, as if a little dragon was cheering and jumping for joy, appearing extremely lively and happy. Little guy, Daddy has prepared 100-year-old supplement for you. When you break out of your shell tomorrow, you can eat it. Xiao Ting touched the burning flame dragon egg. 2 little flaming hands stretched out from the surface of the eggshell, pulling his hand and shaking it a few times like a spoiled child. Then I felt a little sleepy as I was shaking. A few seconds later, a big sleeping bubble emerged from the small crack on the surface of the eggshell. Huff, huff, huff. With the breathing sound of the little flame Tyrannosaurus falling asleep in seconds, Xiao Ting and Little Thor tiptoed out of the monster house. Walk away. Xiao Ting threw the remaining dragon blood grass up and gave it to the little thunder god. Dragon cub, eat something delicious. Hold head high. Little Thor shouted with joy. Its wings trembled, and it flew across the sky like purple lightning, accurately grabbing the dragon blood grass in midair. The little guy rolled his throat and swallowed the red dragon-shaped herb without even chewing it. With a gulp, boom. The drug effect explodes instantly in the body. The little thunder dragon flapped its wings and landed on the ground. He staggered around like a drunk, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. My stomach feels numb. Roar. Swallowing the second-level spiritual plant, dragon blood grass. Thunder dragon evolution degree. Limit of spiritual elixirs per level 10. Current evolution degree, level 268. It took Xiao Ting more than 30 minutes to absorb the medicinal properties of the 100-year-old dragon blood grass. Little Thor digested it in one gulp. Dragon blood grass contains a faint power of the earth dragon's blood. For it, which has the complete blood of a king, it is just a small tonic. The 1,000-year-old dragon blood grass and 10,000-year-old dragon blood grass that contain the blood of subdragons and flying dragons are the real tonic. By the time the second-level dragon blood grass was completely digested, the combat power and evolution level of both the man and the dragon had improved significantly. Xiao Ting replenished his qi and blood, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. Activate the second level of bloodline power. Kai Ting, the lord of the electric dragon domain, who could last from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Minutes of dragon scales, king's golden eyes, thunder roar magic, thunder fire dragon breath. His combat power is already enough to fight against leader-level monsters. Wield the sword with despair and use the dead as armor. The Lord of Dragon territory is me. Little Thunder God Sword to the evolution level of level 2, level 68, and entered the middle and late stages of the elite level. The dragon aura is even stronger. It was full of fighting spirit, and Long Xiaowei's pressure was so strong that it felt like it could surpass its level and pin all the leader-level monsters to the ground. Take the remaining 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass, as well as the biological venom glands of the black poisonous python and the biological fangs of the poisonous algae crocodile. They were placed in the material storage cabinet. Xiao Ting raised his hand and opened a void passage. The figures of a man and a dragon appeared again among the thick reeds. I opened the bracelet screen and looked at the wilderness map. The exploration rate of this swamp is 79, which is considered a medium-risk area with few people. Keep going. I remember there are more advanced spiritual plants in the deepest part of the swamp. Xiao Ting clicked the fingerprint to unlock and sat on the motorcycle in the dark night. Ing! The little Thor on the ground roared excitedly, then flapped his wings, and after a sound of breaking through the air, he flew directly over and hung on Xiao Ting's shoulder. After killing the elite-level poisonous algae crocodile and black poisonous python, the man and the dragon crossed the crocodile and python wetland and successfully reached the deepest part of the swamp after more than 10 minutes. Arrive! Giant spider swamp. A saltwater swamp appeared before our eyes. There are deformed rocks all around. On the ground are pools of dark green underground salt water, filled with excessive salt and toxins. This is a dilapidated and desolate forbidden zone for life. When Xiao Ting accepted the bounty mission, the mission column mentioned that the mining team that originally mined the salt mountain here had been almost killed by the escaped cult members and the ghost editors who were hunting them down. Xiao Ting didn't meet anyone. In the mud on the ground, I saw some freshly expired cans, self-heating lunchboxes, and scattered clothes. He seemed to be thinking about something. The cultists in the forest of corpses should have abandoned this hiding place and fled. The locomotive rolled over the mud and drove forward for 2 or 3 minutes. Little Thor suddenly let out a loud cry. Is there a monster? Xiao Ting turned his head and asked. Thor nodded. There was a noisy sound not far away. There was the roar of a monster and the shouts of mankind. Anyone? Xiao Ting perked up a little. Soon, he could see clearly that it was a group of rock spiders chasing an old man and a middle-aged man. The 2 men were dressed in tattered clothes and wore mining helmets on their heads. Next to him were 3 elite shadow crows and 2 ordinary mole rat, who were on the run together. Brother, run! It's a leader-level rock demon spider. When the 2 saw Xiao Ting, they turned around and ran to the other side. There is no diversion of blame. Instead, he led away the group of monsters behind him. The dense swarm of rock demon spiderlings behind them suddenly followed them and turned a big corner. Chapter 89, Get out of here, or I'll turn you into spider fans. Xiao Ting's eyes turned into golden pupils as he looked into the distance. Salt water ground. A gray wave rolled forward, very eye-catching. This is a group of rock demon spiderlings from the Abyss clan. You can see that the leader is a large rock spider, covered in a gray shell. There are 2 big black eyes in the front of the head and 6 small eyes around them. At this moment, the 8 compound eyes were filled with rage and vicious murderous intent. Hiss! The giant rock spider swung its horrifying fangs and raised its 8 giant gray claws. It chased after the 2 figures running wildly in front of it. Name: Rock Demon Spider. Attributes: Darkness Earth. Racial level: Level 3 Leader Abyss. Level: Stage 3 Midterm, 60 Evolution Degree. This is actually a leader-level Abyss Dark Monster. No wonder these 2 mid-level and junior miners ran away. Is this a member of the geological mining team? You can rob the monster and save it? Xiao Ting started the engine, and the black motorcycle rushed out with a roar. He and Little Thor are sure to defeat this 3rd-order leader-level rock demon spider. After rescuing these 2 miners, you can also ask for information about the Corpse Forest Cult and the Wilderness Poaching Group. Just because they didn't divert the blame to others, but instead lured the monster away, they could be saved. If they attract a group of monsters here, Xiao Ting will not be merciful. How did that guy catch up with us? The one-armed middle-aged man who was running turned back and was stunned. Not far away, a limited edition Dark Knight motorcycle, emitting a low roar, was speeding through the mud and heading towards them. Dad, let me lead away the spider tide. The one-armed man who was running forward was stunned for a moment, then shouted with gritted teeth, "Run back and take that biker guy with you." Being targeted by a swarm of demonic spiders will not end well even for a senior editor. At the critical moment of life and death, the one-armed man chose to leave the chance of survival to the old man and the young man. I hope that because he led away the demon spiders, the guy on the bike can give my dad a ride and run as far away as possible. In a flash, Chun Yin shouted angrily, "Shadow Crow, Shadow Bullet, GAGA." 3 elite shadow crows opened their mouths wide, and dark energy quickly gathered in front of their beaks. Then a series of dark energy balls were ejected. It hit the leader giant spider's head. Billowing smoke exploded. The damage is not great, but the insult is very strong. An extremely huge demon spider showed its deep outline in the smoke. 2 astonishing black beams shot out from the compound eyes. All the energy balls shot by the elite shadow crow were destroyed in an instant. The giant spider raised its cold, dark spider spear, made a sound of friction between its mouthparts as it was completely enraged, and turned into a black light and chased after it. The leader-level rock demon spider has completely gone berserk. The one-armed middle-aged man suddenly gasped, "Dad, run." After attracting the hatred of the spider group, Chen Yin used his speed-enhancing skills and took advantage of the terrain he was familiar with to leave quickly. "Son, hold on." Old Chen, wearing a miner's helmet, looked at his back as he walked away, wiped his wrinkled face, and tears streamed down his face. The group of rock demon spiderlings followed their leader, hissing and roaring, and crushed forward like an army. Old Chen took 2 ordinary class moles, and after a quick run, he stopped in front of the moving motorcycle, panting. Xiao Yin led them north. "Kid, it's dangerous ahead. Don't go any deeper." Xiao Ting stepped on the accelerator. I looked over with curiosity along with little Thor. The old man wore a bulky helmet, his 2 small eyes were a little cloudy, and the 2 hands in front of him were as big as small fans, and each finger was so thick that it seemed unable to bend. It was obvious that he had done a lot of physical work. Wait until the old man who blocked the road finished speaking with tears, sweat, and panting. Xiao Ting stretched out his hand. "Old man, please get in the car first." Old Chun was stunned. The cloudy eyes first caught sight of the elite purple certification bracelet on his arm. This young man is actually a mid-level editor like his 38-year-old son, but he looks only about 18 or 19 years old. Hiss, such a young intermediate? Lao Chen was startled, then looked up. His eyes met the small dragon shadow on Xiao Ting's shoulder. There was a gleam of purple starlight in the little Thor's eyes. He tilted his head curiously and looked at the old man wearing the mining hat. "This is a dragon. Holy shit, this boy actually has a flying dragon." Old Chen was stunned, as if he was struck by a bolt from the blue. What level of monster race is the flying dragon? This 17 or 18-year-old boy is actually a top-level flying dragon editor like the famous ancient dragon emperor. He is also an intermediate Phylong editor. After being deeply shocked, Lao Chen held Xiao Ting's outstretched hand and got on the back seat of the motorcycle. His eyes were filled with hope, and hope was rekindled in his heart. It seemed that the young man was not going to carry him away, but was going to chase the group of demon spiders. If we can lead the demon spider leader's son away, there might be a chance of salvation. The group of rock demon spiderlings looked as numerous as a wave, but most of them are newly born little monsters that are not of high level. The 2 were miners from a mining team. They accidentally entered the cave of the Abyss Rock Spider while searching for their lost mining team members. But there was no one alive in the cave. There are only some human bones and a few familiar pieces of clothing. Chen Yin and Lao Chun left the demon spider cave with grief and anger. When evacuating, he stepped on several spider shells and his body was stained with the scent of death of the young spiders. Only then was he chased by the rock spider leader roaming in the giant spider swamp, along with countless hatched little spiderlings. Now, Chen Yin, who led away the group of demon spiders alone, is saved. As long as someone cooperates with him, he can hold back the leader-level rock spider demon. He is not afraid of having his spells interrupted and can use the group mimicry skill. Combine 3 elite shadow crows. He briefly transformed into a leader-level crow, the giant crow of death. The pitch-black motorcycle carrying Lao Chen in the dark night turned into a dark lightning and chased in the direction where the group of demon spiders left. At this time, Chun Yin was running wildly. The 3 shadow crows used the terrain and skills to constantly buy him opportunities to retreat. Suddenly, the giant rock spider opened its fangs, and more than a dozen balls of gray energy quickly condensed around its mouth. Boom! Gray spider webs are launched one after another. The overwhelming dark mud net stretched forward, and formed an impenetrable hunting net. Shadow Crow, get out of the way. Chen Yin rolled backwards, and just as he was about to stand up, his feet sank into the dark green saltwater swamp. Crack! 3 shadow crows flew over, grabbed his shoulders, and flew up desperately. The giant rock spider raised its icy spider spear, leaped down from the rocky mountain, and rushed over with its baby spiders. Are you going to die? Looking at the huge shadow approaching, Chun Yin touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I hope that little brother can take Dad out. At this moment, an extremely dazzling purple lightning suddenly illuminated his eyes that were filled with tears. Little Thor, lightning charge, thunder fire dragon breath. On the dark motorcycle, Xiao Ting grabbed the handlebars with his left hand and swung out with his right hand. A flash of purple lightning spread its wings and leaped up from his shoulders, cutting through the low sky with rolling air waves. 10 times the speed of the lightning dragon. Its speed exceeds the speed of sound. In an instant, the figure of little Thor appeared in front of the gray wave of demon spiders. Where did this little monster blocking the road come from? The abyss rock spider blinked its cold, compound eyes, releasing a terrifying, murderous aura from its body, and the hissing from the friction of its fangs was filled with incomparable rage. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a spider fan. Slime's Mystic Orb is a 4th-tier commander-level orb that contains the abilities of shrinking and enlargement, but it is a low-level king skill that can only be learned by monsters of the Overlord and King races. This shrinking skill not only reduces the size of the little Thor, but also hides its true strength. The enraged giant rock spider didn't even take the small flying monster blocking its way seriously. Chapter 90. With just a few ingredients, you want to turn me into a spider fan? The 8 claws of the rock demon spider stomped down heavily. The ground flickered with an eerie dark red color, and a shadowy passage emitting ominous and malicious intent opened up. Ghostly spider monsters crawled out from it. 3 huge dark spider clones, exuding an aura of disdain for the leader-level monsters, waved their sharp dark claws and rushed towards the direction of little Thor. Shadow Clone, a high-level extraordinary skill of the Dark System. It summons shadow clones to fight for you. Each shadow clone has 1/3 of the energy of the original body. There are up to 3 shadow clones on the field. When the shadow is injured, the original body will suffer half the damage. A very powerful dark skill. 3 shadow clone spiders, each with 1/3 of the power of a leader. The rush forward was enough to scare any mid-level editor. But the little Thor didn't even raise his eyelids, and the disdain in his eyes almost overflowed. 2 streams of purple smoke came out of his nose. With just a few ingredients, you want to turn me into a spider fan? Ooh, angry. Let you, little spider, see the true strength of this dragon. Hey boy, is your initial monster okay? On the motorcycle, Lao Chen looked at the scene in front of him nervously. The little flying dragon is only half a meter tall. The tiny figure seemed too small compared to the huge shadow of the demon spider. Don't worry, it's still unclear who will become whose food. Xiao Ting smiled calmly and said that he was very confident in the strength of Little Thunder God. It's just a leader-level 3rd-order monster. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Flapping his tiny wings, the little Thor raised his dragon head. Those rosy purple eyes exuded a purer, colder violent rage than that of a leader-level terrifying spider. It opened its mouth full of small dragon teeth, and from the depths of its bottomless throat emerged a power that broke the abyss spider's heart. The thunder dragon breath mixed with flames transformed into 2 purple-red mad dragons that leaped out. Ultra-small thunder fire dragon breath. The surging breath of thunder and fire dragon was as thick and long as 20 to 30 meters in diameter, roaring forward with the pressure of an angry dragon. In an instant, the 3 dark spider clones were completely devoured. Little Thor adjusted the direction of the dragon head and continued to aim the thunder and flames at the giant rock spider. Hiss! The shadow clone was broken, and the rock demon spider suffered half the damage. Its body was cracked and green blood continued to flow out. In the raging, burning air waves, the terrifying breath of thunder and fire dragon defeated the 3 dark shadows and continued to blast forward. The giant rock spider rubbed its fangs together and hissed, its entire body glowing with dark gray energy. Earth energy quickly gathered around its outer shell, arming its entire body in an instant, forming an indestructible rock armor. Bump! The moment when Thunderfire Dragon Breath and Rock Armor collided violently. There was a loud bang from the ground. It could not last more than 15 seconds before the rock armor on the giant rock spider cracked in the purple-red flames of thunder, and the huge body of the spider was completely engulfed by the purple-red double dragon breath. Amid the billowing smoke, huge lines of lightning and fire continued to grow, spreading across the entire field, engulfing all the young rock spiders within a 500-meter radius. You killed a normal-level rock demon spiderling? You killed an initial-level rock demon spiderling? The reminder sound continued to sound. This attack killed at least hundreds of rock demon spiderlings. These little spiderlings have only been hatching for a few days and are all at the initial and ordinary levels. Little Thor could no longer increase his evolution by killing them, but the momentum is well controlled. It seems that Long Xiaowei is very powerful, extremely ferocious and scary. The few spiderlings that were still alive, carrying their puppy-like bodies, retreated in fear. What is this? Chen Yin, who had just saved his life, saw a pitch-black motorcycle, roaring like a beast, drifting in front of him. This motorcycle guy is back? Old Chun climbed out of the car and got out of the ground. He walked over quickly and, together with the 3 shadow crows, pulled Chen Yin out of the dark green saltwater swamp. Dad, didn't I tell you to run? Chen Yin was so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. Oh my god. He finally managed to lure the monster away, but his teammates came back and flashed to the grave to give him a kill? My mother tongue is speechless. Old Chun sat down on the ground, wiped the sweat from his temples and panted, "Don't underestimate this kid. He's an 18-year-old intermediate." What? An 18-year-old intermediate monster editor? Chen Yin glanced at the flying monster in the air. He is nearsighted and his glasses have fallen off, so he relies on Shadow Crow to direct him when walking. I couldn't tell what kind of flying monster this was. All I could feel was the extremely terrifying pressure from the monster. This elite-level pressure gave Chen Yin a feeling that was even stronger than the oppression from the leader of the rock demon spider. Chen Yin was startled. This guy's initial flying monster must have very high racial potential. He stood up from the mud. He dragged his lame leg and trotted to Xiao Ting's side, whispering sincerely, "Brother, thank you for saving me, but you are so young. Even if you are an intermediate, you can't die here." Chen Yin was not afraid of anything as he had only one life to lose. He rolled up his sleeves, took the 3 shadow crows with him, and rushed forward to use his group mimicry skills to fight the rock demon spider desperately, buying time for Xiao Ting and Lao Chan to escape. "Uncle, I saved you and your father. You can't repay kindness with hatred and rob me of my monster." Xiao Ting watched him limping forward, feeling helpless. Most of the chivalrous people are butchers. Loyal, but too reckless. Xiao Ting snapped his fingers. "Thor, cancel shrinking." Quick decision. As his voice fell, a roar of a giant dragon exploded from mid-air. Roar. Old Chen and Chen Yin, who was running forward, both raised their heads in shock. In mid-air, the little Thor's body burst out with dazzling golden light of skills, and his body expanded rapidly. After removing minimize, a huge dragon shadow swooped down. Just this small landing action created a huge gust of wind in the whole venue, making Xiao Chen and Lao Chen unable to stand steadily. There was a strong wind. A 30-meter-tall elite flying dragon stood beside Xiao Ting with its wings propped up on the ground. It is majestic, with dark purple scales and thousands of lightning bolts surrounding it, like a thunder dragon god. Its original size of 25 meters grew taller after taking the 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass and absorbing the power of dragon blood, becoming even bigger. In fact, Thor's size is not big among pure-blooded dragons. He is just a young dragon. But a young dragon can give people such a strong sense of oppression. What will happen if it grows up? Oh my god. Chun Yan's eyes almost popped out of his head as he looked at such a huge creature. He rubbed his myopic eyes vigorously, but still couldn't see what kind of monster it was, so he asked hurriedly, "Mole, did you pick up my glasses?" Next to the stunned old Chen, 2 heads popped out from the mud with a pop, and 2 somewhat trembling mole paws held up a pair of glasses that were already broken in half. Chun Yin quickly wiped the lenses. "Put the single lens frame on the bridge of your nose. At the same time, raise your blurry right eye and slightly clearer left eye and look forward." The first thing that caught my eye was an extremely majestic 30-meter-tall beast. Oh wait, they read that right? Isn't this a dragon? Or a sky overlord? Flying Dragon King. Flying dragons, this ancient race of dragons, are monster kings whose power crushes all other races. They only appear in myths, poems, and stories circulated in various civilizations. How could it be possible that a monster summoned by a young boy would appear here? Chen Yin opened his mouth wide and looked at the Thunder King dragon with an idiotic look. Then he raised his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Take another look. The 30-meter-tall flying dragon king still stands on the ground with his wings supported. It's actually true. It wasn't an illusion he saw. This is actually a fantasy dragon. WTF. Where on earth did this guy come from? Not only Chen Yin, but also the knowledgeable old Chun had a buzzing head at this time. He also didn't expect that the tiny dragon cub would actually be so huge in size. Judging from the height of an ordinary building with 3 meters per floor, the Thunder Dragon at this time is as tall as a 10-story building. Oh my god, they must have encountered some kind of divine rescue team sent down from heaven. Chapter 91. The Master of Reverse Attributes crush and kill the leader-level rock demon spider. Roar. The huge dragon shadow let out a majestic and awe-inspiring roar. The Thunder King dragon raised its curved dragon head and looked down at the thousands of demon spiders opposite it. Hiss. The severely injured rock demon spider began to tremble violently on its 8 claws under the fierce power of the dragon. It rubbed its fangs with difficulty and hissed. Run, little bastards. The spiderlings scattered and ran away, with no intention of fighting at all. Slip away. Attack and defense swap. This time it was the giant rock spider that stood in front of Xiao Ting and the others in order to save the baby spiders. Xiao Ting ignored the little spider and ran away. These little spiderlings are all of the initial and ordinary level, and their evolution degree cannot be increased if they are killed. Potential is elite race, ordinary race. The offspring of wild monsters will be at least 1 level lower than their parents. Not a big deal. Exotic monsters must be eradicated to avoid future troubles. As for the local wild monsters in the East China Sea, we can kill a few of them every once in a while instead of exterminating the entire population all at once. After all, without wilderness monsters, there would be fewer monster resources available. For example, the giant spider swamp can produce rock mineral resources and spider silk resources, but without the rock demon giant spiders, it cannot continue to produce. 1, right? Xiao Ting's target is clear. It's the leader-level giant rock spider. Thor, hunt this leader spider. Roar. The rock spider is a mid to late stage 3rd-tier monster of the earth and dark types. Its evolution degree is 60 points higher than the 2 demon insect leaders beaten by Xiao Ting and Lei Shun. Possess 7 high-level and mid-level extraordinary skills. Quicksand Vortex, Rock Armor, Power of the Earth, Mud Net Jet, Earth Flow Wall, Shadow Clone, Dark Magic Eye. Very strong ability to withstand beatings. Rock Armor, Power of the Earth, and Earth Flow Wall are all very powerful mid to high-level extraordinary defensive skills. This is a typical shield mountain. While being a tough group of warriors, it also has quicksand vortexes and mud net sprays, which are tough control skills. Thor, take to the air. The Thunder King dragon flapped its wings and flew into the air. Xiao Ting chose to keep his distance. The main reason is that I don't want to be controlled by quicksand vortex and mud net jet. Thor's size and tonnage are too huge at this time. Once he sinks into the quicksand and mud, he may not be able to get up, and his father will have to reach out and pull him up. The rock demon spider looked at the huge dragon shadow flying above its head and began to stack armor on its body frantically. The power of the earth. Rock armor. There is sand and gravel under your feet. The giant demon spider stabbed its 8 claws into the ground. Deep in the earth, endless earth energy is drawn by it. A set of rock armor, whose defensive power was instantly doubled, was once again condensed on the giant demon spider's head, shell, and claws. The dark gray extraordinary armor covered every inch of its dense and fluffy spider hair. Now it has the reputation of being the rock demon spider, and every hair of the spider is as hard as a rock, indestructible. It's not easy to fight. A thoughtful gleam flashed in Xiao Ting's eyes. Although the rock demon spider is low on health, however, it has a certain resistance to the fire and lightning attributes of the Thunder King dragon. Its weaknesses are monsters of the wood, holy light, martial arts, and heavenly kingdom types. Oh my goodness, the master of reverse attributes in monster battles is actually me? Thor and Flame Tyrannosaurus both have thunder and fire attributes. I hope the next dragon cub I get will be of grass or water attributes. Xiao Ting turned his attention back to the battlefield and stretched out his hand to grasp it in the air. Start with a dragon roar. The clear voice of a young boy fell. The thunder god dragon head in midair suddenly raised up and roared towards the demon spider leader below him, like a tsunami. Roar. The wind is howling. Rumbling thunder rolled through the sky. A dark purple vortex with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared above the sky. A small piece of the sky was torn apart, and a murderous aura filled the sky and earth. A thunderstorm is coming. Xiaoting raised his hand and waved. Countless thunderbolts like raging waves struck down in succession. The giant rock spider was submerged in the blazing purple lightning, and its double-reinforced rock armor shattered with a loud bang. The spider's blood was gushing out, and the flesh and blood tissue in the body was constantly torn apart by lightning. The moment of life is like a candle in the wind. Chen Yin and Lao Chun stared at the scene in a daze. Is this a skill? This is a natural disaster, right? Lao Chen held up his hat that was blown by the wind, squinted his cloudy eyes, and whispered in horror. Although the giant rock spider is resistant to lightning, the opponent is too strong. Dragon Roar magic is an advanced king skill. If the adverse attribute can't defeat you, then how can the king-level skills not break your extraordinary-level defense? What a joke. They just kill indiscriminately with their eyes closed. It can be said that this was an inhumane massacre against the nature of things. Dragon Roar magic, Thunderstorm Vortex. After starting, Xiaoting directly commanded the Thunder King Dragon to spray double dragon breath to consume the blood of the mother of demonic spiders. The rock spider felt very aggrieved. Enemies are flying in the sky. It can't be beaten. You can only keep stacking armor. But the power of its skills is totally incomparable to the king-level skills of the Thunder King Dragon. The breath of thunder and fire dragon came out. The earth flow wall, rock armor, and power of the earth were shattered in an instant. The attacks came in waves like a violent storm, leaving the rock demon spider with no power to fight back. It was a completely one-sided crushing defeat. Chen Yin and Lao Chun were both stunned. Is this a mid-level editor? Which mid-level can command elite monsters and crush the leader level to the ground? Hiss! The dying giant rock spider tried to escape from the breath of the thunder and fire dragon. But the Thunder King Dragon turned its head and continued to chase. No matter where it escapes, the terrifying dragon breath always envelopes its body. After less than 30 seconds of output, the rock demon spider let out a mournful cry. You destroyed the leader-level rock demon spider. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 273. High-level king skill, Dragon Roar magic. Thunder proficiency, current proficiency, level 3 entry, 1. Intermediate king skill, Thunder Fire Dragon Breath, proficiency, current proficiency, level 3 entry, 1. The more than 30-meter tall rock spider fell to the ground with a loud bang. It exudes a strong barbecue smell. Thor flapped his wings and landed on the ground with a bang. He looked back at Xiaoting, picked up the giant rock spider's claws, pulled it towards him, and made a low hum. Hold head high. Daddy, can you eat first? It's okay, you eat. Dad brought a self-heating lunchbox. Xiaoting turned his wrist, quickly took out a stack of lunchboxes from the bracelet space, showed them to Thor, and then put it back. If it was roasted pig or chicken, he might be able to share it with the Thunder King Dragon. But forget about roasting arthropod monsters like spiders. 10 moves but still refused. The Lord is kind and favors the filial queen. A layer of golden light of skill diffused over the huge body of the Thunder King Dragon, and its body shrank in circles until it turned into a half-meter-tall little thunder god, burying its head in the roasted spider meat and feasting on it. Ouch! After swallowing the delicious spider meat, its eyes lit up and its speed of showing off its food doubled again. This spider meat is so delicious. The rock spider was pickled in the saltwater swamp. It's very delicious, and the cooked meat has the texture of crab meat, with a strong roasted crab flavor. It's a pity that my dad doesn't like to eat it. Next time I go hunting, I'll get some monster meat that my dad likes to eat. Belch. Devouring the boss monster. Rock demon spider. Thunder dragon evolution. Current evolution degree, level 275. Little dragons are easy to raise as they are not picky eaters. Although the rock demon spider leader did not drop any materials, it was eaten completely. Not even a piece of spider meat was left uneaten, providing little Thor with a considerable amount of evolution. It's not far from reaching the leader level. After little Thor finished his snack, led by Chen Yin and Lao Chun, the group came to a safe house deep in the rock mine cave. Chapter 92, presenting the third-level spiritual plant map, the treasure hidden in the Sishan mining area. After the three of them arrived at the rocky mine cave, the afterglow was already covering their shoulders. Large black clouds swallowed up the summer's fiery clouds, and the sky outside the cave quickly darkened. It was almost evening. The evening moonlight rose high, golden, and distant. When the long wind blew from the other side of the wetland, the wild grass covered the sky. Inside the mine, although it is called a safe house, it is actually just a place where no monsters appear. Lao Chen and Chen Yin sprinkled insect repellent powder around and cleaned the ground. They usually sleep on the floor covered with clothes. Putting the flashlight aside, Lao Chen and Chen Yin first asked Xiao Ting to sit down, then picked up the wrench on the ground, and after a few operations, they relit the mine light. The dark cave finally became a little warmer. Want a box lunch? Under the warm yellow light, Xiao Ting heated up 3 boxes of self-heating rice and opened 3 cans of iced cola. Thank you, thank you. Chen Yin and Lao Chen sat on the rocks, eating steaming hot rice and crying. They have eaten spider monsters, gopher monsters, bat monsters, but it has been a long time since I had such a delicious meal. After the meal, Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God held their second cup of iced cola, sat on the clean stone bench, shook the little Vulcan ice cubes in the cup, and drank it happily. Chen Yin and Lao Chun held the soda bottles, looked at each other, nodded secretly, and made up their minds. Xiao Ting pretended not to notice their secret communication. The 2 miners were at an intermediate level, and one at a beginner level, and they posed no threat to him and Thor at all. And considering their character of diverting the monster tide and not wanting to affect strangers, they probably wouldn't do any sneak attacks. There were twinkling stars in Lao Chen's palm, and a circular monster space array opened up, spitting out a piece of brown paper with slightly curled edges, like some kind of hand-drawn topographic map. The old man took the map and knelt down in the direction of Xiao Ting together with Chen Yin. My benefactor, you saved us. I cannot repay you for your kindness. Please accept this map of the spiritual plants inside the magnetic mountain. What is this for? Xiao Ting was a little amused. He reached out his hand, but failed to help the old man and the middle-aged man up. Considering his strength that allows him to easily drag a 7 or 8 meter long black poisonous python, it shouldn't be a problem. But if they pull it further, the 2 miners kneeling on the opposite side will be injured. Xiao Ting had no choice but to pick up the spiritual plant map first. Seeing that he accepted it, Chun Yin and Lao Chun stood up. This spiritual plant map marks the 2 or 3,000-year-old and 100-year-old spiritual crystal plants that the geological and mining team discovered deep in the Sishan mining area. Chen Yin told what was recorded on this spiritual plant map. This map allows the geological and mining team to abandon the convenient electronic map format and use traditional paper format to draw. The things recorded on this map must be good things that cannot be told to outsiders. It is marked with many rare and precious spiritual plants that are thousands of years old and are very valuable. After that, worried that Xiao Ting might not believe them, Lao Chen and Chen Yin explained in detail the origin of the map. My father and I are part of the team responsible for mining the number 7 mining area of Sishan and crystallizing spiritual plants. Chen Yin touched his broken arm, thinking of the massacre, and said with a wry smile, 5 or 6 days ago, the captain and I found a 1,000-year-old, 3rd-level lightning spiritual plant of extremely high quality deep underground. However, it was guarded by a leader-level monster. We didn't alarm the guardian monster. We marked it on the map and quietly retreated. We are going back to the mining star group to gather people and come back to mine elemental plants. But as soon as we walked out of the mine, we were unlucky enough to run into the cultists of the Forest of Corpses and a group of ghost editors who were chasing them. Hearing Chun Yan's depressed tone, Xiao Ting finally understood the ins and outs of why the geological and mining team was captured and killed. A week ago, the remnants of the Corpse Forest cult fled to the 9th wilderness area. A large number of ghost forces and dark editor forces also followed them into the wilderness area, trying to take back the treasures of the robbed underground auction house. In order to avoid being hunted down, the 6 members of the secret sect mixed into the mining team, the wilderness poaching group, and various treasure hunting teams wandering in the wilderness. After hiding from place to place, a catastrophe was brought to more than a dozen geological and mining teams. Many ghost forces who want to take back the treasure will kill the mining team and the wilderness treasure hunting team. The mining team that Xiao Qian and Lao Chen were in was even more unlucky, as they happened to encounter the battle between the Forest of Corpses and the ghosts. After a fight, Xiao Chen and Lao Chen were protected by the leader of the miners who were left behind, and they escaped from the massacre with this spiritual plant map. Thinking of that scene, the veins on Chen Yan's neck bulged and tears welled up in his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and said through gritted teeth, "We were going to take the spiritual plant map back to the mining star group to ask for help, but that big grudge boss Zhou Paopi didn't want to pay for the work-related death compensation and ran away with the money and blocked all our communications. This Shouting suddenly showed an expression that was difficult to describe. Little Thor, who didn't understand what he said, also imitated him by opening his mouth slightly, revealing an indescribable expression. After all, this is not a legal society where everyone is equal in front of silver handcuffs. The minimum compensation for work-related death of a mid-level editor starts at 6 or 7 million. There were more than a dozen geological and mining teams, with no less than a dozen intermediate and more than 30 junior members, who died at the hands of the esoteric sect and the ghosts. All in all, at least 2 or 300 million yuan will be required for compensation. If Lao Chen and Xiao Chen get out alive, they can ask for work injury compensation on behalf of the families of their fellow miners. This is a huge sum of money. The big resentful boss of the mining star group doesn't even want to give 50 million. He didn't want to spend energy to hire new people to fight the third-level monster and retrieve the missing 1,000-year-old spiritual plant, so he just patted his butt and left. In desperation, the miner and his son could only use the editor certification bracelet to report the casualties to the Editors Guild. Not only was a wanted poster posted there, but a reward was also offered for the resentful boss of the mining star group. A number of elite editors were also dispatched to continuously clear out the foreigners who were arrogantly killing Donghuang people on Donghuang soil. But some secret cult members and ghost killers who have 3 burrows are still fleeing from each other, chasing each other. Shouting took a sip of Binkwaluo and asked in confusion, "Then why didn't you ask the guild's editor to take you out?" Lao Chen, "The guild's editors have gone deep into the Sishan mining area to clear out the temporary base camp of the cult editors and the ghost editors." Chen Yin, "We received the news and plan to wait for them in the giant spider swamp, and by the way, look for any surviving miners." Unexpectedly, we accidentally stepped on the spider eggs and were chased by the giant spider leader. During this period of time, they were either being hunted or being hunted. It's all tears if I say too much. The best luck may be to meet a benefactor who is a god from heaven. We are not going to submit this spiritual plant map to the Editors Guild. Lao Chen took a sip of the soda water, his cunning little eyes slightly curved, overflowing with the warm light reflected from the soda bottle, and whispered, "Young man, you saved us, we give it to you. I hope it can be of some help to you." This old disabled father and son duo were chased like dogs by the leader-level giant rock spiders, and they had no strength to mine these spiritual plants that were thousands or hundreds of years old. Shouting saved them and gave them a meal. Chun Yin and Lao Chun are not ungrateful men. They would rather give the spiritual plant map to Xiao Ting than let it fall into the hands of the black-hearted boss and the killers sent by the boss to hunt them down. Xiao Ting flipped through the spiritual plant map. It records the areas where many spiritual plants are distributed. Wow, that's quite a lot. It even records in detail the location of a 1,000-year-old thunder Ganoderma. Picked these spiritual plants. He could use the hand of fusion to fuse together a batch of higher level 3 and 4 spiritual plants, dramatically increasing the evolution of the 2 little guys. At least there is no problem in upgrading to level 3 in one wave. Shouting thought about it and asked another question. "By the way, do you know where the wilderness poaching groups are?" Shouting accepted 2 bounty missions, which were to kill all the wilderness poaching groups and the remnants of the secret cult. The remnants of the secret cult have now been confirmed to be hiding in the Sishan mining area. Where is the other hunting team that believes in the Lord of No Thieves? After thinking for a while, Chun Yin scratched the back of his head and said uncertainly, "It seems they are all in the deepest part of the Sishan mine area, Area 7. It's huge. There are many maze-like mines and secret passages underground. The poachers should have fled there and hid everywhere under the pursuit of the guild editor." Okay. Xiao Ting closed the spiritual plant map, and a circular magic circle like a star map appeared on his hand, and he put it into the monster space. "I will go to the underground mine in the Sishan mine tomorrow. The locations of the remnants of the secret sect and the wilderness poaching group have been locked by him remotely. You have put the Sishan mining area spiritual plant map, level 3, into the monster space." Chapter 93. The woodcutter beside the lake, the evil ghost in the smoke with golden eyes. Xiao Ting's next target is the Sishan mining area. The wilderness bandits and cult members are all targets for him and Little Thunder God to kill. Rough them. Not only can you get a huge reward, there is still a chance to collect the Overlord-level secret cult treasure map. Picked up a spiritual plant treasure for free. Let's not talk about the bounty and the treasure of the cult ghosts in the more distant Magic City for now. The most practical map of underground spiritual plant distribution. After picking them, Xiao Ting can use the Hand of Fusion to fuse a batch of higher-level spiritual plants and feed them to the 2 little dragons. There is absolutely no problem in upgrading Little Thor to the leader level and Little Vulcan to the elite level. If you are braver, you can pick the unknown high-level spiritual plants recorded on the map, which are found in the deepest part of the underground. Little Thunder God is expected to become the leader of the Dragon Clan. After dinner, Xiaoting meditated until late at night. The two miners took out medicine and began to treat their wounds. Xiaoting meditated for 2 or 3 hours and almost felt sleepy. He took out a camping sleeping bag and 2 spare sleeping bags and handed them to the grateful old man and one-armed Xiao Chun. The mine was damp and cold at night. From time to time, there are rustling sounds of cave insects and cave bats. Little Thor was guarding the campfire, lighting a string of electric flames with his tail, and lying next to Xiaoting, half asleep. Under its protection, the trio fell asleep peacefully. I haven't had such a good dream for a long time. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the 3 men and the dragon woke up refreshed. Just rinse with mineral water. Xiaoting took out 3 breakfast sets. There are soy milk and soup dumplings. Little Thor lay on his father's shoulder, eating a crab roe-filled bun 1 bite at a time, and each bite was filled with soup. Old Chin and Little Chun filled their stomachs and expressed their gratitude again. Let's go. I'll take you to the safe area outside the giant spider swamp. Xiaoting rode his motorcycle, carrying Lao Chun, and passed through the giant spider swamp. Outside is a relatively safe plain area. Xiao Chun used the mimicry combination technique and was transformed into a giant death crow by 3 shadow crows. It grabbed his shoulders and followed behind his roaring engine. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Just send it here. Thank you, brother. This is the safe zone. We can take the safe route the rest of the way, and we can get back in 2 or 3 days. Xiaoting thought about it, then took out another cardboard box from the space and handed it to the 2 of them. It contained 3 days' worth of food and mineral water. There is a month's supply of these things in Xiaoting's space. The remaining portion was more than enough for his 6-day trip to the wilderness area. Bye. I hope you can find the black-hearted boss and sue for compensation for the miners. Chun Yin waved his hand and said, Brother, we will never forget your kindness. Old Shin waved his hand and said, Good people will have a peaceful life. Amid the 2 people's profuse thanks, Xiaoting sat on the motorcycle in the dark night, facing the red sun on the horizon, and jumped out like a pitch-black lightning. Magnetic Hill area. A pitch-black locomotive roared as it passed through the wilderness and across the mountains of magnetite mines. The little flying dragon spread its wings and soared above Xiaoting's head, releasing a faint kingly pressure. Unqualified wild animals and monsters are running away in all directions. The exploration rate of the Magnetic Hill area is 67. It is a high-risk area where leader-level and commander-level monsters appear. Now there are still wandering wilderness bandits, ghost killers, and cultists. The danger level has undoubtedly increased a lot. When passing by the emerald green wilderness lake, Xiaoting was lucky enough to meet 2 figures with attribute panels. Wilderness Poaching Group, Zhao Qianggong. Wang Yuhui, the Wilderness Poaching Group. Their blood-stained shorts and the golden words above their heads told Xiaoting that they were doomed to die. These are 2 wilderness bandits who came to fetch water. By catching them, he will know the base of the wilderness poachers. Xiaoting parked the motorcycle aside, put on the invisible lizard cloak, and fastened the fong-shaped respirator. Green smoke like the breath of an evil spirit came out, covering his face and breath, and he went around behind them. The electronic music session has begun. An ancient, low dragon roar sounded, and the dragon blood power flowing in the body turned into shining thunder light the moment it emerged from the palm. Dragon roar magic. Thunderous angry dragon. What's that sound? The scarred man who was on guard raised his head in horror. What came into view was a ferocious thunder dragon. The purple lightning flashed and turned into a ferocious dragon emerging from its cave, hissing sharply and opening its huge jaws. Each of its terrifying fangs is made up of purple lightning. A terrifying, oppressive feeling of tens of millions volts comes over me. Ironshell tussock moth, steel wing. The scarred man felt his scalp tingle and shouted loudly, Meow meow meow. A half-meter-tall, iron-shelled poisonous moth leaped up, its wings emitting steel-type enhanced light. It circled in the air and rushed towards the thunder dragon. This is an enhanced skill that can cut off electrical mines, but it can't break the real thunder. The thunder dragon opened its purple jaws, let out a cry like 1,000 birds, and swallowed their bodies together. The electric light is blooming. The man and the moth trembled violently. After a few seconds, their bodies convulsed and they fell backwards. You destroyed the common-level iron-shelled venomous moth. Brother Chong, Wang Yuhui, who was fetching water, turned around. The sound of crisp footsteps. It rang out beside the lake. The young man in the mystic cloak snapped his fingers, and a dragon-shaped lightning bolt that was estimated to be 20 to 30 meters long flew back and wrapped around his body. The flowing lightning made a low roar like thousands of snakes. Wang Yuhui looked at him half warily and half fearfully. The moment I saw this mysterious man, the four words, evil ghost in the smoke, flashed through her mind at the same time. This is not a coward who hides his head and tail. It was a terrifying humanoid monster. He, or it. He was wearing a pitch-black raincoat, a respirator with fang patterns on his face, and exuded a terrifying aura of oppression. Under the green smoke that was like the breath of an evil spirit, she had no way of judging the man's appearance or age. Like a walking evil ghost in the smoke. Mysterious. Extremely dangerous. You are an elite member of the Editor's Guild? Wang Yuhui, a female member of the bandit group, swallowed her saliva, quickly abandoned her useless fear, aroused her anger, and stared at the figure fiercely. Under the green smoke leaking from the respirator, the expression of this tall figure was extremely obscure and unpredictable. Only the electric light faintly illuminated the purple bracelet on his hand, which was the symbol of an elite editor. Elite level, and it's elite level certified by the Editor's Guild. Wang Yuhui's expression couldn't help but show a hint of fear. Correct answer. Xiaoting smiled and blinked. His voice was distorted by the respirator, and dazzling lightning jumped on his hands. He looked like a lightning king with a dangerous, crazy, and mysterious aura. Are you also a guild editor who wants to collect the bounty? Wang Yuhui's heart sank. The moment his eyes met Xiaoting's, she saw the other person's pitch-black pupils suddenly turn into an inhuman golden color. What kind of eyes are those? Thousands of dazzling golden eyes like golden lamps. With an inhuman and absolutely cold look, like an ancient god, he looked down at the earth indifferently. Chapter 94. 4 million bounty received. 2 dragon cubs are about to hatch. The situation is not good. All the cells in Wang Yuhui's body were sounding alarms, as if he was being stared at by some giant beast that transcended the level of life. She suppressed the uncontrollable fear in her mind, slowly adjusted her breathing, stepped back a few steps, and raised her hand. Roar! A gigantic, dog-like monster leaped out from the purple summoning circle. Pounce forward. Humph. We're both at the intermediate level. Do you think you can beat me? Howling hyena. Charge. Bone-crushing fong. Name. Howling hyena. Attributes. Wind element. Martial arts element. Racial level. 2nd level elite beast man. Level. 2nd stage middle stage. 51 evolution degree. Just waiting for you to summon monsters and serve the little dragon. The mysterious man uttered a whisper. The wind-type howling hyena roared. With the help of charge, its speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the mysterious man. It opened its mouth wide, and a blood-red light shone inside its mouth. The 2 fangs grew more than twice as large in an instant, like the guillotine of the god of death, biting down fiercely with fierce momentum. Ouch! Hit it! Its invincible sword-like fangs bit the mysterious man's right hand. But the touch doesn't seem right. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in the howling hyena's heart. Its hunch was right. The moment it bit down, layers of dragon scales grew rapidly at the fingertips of this mysterious man. Each piece was flashing with indestructible dragon energy, like armor that could protect against all evil, and it covered the man's arm in an instant. The 2 small eyes of the howling hyena looked downward in confusion. Its bone-crushing teeth bit down, but it seems that it didn't completely lose its grip. Xiaoting raised his right hand slightly. The howling hyena, biting the scales and hanging on his arm with question marks written all over its face, was also suspended in the air with his movements. For some reason, the howling hyena suddenly became nervous and wanted to let go. But the scales seemed to be alive and moved, firmly holding its fangs. Then, it heard a distorted low laugh. Xiaoting's left hand stretched out like lightning and punched the coyote's face, which was full of shock. Crack! A clear bone-breaking sound was heard. The howling hyena's eyes suddenly bulged out. Where the fist made contact, a powerful air wave visible to the naked eye erupted. The monster coyote gushed blood from its mouth and nose, its face distorted in pain, and then it was knocked flying, with a powerful gust of air swirling around and hitting the body of the editor opposite. The pain of a heavy blow to the face and nose can be imagined. The howling hyena let out a shrill cry and rolled on the ground, covering its broken face and nose. Oh shit! A drop of cold sweat seeped down Wang Youhui's forehead. She covered her broken ribs and trembled as she climbed up from beside the howling hyena. It's numb. My scalp is tingling. The howling hyena's bone-crushing fangs have doubled their bite force and can easily crush the bones of ordinary elite monsters, but they can't break the arm defense of this devil in the smoke at all. Not only does he have amazing defense, he can also beat a mid-elite level howling hyena half to death with one punch. Is this man with his face covered a devil? After taking the 100-year-old dragon bloodgrass, my strength has become even stronger. Xiaoting briefly commented that this flat-flow boxing technique could instantly kill elite early-stage monsters. He strolled over to the female bandit and the howling hyena and pressed the button on the side of the bracelet. A fluorescent blue computer screen appeared. There is a bounty on it. The Wilderness Poaching Group, Miss Wang Youhui, once killed a mid-level editor and more than a dozen innocent people. The bounty is 3 million. Without waiting for him to finish reading the bounty order, Wang Youhui moved her lips, her eyes became fierce, and she bit the second-level secret tongue ring in her mouth into pieces. Want to take my reward? I will drag you down with me even if I die. One-time second-order super speed healing. A powerful green light of recovery emerged from the howling hyena's body. The howling hyena that had fallen to the ground stood up. Its broken nose bone healed quickly, and it bared its snow-white fangs at Xiaoting. Dish. But the next second, the man and the dog froze. They all opened their mouths wide, looking as if they had seen a ghost, because of an extremely huge dragon-shaped shadow suddenly appeared behind the evil ghost in the smoke. Stroking the bent and drooping head of the Thunder King Dragon, the mysterious man's unique golden vertical pupils met Wang Youhui's gaze and bent in a friendly manner. If you don't want to be eaten alive, can I ask a few simple questions? Looking at that terrifying 30-meter-tall flying dragon, Wang Youhui was silent for a moment. The previous arrogance disappeared instantly. She closed her eyes and hugged her shaking arms with both hands. She was like a deflated ball. She said with a cold face and a trembling voice, I will answer whatever you want to ask, as long as you promise to give me a quick death. 5 minutes later, Xiaoting let out an ancient groan from his throat. Dragon roar magic, thunder snake walks. The man and the hyena trembled violently. Their hearts stopped beating due to the electric current, and they fell to the ground. Xiaoting turned his wrist and took out a biological sampling bag from the bracelet space. Collect the blood and hair of the 2 dark editors into a bag and store it in a bracelet. Being in the wilderness, it would take too much time to carry a yellow body bag to hand in the bounty like other editors. For this kind of wanted criminal of a low level, as long as you kill him and get his blood and hair, and then pass the identification by the guild, you can get the bounty. In addition to identification, in order to prevent false claims, the guild has professional psychic and ghost-type monsters to conduct death-sensing identification on the hair and blood of the bounty criminals. 2 wilderness bandits, with a bounty of 3 million and a bounty of 1 million. A total of 4 million was received. Xiaoting's heart was filled with satisfaction and joy. Who doesn't like money? The pursuit of wealth is human nature. Having money means it is easier to get what you want. He calculated that even if 2 dragons ate 1 million pieces of pork meat a day, it would be enough to feed them for 4 days. If you buy monster materials and fuse them to increase their value, you can also buy several first and second-order monster materials and fuse them into third-order leader-level monster materials worth tens of millions. Xiaoting took a deep breath. With the original capital accumulated, he could use the hand of fusion to continuously make money from money and transform it into huge wealth. Then buy higher-level monster materials, mystical orbs, enchanted weapons. Evolve the 2 little dragons into a more powerful 7th-order natural disaster ancient dragon species, armed from head to toe to every tooth. By then, even the living crack would discover him. The alien races and alien editors deep in the rift wanted to kill him when he was just growing up. Xiaoting already holds 2 of the most powerful ancient dragon species on Earth, which is enough to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. The bodies of the man and woman were thrown into the lake, where they soon sank. The 2 monsters disappeared into the big mouth of the Thunder King Dragon. The dragon who wakes up early gets meat to eat. To maintain a normal body size, its appetite will grow, so it has to store a little more energy. You destroyed the elite long howling hyena. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Devouring elite monster. Howling hyena. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 278. Are all the wilderness poachers hiding in the underground mines? Xiaoting got the information he wanted from the women in the poaching group. Thor, shrink, get ready to go. Ah. The little thunder god wearing the enchanted collar raised his head and shouted, his body glowing with golden light, and he quickly shrank from a huge 30-meter-tall dragon. Then its wings fluttered, and it flew back to Xiao Ting's shoulders. Daddy, Daddy, go, go, go. Let's go. Turning on the headlights, Xiao Ting drove into the 7th area according to the information provided by the poaching group members and entered the largest mine. Directly locked onto the area where wilderness bandits were active. Holding the handlebars at both ends of the motorcycle with both hands, he turned into a dark lightning and rolled over the bumpy mountain roads and gravel. Under the golden light of the headlights, it moves forward rapidly. And just at this moment, System, Host, your second flame Tyrannosaurus egg is about to hatch. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. Chapter 95 The second dragon cub breaks out of its shell. A proud cub with a library of novels in his head? Xiao Ting was startled and quickly opened the computer screen of the authentication bracelet and checked the time. It is now 8:09 in the morning on the 28th. It takes 3 days for the little Vulcan to hatch, and he got it on the morning of June 25th. Oh my God, the little Vulcan is really about to break out of his shell. Xiao Ting swung his bracelet. After turning off the light computer screen, he turned his head and looked at the little Thor on his shoulder and said nervously, Cub, find a safer place for Daddy to stay. We have to enter the monster space and take a look at the second dragon cub who is about to hatch. Is the little Vulcan cub about to break out of its shell? Little Thor's 2 big eyes suddenly lit up. It shines like a rosy purple nebula. It raised its little head and slapped its chest. Find a safe house now. After a childish dragon roar, it turned into a streak of purple lightning and soared into the air. Xiao Ting followed it, following the illumination of the golden lights on the front of the car and the countless passages dug out by the geological and mining group, going deep into the interior of the Sishan Mountain. The entire underground mine is like a maze. I didn't meet anyone on the road, but I did encounter some ordinary small monsters of the lightning, poison, dark, etc. types. Get out of here. The little Thor spread his little wings and released the might of a dragon as deep as the ocean, driving away all the blind monsters that were blocking his way. A few minutes later, there are still 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute and 59 seconds before the little dragon hatches. Under the guidance of Little Thunder God, Xiao Ting found a secluded and deserted mine and went in. Hurry up and go into the monster space and take a look. Xiao Ting hugged the expectant little Thor. Countless starlights appeared from his hands, and a circular magic circle engulfed the bodies of the man and the dragon. The bodies of the father and son instantly appeared in the monster space. The end of the world is white as snow. There stood a monster house. In the small hut covered with bare skin blankets, there is a huge burning red egg. The flame dragon egg is 3 or 4 meters tall, emitting scorching heat. It was so hot that you could vaguely see the surface of the eggshell, with countless white vapors rising. The floor was steaming with fresh, humid heat, and it seemed that every drop of steam contained a young, restless heartbeat. It was the strong and powerful heartbeat of the little Vulcan that echoed throughout the entire monster house. It's almost breaking out of its shell. For the first time, Xiao Ting's heart was shaken violently. With the nervousness of being a new father, he strode to the dragon eggs with the little Thor on his shoulders. The hatching process of little Vulcan is different from that of little Thor. As soon as little Thor lands on the ground, he can run, jump, and eat the meat of elite monsters. Although he is big in size, his IQ is not high, and he looks very honest and cute. The little fire god was a 1-meter-high egg that Xiao Ting started with, but over time it grew into a 3-meter-high dragon egg. Xiao Ting felt like he was really waiting for a life to be born. He was very nervous, like he was a dragon dad for the first time. He was a little overwhelmed. Click, click. As the man and the dragon walked to the fiery red dragon egg, they heard the crisp sound of the shell breaking. Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God looked at each other, and they both clenched their claws at the same time, with excitement flashing in their eyes. Then, they even held their breath, their eyes fixed nervously on the little Vulcan's breaking shell. Under the blazing gazes of a man and a dragon, the flame Tyrannosaurus egg shook violently. The shell made a crisp, crackling sound, and the surface was covered with spiderweb-like cracks and cracked rapidly. An extremely hot anger hits you in the face. The boiling fire magic power continued to overflow from the broken eggshell. Within a radius of 10 meters, all matter constructed by spiritual power withered and evaporated, and was burned to ashes. The flames and white mist jumped wildly on the ground like a mad dance of demons. What a majestic appearance! Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God were both startled. opened their mouths slightly, and took a few steps back. Crack! The cracks on the fiery red eggshell grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a few minutes later, a big, steaming head emerged from the shattered eggshell with a wheezing sound. Roar! 2 dragon cubs have hatched. The big red head shook off the wet eggshell on its head and squeezed its body out impatiently. This little fire Tyrannosaurus had just been born. It was as big as a baby elephant, and its entire body was fiery red, the color of magma. He rolled over and landed on the ground. The little flame Tyrannosaurus looked at Xiao Ting curiously with its 2 red eyes. Next second, smelling the incomparably powerful soul breath of the creator, it opened its claws and ran towards Xiao Ting at full speed. Do you want a hug? Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God both opened their arms excitedly. Baby, stick with me. The little fire Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed over like a red whirlwind as if it had let go. Then, in the confused eyes of the man and the dragon, he picked up one with 1 claw. Xiao Ting, Little Thunder God. The flame Tyrannosaurus instantly turned passive into active. He pressed the tiny father and the tiny dragon cub onto his fiery red dragon scales and gave them an extremely warm and intimate hug. Dad, little brother, stick with me. Xiao Ting and Little Thunder God's faces both twisted. I felt the unbearable weight of life. My chest felt suffocated. Too enthusiastic, baby. Your dad and your brother's ribs are almost broken. It's really hard to take care of a baby. If you're not careful, it's easy to kill the editor. After being put down by the enthusiastic little god of fire, Xiao Ting and the staggering little god of thunder fell together and looked over with their eyelids raised. Level attributes. Flame Tyrannosaurus, juvenile stage. Level, 0 initial stage, 0 degree of evolution. Skills, charge, intermediate basic level, hardening, advanced basic level, crushing bite, advanced basic level, flame breath, intermediate extraordinary level. Nice skill bar. The little Vulcan has 4 skills when he is born. Among them is the ace representative skill of the fire Tyrannosaurus, Fire Breath. It is an elemental release skill that can only be learned by boss-level monsters, as well as upper-level monsters of the boss race, the ruler race, and the overlord race. Its combat power is probably about the same as when Xiao Ting led the Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex to sweep the underground arena. Close the properties panel. Xiao Ting's attention was instantly attracted by the fire Tyrannosaurus cub. Xiao Ting looked up at it. It was 3 meters tall when it was just born, which is the standard size of the Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The whole body was covered with fiery red dragon scales, emitting a hot breath like a burning flame. Just one word. Handsome. The little fire Tyrannosaurus moved its big head closer, blinked its ruby eyes with admiration, let out an intimate and childish dragon roar, and rubbed against Xiao Ting's chest and neck, appearing to be very intimate. Roar, 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 roar. Dad, I have broken out of my shell. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the Dragon Clan. From now on, the Dragon Clan will be handed over to me. From today on, I will practice hard and lead everyone to transcendence and become a saint as soon as possible. Let our long-decayed Dragon Clan dominate the monster world again. Xiao Ting originally thought it would act coquettishly. I didn't expect that the little Vulcan would express all kinds of ambitions as soon as he opened his mouth. That is, it doesn't sound like he is here to be a family younger brother. More like coming to seize power and become the leader of the Dragon Clan. But for kids, it's always a good thing to have some ambition. The look Xiao Ting gave the little god of fire was still full of the loving care of a father. Compared to the silly, foodie little thunder god, the little fire god, who was also born from the tribe's inherited memory, seems to have more opinions of his own. This ambitious little fire dragon is his second dragon cub. The eldest dragon cub will be called Thunder God, and the second dragon cub will be called Fire God. Xiao Ting looked into the little Vulcan's ruby eyes and quickly decided on its name. I hope that it will be just like its name, the god of fire that can stand on the top of 10,000 dragons, the tyrant of Red Lotus. Hold head high. The little flame Tyrannosaurus let out an excited whoosh and spurted out a ball of hot flame from its mouth. That's the taste. All the long Outyin characters in the novel library in my mind have such domineering and handsome names. I see. It turns out that it was using the script of Outyin God of War. The name of Honglian Shura is worthy of it to become Outyin Fire God of the Dragon King of all worlds. Etc. Xiao Ting was stunned. What are novel library in the brain and Outyin God of War script? Can you say it again? Where did you learn these words? Looking at the little fire god who kept talking nonsense, Shouting suddenly felt that the problem might be a bit serious. Studies have shown that every initial monster absorbs a certain amount of inherited memory when it is born. But most of what is inherited are instinctive behaviors, such as hunting, diet, and the control and use of extraordinary skills. But the little Vulcan seems a little different. Shouting was somewhat skeptical. The inherited memory it absorbed? Are there a few war god, son-in-law, and proud sky novel websites that the old middle school ancestors have read too many of? The little Vulcan smiled crookedly, not understanding why. It doesn't have the greasy look of the crooked-mouthed god of war, but it's more or less vivid and a little bit worthy of a beating. Roar. Don't say that. These words just popped out of its little head. Anyway, when it is sleeping, all kinds of strange things will occasionally pop up from its brain. But it's not a big problem. The inherited library of second-year novels in his head is the biggest cheat that makes him stand out among the other dragons. Shouting. Chapter 96. After all, if you can't even feed your own family, how can you feed the world? Shouting felt that the problem might be a bit serious. His scalp tightened, and he subtly smelled a hint of mudslide in Outyin realm. A long Outyin kid with big ideas, self-righteousness, and who has read too many second-year novels came to my house. This should be a good thing. At least, it's not the second mudslide in the foodie world. Otherwise, it will cost twice as much to raise it. The little fire god's stomach suddenly made a loud gurgling sound. The two dragons immediately tilted their heads. A pair of pomegranate red eyes and a pair of grape purple eyes both looked towards the dragon nanny. Shouting calmly picked up the broken eggshells on the ground and began to feed the dragon. Roar. This, can eggshells be eaten? The little fire god blinked his fiery red eyes and was somewhat disgusted with these things that had trapped him for 3 days. But on second thought, things are definitely not that simple. Dad is a dragon creator with extraordinary talents. How could the creator feed it ordinary eggshells? The little Vulcan's eyes suddenly became serious. Yeah, I understand. This eggshell must be an extraordinary treasure. As expected of my dad, he can actually discover its extraordinary features. Shouting was stunned by its flattery and quickly opened his all-seeing eye to look at the eggshell fragments in his hand. Although, this is just an ordinary dragon eggshell? Shouting silently closed the eye of all-seeing. The atmosphere is so tense that if he tells the truth, it seems like he will be very disappointed. The little fire god has inexplicable self-confidence. The little fire god opened his mouth wide and licked Shouting's palm. This taste is incredible. Suddenly, I smelled a rich tonic aroma from the eggshell. After all, it is the overlord eggshell, the best tonic when the dragon is born. The little fire god, who had been disdainful of the food before, exclaimed in his heart that it was so delicious and finished it in just 2 or 3 bites. It is indeed not an ordinary thing. The eggshell is its natural companion, which contains the purest essence of growth and can help it quickly recover its strength after birth. As expected of my dad, he was able to find a treasure that even the god of fire Outyin couldn't find. My journey to dominate the universe begins with eating the Supreme 5 Overlord-level eggshell. Swallowing the Overlord Dragon eggshell. Evolution of Fire Dragon. Current evolution degree, level 010. Eating an eggshell is like killing an elite monster. Shouting looked at it with a loving face as it ate. Ignore what it says. This little Tyrannosaurus eating like a piglet is what a child should be like. But why did I suddenly feel wetness on my shoulders? Shouting turned his head and looked. It turned out to be the little thunder god, who looked at the little fire god eating the eggshells with his eyes wide open, and the water in his mouth was flowing down 3,000 feet. Swish, swish. No way, you're greedy for a cub's eggshells? Shouting twitched his eyes and wiped the saliva on his sleeve onto the little thunder god with disgust. He flicked its head again. You can't give me eggshells? This morning, little Thor ate a poisonous moth and a howling hyena. After eating the eggshell, the little fire god seemed not yet full. He smacked his lips and stared at Shouting with his bright flaming eyes. Then it pointed at its bottomless mouth with its tail. Roar. Dad, food. I'm hungry. Are there any rare treasures in our house? It is not picky about food, just a few mouthfuls of things like the green lotus earthcore fire, the 100,000-year soul beast, the jade blood spider, the ancient ginseng fruit, the dragon essence and phoenix blood, the magic beans, and Anya. That's enough. The little Vulcan wasn't full yet. Eggshells, while nutritious, are too little and too easy to digest. It melts in your mouth and turns into a warm essence that is not too filling. Although I have strength all over my body, my stomach is still flat. Shouting, who was penniless, instantly became socially deaf and blind. Selectively not hearing what it said about the treasures of heaven and earth, it touched the second dragon cub's head kindly. "We still have some food stored at home. Let's go out and show off." Bringing the little Vulcan to the outside of the hut, Xiao Ting was stunned. Where are the 10 poisonous algae crocodiles that were originally piled up here? How come there are only these leftovers left? A whistle that sounded extremely guilty was heard. Xiao Ting turned his head and stared at the little Thor who was pouting his goldfish mouth on his shoulder. "SHHHHHHH. Where is the food stored at home?" He remembered that he had collected 10 ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodiles that were killed by the dragon's might as food for the second dragon cub. Little Thor stopped whistling, checked his fingers guiltily, then opened his mouth and pointed with his little paw. Hee. When it was apologizing to the little Vulcan egg, it ate 8 or 9 of them while its father wasn't paying attention. It humbly admitted its mistakes. "Next time I dare." After all, if you can't even feed your own family, how can you feed the world? What a bunch of nonsense. Xiao Ting held his forehead helplessly. What to do? What else can I do? I just have to forgive it like the old father forgave the turtle. First, he picked up the remaining ordinary-grade poisonous algae crocodile by its tail and brought it to the little fire god. He flipped his wrist and took out an ordnance shovel. He cut off the 4 fangs of the poisonous algae crocodile with ease. It then spit out super small thunder fire dragon breath and slightly roasted the crocodile meat. Only then was the roasted crocodile, weighing several hundred pounds, pushed in front of the little fire god, who was already impatient and wagging his tail. "Eat something to fill your stomach first." Ouch! Swallowed normal monster. Algae crocodile. Little Vulcan evolution. Current evolution degree. Level 012. Wow, the little god of fire eating and the little god of thunder eating are 2 completely different styles. The latter accepts everything and enjoys eating everything. The former is a picky eater with a leaky mouth who looks like he deserves to be beaten by his mother. It basically eats all of the most delicious and essential parts of its prey, such as the heart, lungs, and liver. The second thing they eat most is the fat on the belly of the prey, which has the highest fat content and is the most delicious. It was disgusted with the remaining leg meat and skin. Because it doesn't taste good and has very little fat, this kind of meat is basically abandoned by it. Anyway, it has almost tasted all the other meats, so there is no need for it to eat these inferior meats. Little Thor, who had been watching closely for a long time, waited until it walked away on its hind legs and then approached it, licking his mouth. Like a piglet digging for rice, he ate up all the leftovers of the little fire god. Not a single bone was left. Belch. Xiao Ting and Xiao Huishan both put on masks of disgust. I helplessly watched the little foodie dragon wagging its tail and eating the delicious mama. They declined to comment. After all, if you don't eat the leftovers in your own house, how can you eat the world? After little Thor finished eating the leftovers, he began to lick the meat shreds on his paws. Xiao Ting was nudged in the waist by the little fire god's nose. I turned around and met a pair of big eyes that were full of eagerness to try. "Are you still not full?" After pinching its face, Xiao Ting turned his head and waved to the little Thor, who had his dragon ears erect and a look of anticipation on his face. "Let's go hunting as a family of 3. After exiting the monster space, Xiao Ting brought the 2 dragons and landed in the dim tunnel. The little Vulcan landed heavily on the ground, looking left and right curiously. "Is this the first step for me, Long Outyin, to conquer all the heavens and worlds?" Countless stories in my head came to my mind. Any ordinary mortal who picked up a small green bottle and dropped a drop of magical green liquid into it can ripen the spiritual herbs. From then on, he will become a demon in the world of cultivation and counterattack. What kind of ordinary good-for-nothing boy who was rejected by his marriage activated the ring, and from then on, the old man in the ring taught him everything, and he soared into the sky and burned the heavens and the worlds. That's right, every successful Long Outyin's life journey is always filled with various adventures. Ong, the fire god Outyin, will also start from here to dig out his first opportunity. Xiao Ting, who was still unaware of Long Zai's ambitions, looked at the map of underground spiritual plants. After selecting the nearest monster spawning and treasure hunting spots, he turned on the headlights, sat astride the motorcycle, and waved to the baby flame Tyrannosaurus behind him. "Come on, Dad will take you to get some delicious food." Chapter 97, Lingji Cave. The mudslide in Outyin realm makes its debut. The little Vulcan has hatched, and Xiao Ting thinks it's time to find a place to fight monsters so it can gain experience and level up. I hope that the next opponent will allow him and little Thor to reach the leader level and little Vulcan to reach the elite level. The little thunder god on his shoulder patted his chest and called out, "Little Vulcan cub, follow Daddy and I, and you will definitely have food to eat." Roar. The little fire god howled excitedly and blew out 2 streams of fiery red smoke from his nostrils. The family members are so excited. What will we encounter next? Is it the mysterious little green bottle, the old man in the ring, or the jade pendant with the spiritual spring space? Whatever it is, it's what it wants. With 2 excited hums, the little Vulcan moved his hind legs, followed the speeding locomotive, and strode through the underground mines. Its 9-ton body made the sand and dust on the ground rumble and tremble. Letting the little thunder god put away his king-level dragon power, Shao Ting took the little fire god with him to challenge some ordinary-level monsters. You destroyed the normal-level electric mouse. You destroyed a common-level crypt spider. Evolution of fire dragon. Current evolution degree, level 022. Under the pressure of him and little Thor, the little fire god was very fierce. He opened his big mouth and chased the mine monsters along the way to beat them up. There's basically nothing amazing about it. They were all killed fiercely by the fire god Out Yin. With the help of hardening, crushing bite, charge, and fire breath, its current combat capability can fight against the ferocious little monsters at the quasi-elite level. Next, Shao Ting took out the spiritual plant map and, according to the locations marked on the drawing paper, he took Little Thunder God and Little Fire God and began to search for spiritual plants. The little Vulcan breaks into the territories of the mine monsters like a bully. In just 2 or 3 moves, the monster was knocked down. You can fight and show off at the same time, and provide a one-stop service on the spot. But what Shao Ting and Little Thunder God couldn't understand was that it actually loved to pick up and scavenge junk. What is this vine used for? Dad, this is a good stuff. From now on, as long as this innate gourd vine is buried on Mount Buzhou, it will produce 7 chubby gourd babies and turn into 7 magic weapons of innate quality. What about this piece of jade with a missing corner? Dad, that is not ordinary jade. As long as you drop some blood into it, you will find that there is actually a spiritual spring space hidden inside, where you can grow vegetables like a farm. Shao Ting. I checked and it's not. Just a bunch of little junk. Shao Ting and the little thunder god who bit the jade pendant with a poo sound both had question marks on their faces. Erzai, your way of thinking is so different. But no matter how confused I am, it is still my own child. No matter how crooked or immature it is, I am still willing to spoil it. Shao Ting cleaned up all the garbage picked up by the little fire god, put it into the bracelet space in front of it, and kept it properly. Just walk along the way, eat along the way, pick up garbage treasures along the way. 1 man and 2 dragons ran to a slightly deeper place in the underground mine. During this period, Shao Ting collected 2 thunder-type spiritual plants that had not yet been picked up by other forces according to the instructions on the spiritual plant map. Name: 10-year thunder vine fruit, 1st level spiritual plant. Explanation: after taking it, the weak resonance power of the lightning element will be enhanced within a certain period of time. Cooling down of drug effect: junior editors can take a 1st level elixir once every 3 days. Name: 50 years electric licorice, 1st level spiritual plant. Description: after taking it, it will enhance the weak resonance power of the lightning element and alleviate the toxicity and severity of monster injuries. Cooling down of drug effect: junior editors can take a 1st level elixir once every 3 days. According to the synthesis formula, I should be able to fuse these 2 1st level spiritual plants with the 2nd level dragon bloodgrass to synthesize a 3rd level spiritual plant of 1000-year quality. Shao Ting put the spiritual plant into the monster space and stored it carefully. He didn't plan to feed these 2 1st level spiritual plants to the 2 little foodies. After keeping them, they will be combined into a large one. The market price of synthesized 3rd level spiritual plants is at least tens of millions. It is a tonic that can greatly increase the degree of evolution of leader-level monsters after being consumed. Spiritual plants are rare resources formed by absorbing elements of heaven and earth. They are partly poisonous, and there is a limit to the degree of evolution that can be increased by taking spiritual plants from monsters of each level. The higher the race of the edited monster, the more the body can absorb the medicinal effects of the spiritual plant. An editing monster of the king race like Little Thor can get 30 evolution degrees from spiritual plants at each stage. This is a maximum limit that is enough to make 97 earth monsters dry up and silent, making them unattainable. The dust at my feet trembled, and when I looked up, I saw a huge shadow cast beside me. It was the little fire god. running over with a dirty bone ring in his mouth. Ouch! Dad, look. After we inject our fighting spirit, an old man in white will appear to help us make the elixir. Shouting. Silly boy, in our monster editing world, there is no such thing as fighting spirit. She put the ordinary decorative bone ring left behind by that unlucky editor after his death into the bracelet space. Xiao Ting leaned against the dark night, using the light from his phone to carefully look through the spiritual plant map in his hand. There are probably still a few more roads to go before we can reach the leader-level monster cave where the third-level spiritual plant exists. It's almost evening. Let's find a place to rest and have dinner before setting off again. Xiao Ting shook the purple elite bracelet. A light blue computer screen appeared, displaying the current time. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening on June 28th. For lunch, he ate from a self-heating lunchbox. The two dragon cubs ate at the nearby self-service monster den. Unfortunately, he didn't meet the walking bounty he had been dreaming of, the wilderness poaching group. The current evolution degree of the little fire god is level 090. The evolution degree of little Thor is level 280. After a morning and afternoon of hunting, their evolution has been greatly improved. The little fire god was already 4 or 5 meters tall, and he stood there like a volcano ready to erupt, giving people a great sense of oppression. Noticing that his father was looking at him, the little Vulcan snorted twice and showed an evil smile of a crooked-mouthed god of war. Especially silly. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Xiao Ting's head. He withdrew his gaze from the second dragon cub and patted the head of the big dragon cub on his shoulder. Little thunder god, go explore the way and find a place for us to stay for the night. Bing! The little thunder god spread his wings and turned into a streak of purple lightning and soared into the sky. The engine let out a low roar, and Xiao Ting, riding a pitch-black motorcycle, turned into a black lightning and chased rapidly behind. At the end of the man and the dragon, a huge flaming Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped across the ground and followed closely behind. Little dragon, motorcycle Xiao Ting, flamed Tyrannosaurus. The man and two dragons followed this arrangement and traveled through the underground mine, looking for a place to sleep at night. 10 minutes later, the little Thor in the sky stopped, flapped his wings, and jumped onto Xiao Ting's shoulder. Pointing at several tunnels not far away, he let out a loud, strange cry. Xiao Ting grasped the black handle. The wheels rolled over the gravel on the ground and slowly stopped. He and the little Vulcan looked over, curious. Is there something ahead? Is it a human? Xiao Ting asked. The little thunder god shook his head like a rattle. Ong, ong, ong. Not a human being. It smells the fragrance. It smells similar to the delicious dragon blood grass. But the elemental energy should be a little more concentrated. Is there a spiritual plant ahead that is more advanced than the dragon bloodgrass? Xiao Ting understood, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After walking in the underground mine for half a day, they finally encountered rare resources. I just don't know if the spiritual plant resources we encounter ahead will be hundreds of years old. Ride forward in circles for 400 or 500 meters. In a deep cave at the corner, a piece of golden crystal cloud fungus grows on the damp cliff, emitting a faint energy halo. It turns out to be a place where the monochrome thunder cloud fungus grows. Xiao Ting blinked and looked at the golden words that kept popping up where the all-seeing eye swept, and he was somewhat surprised. Each of the thunder cloud fungi in the cave has been crystallized for at least 10 years, emitting wisps of electricity and shining brightly. What attracted the attention of the man and two dragons the most were two particularly large and tall golden Ganoderma lucidum. Name: Millennium Thunder Ganoderma, Level 3. Description: absorbing underground thunder elements for thousands of years to produce alienated spiritual plants. Ability: after being taken by leader-level monsters, it can increase a certain affinity with lightning and enhance the resonance power with lightning elements. After being taken by a leader-level lightning monster, it can increase its evolution degree by a large amount, 20. Picking method: experts recommend wearing double insulated gloves when picking. Good stuff. If little Thor eats it, he will definitely be able to level up to level 3 in one go. Chapter 98. Thunder Bat Cave. Encounter with Wild Electric Bat King. Xiao Ting looked at the spiritual plant map in his hand. This place seemed to be the high-risk herb collecting site marked on the map, the Thunder Bat Cave. This is also the last recorded herb collecting site for Lao Qin and Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, with the little Thor's food sense comparable to that of a treasure-hunting mouse, they actually took a shortcut and came to this place along a route that the geological and mining team had not discovered. Xiao Ting parked the motorcycle aside and walked towards the Ganoderma cave with the two dragons. However, they had just taken a few steps forward. Then, two golden figures flew over, making a hissing sound in the air, and flashed in front of them. The piercing ultrasonic sound startled the man and the two dragons at the same time. A group of small electric bats hanging upside down on the cliff turned over, flapped their wings, and screamed warnings at the invaders. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately following, a huge thundercloud. It spread its wings and flew out from the group of electric bats, blocking the entrance to the cave. This is a huge, three-eyed thunderbat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was as big as a house, revealing its snow-white fangs, flapping its 20-meter-long lightning wings, and looking fiercely at the invader under its feet. Xiao Ting was stunned. He is so familiar with this pair of wings. The first monster material he got out of the material treasure chest was a pair of lightning wings of a commander-level 8-eyed thunderbat. It would be great if this 3-eyed thunderbat could also drop a pair of monster wings. The Ice Pearl, level 3, or the petrification sac of the father of demonic insects, level 3, or the wings of the 3-eyed thunderbat, level 3, in your hand. A level 2 material can be used to synthesize a pair of level 4 wings, which can be used as the basic synthesis material for the level 5 wings of the little Vulcan. Here you go. The 3-eyed thunderbat flapped its blue and white wings surrounded by lightning, and its body was dark purple. It had sharp eyes and an astonishing aura. This is a group of powerful enemies. The 3-eyed thunderbat looked at the young man in the mystical cloak, bared its sharp fangs, and let out a sharp scream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A wave of shock leaped out from his body, forming a wave of pressure like a raging sea, sweeping towards the man and two dragons in layers. This is actually a stun skill. The little Thor above his head spread his wings to block the rolling wind pressure and air waves. The little fire god behind him quickly took a few steps forward, covering Xiao Ting in a huge shadow, and let out an enraged roar. If you dare to yell at my father, you're looking for death. Xiao Ting patted the fiery red scales that stood up all over its body. He looked towards the field with some surprise. Monsters that awaken the stun skill all have a certain king's qualifications. This king does not refer to the supreme monarch. Rather, it refers to the commander-in-chief who can lead the monster horde. The monster commander who controls the stun skill is usually regarded as the king of a certain group of monsters, a monster that awakens the stun skill before reaching the commander level. Apart from his own dragon, Xiao Ting only saw the one in front of him. A wild thunderbat king? Quite interesting. Name 3-eyed thunderbat. Attributes: thunder, dark. Racial level: level 4, leader of the Abyss Blood Clan. Level: late 3rd stage, 80 evolution degree. Skills: blood-sucking, low-level supernatural, airblade, mid-level supernatural, lightning flash, mid-level supernatural, lightning cannon, mid-level supernatural, discharge, mid-level supernatural, leader-level shock, high-level supernatural, dark shock, high-level supernatural. Name man-eating electric bat. Attributes: thunder, dark. Racial level: 2nd level elite abyss vampire, 1st level ordinary abyss vampire. Level: 2nd stage, early stage, 1st stage. Skills: blood-sucking fong, intermediate basic, flying collision, low basic, ultrasonic wave, high basic, dark energy ball, low extraordinary. In the cave, there is a leader level 3-eyed thunderbat, leading a group of elite to ordinary level man-eating electric bats. They are native monsters of the 9th wild area, evolved from small electric bats. The little electric bat is a lightning bat monster that has no eyes and cannot see. Its name sounds cute, but it has a very cruel temperament and a mouth full of paralyzing fangs. After swallowing human blood or eating humans, there is a certain probability that it will transform into a man-eating electric bat. The leader of their tribe is a 3-eyed thunderbat with the skill of deterrence and the potential to lead. This aptitude can be called a natural talent in the wild. After taming a monster with the potential to become a leader, you can reach the master level by following the steps. However, this wild monster that grew up in the wild and ate humans is extremely ferocious, and there is absolutely no way it can be tamed by any human editor. No matter how great your talent and potential are, it's useless. It can only be transformed into monster materials, mystical orbs. Kill it, and hopefully it'll drop a pair of giant wings. Xiao Ting prayed silently in his heart. Faced with such a group of monsters, he and the two dragon cubs were not afraid at all. The 3-eyed thunderbat rushed to the front of the group. The 3 big scarlet eyes revealed a look of great concern. Its invincible deterrence can command the tribe, intimidate the enemy, and make most enemies lose their will to fight. But it had no effect at all on this human and the two flying monsters. Horrible. A drop of cold sweat ran down his forehead, and a solemn look flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed Thunderbat. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloping his heart. This time the enemy seems very strong. The two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn, but no one took the first step. Since it has eaten humans, it cannot let them go. Xiao Ting looked at the human bones scattered on the ground in the bat cave. When the eyes look into the distance, the eternal polar night is instantly transformed into thousands of dazzling golden pupils. Human skulls and thigh bones were scattered all over the ground, as well as some broken guild certification bracelets. It seems that these bats only eat human flesh and not bones. Judging from the number of bones in this pile, at least dozens of editors died here. The freshest corpse, wearing the uniform of the geological and mining team. It is similar in style to the uniform worn by Old Shin and Chen Yan. The gnawing rate is not high. There were some maggots and rotten flesh crawling on its face, which were suspected to be the bat monster's food reserves. It seems that the death time will not exceed 3 days. After scanning the corpses of these humans, Xiao Ting looked towards the group of thunder bats with his golden eyes, which were as cold and sharp as a blade. Kill them all. The face that originally seemed calm now exuded a cold aura. He couldn't feel even a little bit of sympathy for these man-eating bat monsters. Thor, king-level shock. Xiao Ting used his ultimate skill directly. He wanted to show the wild thunder bat king on the opposite side what a true king-level shock is. Feeling the murderous aura surrounding Xiao Ting, the little thunder god's pupils shrank, becoming as sharp as the guillotine of the god of death. It raised its dragon head solemnly. Boom! A strong golden spiritual wave emanated from its body and transformed into a substantial dragon storm that smashed towards the surroundings. Buzz! The terrifying dragon power surged and spread out like a tidal wave. The pressure came like an overwhelming tidal wave. The three-eyed thunderbat in the air had blood coming out of its mouth and nose. Its body was stiff, and it looked at the tiny Thunder King dragon below in horror. It felt the spiritual pressure from the Dragon King from the opponent. The countless man-eating electric bats behind him felt the blood shock, more powerful than that of their leader. They felt as if they had been severely hit. Their eyes rolled back and they fell straight down. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with man-eating electric bats, bleeding from all 7 orifices, some dead or unconscious. Commander-level deterrence can command the tribe, intimidate the enemy, make the enemy lose the will to fight, and be unable to resist. The king-level deterrence can burst out with powerful momentum in an instant, stunning tens of thousands or even millions of enemies. A group of electric bats fell to the ground, some dead or injured. The prompt sound keeps ringing. You destroyed a normal-level electric bat. You destroyed the elite man-eating electric bat. Thunder Dragon Evolution. Current evolution degree, level 299. The little Thor flapped his wings and roared to the sky. The cold purple-gold dragon pupils have lost their childishness. A fierce and powerful aura emanated from his whole body, and behind him seemed to appear a phantom of a purple dragon more than 30 meters tall, carrying thunder and lightning, and exuding a ferocious aura that covered the sky and the sun. It broke through to the late elite level, only one step away from becoming the tribe leader. Chapter 99. Red-eyed Tyrannosaurus, kill, advance. The little thunder god soared into the air, looking down at the three-eyed thunderbat opposite. The big rosy purple eyes with light golden pupils were filled with eagerness to try. Just kill this leader-level blood monster. It can obtain a large amount of evolution degree of 7, successfully break through to level 3, and become a flying dragon leader. Leave the three-eyed thunderbat to the little thunder god. Xiao Ting glanced at the little fire god behind him. The little guy is still angry, although Xiao Ting was fine. But the shock of the three-eyed thunderbat still made it feel deeply provoked. A crazy, furious aura emanated from it. With blood creeping up into its eyes, the flame Tyrannosaurus took a few heavy steps forward and stood in front of Xiao Ting. The whole dragon looked like an active volcano on the verge of eruption. Red flames gushed out of his nasal cavity, and his entire body was filled with fiery rage like a devil's dance. If it was a middle school kid before, now it has become the red-eyed Tyrannosaurus Chaos Evil. Is this a rampage? Xiao Ting glanced at the attribute panel above the little fire god's head and found no abnormal superposition of negative status, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Little Vulcan, go and clean up the remaining man-eating electric bats. Following his order, Roar. The little fire Tyrannosaurus let out an angry roar. The huge Tyrannosaurus footprints stomped heavily on the ground. The whole body is burning with the enhanced light of charge. Like an invincible war beast, it rushed towards the fallen group of electric bats and started killing them. The ordinary and elite man-eating electric bats that were not yet dead staggered up and pounced on it. They bared their fangs and bit down madly. But the invincible blood-sucking Fong couldn't break the defense at all. You can't bite through the little fire god's fiery red dragon scales. Click. The sound of the man-eating electric bat's fangs cracking continued to be heard. The teeth are broken, but the scales of the little fire god are not scratched, so there is no need to open the hardening. The blood-red pupils opened a scarlet arc of light, and the little flame Tyrannosaurus smashed the sharp stones with its charge, threw off the little electric bat with a broken head and blood on its body, opened its bloody mouth, and shed saliva as hot as magma. The battle between the cubs in the low-end game here is one-sided. Over there, the leader-level three-eyed Thunderbat, with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, became furious when he saw his minions being killed indiscriminately. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It let out a sharp scream, and a violent aura emanated from its entire body, and it forcibly broke free from the stiff state caused by the dragon's might. Thunder Cannon. At this moment, the only thing in the eyes of the three-eyed Thunderbat was the little fire monster that was slaughtering its subordinates. It opened its huge mouth, and a crackling beam of lightning shot out of its mouth. The entire Thunderbat cave was dyed a brilliant golden color. The blow was horrific. It was a full-force attack from a late-stage boss-level monster. A violent lightning cannon with a diameter of 30 or 40 meters suddenly swept towards the little fire god.